剑，中了，能不能打死？奶量非常的足，打不动，
扬了一手
没拿过来。
但是这个团战怎么解？这团战
解不了啊，跳一下。
团。
他和第一时间买活过来，我们恭喜力会以2比0的比分。是的。
大招直接戳死了斯文，
这一波非常精彩，
这边很危险。Mercedes 在疯狂输出有点死，Mercedes 阵亡，还有苏菲奥，苏菲奥也被追死，还有一个菲尔残状态，但没有戳到。PPD 换上去自己死了，后面的来一个戳，
这波又可以打，
晕的了 TZ。
这一波 EG 要血波啊，死位又要死了。
可猫还在继续追，有点TP 被打断。
nice。这边第8个大招，nice。这个
团拉大。
这边的谜团，这个拉大也是很完美。夜魔一个沉默。TC 到。
TC 后面来一个戳，想杀苏梅尔，但是自己也阵亡了。蓝是有买活的，
直接买活。
蓝买
活。
Too much in game number 3. Winter, so for this matchup, we talked about how EG could be approaching it against Complexity given the experience they had from Group D, but what do you think Complexity have learned from their first match and already with this lower bracket run, with this round 2 matchup, if you will, against EG?
I think that during the group stages, we mentioned that when EG are going to deal with a team like Complexity, EG is going to use a lot of heroes that are really good at team fight, because I feel like Complexity is a team that's really good at playing around themselves, playing around each other, very good at team fights. And the game that EG lost, I think the first game they got, I felt like EG got outdrafted by Complexity. So in the second and third game, as you guys mentioned, PPD made adjustments to his draft. He still gave them the IO, but he had much better team fight to deal with it. So if I'm Complexity right now, I'm going to expect that EG is going to have a lot of team fight, and me myself, I'm going to focus on trying to snatch the Tide, the Enigma. These are the heroes that I'm going to look to try and get in the first phase itself.
How do you feel about Complexity's Earth Spirit? Do you think it's something that EG will want to let through in trading some stronger picks?
It depends on the trade. I think if they are going to be able to trade for Enigma, they might actually want to do it, because I think team fight is very key, and team fight plus efficient jungling, these are the 2 things that are really important in EG's arsenal.
It does sound like we actually already have a draft ready to go for game number 1, so let's hop into it so we can get a lot of these questions answered on how these 2 teams will approach it here. I love my American Dota, but it will be sad to see one of these teams drop out from the Shanghai Major. And look how we begin already. It's going to be Evil Geniuses with the first pick on Radiant side. Complexity have the Dire side. They ban out the Tiny. They ban out the Beastmaster. And before I throw it over to you guys for more draft analysis, I have to say, yeah, Beastmaster has been a power pick for a lot of the teams here, but Complexity's luck with it has not been so good. 5 matches already with Beastmaster at the Shanghai Major. Complexity's record with Beastmaster, 1-4.
You know, this might signal that EG are going to look to pick the Sven up very early. I think I mentioned a few times during the panel, I think a lot of the games that the Sven got out of control because there was no good hero to deal with it. And yesterday, during the last few series, we saw that Beastmaster can be dealt with by having a lot of disable, especially the Beastmaster, because you can scout the Ancients. Those are the key things that you want to have against Beastmaster. Sorry, against the Sven.
And it looks like for the first time at the Shanghai Major, we'll see Fear playing the Earth Spirit here. And it's funny because, you know, Earth Spirit, I never had seen Fear play any Earth Spirit before it was added into Captain's mode. And of course, it's like every team needs an Earth Spirit player now. And I gotta say, Fear is really a freak of nature. He picked up that hero and made it look like he'd been a natural from the get-go. So this is going to be pretty scary here for Complexity. And, well, I know that familiar beeping sound. It sounds like they were able to snag up the Wisp in their first round.
Oh, you're the only one with the luxury of hearing that beeping sound, Dakota.
I'll do you the favor then. They got Wisp. Will they follow it quickly up with the... Oh, they can't get the Tiny here, so we'll have to see what they're going to be pairing it up with this
They
round.
might actually snatch like the tide of the Enigma here, I think. Like, because based on what I saw EG done, they might actually just go for like all the heavy team fights heroes when they see the Wisp pick up.
Do you think they're going to want to prioritize the OD in this kind of matchup?
Later.
Even against EG, a team that you don't think they themselves
I mean,
as
they're
well
very
try to
like
take it away from Cole.
EG like their Nyx a lot, and they can play it in all I guess 3 positions: support, mid, and off lane. So maybe if they ban it out in the second phase, but I don't think they'll pick it up now. I think they would immediately counter with the Nyx.
What if Complexity decide to pick up the Sven early? And actually, again, with my benefit of sound,
I
OD
see
is
the
right.
hero.
What are they?
Yeah.
We can see the hero from here.
They grabbed the Outworld Devourer and,
Okay.
Darkseer.
Never mind.
That's
yeah,
it.
and a Darkseer for EG.
Turn to ban.
Darkseer is it's obviously a hero that both teams have been picking up. And
The
Yeah,
Iron Shell
gonna
on
be
Earth
high
Spirit
contested.
is very, very good.
the
still
Mirana
like-
ban, that's brilliant as well from EG. Because Complexity, with the we've seen, I think, was it just the OD that's been doing that combo? Sorry, Complexity that's been
It
doing
was
that combo?
MVP
as
yeah.
well, yeah, just the Mirana into OD, it's incredibly disruptive.
Yeah, I know I mentioned a tight as team fight, but Darkseer is still a good team fight. And the other thing Darkseer provides is like what you mentioned, Dakota, the Iron Shell and the Earth Spirit. And the other thing good about having Darkseer here is because IO is most likely going to be roaming, and Darkseer is going to be able to have a good time. Because you want to pick Darkseer into a favorable matchup. You have 2 heroes in the lane, that's where Darkseer excel at. So overall, a very good opening and very solid opening from EG. And Complexity as well, with a very good opening in terms of having good lanes. You want to have good lanes to get your early game going with the Wisp and the OD. Both of these heroes provide a lot during the laning phase.
So what's EG's tools to deal with the Wisp? We've seen them pick like Lion a lot, but that was banned in the first phase. We see them pick Clinks, that's also banned out. OD is also a solution, but it's been taken by Complexity. Enigma Tide, they already have their offlaner right now. Tide has been banned out. And Fear is also the Enigma player. So do they actually need a direct solution to the IOs, or is it just not that big of a deal?
Suppose
With
you
Tiny
could get
out.
PPD like a Disruptor or something, but yeah.
They're going to do something else very, very different because like generally when an enemy team opens with this type of heroes, they will always go for the team fight. But just because they are going for Darkseer and Earth Spirit, I think they are going to do something different from what we have seen in the group stages. Disruptor, I'm not sure if they played it in the group stages. I think no.
I don't think we've seen EG do that now.
Yeah, it's obviously a good pick versus the Relocate. Just look at what Complexity is banning right now. They're banning out heroes that are really strong in the laning phase. The Klings, the Lycan, heroes that can actually bully the offlaner a lot and have a very fast tempo. Obviously, Klings is really good versus the IO in team fights because you can just go behind and just target him down fairly easily. And same goes for the Lycan.
One hero that is still in the pool that we were talking about the other day that's kind of fallen out of favour, had her kind of moment of fame, is the Enchantress. And we do know that, of course, Swindles, he does like to play it. He played it a lot back at Starlight, a little less so here.
I think they might need more control though, like maybe a Panda. I know Swindles like plays all these heroes. Like Enchantress is obviously really good in the lane.
OD again, nice call. You seem to know Complexity pretty damn well. Enchantress is going to be the 3rd pickup here.
I think it's very risky though, because as you mentioned, like Earth Spirit and Darkseer is already setting up for monstrous team fight. They could easily go like.
Wait, do you think it might be just support so that they can help the lanes instead of, because I don't think like it's very good in the off lane this game. Like
I guess as I said, Swindles is the player of it.
they do run it on support, from time to time, or it's just exclusively on Swindles.
I've seen them run it both ways personally, but
Isn't it mostly Z-Freak that would play it though?
Yeah, if it's a jungling hero.
Yeah, have some Hon stuff, yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think that off-lane Enchantress is still a question mark this game, whether they will do it. But because they can afford to put it on the position 4, so I guess it's still open for them, whether they want to use it as a support to help the lanes.
Oh, the 3rd pick CM.
Complexities.
does feel a bit interesting, but obviously Crystal Main very good against Enchantress, being able to get rid of that extra creep, so,
Freezing Field against Relocate, sounds good. I mean, Vacuum, you can set up it with a Vacuum into Freezing Field against the Relocate. I've never seen it before, but it sounds like a good plan on paper. And you can set up for the Earth Spirit as well. Their team fight right now looks really strong on EG.
Yeah, Earth Spirit does suffer a bit in the mana department early, so
5
that
seconds
aura
remaining.
certainly will help the whole team across the board. Now we go back to Complexity side, and they are going to say,
Off lane Enchantress.
yeah, we are not going to be allowing Universe to have a very good time in this Darkseer. We will pick up the Oracle, and as you said, that will identify Enchantress as now a core off-lane position.
Yeah, Oracle feels like a hero as well that a lot of teams, they just don't touch upon at all. I mean, do you feel that the hero is incredibly strong, or is it just not, that's just not the case, or the teams not know what they're doing with it?
I think Oracle is like a hero that is obviously really good, but I think I said this before, like I feel the hero has to be picked into a situation where he can be extremely useful, like against a Bat Rider. Obviously in this case against the Darkseer, the Iron Shell, you can't just pick the hero for no reason, like just as an opening like a Tusk or a Spirit. He has to be picked into a specific situation despite being a really good hero.
Is he strong enough against Darkseer to warrant him being picked here? I feel like he's the same as Abaddon,
I
right?
think they are protecting their lanes because they see the Earth Spirit, like Dakota mentioned earlier, like the Earth Spirit plus the Iron Shell and Darkseer. They want to protect their safe lane with the Oracle because Oracle can neutralize the pressure from these two heroes. So that pick, I feel, has a very strong influence because of wanting to protect the safe lane.
I feel like in the big picture, though, it's going to suffer a lot.
Yeah, because they don't have
versus
stuns. Like, you look at their lineup, they don't have stuns, you know. It's like Ursa is going to run in with Iron Shell and he's going to just wreak havoc right now, as I see it. So Ursa is an extremely good pick here for EG.
I mean, you can't deny the synergy amongst the team of Complexity as far as sustain goes, though. Oracle's False Promise is going to get a lot of benefit from his heals, the Enchantress heals, the Wisp heals. So there's going to be a lot of durability.
They don't have Disable, they don't have stuns. And my friend here, you know, plays Gyrocopter with no homing missile, so he's got to know a lot about having no stuns. So what do you think, my friend? Is this going to work? No stun, Dota.
Yeah, as you said, I think they do need control. Do we see Complexity ever really draw out the Slark card? Or do you think, could we see something even more classic? Do you think they go for like a CKIO pairing here?
Possibly, as long as their last pick has some sort of disable. Like they need disable, they need lockdown for sure. Chessie plays. Does he play the CK? Like I feel like he's like the Invoker player. If you talk about disables, having disables, and if Invoker is extremely good versus Ursa, I know Ben mentioned this a lot during the panel. Like because when it goes to later part of the game, you have so many spells to actually kite him and make sure that he's not going to be able to right click on your teammates.
The Brew Band is going to be coming out, so they're kind of, yeah, it seems like they're not identifying what Complexity are exactly doing because it is typically Swindle who plays the Brew hero here.
Does Chessie actually play the Brew? Maybe?
He played Brew when he was on Alliance.
I see,
I don't think he's played it that much on Complexity.
They definitely need like some sort of like team fight control lockdown, a Park or like something like Park Panda, heroes like this. I'm not sure how well Invoker would work with their lineup. I know he likes to play the hero a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
Any other Wisp
5
pairings,
seconds
though?
remaining.
I think
Sven's
he
still there.
mentioned CK.
Sven's there.
CK, Sven's
there.
Reserve time.
I'd like to see a Slark, but yeah, maybe not from Complexity.
Slug means 0 stuns.
You got a little bit of control to stop people surging away.
Yeah, that's true.
They've run Troll once.
Oh god,
Complexity?
I think they want to
They
win.
ran Troll?
Troll. Man,
That would be.
I would love
Imagine
to see the
beating
Troll come out, man.
PPD with Troll Warlock.
It's gonna be like some.
Swindle would love it.
This is gonna be like some very special pick, like because it's very difficult to pick in this situation, and I'm sure Mr. Captain Swindles has something prepared for
They
his
could do
team.
like Wisp Morph too. Wisp Morph, I think.
What about
is
Aya Bristle?
Pretty stable.
Or is that not enough control?
I don't think Bristle's that great versus the Ursa,
Okay.
but
Something to front line whilst you got OD on the back lines, just smacking them with the arcane orb.
yeah. But then you still have the problem of
Definitely
no disables
something that
and-
can frontline and something
Yeah.
that has disable sounds good.
Something
for them.
beefy.
It's very difficult to pinpoint. So they're still gonna go back for the Sven, which is I mean it's still really good like with the War Cry against the Ursa, but it's very hard to pick in their situation. They don't have really much options because they need too many things. They need tank, they need disable, and obviously Sven provides both of those.
So what's the last four?
But his laning phase against Darkseer, oh, actually it depends on the Oracle. If Oracle can actually stabilize the lane for him, then he should be fine. So for EG, they need mid hero.
Yep,
10
the Sumail
seconds
hero.
remaining.
Invoker was still in the pool. We'd seen him play a Puck
5
before.
seconds remaining.
Puck Puck is actually quite good versus the Oracle, and Puck is really good synergy with Ursa as well.
Reserve time.
I mean, but we've also seen him play a Nyx for the first time this tournament, a Pugna for the first time this tournament. It really could be anything, technically.
And I realized that EG is also switching up their playstyle. Before this, they have been picking a lot of dual core strategies, and in this tournament, they've been picking more of 4 protect 1. Like EG gives all the farm to one person like RTZ, and then Sumail is more on the playmaker hero. So there's still Bat Rider, obviously, for that. But Bat Rider against Oracle and Real,
like
not that great.
Ooh, a Queen of Pain. Going to be coming out here from EG to round out their lineup. This concludes our draft for our first game here for Day 4 main stage action. We'll go ahead and throw it over to our main stage now as we have our opening casters. It's going to be Toby Wan and Cinderin.
Love Dakota, it is great to be here. EG going up against Complexity. It's the huge US brand Cinderin, and well, I say US brands, but Complexity is also half European. In fact, a little bit more than half.
They have 3 Swedes, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of funny when they played Alliance yesterday, and it was like NA versus Sweden. And it's like, well, there's actually 8 Swedish players in this game, but okay.
But I'm looking forward to it. Also, the fact like we have PPD going up against Swindles. We know there's been a lot of words being tossed back and forth between them, but how amazing would it be for Complexity, and especially Swindles, if he could actually be the one to take PPD out of a major? Like, that's going to be like an objective on that to-do list before you die ticked.
That's probably, yeah, that's the dream for Swindle. There is definitely some drama to be had here if you're very much into the NA scene, and especially if you go back, I think, a couple of years, then this is a historic game in many ways, actually. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's a match that you want to win a little bit extra, I think, if you're either captain. It's a grudge match.
The issue is keeping those emotions in check. Like with PPD, it's a lot easier. Like PPD's got a lot more big stage experience than Complexity does. In fact, all of EG do, apart from maybe Sumail. But Complexity, like I was talking to their manager team like just before this game began, and they're like, we're coming in with so much emotion into this game. And they said, we're still not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. It could create rush decisions. It could actually create those times where you're like, I can't believe I did that. And then they just go full tilt against EG, where EG, they've been tried, they've been tested multiple times on bigger stages, and they may be able to just like stand true a lot harder than Complexity.
And the question is also how much these two teams know each other, because I would imagine
very well
that they've scrimmed each other quite a bit. The bans in this series were very different from, well, for both teams than what we've seen other teams ban against them respectively. So, yeah, looks like they have quite a bit of intel. I personally favor EG's draft a little bit. I think it's really strong in the early portions of the game, and Complexity, in my opinion, are a little bit too all in on the sustain thing that Dakota was talking about. It's good that they last pick a Sven. It was what I was expecting them to get last, because like Winter said, they needed some disable, some lockdown, and if they get off to a good laning stage Complexity here, they could be very, very explosive in the mid game. You just look at EG's lineup and it looks pretty strong to me.
Yeah, it does. They're going to wait for it to really kick up to a point, because right now, like, I'm watching this off lane, this dual off lane. You were saying it before when we were discussing like what's going to happen with the draft. You said the Oracle had to go up towards that top lane, Z-Freak, to try and make sure that Universe will get zoned out. But you put Universe to the bottom lane, and then Swindles takes this almost, like he starts off with a semi-jungle and lets Hunskin get all the levels inside the lane. Turns the harass into Universe, and this leaves Chessie to go up against RTZ with the support of PPD. But across the Maiden in the lane, normally this isn't something you also look to do. Hello, middle lane. Ball in after Limb. He's already used his imprisonment, but Fear doesn't have enough damage to find the kill. This is just the first stage of harassment before they come in later.
He's going to have to use his salve here, and he's pretty far away from his bottle. If Sumail gets a little more help here, they might be able to zone Limp so hard that he has to buy additional regen. But yeah, obviously the reason EG are doing this, like you pointed out, you ideally don't want to do this Wisp versus dual off lane, but they just want to dodge Oracle versus Darkseer at all costs. And I think they read this correctly with how they put their lanes. I think this is the ideal lane placement from EG. So, oh, we got a pause. Bit of settings that are wrong here from Swindle. But yeah, so far so good for both teams, I guess. The laning stage here is not really... We obviously haven't got started that much just yet, There's a little bit of harassment mid, maybe a slight advantage for EG. As well as the fact that if this Darkseer just gets to have a good time down here, it's difficult to see Complexity actually threatening him that much with an IO Enchantress lane.
Yeah, maybe that's when we have to start thinking about like the rotation timing.
Yeah.
Is this also a reason maybe why Hanskin's getting more and more levels? Like they're trying, like, because right now Hanskin's a full level in front of Swindles. If you can get him up to level 6, the rotation timing is going to be a hell of a lot better for him. PPD, he's going to be fine. Z3 can't find the kill there. But it's just a question mark. Okay, now you actually give the lane to Swindles, and Hanskin's already rotated over. He's picked up his bottle, and he's going to join the OD in mid.
And for me, the lane to keep an eye on right now is this top lane. RTZ is playing up very far. He's currently alone with PPD semi-jungling, but I think they're just playing on Complexity, assuming that the Crystal Maiden is still in the neighborhood. And she's going to take that creep, get almost level 3. Now going to rotate together with Fear. And if they do manage to catch Chessie with a rolling boulder, this could be our first blood very, very easily. Z-Freak still does not have Fate's Edict. Currently sitting in level 2.
There's your pull time. As you said, this is the moment for EG. Up on that top lane, Chessie, he comes out just far enough they could have potentially bowled it in. But has to be boulder into Frostbite. And now, here she comes, Chessie. Warcry still not triggered. He actually goes for the double Storm Bolt. Warcry still available. Chessie is going to trigger it now. And Hanskin TPs himself forward to try and help out Chessie. He came in with no bottle charges, however, so there was no big regeneration kicking into Chessie. But it's enough to dissuade EG from going for that kill.
I just need to protect him. I think that's good enough for them. As long as EG don't find these early kills, you have the support duo of Crystal Maiden Earth Spirit that really, I don't want to say they rely on finding early kills, but you really want to do it, especially if you're playing it this way that EG are. And so far so good for Call. They've got great farm on the Sven, obviously, and Enchantress holding her own too.
Yeah, everything just seems very even. And
it's
EG,
very even.
Like, they really need to make this work. Like, one of the big tellers of like the Earth Spirit, right? He's got to rotate and find kills. Very similar to like early Tuskar rotations and so on and so forth for that hero role. But right now, Fear is like he's leeching experience waiting for an opportunity which just hasn't come. We're only 4 minutes into the game, but you expect the Earth Spirit to have a little bit more impact. Like he harassed the OD and he's keeping this top lane defensive, but it's not really slowing down Chessie's CS.
What he did accomplish in that mid lane with the help he did, he gave Sumail, is that Sumail will reach level 6 first. And if he can find a solo kill on this OD, the lane is going to need help, most likely. This is a fairly even matchup on paper, I would say. They're actually identical on CS right now. Okay, Sumail pulls out a little bit there, but yeah, that's probably the lane that Fear will be looking toward, or well, it looks like both Fear and PPD actually will want to pressure Limp, as Sumail probably called them over and says, you know what, in one wave, never mind.
Ball
oh, nice kick.
Kicks him back down, and Limp, nope, he's going to Astral Imprison himself. Hanskin, he's got bottle charges available, no stick charges, and how much damage do they really got? Hanskin is regenerating up Limp, so again, another movement from EG where they try and find the pick-off. It doesn't work, but top lane, RTZ being initiated on. Chessie wants to follow this up, but he cannot do it. RTZ can just break free and walk away.
And I'm a bit surprised that EG actually tried to go for this kill on the OD when Sumail is so close to level 6. I saw the rotation. Yeah, I saw the rotation. I was like, oh, they're setting up for the Sonic Wave, but they went in early.
Now he can actually play very heavily into Fear. That's a dangerous thing to do, especially when you look at Limp and you may not have realized that he's actually stolen 12 intelligence. Gotta be careful with the amount of damage he's able to pump out, and Hanskin always seems to be there at the right time. Like, I was actually thinking that maybe it was a good thing that like EG attacks the top lane because it gives Universe this raw one-on-one with Swindles on the bottom lane. But at the same time, like, Hanskin has made sure that none of these kills have really been effective. In fact, even just his presence on the top lane stopped it. The regeneration in the mid made it impossible for EG to find that kill. And EG just keep poking and prodding. RTZ wants to go again. Top lane, Chessie. The charge is on the way with the phase boots up and running. Oh, Warcry tries to beat that one, but it's actually going to be some Sumail's rotation down to the bottom lane that finds the first blood on the back of the Sonic Wave. Hello, level 6 Queen of Pain.
Yep, not the target I was imagining he would go on, but regardless, you're just looking for some sort of kill and to get started in that department for EG. I still feel like this isn't really enough just yet. A couple of extra kills for EG would be very useful right now. Like you said, Hanskin got a fast level 3. He's actually still level 3.
Wow.
He's going to get level 4 now. He's just been protecting the lanes very well, and of course that's costing him.
Well, top lane, RTZ going to be initiated on. Stormbolt to start with. Siegfried needs a little bit more damage, and he's just got enough. Barely got enough. But that's still a big kill for Complexity. They have to slow down this Ursa, so it's not the quick, like, Mask of Madness, slip yourself into Roshan and take him out. They have to make sure RTZ does not get momentum, because he's their only real physical damage. And that puts more pressure on Sumail.
Well, I guess if you want to, you can transition the Queen of Pain into a semi-physical DPS build later. That is potentially why EG chose to pick it over Puck, which I thought would have been a really good choice as well for them this game.
Time to check out bot lane. The smoke over on Arteezy. They're trying to make a play over on Swindles. Now, Swindles actually, he sat on top of 2 Iron Shells, so he's already a little bit low. They surge in Arteezy. He's took his Space Boot charges, and Swindles has 3 points of untouchable. Arteezy just fights straight through it. Swindles! There's the damage. Hanskin comes in. He didn't tether and regenerate fast enough, but Arteezy going for more. The tether from Hanskin, he can't save himself. Arteezy triggers the ulti, runs to the tree line, and what a rotation. You think you've actually got the advantage by killing him up on the top lane, and now Siegfried, no, he can't get there. Universe, he's an enabler with that surge.
That was a great read from Arteezy that he could go for that second kill. It looks pretty scary. You're fairly low on health. There could be a secondary TP coming in, but realizing that Hanskin TP'd on the tier 1, what is the chance really of anyone having TP'd on the tier 2 as well? And if they TP on the tier 1, it takes so long that he can reassess the situation. So very nice from him. But of course it does leave Sven quite a bit of space top.
It does, but I'm wondering where the extra stacks are going to come in for Chessie. Because right now the Dire jungle isn't really stacked at all. There's no ancient stacks as well. This is something which potentially Swindles could have just grabbed 1 creep and stacked it up every now and then. But he's focused more on just lane presence. So the flash farming of the Sven, while it's been great in the lane, he's still the same net worth roughly as the Darkseer. And Universe is pretty, like, he's closing in very quickly on that full mech. Another 600 gold and he's there.
And that's going to give EG absolutely incredible teamfight potential.
Here they go again. Smoke on top.
If they manage to kill the Sven here, this could transition into a tower. Chessie needs to be really careful. Even the IO can't save him here.
Interesting rotations as well at the same time. Swindles is preparing to attack top lane, but Chessie already initiated on the kick. Hits both Chessie as well as Hanskin. Hanskin, he's giving that extra life back to Chessie. Swindles is on his way, but it will take too long. Chessie with a war cry and the cleave damage. EG may have overstayed their welcome right now. Arteezy's on the run for Swindles. The Sudden Blast will come in from the front line, so Arteezy, Fear will actually go down to the IO. Arteezy will be able to escape as he enrages up. So the only casualty from that was actually Fear. You'd almost be counting your lucky stars there, EG. The Complexity didn't take more from them.
That looked like miscommunication from EG. They rolling boulder to the Sven, Arteezy starts going in for the Sven, and PPD tries to reach all the way to the back to Frostbite the IO so they can kill it. And you understand why PPD wants to go for this, because Hanskin, I think, had 10 stick charges and a bottle.
Yep.
But if you're trying to make that play, it's actually, I think it's just impossible for them. It's the Sven or nothing. And the moment they go on IO, the Sven is free to just hit as much as he wants. So maybe they didn't actually realize IO was there when they rolled in, and then they were like, oh shit, recovery plan. And
I would be surprised if they didn't know, though. Like, they've been watching this top lane pretty closely. That Observer Ward's been almost like, I guess, almost full duration Observer Ward, watching Complexity's movements. Like, in fact, the vision game from EG, like, they saw everything. Like, the first time Limp tried to rotate towards the top lane, he got scouted out by a Radiant Observer Ward just watching the top rune. That's why that first rotation from Limp just stopped and he had to walk back to mid. Lost even more time. The dangerous thing for EG kicking up soon is the fact that Hanskin, he is approaching level 6. They've actually given him the top lane, and after that fight on top, you'd be surprised if EG would come back there. Fear's the only player up there at the moment, and with the Observer Ward, he can basically see what's going
mid lane.
on. Are they actually going to? Centaur stomp, perfect timing from Swindles. Sumail, no, the ulti drop!
Wow.
Oh! He almost blinked away. The one charge is triggered and he almost just had enough life to complete his animation.
That was so sick from Swindle. Like, I mean, it's one thing to hit a Centaur Stomp out of Astral against a hero that has Blink, you know, you need some timing, but that was like almost frame perfect, you know? I actually thought he missed.
Yeah.
That's how close it was. It seemed like, okay, this is too early. We're talking fraction of a second there, probably a tenth.
Limp now on the run. Universe trying to back him back in again. There's still Astral though for OD. And Hanskin again TPs himself in quickly. Just seems like every time EG look for a fight, like apart from the bottom lane, everything has kind of been like a better trade-off for Complexity. Every engagement, every rotation has just worked a lot better for Complexity. Which is still amusing. When you look overall for a 12-minute game so far, it's a 2,000 net worth and almost 2,000 experience advantage for Complexity. It's good. You almost feel like it should be a little bit more, just mentally.
Yeah.
Complexity, okay, they're just keeping their eyes now around Roshan. PPD in the cover of smoke, actually Frostbite's one of the saddest. And they've got OD Illusions also scouting out this movement. So EG's burnt another smoke. They're actually out of smokes for 6 minutes now. They can't go again.
Now they just gathered 4 heroes on here. Yeah, I think this is a good choice. Give Fear the level 6. You're going to need this fairly soon. If you just keep playing the game as you have so far, I think Complexity will slowly just pull ahead, because now they will start stacking with the Sven, and he's going to get very rich very fast. But with that level 6 on Fear, I still think just the raw teamfight output of EG is insanely strong. Yeah, sure, Complexity have a lot of heals and sustain, but they could actually just get blown up. 2 or 3 of their heroes have very low base health. Oracle, Io, and Enchantress all sitting on less than 1k. A Quap combo plus just a Crystal Nova and a little bit of Magnetize, and they all die. And so far, so good. Complexity are playing a really good early game. I think they're playing to their strengths. They're good at reinforcing and protecting, and they're playing the greed game.
Well, it's definitely paying off for him. Now that Ancient Stack gets to be done, Chessie, he skyrockets himself up over to about 6.1k net worth. And what he actually spent his money on, it's going to be a full Yasha coming the way of this Sven. And they got everything they really want here, Complexity, apart from Gold Strength. 55 seconds, they'll be ready to fight again. And what's EG going to do? They're going to come to Roshan, but Complexity, they also understand that this is a critical objective for EG. They're taking the Dominator creep, the range creep, and putting him into the Roshan pit. So even if Swindles dies, like Arteezy was chasing for it, but he doesn't have enough now. Limp with the relocate, Arteezy, the back, the wall, the kick, and comes the boulder as well from Fear. They turn on the Magnetize, and the Sonic Wave! Samael hits it perfectly. Limp's going down, Arteezy can't finish the job though. Limp gets the ulti off, but it's bittersweet. Chessie is dying right now to the Magnetize. He will survive by TPing back to base. But EG, you had to remember the combo. You called it perfectly, Sin. You have to give it respect. And EG just taught Complexity a new one. Support or not, they brought the whole team and it wasn't enough.
That's some nasty area right there, gotta say. Jesus Christ. And it wasn't even perfect. Like, that was really, really good from EG, but the vacuum into Stone Kick, Boulder Smash, I think only hit 2 out of the 4 heroes. If he hits them all, they clean that 5-0 easily. So it can still be done even better by EG. And if Complexity aren't careful, the next time we could just see that execution out from them. But, you know, if you're EG after that fight, you're not going to be like, come on, Fear. It is a very difficult combo to land, and they did so well there.
Dude, Fear's been playing out of his mind through this entire tournament. The fact that like his synergy that he just teamed up there with Universe, yeah, it was absolutely stupendous. But one of the big questions I had, even going into the drafting phase, was how was Complexity going to deal with Fear? His Mirana, his Nyx Assassin, they've been totally on point yesterday, and like, I don't think this guy can really do it wrong. Complexity will attack the bottom lane, EG will let this go. Because they don't have their combo at the moment, so there's no reason to take the risk. Or is there? Universe is coming down. He's got the mech. Yeah, they're TPing in on this. Fortification can make Chessie wait a little bit longer. Now remember, Samael does not have his Sonic Wave. But with the Shadow Strike and the Frostbite, Chessie, Hanskin, he's got the relocate, but again, Fear with the kick. And in comes the back. Another wall! Turn on the Magnetize! And everyone's just so attractive. Chessie trying to find his damage. He finds PPD, but that Nova did so much work. Now the test will wear off. Samael still stuck in the tree lines. Limp will find the kill, but Arteezy back to the world. Another kick. This is Ronaldo Fear right now, chasing into the trees. Swindle will be brought down. Arteezy with a triple, and that is 2 catastrophes of a fight for Complexity in the space of 2-3 minutes.
And
this is also Roshan.
Yeah, I think the decision-making from Complexity here, actually, it does make sense, right? There's big ultimates on cooldown for EG. They know that they don't have the Sonic Wave I guess actually that's the only spell that would be on cooldown there.
That was the bigger one.
But it's really important for Call that ability is on cooldown, so I don't blame them for trying that. But at the same time, EG, they have this read that with that glyph, they buy enough time to get in position, and the boulder smash again from Fear, hitting the Sven and the IO, just makes for a very easy initiation for Fear. And in addition to that, of course, a great freezing field there for PPD. Got a pretty much full channeled one off.
The Sven didn't really go anywhere. In fact, the Sven, for the majority of his God strength and just his time at the start of the fight, was there sitting next to PPD. Like, he wasn't even able to hit him until later into the fight. And PPD still survived through it all, too. Complexity have to be concerned now. And what do you really do at this point? You're going to fall behind in your item timings. Limp is trying to get himself into this Rod of Atos, so they can start to kite the Ursa a lot more, but Ursa now has a Blink Dagger. So Arteezy is the one initiating. Unless Limp gets a really good Astral when Arteezy jumps in, they're not really going to be able to control the damage that Arteezy does during the fight.
I just think this game is really difficult for Complexity right now, and it's not because they're far behind. Like, it's 3K, but there's an Aegis they're playing into, and they're playing into stronger team fight, so they have to try to play the greed game still. And maybe in hindsight for Call, they gave EG a chance for those last two fights where they actually just set them up by trying to engage on Arteezy the first time and the second time on pushing the tower, whereas if they would have played it more defensive and just farmed, they dodged EG's smokes. Like, they did a really good job at not getting caught out, but then when they forced, it backfired really hard.
Yeah.
I think they have to wait for some better items before they look for these fights. BKBs in particular are extremely good against EG's lineup.
Well, unfortunately, Chessie went for the Yasha to start with, and it looks like it's actually going to be... yeah, it's actually the S and Y build even for Chessie. So you're not even going to have the BKB for Complexity. They need to buy more time and space there for Chessie.
It should be their second items anyway. I think the OD Atos into BKB and then Sven, Sanjin Yasha into BKB sounds pretty good.
Do they have the time and space, though, to pick this up?
That is the question. But if they don't, I feel like
Chessie? Hanskin has to relocate, save him out. There's no other choice. They must have been really worried about that because this didn't really have to be this way. Chessie, he was very indecisive into running into the tree line, selling the stick and just buying a TP scroll back. And now Hanskin has to tether himself out. He'll start the TP, but Arteezy finds himself now his 5th kill for the game in 19 minutes. And another critical item now. So you make it your Rod of Atos over on the OD, but Samel now has an Orchid. He can start going for solo kills on a lot of Complexity's lineup.
Yeah, that is so good this game. Easy solo kill on Oracle or IO. The other heroes of Complexity should be tanky enough. Swindles has a cloak and 1 charges.
They're looking for an opening on bottom. Universe has a Blink Dagger of his own. Like, if it wasn't crazy enough that he was always in position for the fights previously, now you got the Blink Dagger, plus, oh wow, they're actually coupling the damage. The Veil of Discord's already finished on Fear, and Arteezy, he's just going ham over on this Sven. Again, Hanskin will come in to help him out. But it's creating space to push into this tier 2 tower. And even PPD's going to have enough money soon to have a heal.
I would not advise you to go in now.
This time the kick will be off target, and in they come, the cleave, but no, the back wall, Sonic Wave! The combo is just too good! Swindles, you might be protected at the moment from the false promise, but will it be enough? It will be. Z-Freak's on the run, Samel's right behind him, the Shadow Strike to slow him down. He doesn't have the Orca, but Z-Freak didn't hide up. Limp, nicely done from him. But still, Complexity are losing heroes, and they're going to lose their tier 2 tower on bottom lane.
Every single team fight win for EG is putting themselves in a position where Call want to engage,
they're going
and they
further.
go to counter-engage with their combo. Sure, why not? They've got 20 seconds power play here, 5 on 3.
Oh, they jump
and
in.
Swindle's dead.
Oh my. And they want to go for more. If they can catch up to him, the kick. They got Hanskin as well. They back in. They got the Orchid on the eye. There's no saving grace here. We are 20 minutes in, and Samel is underneath the tier 4 tower, was almost to the Complexity fountain, killing off, well, anyone he can find.
And this can't be feeling good if you're Complexity, because you probably have the read on the game that you were doing very well early, and they just they completely dropped the ball in the last 10 minutes, just giving EG so many kills by trying to fight when, you know, I can understand that they're trying, but at the same time, you got to respect the strength of your opponents, and they keep setting themselves up for these really good combos, and you have to expect that players of this caliber from EG will be able to land these combos. And
this is the concern we were having. This is the concern we're having with Complexity. If the emotions get too much from them, like they're playing really, really well, one team fight doesn't happen, then you get almost, I don't want to say faded. Like, it was just EG playing amazingly with that fight underneath the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Like, that happened, and Complexity's emotions have to drop at that point. Like, that's the tilt moment. And it's going to be a test of Complexity's just team morale. If they can hold themselves together, keep their minds in this game, and try and find a path to victory. We've seen Sven's kick back previously. As you said, Tin, like, look for those critical items. Get the BKBs up on the Sven as well as the OD, and look to have more favorable fights. They were able to outmaneuver EG previously. Can they do it again?
Certainly is difficult right now. You can see a change in pace simply from Complexity. There are 3 heroes mid, just 2 heroes sitting behind Limp. The IO Sven are trying to split push, and this is, you know, this is the greedier way of playing. It's not the greediest, because with all that they gave away, it's probably a bit too hard for them to just keep farming all 3 lanes right now.
Well, there's an opening, they can see it.
Yep.
With the smoke up by Complexity, Universe walked right on top of the Observer Ward. He gets his own Observer Ward there too, so probably might be feeling a little bit more confident in Arteezy. That's the bigger one. They'll slow him down, the Troll Trap's available, but Arteezy, he just enrages and runs away. The relocate's too far out, but no, they caught him with the Oracle. Universe finds a 5-man back wall, the Sonic Wave! The damage is huge, but they need to follow it up a little bit more fierce there. Turning on the Magnetize, it's PPD, lets the ulti rip, the relocate will drag him back out. There's still a 2-for-1, this is good for Complexity as long as they don't lose Limp, but there's just no way out. He's surrounded on all sides. Swindle starts to TP, but once again, Fear just kicking a goal. Swindles will go down. Complexity, they lose 3. It looked good at the start, but damn, Universe, his Darkseer is one of the best in the world for a very good reason, and that is probably reason number 322. That was just too good.
That was so incredible. 5-man back wall. I think the Sonic Wave hit 4 of them, was a little bit delayed. But they, again, the read from EG, they actually willingly take the fight after Arteezy dies. They know that their combo is that strong that when Complexity have committed key abilities to try to kill off this Ursa.
He sees Hanskin thanks to the ward. Hanskin will just tether himself away in time.
Oh, Fear's going for Ags, it looks like. That's
a PPD.
Something we don't see Earthquake
Free gold.
very much.
4-star, Chessie keeps up with him thanks to the Blink Dagger. Frostbite, making life a little bit harder for Chessie. He's got his Stormbolt, but this is the Crystal Maiden that you're struggling to kill off. PPD will go down. He bought his Etherlens recipe before death, however. So not too much money is lost.
That's a little bit greedy from Peter to go and farm here.
They saw him too, thanks to the Observer one.
Yeah. But it's like, you weigh the risk-reward there. You go and get that camp, or you get killed in the enemy jungle and give them a little bit of time to get out on the map.
Want to keep my eyes on Roshan. He potentially can spawn up in 15 seconds.
He was 4-0-11 on the Crystal Maiden, so that kill gave a little bit of extra gold over to the IO.
Not bad, but what does he really do with it? Okay, he actually is very close to the mech.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Arteezy, he wants to jump. He's got Diffuser Blade up right now. HR just ready and rearing to go. Chessie still hitting into the tower. Swindles sitting on the tree line side. They're going to surge up Arteezy, but he's not feeling the opening. So this surge is going to come in late. Swindles is probably the only one really exposed here for Complexity. But EG don't find the opening, so they don't jump. Alright, so it's actually a quick spawn time for Roshan as well. We've got 50 seconds until he's up.
This just goes to show how snowbally of a game Dota can be sometimes. They kill the position 5 of the Radiant team, and it gets them a tower and almost completing it actually gives them a mech on IO too. That one kill gave IO in total 800 gold. And a lot of momentum to Complexity. That mech can make a huge difference when you look at how these fights have been going down.
EG, wait. They just have to wait. Like, they need 10 seconds. Obviously, with that dominated creep, the Wild Wing Ripper being inside the pit, it's too hard just to slip yourself in and take that kill. Instead, they go to mid. Chessie initiated on. They need the kick, and there she is. Chessie held in position once again, and back. The Universe goes in so deep somehow with a Sonic Wave. Z-Freak and Hanskin will stay alive, but in comes Fear again, turning on the Magnetize, right on top of Complexity. Throw down the rocks, but Complexity, they do kill off Samael. And Chessie, he wants to go for more here. A little bit hard when Fear just keeps kicking Limp into oblivion. And Chessie, he's locked in position. He's actually dying right now. Thanks to the Veil, he will survive with Hanskin tethering in at the last moment. It was scrappy, but it's good for Complexity. They kill off the Queen of Pain just as Roshan spawns up as well.
I think that mech kept 3 heroes alive. They just got it. And this time around, EG dive a lot deeper, and Complexity are in a better position. It's EG engaging, Complexity are spread out. Universe still gets a decent back wall, I think, on 2 heroes. But the Sonic Wave coming in, hitting the same 2, it's just not enough. They can't follow through as hard in behind that tower when they open like that. And Call playing to their strength there behind that.
I think you hit the nail on the head, man. This is cause and effect right now. PPD dies, it gives the timing for Hanskin to get the mech, and then the big team fight, EG willingly go into it when that mech comes up. I don't think they actually knew about it beforehand.
I don't think they knew that.
Or else they would never have made that play. Universe went in and it didn't control as well as his previous initiations. Of course, controlling up all 5 heroes in his previous one is difficult to top.
Yeah. Next time we'll get 5 heroes and an Enchantress. Yeah, this is a pretty good last 5 minutes from Complexity. They're taking the chances they're given. It's not big chances, but they're definitely still in this game.
How much is that? Okay, so this
is
not too bad.
First BKB up.
How far is the OD away from his? Because he actually ended up bypassing with the Dragon Lance.
Curious to see if he's going to disassemble this and build BKB, and then I don't know if he would want to keep that quarterstaff for anything.
Here goes Arteezy. They started up. It's a nice Radiant Observer Ward up on the hillside. Now Complexity have no way to get rid of this. They're not walking around with a gem, and they've only got the sentries over on Z-Freak. So by the time they get down to Roshan, he's already dead. Arteezy doesn't even use his Enrage for this. And yeah, you send the troll in from Enchantress, it's a little bit too late. Arteezy's already got the Aegis, and he's going to go for Swindles. The attack comes in. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the overpower right now, but Universe will buy that control time, combining with the Nova, and there you go. Arteezy taking out the Enchantress. And that's 50 seconds on the sideline, but buyback is available. But you really don't want to have to expend that as this Enchantress. You need every little cent you've got.
EG need to be a little bit careful if they push too fast up here. He won't have Enrage on Ursa. Sure, he has the Aegis, but you don't really want to just throw that away if you can get a good... Like, they really want to nail the combo on the first try.
Yeah. In that case, we should be keeping our eyes on Universe's position.
It'll be okay. He'll have it ready.
Complexity this time are a lot more nicely split up.
Radiant's middle tower.
Limp goes to the far east. Chessie has to play the frontline role. Obviously, he's the deep push here. Oh, 4-star, nicely done by PPD. Puts Chessie in a bad position. Hanskin tried to get it back out, but he got silenced. He could have finished him with a Sonic Wave. They bring down the Sven. The OD imprisonment will make sure Hanskin sticks around to die. Complexity, they've lost 2 without buyback. Z-Freak will keep Limp alive, but again, Fear. He goes for the kick. He'll find the target. The defensive imprisonment. How much life will OD have as he comes back out? PPD lets it go, and OD just pops almost a second is done. Even the Radiant Courier dying up in the middle of all of this. Arteezy, is he wanting to get back out? The OD has bought back, and PPD on the run back out. You've got the Eclipse, but there's just not enough time. Limp was actually silenced. He can't finish the job. They've lost him again. This could be the game right now. Swindles will go down as well. They'll chase up the Z-Freak. One more hit. There she blows. 27-10. EG, they will take the bottom racks. The only thing that really slows them down here is 1, the creep wave is not instantly there, and 2, they still have tier 2 towers up in the mid and the top lane. That may be the only reason why Complexity don't want to concede this.
Fear is so good this tournament. It's just a pleasure to watch that. It doesn't matter what hero they put him on. His positioning and his reads on fights, it's absolutely incredible. If you go back to that fight and you just follow Fear around, look at how he he predicts movements before they even happen, and he's always in the right position to get the most effective boulder smashes out over and over again.
You really can't stop him, man. Like, he's actually
and
gone
why
again.
not? Let's get another one.
Long-range kick from Fear. Hanskin again. This time he will be successful with a relocate out, and they needed that. If they lost this Sven right now, like, that would just be completely crippling. Like, he is still the highest net worth. That's maybe the funniest thing where we got to give, like, props. Get away, Chessie.
I see nothing wrong here.
Everything is balanced. But Chessie still has the highest net worth on the entire field. Like, that's kind of like the irony of this whole situation, where it feels like Complexity just cannot take a team fight because they're getting over-controlled by EG. And all this money of Sven, it goes to waste because it doesn't achieve anything.
He can't do it all on his own, and everyone else is just so out-farmed.
Like, if he had a Darkseer combo, okay, now they go Arteezy. Well, nice BKB, very, very quick. Again, they go for the follow-up kick, but no one from Complexity was going to force the issue.
Well, looks like EG might be thinking about this, even though they have BKB on cooldown for RTZ. They were posing just a little bit there with maybe going in.
Why wouldn't you? You're going to have so much confidence at the moment. You got a level 3 Sonic Wave ready to go. Even a level 2 Freezing Field if it comes to that. But the bigger thing is you got an Aghanim Scepter Earth Spirit. Like, how does Complexity even find a kill? Like, Fear's in the right place at the right time on the right EG channel every single time. Complexity just can't. Okay, they go on RTZ, but again, they just break him free. Universe goes in, the back wall, Swindle's in the middle of that PPD. He's letting it go until finally the imprisonment will stop it. The Complexity lost to Chessie, who'll finally get rid of the purple rat being Universe. He's in so deep. We've split the fight to 2 different paths, but Chessie, he's in no man's land under the tier 3 tower. Huntskin's the only one to survive this, and he is not enough. The creep wave is pushing in through bottom. He can't even de-push this. He can pull it back to his fountain, and that's all. But EG will just storm down mid. There is buyback over on this vent, so Complexity. This is their spirit, though. Like, a lot of other teams would probably, like, they'll consider conceding, but not Complexity. They fight to the bitter end until, like, the hope is completely removed, and the only hope they care about is if their fountain dies. That's it. Hope will remain until that point.
I mean, we saw a huge comeback yesterday with OG versus Fnatic. That was the biggest comeback of the tournament until then.
It
For Complexity to come back
from
here
EG,
is... Complexity coming back here would be even more ridiculous than that game was.
This mid tower, 3 seconds over on the OD, and they're jumping in. Sven, he's got to buy back now. OD's up, but they've just lost their Oracle, and they've just lost the Enchantress. The saving grace and that long-range damage is gone. I just can't see a way that this can be stopped. Like, you buy Mask of Madness now over on Chessie. Like, he's trying to increase his attack speed because he can't afford something like a Moonshot, and they jump in. They go on limb. He already used his imprisonment, so he was just a sitting duck.
And this is, you know, if Complexity are holding on
Look
to...
at it.
Uh-oh.
It's Chessie, like, you can't kill an Earth Spirit. And look at him. Like, he's just going to stone him and then ball himself out. With the TP, Chessie can't stop Jack, and the Sonic Wave, Chessie's gone. Okay, this is almost becoming too detrimental for Complexity. GG, well played. They were just taking punishment after punishment and willingly taking it. EG, just such a solid play, and if people don't vote, in the words of Blitz, the poor players not get enough respect. Fear, he was playing out of his mind in this game.
I don't know, I think you can make a case for Universe too, though.
Oh, yeah.
The entire team just actually played so well, so damn well, all of them. And Classic EG, when they need to bring their A game, they do.
And absolutely love it. EG, what a start. That's going to be confidence right there going into game number 2. Of course, Complexity got to pick themselves up, kick back in. But of course, for now, we throw it back over to our panel to get their thoughts on why did it go so well for EG.
Thank you so much, Toby and Sin there in the caster box in the arena. It's going to be the boys in blue who will claim game number 1 against Complexity, and this comes with Complexity. Well, it felt like we're winning the laning stage, but when we were talking about yesterday, I believe over dinner, you said the key to this meta is team fight, team fight, team fight, and we saw a lot of it there from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I think what I felt from Complexity was they tried to draft a few heroes, like especially the Oracle in terms of helping the lane, but they didn't, and the Enchantress as well, they focused a lot on laning phase this time, and they didn't really focus on team fight, whereas EG, they did their thing, they had a lot of team fight, and even though laning phase was quite good for Complexity, they took a few bad team fights, and the crucial one was, I think the first one they lost at bottom, and then they still wanted to take a secondary team fight right after they lost the first fight, because they were probably feeling, oh, Sonic Wave is down. If we don't do anything during this period of time, it's bad for us. So they tried to force the issue. They lost another fight, and just basically the whole game just went downhill after that.
It felt like they had much more, though. Even if they don't have Sonic Wave, they had so much potential. Just between even Fear's Earth Spirit and the Darkseer coming out. Now, it's easy to give Fear a lot of credit for his tremendous Earth Spirit play, and I knew once they got the pick, I knew this guy's a natural on the hero, but got to give some props to Universe, of course, right, Ben?
Yeah, his vacuums are always at the right time. There was like one, I think, at the T2 where they didn't actually kill anyone, but I think there was a mech involved there that helped Complexity survive that fight. But most of the fights, there were like 4 or 5-man vacuums. The one at the top rune where Arteezy got caught out, and then everyone just like exploded after the Sonic Wave was pretty crazy. But all in all, you can see why they value the Darkseer so much over someone like the Nature's Prophet or even the Enchantress that Complexity favored this game. Like, it doesn't matter if EG wins or loses the lanes. If they win, they're going to push towers towards team fights. If they're losing the lanes, or even like it was this game, then they'll take team fights and crush you from there.
OG, is there really any reason EG should not just keep going for the Darkseer if the teams are going to keep giving it to him as an option?
I think we'll definitely see the Darkseer come out in the next draft. And I think, talking about the draft, it was just very smart from PPD. He looked at what Complexity do. They do this thing where they do group up early. We know that Complexity have got really good team play, but they don't necessarily always have the team fight heroes. And straight on top of it, EG's there, Universe is there. They've got the counter to this grouping up that Complexity do. And at the end of the day, Complexity's kind of love and the bond that they have was just their own demise. And PPD was there to punish it.
Now, with this loss, this means Complexity are going to be the team that need to bounce back if they want to be able to try to stretch this to a Game 3. I have been informed that we actually have an extra video clip here. It's back from when Complexity first did those player hype intros, and we can see an interview about how they felt coming in to the Shanghai Major.
Hey guys, I'm Simon. My nickname is Hanskin. I play for Team Complexity. I play the support position. I wouldn't say we have more training, probably. Like, they play a lot of Dota. They've been around for a long time, but I think we're definitely the better team. As cocky as that sounds, I think we have better chances as majors than our colleague.
What keeps me going and makes me such a top player is playing a lot of Dota, watching replays, and is work on your own mistakes. Watch your own replays is the most important. Like, watch yourself and see what your flaws is, and yeah, you can't think you're a top player if you're not. You always have mistakes. So if you keep on working on your mistakes and you put in the right amount of time, you're gonna be a top player.
Watching the last LAN in MDL, we saw eHome take down Evil Geniuses, and I think they're gonna be the favorites coming up in this LAN.
Our team is a really streaky team. If we do well, I can see us going far in this tournament, but if we start slow and have a few poor results, I can definitely see us finishing near the bottom.
So I think there's a few really strong teams right now, like eHome is definitely one of them, and EG as well. They looked really strong at MDL and other tournaments recently as well, so I think those teams will be the best at this major.
We fear nothing!
Very confident Complexity squad. They knew, even coming into this event, that EG were probably going to be their toughest test, and here they are facing off against them for the second time now. So we've got to look forward to game number 2. But the one thing I want to say is, even if EG are gifted the opportunity to go for Darkseer, I imagine they can't go back for the Oracle once again. It just doesn't seem, as nice as it is to be able to try to eliminate the Darkseer out of the laning phase, it feels like he ends up being a bit underwhelming through the rest of the game. Would you agree with that, Ben?
We've seen Sven's as like the single core shut down a lot, and Oracle is kind of good at making someone Superman, but it just wasn't enough versus the mass AoE team fight. Same with Abaddon. He's good at, when they have single target stuns, Primal Roar, Arrow, those sort of things. But when you have all the spread damage, everyone is clumped up, Sonic Wave, Magnetize, Freezing Field, all these AoE spells, like you can't heal through all of that. So it was. I agree that they focus way too much on laning phase. The Enchantress pick, I was like, this might not be good. They have Wisp and Ench. It's a little greedy. How are they going to put up versus teamfight? Do you think they should go back to teamfight strats they have been running?
I mean, I'm hoping to see that they'll get something like the Enigma or the Tidance through the draft. I really think that's what the side of Complexity needs to do, but I don't think EG is going to let them have it. I don't think EG is going to let Complexity get their hands on these heroes that are going to be able to deal with EG fighting as a full 5-man and just capitalizing on the fact that you are grouping up at these points. I think PPD, he seems to have come into this matchup. I think he's figured out Complexity. As we said, the first series in the group stages, it was EG Complexity, 2-1 to EG, sorted it out after the first game. I think this time around, PPD and the guys, they're not going to make any mistakes, and I feel that the next draft it's going to be another clear win, and I would be super surprised if Complexity can come back from this one.
I mean, but surely Swindles has prepared for this. He's very familiar with
PPD
I guess from
and
they put up a good fight in the group stage. So obviously he's going to be trying to think of solutions as to how to beat EG. Is it just straight all about the Enigma Tide? Do they have any other chance that they concentrate a lot on lanes, on pushing?
They did have the chance though to pick the heroes early, because EG didn't ban it in the first phase. When they opened with the Wisp, they could have just picked up something to go along those lines, like the Tide or what. But they didn't. They chose to go for the OD, which is more I think, geared towards the plan of they want to win their lanes. I mean, OD still provides some sort of team fight with the ultimate, but not as great as their previous combinations. So I think the main thing here is to focus more on team fighting for complexity. Like, both teams will focus on team fight, and I think that if you focus on lanes with your complexity, the game plan is just not as good as focusing on team fight. So I think this game they'll adjust. They'll just try to open with more team fight based heroes, because we know that if they don't pick it in the first phase, PPD will most likely ban it in the second phase, like what happened in the first game.
And going back to, like, what about selection priority? Does Dire matter that much? We saw them make use of Ursa on the Radiant.
I think it's harder to play EG if they're on Dire, in my opinion. But at the same time, through our discussion, because if you want to focus on getting teamfight heroes, having first pick is great for you, because then you can snag up the hero right away. So I think maybe if your complexity, you would actually side a bit more to wanting to get the first pick if you actually have selection priority. So. Yeah.
What do you do with that first pick, though? Do you think Complexity is the kind of team that will
Enigma?
try to get Enigma or Earth Spirit for themselves? They played okay.
I actually
Fear
say
played very good, but
might be more important, because Beastmaster will likely be banned out again.
I actually think you can give them Darkseer, but you have to have very strong lanes to deal with it, and not let the Darkseer actually get so much. But at the same time, if you, I'm thinking that if you open with Enigma, then it probably makes it difficult to deal with the Darkseer. So it's either if you go Enigma, maybe you have to get a better, carry that can actually deal with Darkseer in the laning phase that is strong, or you go for a greedy carry, a teamfight carry, but you don't draft a jungler. You just draft like 3 heroes in the lane against Darkseer. So you make sure Darkseer doesn't get anything if EG opens the draft with Darkseer.
have we figured out yet what the solution may be? Let's say if the Enigma is to come out, it seems like that's been the puzzle for this meta so far. At least a big part of it is how do you deal with the Enigma? A lot of people are saying it's not just as easy as being able to kind of intercept him in the jungle or disturb the flow there. So do you counterbalance it with your own heavy greedy play, or do you continue to strive for some way to kind of nip it in the bud as far as where Enigma is able to really thrive?
We discussed this yesterday. It's either you get the Bounty Hunter, which is by far the best roamer to pressure him, which is typically banned out, or you have a very strong offlaner that kind of suffers, or actually thrives against
dual lane, I guess. Because sometimes it's very hard for one hero against, like, it depends on the matchup, right? If you're Prophet, I know I've been talking a lot about Prophet, but Prophet against the Sven is not really a great matchup. Like, they can deal with you very well, so I think in most cases, if you want to make sure that you have a very good laning phase as the offlaner, 2 heroes is best, if you can actually make that setup happen.
To take a step back, it sounds like we actually have an MVP here for game number 1. Of course, this is the MVP as far as the spectators go. So we can check that out right now, and we'll see if our panel actually agrees with it or not. It looks like they are going to be awarding Arteezy with it as far as his Ursa play. Fear will be the second with his Earth Spirit, and then Universe on the Darkseer. My early impression is it's more probably on Universe to be the playmaker for his team. What did you guys think about who you felt was the independent player that game for EG?
It was fairly close though. Look at the numbers.
Between these 3.
I think Arteezy has like a baseline of like 25% though. So I would put Universe number 1, Fear number 2, and then all 3 of the others about the same.
I'd agree.
But Arteezy did make a very big play. I think the play where he died at top and then he TP'd bottom, he smoked. I think that play was really big. That was a huge play that he got 2 kills at bottom with that smoke play.
Is that something unique for Ursa? Because when I saw that, it almost felt reminiscent of like what we saw from like gyrocopters typically do. Where they
I don't think it's unique for Ursa. It's the mental part, because you die in a lane and then you want to quickly get something done, and because you just died, the enemy won't expect you to rotate away, and at the same time it can be very risky. What if you actually made that rotation and you get nothing? Then you will be in such a terrible position. But he was able to make the first kill, and then he had the guts to actually die for the second kill as well, which we were, wow, that was actually so dangerous. But he actually got out with like a sliver of HP. So
he just got level 6 from that first kill, and he didn't have him enraged for that first death up top. But no. That's something that was, I think, enabled by the Darkseer, because they can't just like run up. I guess most offlaners that you had would be able to set up on the edge, but
yeah, but I think that was the play that actually changed a lot in the early phase, because we were talking about how Complexity is having a very good laning phase, and then that happened, and Arteezy got so much out of it. He got like 1.5 levels from that.
Sounds like we have a draft ready to go for game number 2, so why don't we go ahead and hop into it. It's going to be Complexity versus Evil Geniuses. Will Complexity be able to square this series back up and take it to game 3, or will EG stride on forward with a 2-0 shutout? We'll have to see. And another point I wanted to bring up is Z-Freak here. I typically love to see him on more of those playmaking kind of a heroes, whether it be the Earth Spirit or the Mirana we've seen. Last game he was under the Oracle. Is it better for Complexity to give him those kind of playmaking heroes, and do you think they might go for it here?
I think it's better for the lanes if he actually moves around. I don't know. They were doing okay in the lane last game. At the same time, their draft was focused on winning the lanes. But as long as they have more team fight from their cores, I'm okay with whatever they give.
Yeah, obviously it's easy to say, Dakota, when you watch a game, oh, they have a very defensive lineup and they couldn't do anything. But what if it works? Like, they actually make it work. They counter gang and they were really patient and they were able to stretch the game. Then obviously we would talk about, oh, how this pick was being really successful.
What do you think about Evil Genius? It seems like this is the second game now where the first phase, it's not more about the Wisp. They only fear the Tiny. Like, that's the big problem, and they feel like is this something we'll expect from them every single game if there is a third game, let's say?
I think so. I think Beastmaster is also a very pivotal part of like the overall complexity strategy. Because every time we talk about COL, we always say they're a very team-based team. They always play around each other. They're very good at team fight. They're very good at making the big decisions. And Beastmaster, I think even Cinderin mentioned when he was on a panel, the hero just gives you so much information, allows you to make the correct and best decisions in most cases to understand what you should do. So the hero definitely is one of the heroes that makes Complexity's playstyle very, very good.
Also looks like EG are back on Radiant again with first pick, and with that first pick, they're going to be picking up what they've picked the most this patch so far, Vengeful Spirit. At least at this major, they've picked it 3 times already with a 2-1 record, and again, Complexity are going to be going for the Wisp first pick.
I think they run the risk of getting Drow Rangered, though, with the IO pick. I think that's something that Peter would look to do. You want them to draft heroes that they're very comfortable with, NP, IO, and both of these are still left in the pool, and both of those I think are really, really weak against a very strong push. Yep. And Drow Ranger also ensures your lanes. I don't know if they will be able to solidify it.
It's like EG wants Complexity to pick heroes that are very good in a lane and not good in a team fight. They just want Complexity to play like that. But I've seen some of their drafts even when they have the IO, they have like Tai, they have all the team fight heroes, they have like Brewmaster sometimes. So I feel like even though they open the draft with the IO, team fight should still be the focus on what they build it up in the next few picks. So Darkseid is obviously still really good, like good in team fight, good in lane. So it's definitely a hero that fits both the departments.
Still Tide and Enigma in the pool also. If EG want to grab up one or the other, it's been a go-to for them, typically against Wisp picks, and they'll actually go for it here and now.
This actually might mean the Darkseer has a very good chance of having a really good laning phase, depending on what type of carry. We've seen like when EG pick Enigma, they always go for, I think Klings is the most common. So they actually help the support deal with the offlaner very well, because Klings doesn't really need much support, and Enigma can just do whatever he wants, his farm, wait for his level 6 smoke and get a kill.
I didn't notice if it was banned yet or not, but typically what they like to pair along with that Klings is going for the Faceless Void. Could it be something that EG do consider here? We'll have to see as obviously Complexity, they get all very involved with their draft. Swindle very commanding with it. Looks like Faceless Void's out there, but they do ban the Klinks there.
I think the other hero that could possibly replace the Klink's position is maybe Gyro. I know we haven't seen EG use the hero at all, but we've seen a few picks yesterday. He's fairly decent in the laning phase, good team fight. And it's quite hard for Darkseid to get close up to the Gyro because of the Rocket Barrage. So that could be a pick that would strengthen their laning phase against Darkseid and be very useful in team fights as well. But it's not as strong late game compared to the other carries, obviously.
Can ask our resident gyrocopter expert here what he feels about going for the Gyro and against a Wisp Darkseer already.
I think Gyro can be a bit of fun. I don't know if they'll do it though, EG. I think
yeah.
I'm going to be very interested to see whether the Sven comes into in this draft. I think obviously it could be a hero that both teams could be looking at. At the same time, I'd really like to see Complexity give us another little bit of a show with the Chessie Ember Spirit. And, they've got the Darkseer already, they've got the Eye, they've got the global potential. Is there potential that we could see Ember Spirit come through the draft from Complexity?
Yeah, I think that when you pick Darkseid, there's 2 ways to go by. Either you pick like heroes that work really well with Vacuum, or you pick heroes that work very well with the Iron Shell. Yeah. And definitely when you're up against Enigma jungling, when you want to pressure the lanes more, you want to use heroes that can, pair very well with the Iron Shell. Apart from Ember, we have like the Tusk. I think Complexity picks a lot of Tusk as well, and it could be very useful in the laning phase. But there we go, the Void being taken out. So
isn't it weird that they banned the Mirana? That means they're like, they don't care about the OD, but they care about the OD plus the Mirana. Isn't that strange?
no, I think the reason, if you look at their third and fourth bans, they're banning out Bounty, they're banning out Mirana after they pick Enigma. It's just protecting their jungling hero.
I don't think Mirana's particularly good at invading the enemy jungle though, at all.
Yeah, but at the same time, even though if you feel like he can't really invade, yeah, obviously he can't beat the Enigma, but he can be a nuisance towards the mid laner because you know you're not going to be able to help the mid laner so much because you have a jungler. So you want to eliminate heroes that can be so annoying like Mirana against the mid laner. So it's somewhat, even though I mentioned protecting the jungle, but it could also be protecting the mid laner more because you're being greedy.
Big question though here is, when is the right time to pull out that mid-lane Jakiro here from Complexity?
Oh, you really like the hero though, Dakota. I mean,
just like to see something
they
new.
have vacuum ice path, so
This may be the time. No, but we'll have to see what instead they put their priorities because, yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of attention towards the mid lane could be the ticket here for Complexity, being able to punish the greedy Enigma.
How come this is seems to be a matchup that we just don't see both teams touch upon the Nature's Prophet here?
I think even though it's a really good hero, probably Complexity figure out that EG wants them to go for heroes that are really good in the lanes.
Oh!
So you look at what they're doing right now, like they are focusing back on team fight. So they have the vacuum into upheaval and the rock, obviously. It's really good team fight and you have a good disable to stop the black hole from a very good distance.
Yeah.
So it's a really, really good pick against what EG have. And more importantly, we talk about what they need to focus team fight. So this is looking good for Complexity.
Do we know if this is a mid lane Warlock, a Z-Freak Warlock?
10 seconds remaining.
I remember seeing them playing on Z-Freak once. Do you guys recall?
5 seconds.
Oh,
I know there was a Warlock earlier in this tournament in the hands of Alliance, which in that case it was EGM playing it in the 4 position. I'm just not sure with Complexity how they like to prioritize this and how much they want to be able to get that team fight online sooner than later.
I personally like a mid lane core Warlock because it's like you want the hero to come online faster and support is like a bit greedy. But obviously it's still open to option where you want to put him as support, it's still possible, or you want to put him as a core. So what do we have, Ben?
Statsman Wu?
Last game it was played by Limp in the middle lane combined with Ogre, AA, Gyro, and a Swindle Melons Slordar.
I would be happy to see any of those.
Gyro seems good with the
Fatal
Warlock,
Bonds.
with the IO, yeah, Fatal Bonds as well.
And they lost.
Okay.
Versus DC.
I mean,
my
generally
goodness.
these strategies are always like you want to use it only one time, so you want to catch your opponent by surprise. So, because it's like if the hero doesn't win team fights and you lose one team, it's like the game will be so difficult for you.
I think they've used it twice though. They've actually won a game with it. I'm trying to find the other game.
That's nice.
Nicely done, OD. It will be an Ember coming out in the core position here for Complexity to be able to utilize that Ion Shell. We mentioned it yesterday. Ember Spirit overall not a very successful hero in the tournament, but yesterday it's found some success in the hands of Secret, and we'll see it again here for Complexity.
Yeah, but I wonder if they're actually going to do Quaswax after seeing that, because Quaswax is way better against... Nah, they're going to probably going... maybe not. It's still possible to go Quaswax with Drow. It doesn't mean that you have to go Exalt, because against Ember, it's really good to have that Tornado. You remove the Flame Guard, and you remove the Iron Shell. Those are the primary damage of the first 4 heroes. You look at these 4 heroes, their damage comes from Iron Shell and Flame Guard. So these are the 2 big spells that you want to have the Quaswax Invoker deal with if you're actually going to go that route. And Ben, you called the Drow, OD called the Drow, so their laning phase will be very good as well again this time. And they have a very fast tempo here. Like most of their heroes are very fast tempo with the Drow aura. They're going to be looking to push after they win their laning phase. And maybe even sneak a Roshan, I want to say, because they have Drow and Bench. If they can actually do that, it would be really nice.
From Radiant side, huh?
Yeah.
That'd be something else. What about for Universe here? Do they get something big in team fight like the Tidehunter, which is still out there and again, or do you look for something else?
Tidehunter, Oh, they're more worried about Brood actually.
Turn to battle.
But even though they have the Darkseer and the Ember, they're still worried about them. That's strange, but yeah, Tide could work really well for them. For just to strengthen their team fight.
I think first you want to see if it's a core warlock or a support warlock, and then after that you decide whether or not you want more team fight or not.
Yeah, and they have last pick anyways.
I mean, if they're going all in it with the pushes, you don't feel there's any room for Universe to go, alright, we'll just get the Nature's Prophet out for this one.
Yeah, Prophet is really nice with the draw aura. And
it's fast paced.
And it's fast paced.
Versus Darkseer Warlock, you want fast pace. You want to hit before IO gets level 6. You want to play around the Warlock ultimate timing, and I think it would actually work
and
really well.
Not to mention that it's really good in the laying phase as well against the Wisp. I think if you actually do Wisp and Warlock support, it's very hard for them to zone Prophet. So that could play to the hands of EG if they actually do that.
And with the final ban, we saw Evil Genius is rid of the PL, so they're not certain whether or not this will be a core Warlock or not.
I just think like if they do support Warlock, it might actually be too greedy though. It might be hard to pull off. Like core Warlock seems a lot more stable for their lineup. I'm not sure. Might be wrong.
Yeah, because then you either live Wisp with pretty much nothing, and he'll be an easy pot shot there for Drow, or Warlock will take a long time to really get a powerful rock into the game. So we'll have to see what Complexity do decide to identify this Warlock with their final grab now.
Is there any reason for them to go back for the OD now that they know that it's going to be Invoker in the mid lane?
It's tough because he doesn't deal that well with push.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think they care if they pick. I don't think Evil Geniuses care if Complexity get OD.
Okay.
It's okay in the mid lane, but Invoker plus Drow Aura, and then you're going to get pushed down pretty early. Then it's more dangerous.
How Complexity
hey,
won this game.
Do you like this, bro? My friend, do you like the gyro here? Nice. So Warlock is gonna be the support. Is Gyro gonna go? Gyro's gonna go mid, right?
It'll be the Amber Eye mid, won't
it? They have ran Gyrocopter in the mid lane not that long ago.
Yeah, they ran it yesterday.
And a Nyx Assassin going to be coming out here. This looks to be an off-lane Universe Nyx Assassin now. So with the draft complete, let's go ahead and send it over to the arena. We have a gentleman who does love Drow Ranger a bit more than Visage does, and his partner in crime, Cinderin.
You may or may not be right, Dakota. Of course, EG do know how to tick my box, and they've actually ticked 2 of my boxes this time around. Enigma and Drow Ranger, both in the same game. Plus, we get to see a hero which Fear has been playing absolutely amazingly, the Nyx Assassin also for them.
Yeah, is this the first time Universe plays it in the tournament? Because they've played on Sumail and on Fear mainly, but they play it
It's a very good question. It's a very, very good question. So far, Ben, it just has been Sumail and Swirl Sphere. I have no other recollection of another game. So yeah, Arteezy Drow though gets to come back. Obviously, when he first started playing the Drow range, we always remember what would happen. He would play it mid, die 5 times, and they would end up still winning. In fact, it was I remember Fear saying, because he cast an MLG game with me one time, and his thoughts on Drow were basically she's really good for an aura, but she's crap at everything else. So I'd be very happy if you just sat back in base and did absolutely nothing apart from give me an aura. He said that during the middle of a cast. I'm like, okay, Fear. That's absolutely wonderful.
Well, things have changed since then.
They have.
And we're into game number 2. So EG did win the first game by playing superior teamfight, both in terms of execution and draft. This game, Complexity are trying to adapt to that by getting themselves a Warlock. But they kind of seem to have the same innate problem as last game. When you say they don't have very much lockdown to force the fight on their terms. They have slight chains, and PPD, nice juke downwards.
Swindles doesn't have Surge, so he can't even get Chessie in close. Obviously he doesn't want to, he wants to have Iron Shell instead. PPD, they are really playing with fire right now. Complexity are coming in so deep because they want to establish control over the Enigma's jungle. And Fear is going to be forced out of here. But you are right, though. Complexity, like, you look at the 2 supports. It's like, it's a Wisp as well.
Arteezy.
Arteezy, no, he's dead. The Shadow Word should tick him down. He's salved up. Actually, no, the Tango charges. It'll let him survive.
Oh my god.
Actually,
he was so...
Yeah, he's good.
He was so focused with checking where they were warding, so he has pinged out correctly. He's pinged out both sentries that Complexity placed. He put his hero in a position where he could see some movement, but he was so focused on those wards that they just ran in on him and almost killed him next to the tower. Oh man.
That would be a terrific start.
He stays alive though. He doesn't have the gold for a TP. Someone's going to have to
TPD just bought one for him. so it's dropped back at base. But yeah, I suppose PPD can make that money back by just taking some farm on the bottom lane. And really what Swindle's going to do about it is consistent damage. And this is kind of like the dream lane for a Drow Ranger. You just keep your distance, you let them tick down, and you just focus on getting your space, your farm. Level 6, the primary objective. He's not going to be able to kill off this Darkseer. Unless PPD gets himself a magic missile, like at the exact same time as Surge's cast, that off lane should be perfect for Swindles.
He's getting off a side pull here very nicely. PPD was not able to prevent him from doing that. That's going to give him level 2, 2.5 roughly.
You see how he's wanting to stay close enough so he can get the experience as well from the camp. Has to tank up a fair chunk for this. So the Universe Nyx Assassin offlane, how's this lane really meant to work? We saw Fear really showcase up against Eternal Envy just how great the Nyx Assassin is against an Ember Spirit. Obviously because Ember is a guaranteed stun when you trigger Spike Carapace. How is he meant to try and lane this now as the Nyx? Universe has burned all of the mana of Chessie, but Z-Freak's still zoning him out, or trying to at least.
Well, he's still got 2 mangoes, and the hero has good base regen. And the good thing about Nyx in the offlane is that if you just get levels, it's actually fine. This hero doesn't really need that much farm compared to, say, a Darkseer, for example, to be very effective. And him already being level 3 is definitely good enough so far. The IO is focusing a lot on stacking the jungle for the Gyro later. Or the Ember, depending on who they want it for. And this is just, this is definitely good enough for Universe. He's playing the lane the way he's supposed to. And yeah, sure, you can try to arrest him out with the Warlock, but we're back to the same problem. You don't have kill potential with this lane. Like the actual lockdown is not very good. Maybe if you bring over Aya, you have a chance.
Maybe
Not
that's
really.
where your question really like starts to flag. Because at this point, it looks like it's going to be Swindles who gets the stack with the help here of Hanskin. So they're going to inject the money into the Darkseer first, but it's that timing attack which Complexity you have to look for. If you don't have the control, then you move as 5 and you just say, okay, my team fight is far superior. We have Mech on Darkseer, we have the cooldown over on Limp. You should have Ember Spirit with the ability to at least control. And you need Z-Freak with level 6. The Wisp is kind of just like that bottle survivor for whoever needs help. But is Complexity able to hit a sweet timing when they didn't actually control Fear? He was able to get his camps up and running. In fact, that Dire Sentry ward didn't even block the camp. It looked like it kind of should have, but it actually didn't. So Fear is just able to freely again move through this jungle. And if there is one team that definitely understands this, it's Complexity.
Yep.
They push Z-Freak into the jungle all the time, and he comes out around the 6-7 minute mark with level 8 and a full mech.
Yeah, and I was saying that they were stacking for Ember or Gyro, and they end up giving all of it to the Darkseer, which goes to show what the game plan is. He was actually doing okay in the offlane, so he could have probably stayed there and got a little bit more out of it. Of course, this is way more effective for him, but you know, then this gold, the lane is basically empty for a while, and I do think all in all, they would have got more gold from keeping him bottom and giving the stack to Gyro or Ember, but this way you speed up your timing on the mech. It's very clear that that is the #1 priority for them so they can activate their team fight. And I think it's probably a good call, because you look over at EG and they have the better greed, so if you just greed the farm and put it on your carries, you're going to probably still come out weaker than EG will from the laning stage.
It's still the question, like, whose timing is better? Because Samael, he's not really been pressured in this mid. The Gyrocopter doesn't have kill potential in this mid lane as well. So it's just a simple, like, don't even need to get Exort. Samael's preparing himself for when the team fight's going to happen. And all he's got to do is just have his core swex up as far as he can. Universe top lane. Have they got enough? Universe can trigger a mango, and with the upheaval, Universe is slowed down. This could be first blood up on top lane. Chessie, the burn will work, and Complexity, they take first blood up on the top lane. Wonderful play. They saw it coming, and you see the extra point up in upheaval of Z-Freak paying off.
And the third point in Flame Guard. It's the duration, and it's especially obviously the absorb that prevents Universe from being able to break it. Yep, he stuck his nose up a bit too far, and Complexity get the first blood there.
It's still the critical lane I'm looking to see like Complexity get a kill on or control on. I guess this bottom lane right now where EG are about to take the tier 1 tower. PPD actually purposely stacked the wave, and this timing on the attacks from EG, but Swindles read it perfectly. but you're getting your level 6 up very, very quickly on this Droid Ranger. So everyone over on EG, apart from the next assassin, is about to get a huge injection of damage. Which is what makes this Quas Wex even more achievable. PPD, you're really low, man. Like, that's going to be so tempting for Swindles. He sees PPD at 250 life. He's got Iron Shell and Surge.
He's got a point vacuum.
He actually yeah, he leveled up back. PPD, well, juke it around the trees. That won't be enough. He let off the stun and has to consume the Fairy Fire. And Swindles, does he want to surge forward? He doesn't really well, he has enough mana for the surge and vac.
They might have baited Swindle to come forward here so that Fear can get in.
Yep. And Fear, well, Swindles hasn't used his surge yet. Now he will. Into the trees as far down as possible. Arteezy, Gus comes off cooldown. With the Wave of Terror, they see him, and that'll let the Malphus go off. And, well, goodbye, Swindles. No way to survive this one. He's still fairly tanky, as he took so long to go down, but it is still a kill on the offlane for both sides now. That's also level 6 for Arteezy.
And I'm really happy that EG chose to go for the Quaswex like you talked about. I think it's the right choice this game for them. They obviously have the Tornado against the Ember Spirit, which is incredible.
Universe. Hanskin. Surprise. EMP's going to go. Hanskin's attention turned around. Oh, Universe! He goes for the double stun. The Wisp will die from the fall from the Tornado. Samael is still very low in limb. He doesn't have the mana. He can't really do anything. Samael is low. But they give him the life. He'll end up surviving. Chessie wants to come down for the rune. He'll be able to get it, even though it'll cost him a stun off Universe. The man, what a double stun from Universe. And
did it double stun?
It did. On my screen, it did.
I think he only hit one of them. Well, regardless, the idea was really good.
I'm gonna blame the lag on my screen if it didn't. Either way. They go middle lane again. EMP, Tornado, Cold Snap, Limp being burned out. Warlock lets the Shadow Word go, but how much damage have they got? Not enough when they... Okay, well, there is a stun, but in comes the Ember Spirit. Where's the Searing Chains? Not enough mana, only 4 stick charges for Chessie. That would have put him up high enough.
Universe has Arcane Boots in 5 seconds. If he wants to activate this Vendetta into Arcane Stun, he can do it. He knows that Chessie doesn't have Flame Guard.
They're going top in step. They found Hanskin. Now Hanskin can tether himself away to... Okay, well, Samael, that looks like the easiest kill we've seen all series.
Oh, Chessie.
He actually... Yeah. Universe ready to go. Well, he actually... Arcanes, stuns. The Flame Guard did get up in time, so Chessie negates a large portion of the damage, but even with that...
But nope,
he's still
Tornado! Hey!
Come on, man. Invoker was balanced. You know this.
I do think if it wasn't for Flame Guard, Samael might just be playing Exort this game. It's just that good of a counter. Quaswex Invoker ruins Ember early on. And, of course, they also have the Drow, so he has more presence in lane, like you also mentioned. It's a great choice here. I'm happy to see Quaswex once in a while, because I feel like most of the time players just autopilot over to Quas Exort, because it's what everyone else plays, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes you just don't think about the potential you have from going a different build.
It's just a good read for this game. Like, you understand complexity, you're trying to have a far superior team fight. And Quaswex is the answer to that. He may still want to get 1 point up in Exort sometime soon, but he's only level 8. And Samael is going to go for the Hunter. In fact, maybe this can actually bring back like the Phase Boots Drum Orchid build over on the Invoker. Is that worth it in this game to try and pick off, or at least maybe even take out Z-Freak before the fight begins?
Orchid is very good this game, that's for sure. Top lane, Chessie, he went in way too far! Went in greedy, trying to pressure in PPD, and Universe was just sitting next to him in Vendetta.
He had the ward up. Like, there's a ward sitting on that hillside.
That's probably why he felt confident. Gave him a false feeling of safety there, seeing, I'm guessing Universe Vendetta, yeah, he Vendetta quite a while ago. And that's a big kill. That's the second death of Chessie.
They're really, like, they're folding behind now. Like, instead of using, like, stacks to propel the Gyro or the Ember Spirit forward, now they're using them to catch up. And that's not what you want to be doing when you're looking for a big group team fight timing. But they're still going to team up again. Coming to that top lane. This EG ward, the sentry from Z-Freak's too far away. So EG are aware of the rotation, and they now make the choice. Do they fight or do they dodge? Samael wants to fight. He's got himself a haste rune. He runs in. He's staring down Chessie. Now, Chessie is purposely not putting up the Flame Guard. He'll spirit himself away. The upheaval's going to go, but it reveals the fact that Z-Freak is in the tree line with the Malphus and the Midnight Pulse. He'll get the golem off, but the tower's already been taken out by the Enigma. Hanscom, there's your black hole from Fear. Jesse and Swindles, they can't go anywhere. Universe will come in. Guarantee kill over on Swindles. Limp gets a nice ulti off. Universe, will he survive? No, he will not. Complexity are able to get some rebuttal here, with Z-Freak picking up the double kill, even in death. And the relocate, they're coming forward. PPD or Samel. Samel will go invis, so Chessie has to spirit himself forward to chase down the captain of EG. PPD, one stun in the wave of terror. They're actually going to kill Hanskin in return, thanks to the tornado and the extra damage done by PPD.
Meanwhile, we got a boy just farming Ancients. He actually wasn't even there, I think, the whole time.
Hey, it's the Fear scenario, man.
Yeah.
Keep Dro out of the fight so the aura remains.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't. Arteezy wasn't there, right? At all.
No.
Not even for the original push of the tower.
If he was, he had no influence in the fight.
Yeah.
And his TP is still on cooldown.
He
so,
is getting
so
rich from all of this. He didn't need to contribute. EG arguably still come out on top. 3-for-3 exchange. They get the tower. They force out Golem. They trade for Black Hole, so I mean that's comparable, I guess.
Really? Complexity just upheavaled into Roshan thinking EG were going there. The hilarious thing is, they are, but it's 10 seconds after the fact. So Universe triggers up his Vendetta, he knows what's going on, and with the ability just to Soul Ring as well as just convert your conversions, they can easily have the damage to kill off Roshan, and they bring in the dominated Ogre Frost Mage. So Frost Armor as well. This is such a huge play from EG, and just proves how much Dota is a game of timing.
This is very, very big. They could probably go for the bottom tier 2 with this Aegis. Now they're going to play around Arteezy now that he has this. He's going to get his level 10 as well. Looks like he's prioritizing stats over both Gust and the Frost Arrows.
Wow.
4 points in the aura, of course. Let's see, yeah.
You'd almost expect like 3 Wraith Bands to be on the Dro Ranger when you do such a thing.
I would expect more points in Gust, maybe. I think it's a good call not getting more than 1 point in Frost Arrows in this game. It's not really, doesn't really seem that useful.
Yeah.
Against both Surge and an Ember, it's kind of, and a Wisp. But
Gust
Gust is good, especially against the Ember Spirit and the Darkseer. But he evaluates that 3-second silence will be enough to bring down the target, and probably is actually right with how much damage they're outputting. This upheaval is pretty useless.
It's too shallow. Like, it actually doesn't do anything. EG are not put in any kind of position where it's
it looks cool.
That is definitely true. If you're looking for a special effects Michael Bay award, I'm fairly certain Z-Freak will be up for the Oscar. Limp. Oh, there goes your tornado again. He's got no BKB. The EMP, Cold Snap, PvD, Swansman deeper. It's a nice back with the rock, but the rock came too early for it. And now in comes Chessie with the Spirit Jump. Samel and Fear. The mech did so much work, but it's already a double kill for Samel. Fear's on the run, and Chessie just can't keep up. Universe stuns back off cooldown. Chessie, one attack, there she blows. Universe will find the kill. Z-Freak in the tree line. Complexity have been team wiped, and nothing of value was lost. Literally nothing.
You mean for EG, right?
For EG. Yes, for EG. Probably should have been more specific.
Complexity were team wiped and nothing of value was lost. All right. Yeah, this is not looking good for Complexity. They're getting 14-minute racks. EG can just take their big win here and back out. And like you said, they lost nothing. They didn't even need to Black Hole and all of that. They didn't have it ready for Fear. And that looked like it could have been really good for Swindle when he comes in for that vacuum. I think he caught 4 in the vacuum, but I believe he got mana burned at the same time. So he didn't have the wall, and the follow-up from Complexity also wasn't on point anyway.
It seemed to be like the combination. Like the combination is meant to be vac, wall, golems drop, cooldown drops, and heavy flat cannon damage. And that's when you can see the damage coming in from someone like Chessie.
But it's just so difficult to set up.
He actually did so much damage. I agree with you. Like, how are you meant to even set that up? You can have a Nyx Assassin Vendettering in behind you at any point. Like, you even have like a Ghost Walking Invoker. He could be behind you.
And the swap from PPD in that fight as well. I think they actually wanted to relocate out the gyro, but the swap got him out of position.
And if the Wisp tethers into that, then Hanskin just kills himself. He doesn't have the survivability. Earn is not enough stats to survive this. Now EG stare down the tier 2 tower. I say stare down, they'll mow through it. Complexity cannot fight this.
They don't have the Warlock Golem for another 50. And EG should know this. It's a very long cooldown. They still have Aegis.
You see Complexity trying to get whatever they can. Like fortified top lane, and they can stop Chessie. Okay, fortify. Okay, they don't fortify top lane. They could have actually bought time. Chessie wouldn't have been able to easily take out that tower and come back in. But I suppose easy or not, Arteezy, he's taken out the tier 3. He is fatally bonded to a couple of these conversions, and Swindle's going to back him a little bit deeper, but Arteezy, he doesn't seem phased. Now the cooldown, this is better for them, but where's the follow-up damage? It's not there now, your Black Hole, it keeps the Ember locked. That's worth it, even for the one man. Arteezy just tanks up the rest of Complexity. He is literally a red rag to the Complexity bull. Takes it. Now the Aegis triggers, and Swindles will go down. The relocate from Hanskin, it will be successful. Chessie needs to slow down this attack, but he doesn't even have a single point up inside a fist. So if you're looking for that control, he has to walk in point blank on top of Arteezy. The Gust even coming back off cooldown. Now the Rock will drop with the back into the wall. They're not finding enough damage. The Gust is there trying by the space for the double TP out. Arteezy, he's successful. The Searing Chains, a fraction of a second too late. And Complexity, they can't even punish EG, who just took the tier 3 tower in mid, plus the melee Rex, and the range, well, it's a blow over. Like, a stiff breeze, and that is gone.
All right, so we don't look at the gold graph. How far ahead do you think EG are minute 16?
I'm going to say with the Raxus going down, 15k. How close am I?
20. I think it's not updated yet. This is probably more like 22.
Oh, there is the small dip back down again for Complexity. I don't know how that dip was created.
I think this is probably one of the biggest gold leads we've seen in the tournament, and it's at 17 minutes. It's absolutely insane how much EG have got out of this early game.
It's 17 minutes, and it's the 4th round of the lower bracket as well of the major.
Yeah.
It's not even just like you think, oh, maybe it's going to be like a slightly imbalanced group stage matchup. This is EG just walking all over Complexity.
They got the draft they wanted. I favor EG's draft quite a bit, but they also executed it so well and just found the openings that they needed to. They haven't taken a single bad team fight. They know that this is the one strength of Complexity's lineup, so they've managed to get skirmishes, take a couple of towers, take the Roshan. Ultimately, like you said, the timing for that was absolutely perfect. And then when they're ready, they go for the high ground push. That fight was executed super well. And you know, if Complexity can't even win those fights, their lineup actually can't win anything.
This time Z-Freak's upheaval's a little bit more useful. But look at Arteezy's range. He picked up a Dragonlance. He's outside of range of the upheaval. The Tornado's trying to have a scout out, but Z-Freak, now they realize exactly where he is. Swindles, jumps forward, there's your fact. The double, triple Spirits coming to Arteezy, but PBE will just swap him out. Chessie's in too deep, has completely exploded. 51 seconds on the sideline, no buyback available. EG, they look like they're going to bring down the team that took a game off them during the group stage and had all the confidence coming into this series. But EG, they have snuffed it out. There is no Complexity flame left.
Oh, look at Arteezy just laying into Swindle.
It's too easy for him. Like, the range is just too much, and Swindle can't do anything about it. Look at Swindle's mana. He can't be here right now. He can't combo, because all his O-Ring will do is let him trigger off the mech. That's all he can do. In fact, he used it for something else. Complexity have lost too many. It looks like it's over. They're back in the base, and it is. EG will eliminate Complexity 2-0. The second game not even taking 19 minutes to complete. But still, big props to Complexity. They got a long way in this tournament. Swindles wanted to make a big statement saying that SEA Dota as well as US Dota is looking very, very good. Obviously the teams are this far in the lower bracket, but Complexity definitely put a lot of their haters to shame right now.
Yeah, I think they exceeded most people's expectations, maybe apart from their own. I don't know where they would have placed themselves going into the tournament, but you look at this result, what is it? They get top 6, right? This is 5th, 6th?
That's top 6, man.
I think that's, you know, that is more than I would have expected out of Complexity for sure. I think they've had a really great showing here. It's a sad game to go out on. I would have liked them to have a little more, a draft that could have showcased their strengths a little bit more than this. But at the end of the day, they lose to a formidable opponent. I think the first game was pretty good. But yeah, EGR, I think you could just say, they are just the better team.
They're playing on the next level. Like, yeah. we cast the game the other day, and just like you were saying, like every single time, Fear is amazing. He's always in the right place at the right time. Like, his Earth Spirit game in Game 1 was unbelievable, but here in Game 2, it just felt like every single thing was working for EG. And Complexity, there was no room to breathe. They went for a big AoE team fight. It didn't really work. The Ember Spirit never really came online, and it was just it was a rough run for him. Of course, how rough it is. Let's throw it to the panel before we have the winners interview to get their quick thoughts.
Sin here, back at the panel, of course, with Merlini, OD, and Winter. We will await the winner's interview, but until then, gentlemen, game number 2 looked to be a landslide there for EG. Could we just throw it all together to say that it was their draft, their team composition, their timings? It just seemed like they're going to be on the comeback path from that lower bracket.
It's also just a mind game from game number 1. They lost so badly because they didn't have any team fight. They overcompensated by drafting too much team fight, but not enough laning, and then they just got rolled over.
Yeah, it wasn't balanced at all. Like, they got way too much out of the lanes. Like, the Knicks got very good levels. And I think more importantly, the other thing I wanted to highlight is switching up the Invoker. The Quaswex Invoker actually did so much with the Tornado EMP this game. I think that was a very big key towards EG's success throughout the game. In the early game, in the early team fights as well, like, the Invoker just did way too much.
It's obviously nothing, though, OD, that Complexity should be ashamed of. Finishing top 6, it's been their best tournament performance, best Valve showing at an event so far. They got to feel pretty good.
Absolutely, and also I think just getting knocked out by EG, if anything, that's just going to strive Swindles to get his team, stick together and come back even harder next time, because this is going to be the goal for him, to come to a major LAN and knock EG out of a tournament. Obviously, it wasn't going to happen today. As you guys have said, I think draft-wise, PPD was really smart. This is a classic thing that we see EG do. They do one thing in one game, totally switch it up in the second game. We see a lot of other teams struggle where they see something works in game 1, they try it again. Yeah, and it doesn't have the same kind of potency that EG can pull out, and they just played flawlessly today. Obviously, in the series the other day, EG, they made mistakes today. They weren't making any mistakes, and you can tell that EG are hungry to get themselves back up and make their way to the grand final.
Now, with this win, this means that EG will play the winner of our next upcoming series, which will be a C versus C matchup, MVP versus Fnatic. Ben, from what we saw with EG there, I mean, do they seem like in prime form that they can make their way all the way into the grand final?
As we said before, EG seems to get better and better as they go through the tournament. When they're in the group stage, they have to face 3 teams. As of right now, they've only kind of had to face 1 team each day, which is kind of where PPD shines. He has an exact draft. He knows how to deal with each and every opponent, whereas during the group stage, the games just look a little bit closer there. This one was just complete stomp.
Would you agree with that, Winner? Do you think EG just a team that are able to adapt on the fly and make things work and could end up getting into that final?
Yeah, for sure. They are a team that has already shown before that from the lower brackets they can do it, and they adapt really quickly. And sometimes it's even better for them to actually have more games to play, because they can actually learn and understand more about their opponents and themselves, finding a right play style.
Now, it's hard to say because it did feel like EG just kind of stomped their way through those 2 wins, but for the teams that are watching, whether it be MVP and Fnatic, is there anything that they could take away from this series to maybe use against the potential matchup of EG? It's hard.
Not much.
They're just so versatile. They're showing us that they've got so many different play styles. You can't really go into the matchup and expect them to do thing A or thing B. You've just got to be ready to really mix it up, and I think even just you've got to expect the game 1 against EG is going to be really hard. You're not going to know what they're going to do. And in game 2, you've got a little bit more of a chance, but still, EG just showing their versatility this patch.
You have to be prepared for what EG wants you to do, though. I think they wanted them to pick Wisp every single time because they banned a Tiny. It's like, okay, well, we know you're strong with Tiny, and then the Wisp liking a team fight, liking the laning phase too, so don't fall into EG's traps and have multiple strategies prepared beforehand.
Yeah, well, as he said, thing A or thing B. So what do you think, Winner? Do you have to pull out a thing C? Something completely out there? Something like MVP style? But I know you'd have a great answer. We got to go to the main stage, though, to hear the winner's interview.
上载特级锦标赛的现场，我是主持人文文。刚刚呢，EG 和 COL 战队给我们带来了一场非常精彩的比赛。EG 再次以2比0战胜了 COL， 而在我身边的呢，就是我终于见到的我们 EG 战队的队长徐弟，来给我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Say hello to the audience. Introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm PPD from Team EG.
有一些问题想要问到 PPT 哈，比方说第一个问题就是。这次呢，其实 COL 的表现也是非常的不错，但是呢，我们 EG 战队却是连续2次2比0轻松取胜，怎么做到的呢
？We all know that COL has been in a pretty good shape this time, but you guys still beat them like 2 against 0 for the second time. And how do you feel about that? And how did you do it?
Sure. So we've played against Complexity a lot. They're actually one of our, as a North American team, they're one of our practice partners, and we play against each other all the time. But I feel like we always just kind of have the upper hand. We always do really well against them. We played them at TI, we played them at MDL. We just kind of have their number right now.
他其实我们平时训练的时候，其实也是跟他们一起训练的，因为我们都是北美的战队嘛。然后我们在 TI 也打过他们，在 MDL 也打过他们，我们总是可以打败他们，可能就是比他们强一点吧。
哇，这样的回答真的是。那么第二个问题，作为我们一支战队的队长，你认为队长在战队当中的作用应该起到什么样的呢
？As a captain of the team, what do you think you can do for the team, and what should a captain do for the team?
I think a lot of people have different ideas when they play Dota. They want to do different things. My job as a captain is to facilitate all those ideas and bring them together so that we work as a team rather than a bunch of individual players.
很多人在 DOTA 里面的作用都是不一样的，但是作为我来说，作为一个队长的话，我的作用就是把他们的想法全部都整理清楚，然后放在一起，然后让我们大家就是在一起打 DOTA 的时候更像一个团队，然后也打得更好。
也就是说，他不是一个统领指挥别人的人，而是一个集合大家的意见然后去安排的人，是吗？
是。
第三个问题就是，目前为止，一级战队其实还是落入到败者组了。那么接下来要用什么样的心态去面对呢
？Now you're in the losers bracket, and what is your mindset right now, and how are you going to play the next few games?
So losers bracket isn't something we're too unfamiliar with. We've been here before. We always generally turn our game up to the next level. We learn a lot from losing. We're just going to do our best. We're already guaranteed, I think, top 4 now, which is a really good tournament for us. We just need to power through the rest of tomorrow and today and see how we do.
其实我们对败者组其实也不陌生，以前也都是打得还不错，然后这次再怎么样，最差也第4了吧。所以接下来就是好好努力，然后明天也好好加油，看看能做到怎么样吧。
这份坦然和自信，我们已经完全感受到了，也希望一级接下来的比赛可以一路顺利。接下来把画面交给分析台。
As usual, PPD, the man, the machine, we just seem to have their number. We're used to being in the lower bracket. We will get the job done. I was asking you, Winner, before we cut to the interview, if this means that a team needs to be pulling out what Plan C may be. Is that what it's going to have to take to stop these guys?
Plan C should be yourself. Focus on yourself. Don't focus on EG. Do what you got to do, and just pick your most comfortable heroes and just try not to worry so much, because EG is always a team that they adapt so much towards their opponents. It's very difficult to prepare against them. So you just should focus on yourself. I feel that should be Plan C.
Mm-hmm. Do you think MVP or Fnatic have that capability? I mean, we saw from MVP with their first draft that they are willing to play whatever the hell they want. Do you think that you agree with Winner that that's what it takes?
I think if they fall too much into EG's playstyle, they're always going to be at a disadvantage because their other playstyles are going to be weaker just because EG's plays so many things. So, yeah, sure, why not?
Sure.
I think also going into the matchup, whether it be MVP or Fnatic who go on against EG, I think from what Mushi said in his interview yesterday is very important. You've got to go into this matchup and think of it that EG, they're the ones with the pressure on them. These SEA sides, they're the underdogs, and they're the ones that have really got to kind of take the time.
Sounds like we have our MVP information. Let's see what the spectators thought was the MVP of this matchup. They're going to put it on Sumail, a man who doesn't seem to be very popular here, but he has won over the hearts of the spectators with a what looks like 46% vote. Then you have Arteezy and then Universe. Gentlemen, do we agree with this? Do you think it was Sumail who came out on top?
Yeah, a very clean game. It was 9-0-6 on the scoreboard at the end. Pretty flawless performance.
Pretty unanimous there. It seems to all be in agreement. So a wonderful showing by them. We'll see as they take a bit of a break to watch their upcoming opponent. The next series now is going to be Fnatic versus MVP. We'll cut to a break, go out there, get a snack, but be back for more Dota action.
let's say an Eagle song if you want to think about Butterfly at this point.
He had 1,800 gold. He picks up a Defense.
Actually gets an Ethereal Blade now. So he can save himself against the Lifestealer as well as allies, potentially burst someone down.
MP scouting around, and Fnatic are immediately going to go for a smoke with the Ravage up. They know that they're in a pretty bad spot. They want to be the ones to start the fight. They know that's when they were the most successful.
Brev is isolated. They're going to blow the Ravage just on him and pop him. That's a lot committed. The Spectre throws down the ultimate. It's actually going to try and chase down Net. This is still a fight that Fnatic can win. Spectre Reality's back out, though, and is unable to get the Spectre illusion. Still, though, the Paralyzing Cast is actually stalling up Fnatic's retreat. They get the swap back. Net fights it, and mid one is going to be sent back to base. The two supports will die in order to save the life of mid one.
Yeah. And they had to expend the Ravage just for the Void, hoping that maybe somebody was behind him. They know that Forev has a BKB as well, so they had to take that one quickly.
Fortunately, they still don't have their OD ultimate either, so they're missing both their team fight ults. As MVP Phoenix going to be able to grasp Mega Creeps at this point. Silence up. Brev looks for the Chronosphere. He's going to be able to catch two. They immediately start going for mid one and should be able to burst him down inside of this Chronosphere. Barely gets off the imprisonment in time. Ohio and Mushi are in the middle of things, trying to fight up against Brev, but he's going to be able to time walk all that out. Ohio's going to be dying to the Enchantress. Meanwhile, again, the Paralyzing Cask is just destroying Fnatic in these small engagements. And sure enough, MVP Phoenix, they take game number one against Fnatic.
Yeah, their map control around the mid game, despite not having the best start in the laning phase, like it was pretty even. They just outmaneuvered Fnatic, and Fnatic did have bright spots. There was an opportunity for them to even take the first racks of the game, which is absurd, but
yeah, it goes to show that Fnatic is a team that, despite maybe sometimes losing out in the laning phase, they can still come back and hit you hard. Even though you think you have the advantage, you got to play careful around them. And we saw the way that Fnatic were almost able to tilt that game into their favor at about 25 minutes. But that's going to be just game number one. We're throwing it over now to our analysts to talk about the game.
Thank you so much, Captain Blitz here, back at the panel with my wonderful guests here, Merlini, Winter, and Cinderin. It will be MVP who claimed game number one. Let's break it down. Cinderin, I'll start with you on the end. DJ, it was a surprising, underwhelming performance on his Chen. He was not able to get that nice, timely mech. Why was it such a difficult time for Fnatic at the start?
I think the Enchantress is just the key pick, and it makes sense when you think about it for MVP. They've run it previously in the tournament. It's been banned against them, I think, in a couple of their last matchups, so they're very happy to grab it. He put a lot of pressure on the map, and you know, the moment they've secured, they secure their mid lane a good start for the Invoker, who gets a kill on the OD, and already then, I feel like this is the story we see over and over again in games. If your mid lane wins convincingly, the game gets really hard. And Chen kind of needs to try to repair. He can't farm so much. And then, well, then we get to later in the game where basically it becomes who gets the better. Is it the Chrono or the Ravage? And I think the Void in that game played very, very well.
What do you think, though, about Mushi going with the Lifestealer? You were wagering that it seemed more likely it would have been better suited for a more race car, as you put it, build-up with like a Saint and Yasha, but he did opt to go for the Ancient build-up. What was the intention behind it, or the intentions behind it, and how did it end up panning out there, Winter?
I think the idea was to achieve a certain timing window where when the when the Spectre is trying to farm his relic, trying to save up the relic, you can actually just infest an Ancient and go to his lane. But I think it was also another problem earlier in the laning phase that he can't actually lane against the Void. Like I know Sin mentioned the Void had so many good corners, but that was due to the fact that the Void had a really good lane. He was like free farming, and at one point he just like man fought Mushi on the Lifestealer. Like Mushi had to like stay all the way back at like level 1 or level 2. He didn't have a Salve, and he couldn't farm in the lane. And Void was basically just free farming everything. So I think that was a huge issue for them. And the bench, because of the Enchantress, he spent the first minute of the game, he was around the Ancients area of the Radiant side trying to block the camp, body block the camp, and trying to drive the Enchantress away. So that's why the Lifestealer was left alone in the lane.
What do you think would have been the best case scenario for the Lifestealer, Ben? Would have been just kind of changing the build altogether, or you know, he said that the intention was more to add pressure onto the Spectre in the lane. Do you agree with that, or do you think he should have just gone a different road with the Lifestealer, or maybe just get rid of the Lifestealer altogether and replace that with, you know, said other core hero?
We were trying to theory craft why.
We said Ursa, right?
Yeah, we said Ursa. I think Ursa would have just been way better. He's way better versus Void. He can kill Ench very easily without having to rely on magic immunity. Much better at Roche. And I mean, you after the draft you can't change your hero, so they had to make do with what they had. But the mid push was very strange too. Like how he like went into creep. He like tried to beat on the racks a couple of times. He got orchid up and just died. They could have sent him back. They could have. He could have raged and tried to at least bait out a Chronosphere, but all in all, I think the 4F had really good Chronospheres. Yeah. They even didn't even have that great of a combo. It was like a Quaswex Invoker. Sometimes they use like Haunt during the Chronosphere, so the illusions aren't even attacking. If you use it after, I think some of those fights would have been even worse for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that might be the reason that they picked up the Lifestealer, is that they weren't considering the Void at all. Like they look you look at the enemy lineup and they have Spectre as their carry. Maybe the first thing you think isn't the Void, but he had good synergy with all the other heroes and therefore it worked. So I don't think Lifestealer necessarily was a bad pick with what they were trying to do, but it was very, like, it required really good execution. And I think if they don't lose, especially the mid lane as hard as they do, they hit that timing window that Winter was talking about. They take Roche and they just go maul down the lane, but MVP didn't give them the time or space for it because of Void's laning.
Quaswex Invoker, another win.
Yep.
There was a point, though, about 26 minutes in that we saw Fnatic get their first big moment of the fight on the back of a huge Ravage set up by Ohio. This led to ultimately almost the racks being taken down in the mid lane, but still wasn't enough. Why couldn't they just close it out at that point? Was there a good win condition there for Fnatic to be able to take the game back, or was it just kind of teasing the potential hope that they could have been able to make it work?
It looked like they still had in the back of their minds yesterday's loss against OG. It's if you suffer a loss where you're far ahead, it's very natural for teams to be a little more cautious. Even though they stomped game 3, obviously, they still realized that in this game they weren't as far ahead as they were in those games of yesterday. So they get a little bit anxious and they're like, or nervous. They're like, we could just go next time, and then they start backing out. And then it looked like there were conflicting calls basically, because Mushi actually stayed and hit the barracks when the other heroes had pulled back a little. They can hard commit, and I guarantee they at least get the melee Rex, maybe the full lane, and sacrifice 3 heroes. I think they should have done that. That would have been worth it.
No, I don't think they would have gotten the full lane. I think they would have at most got the melee.
Guaranteed melee.
Yeah, guaranteed
100%.
melee. The range, I don't think they would have had enough time, but they would have to pay a very heavy price. Whether you would think that it's worth it or not, I'm not sure, because it depends on who is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Whether the Mushi or the if Mushi and the OD played by Midon both went down, then I would have maybe thought it wasn't going to be worth it. Maybe
they can send back one of them.
Yeah, but then Ben mentioned during the break, like maybe they could have just sent back one and just suicide one guy and just get the Rex, so they would have at least been able to save one core.
Now, with this loss, this means that Fnatic are going to have to get a win back to take it to a 3-game stretch. We have a little bit of extra content here. Why don't we go ahead and check out an interview from Fnatic leading into the major and, well, how they felt.
牧师的话，在游戏里面可能要求的比较完美吧，然后游戏以外的话，可能会比较搞笑轻松一些。压力是有一点大，不过就是因为有队友吧，队友的鼓励啊，还有家人的支持还可以。
我还是觉得EG夺冠的机会比较高，因为毕竟我很喜欢他们打法，因为他们打法多变化，然后个人技术也挺强的，所以觉得EG机会还是挺大吧。
洲战队需要多吸收一些新的东西，多尝试一些新的套路，这样子我觉得亚洲战队就不会落后于西方战队。
对季规划还不确定，但是我可能再打多2年的话，也差不多也是打算给自己退役了吧。到时候最多也是找一些竞技里面看有什么能够帮上忙的。所向披靡，只为劲敌。
These players really need to find out where they can find their peripherals if they want to really kind of get the practice going in their play. But nonetheless, Fnatic, very optimistic kind of group. They also feel EG is probably one of the toughest opponents in this tournament. And they also spoke a bit, Winter, about Mushi, how he's almost Jekyll and Hyde-like, you know, as a character, and in real life, very humorous, outgoing, and fun to be around. But very driven when it comes to actual gameplay. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely can vouch for that. He's very, very serious and sometimes can be overly serious, too serious in the game where I feel like seriousness is good, but too much of something can be detrimental to your teammates sometimes. So it's a pro, but it's also a con for being on a team with Mushi because it's very stressful.
You both have been a part of a couple of teams here and there. Is it nice to have someone who can really take the game that serious, or are you more about the more casual atmosphere, having a good time with the game itself?
I feel like players just always play better when they're in a good state of mind and having fun with their teammates. You have to like the people that you're playing with, and I've heard that Mushi has had, or his teammates have had issues with Mushi just because it's might be
too stressful.
Too stressful, yeah.
But yeah, if he's nice to be with outside of the game, I'm not going to say that's going to compensate for it, because then it's like night and day. Oh, now the game is over, now we get to have some fun and just have a good time, and then while you're in game, you just hate him. But it's at least good that it seems like they have a good team on a social level outside of the game as well. So, but I agree with Ben. I think it's important to have a good team atmosphere. It can be too serious, and it can also be too casual. You need to find that like golden middle way where you get the job done when it's necessary, but you also like enjoy playing the game. If you lose the fun, you lose your motivation.
Now, on the side of MVP here, we saw a team that was not quick to back down. I already mentioned about how they were near losing that Rax in the mid lane, but it came at about 30 minutes in where we saw that wonderful play with the smoke to be able to get that flank and set up. And again, got to give props to Forever. Ridiculous amount of chronos landed in that one right there. Was that pretty much the nail in the coffin for Fnatic once they kind of had that play set up?
Yeah, they had two observer wards. They had one on the high ground in mid, and they had one on the high cliff. And they were expecting a smoke play through mid as opposed to through the south side. And if there's one thing we know about MVP, they know how to fight. And they kind of blindsided them. And then they also used a Spectre Hunt early, so that Tidehunter with a Lifestealer inside him did not have any impact in the fight. He got caught, I think, by the Haunt, and then he got caught in Ice Wall, and then Mushi's like, I don't know when to get out. and then they lost.
I mean, it's also
heroes.
because of the vision given by the Haunt that made it easy for the Void to find his chronos, whereas the Tide, he couldn't see anything, and he was just waiting for the right moment. But unfortunately, in those situations, it's always about who gets the first jump, who gets the first move. If you get the first move, you get your chronos out first before the Ravage comes out. You get a key target killed. The team fight is just basically over from there.
Sounds like we actually have our MVP information ready to go. We gave a lot of props to Forev with his Faceless Void. Let's see what the spectators thought. They felt that QO on the Spectre, who was godlike there at the end, was able to pull it out with what looks like nearly, 47%.
Interesting.
Then Forev at 25, and then, of course, MP following it up at the end. Winter, you say interesting. Do you tend to agree with that, or do you think this is more on the back staff who really kind of pulled it out for MVP?
I thought it was pretty obvious that the Void, or either the Void or the Invoker, did the most for the game, like despite not having the most amount of kills. So,
but Kyo had the most net worth. Like, you look at that graph, and this is probably they just check how big a percentage he has of the team's net worth, and that's how you assign the votes.
Oh, I'm not playing on a team with you. If all you talk is about the net worth, man.
No, but he played a solid game, honestly, the Spectre. But I also think it was a fairly easy game to play well on Spectre when it gets laid out to you that well by your teammates. I think he had the easier moves to make, and Void was under a lot of pressure, and he just delivered over and over again. Was there even a single bad chrono that game?
Maybe one.
Yeah,
like,
I think there was one, but
there was one that they chronoed, but his team was way too far away, and Tide just set up a Ravage after the chrono was over, and his teammate didn't die, so the fight was just basically swung because of that.
Yeah, they thought they were okay too. They had like a lot of tools to deal with the Chronosphere, but yeah, it was way harder for the Void than it should have than it looked like.
So you think that the Ravagers should have been better compared to the Chronosphere this game?
As you said, I think a lot of it does have to do with the vision. Like, not only does the Haunt give you vision, it also stops the blink from the Tide, so you don't have to worry about a key Ravage just owning your backline. You have
Force
to
staff instead of blink.
Yeah, I was gonna go to it. So like, would you consider Force Staff better than the Dagger this game on the Tide?
They also I think they needed a fatter OD too, because you want multiple ways to start off a fight. But I don't know. It's Force Staff is kind of mad too, because he can only go this far on the screen.
Force Staff Aetherlands. All right, go.
Well, on the note of, he's like, please pass this one off. On the note of OD, which Ben was talking about there, Midwan here, does he seem to be improving in your eyes, Winter, as far as getting more comfortable with the lane environment? I mentioned the first time they were playing here on the main stage. This is his first time in front of a live audience. Do you think he's still a bit you're shaking your head right now?
He still has the same. He still has the same problem. Like whenever he gets a very hard laning phase, he doesn't come back into the game as good as maybe the other mid laners like Sumio or like whoever. I feel like he just needs the good start. Like some other players may not need the good start, but for him, he has to start the game well.
Like Miracle on the OD versus the Lich lane.
Yeah, that was actually a really good example. Did you see the game, like how the early game went for the OD yesterday?
He got owned.
He got owned so hard. He had 5 CS at like what 5 minutes or 6 minutes, and he was top in the net worth in 20 minutes, 25 minutes for his team after that. So it was a really amazing recovery from Miracle in that game. But I just don't see Midwan being a player that can come back from those situations.
So you say he just always plays like he's ahead in the game?
Yeah, like
always.
Even when he was behind, like on the Viper games, like he was like farming way far his tower. There's no one on the map, but he's like, I don't care. I'm just farming here, and he just dies over and over and over again.
He doesn't protect his safe lane too, because if your mid guy is shut down, they're going to gank the usually the most important guy, which is the carry. And then if you're there to counteract that, you'll get more farm, and you'll protect your carry, and you'll kill their farm heroes. But he never does that.
That was very evident in the. I think you were talking about the game where he played Puck.
Yeah, the Puck and the Nyx.
The Puck game and the Nyx game where he had a TP. Mushi got dove in the safe lane, and he was like, not even trying to TP. Like he didn't do anything, and Mushi just died. I don't know what's happening. Like the next game was like he was Vendetta in the river, and Mushi got dove. Like obviously, you are not gonna try and run. What he did was he tried to run from the river to the lane instead of trying to just straight away TP. They would have actually won the fight if he TP. Like those type of things, the decision making was definitely not as good as a player like S4. Like very good at tempo. He's not as good as that.
Because we'll see some teams that feel like they already know the answer then is to punish mid-1, bully him in the mid lane. We saw that a lot from like EG. In this case, it wasn't that they had to add extra attention. It felt like on the mid-1 they had to deal with the attention elsewhere, taking care of the Void, taking care of the Spectre. So was this just mid-1 getting kind of outclassed in the mid lane and still not,
Just throw one Satyr and
no,
GG.
didn't they have creeps? Yeah, they have creeps.
There were creeps still
Yeah.
helping. Okay.
Chen sent, Enchanter sent creeps, but Chen, I'm not sure what Chen did in the early game. Maybe he was helping the tie because we were watching here and we didn't really see much of what the Chen did in the early game. But I just felt like the big difference maker was just the Enchantress. Chen didn't seem like he helped the lanes too much. Enchantress was pressuring middle lane, and he even got his, like, despite focusing on pressuring the lanes, he still got a lot of items on the Enchantress.
Do you think it's actually a play in that situation when your mid laner gets pressured that much that Chen just runs into mid lane and persuades that Satyr?
I mean, why not?
And tries to do that. Sacrifice a little bit of jungle farm so that you protect mid. You don't have to run in your own creep. The Satyr was literally standing in the creep wave in mid and just even hitting him too. You can't just sit back and let that happen, I feel, when you have a player like
Get Mushi in to infest it and eat it, and then go back to lane.
Seems good, Bamo.
All right, on that note right there, Mr. Memer, we're going to go ahead and cut you off. We have a draft ready to go for game number 2, Fnatic versus MVP. We actually didn't get much of a chance to talk about it, but wanted to see what the new approach was going to be for game 2. And look at this. They maybe tried to bait out the Nature's Prophet for themselves, but Fnatic are going to go ahead and pick it up with their first pick.
Duper Earth Spirit. I don't think it's going to go to the second phase this time.
Banvu obviously thinks that it's not worth the trade. Nature's Prophet.
Only for some teams.
Only for some teams.
Only for some
How about
teams.
MVP?
MVP, I think Dubu's is good enough.
Oh,
But they don't
never
care.
mind. They don't care.
I think Venge is more valuable. I mean, the hero is starting to get a really low win rate.
It is.
so.
I mean, is it that?
Still
I mean,
hope it gets nerfed.
There are still, without question, like we saw in the Hands of Fear earlier, there's just some players that will still make that hero look like it needs to be first ban worthy, but maybe they're recognizing some of the players who maybe can't take it to that level they might be able to exploit or take advantage of.
He did have a really good showing on the hero though, on
He
Fnatic,
did.
like, Chrissy.
It was against Secret, I believe, wasn't it? Or are you talking about Dubu or Fnatic?
No.
For Fnatic.
Chrissy,
okay.
for Chrissy.
Yeah, no, DJ definitely.
I think
did play
Dubu was good with it too, though.
Dubu was good with it.
So this is the same.
And they might
this
still
is
be
the
able to
same
get it.
opening versus EG. They had EG. They had Prophet plus Chen.
We might actually see it ignored altogether.
But they had the Nyx plus Bounty Hunter to deal with both of those?
Yeah, like Fear totally wrecked Chrissy's early game on the Chen in that game. So we'll see how MVP actually. They're probably not. Yeah, obviously they can't because they have Enchantress. So
Yeah.
it's going to be. I'm focusing on helping my own team, and you are going to have your own team. And Enchantress, as I said, like you can have 2 creeps at the start, so you're obviously going to do a better job than Chen. But the question remains whether the Chen should sacrifice his own time, like just go to the lane, persuade the creep, and just make sure your mid laner goes well.
It's a very different dynamic when there's a Prophet, though.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Good news for Fnatic.
Yeah,
for their mid lane.
Their lanes are better because of that.
Any reason maybe Fnatic could consider really going into hyperdrive, if you will, and just go all for the push? You already have a good start with Nature's Prophet and Chen. We haven't seen a lot of luck with Pugna so far, but he's one of the first heroes I think about when you really want to go all in
Shadow
with the push.
Shaman.
Yeah,
Shadow Shaman.
It's way better.
Shadow Shaman. I mean, all these others, these supports that can actually push.
Mid-Jakiro.
Are you serious? Mid-Jakiro. You still on board that train?
Wow, an early Spectre grab going to be coming out from MVP. Obviously found them some good success in game number 1. We'll be seeing it in their hands again for game 2.
They're just inviting Fnatic to push them now, though. I think Spectre's good.
Spectre's pretty okay against Prophet though in the laning phase because of the dagger. You can chase and run him down. And in the mid to late game, it's obviously also easy to catch the Prophet because you just need one person to rotate to, you camp in the lane for the Prophet to come, and you can have Horn to actually kill the Prophet. So.
But the push.
Yeah, the push. I mean, what other D push heroes are remaining? I mean, they can go for like as long as they have heroes.
Keeper of the light will never get played.
So we'll see whether Fnatic decides to go more into the push, or they will go for the. I think in that game they went for a Bane so that they can gank with the Chen. Is that correct? Against EG, yeah, they went for Bane Chen for the early game.
This time it will be a Lion. I guess it's a good way to quickly get rid of those pesky Spectre Haunt illusions. And
Do MVP play Nyx?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen that.
I'm sure they watch other games. So
Yeah.
it's
I
probably
think they're
more in their minds now.
It's more like whether they want to play it or not. It fits their playstyle. It's fast. You don't really need too much farm on the hero, and he fights very well early game. You set up a kill for the Spectre.
That was a pretty trophy.
Yeah, we had an earthquake there, though, so everyone has to be really careful.
10 seconds remaining.
Sorry, Winter.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was just gonna say it's safe in Malaysia. We don't have earthquakes there, so I was gonna invite you to come over to Malaysia.
Oh, next major in Malaysia? Sure.
So MVP Phoenix still looking for their mid hero. We talked about looking for D push. Wait.
Okay, so maybe they're just like, this is too tempting. We're gonna shove this Enchantress into a core position, it looks like, or we'll put it past them.
He's laughing. Dude, he was laughing.
They did not see that coming. You're so clever.
I was gonna say the only other option I could think of is you technically could put Earth Spirit in an off lane. I haven't seen really any competitive teams go for it there, but more likely Enchantress is going to be the one to kind of take that spot.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think that Enchantress will have a really good time? I mean, Lion doesn't do very well, and you can actually even enchant the Chen.
Almost fully depends on the safe laner, though, right? It's like Jug, Ursa, etc.
Itsy spider.
Okay.
I was about to say that guy just fell asleep because of the brood, but he was already fast asleep. So.
Too bad it wasn't a Naga. That would have been beautiful.
Dude, this is a safe lane.
Haha, we saw him sleeping. Yeah,
safe lane Prophet. Safe lane Prophet.
Good job. You fell asleep during the game.
We found some.
Couldn't it just be jungle though?
5 seconds remaining.
Jungle Prophet, but they have Chen.
Oh.
Man, these guys.
Mid Prophet?
These guys are just too much.
Iron Talon.
I know. I think it might be a mid Prophet. I know. Sometimes they do it. Mid
Wait,
Prophet.
did you just pitch Jungle Prophet with Chen?
Yeah, that's why. I like
double greed.
This guy.
I was like this guy.
He's the mango guy.
He was right last game. I say it with his prediction.
Well,
unfortunately,
you can't be wrong all the time.
Final ban from MVP will rid of the expected or plausible Mushi Lesh to add to the push, like you said, and Fnatic will rid of the Bat Rider with their final ban.
So I think they probably need a mid hero. I think it's more likely that Earth Spirit plus Bench will be their supports and Enchantress on off lane, and they need a mid hero that can fight very well, fast pace.
What if MP plays Earth mid?
I was just gonna say the same thing. I'm like, would you put it past him to kind of do the secret thing and throw him in the mid lane?
But that means Q or MP would.
No, I don't think. Nah, I don't think you will put those two players. They have to be like on a hero that
waste
can
the talent of Dubu. Yeah.
No, I think you just want to put those two players on a core position. Sven, great versus Prophet, great versus the Spiders. You're not afraid of the Spiders when you have Cleave. So very solid pick here. They probably didn't expect it too much because they already have the Spectre.
I mean, it could be a mid-Earth Spirit and a support Sven.
They
and
could just
offlane
put
Enchantress.
Dubu in the mid lane with Earth Spirit.
They could have just put you on the Earth Spirit.
I would not do nearly as
good.
much justice as that. But I'm just saying, you got to consider all the possibilities here. Final grab for Fnatic is going to be an Ursa. I mean, would you say this is a bit of a head scratcher of a draft from both sides?
Man, if they don't do well in the lane, they're just gonna get run over by the Sven and the Spectre. This is very all in. Like, I don't know. Just.
But who?
We don't know yet. they're gonna wait to the bitter
Yeah,
end
it's gonna
for
be
this
a
one.
mid prophet. It's gonna be a mid prophet
Versus mid Sven? And then you put Spectre against
that
Brood? Or
that
is it Spectre mid, maybe?
But Spectre is okay against Brood. Like, you just need to get more points in dispersion. Like, it's fine. I don't think it's actually that hard for Spectre.
We'll have to see how it's going to end up working out. In the meantime, though, we send it over to the arena where we have our casters. Capitalist and Blitz. Gentlemen, have some fun.
Oh, we plan on it, Dakota. As you can already hear, the crowd is pumping it up. The draft is definitely interesting. Before we see where these heroes are actually going, I want to get Blitz. Where are they going, Blitz? I want to see if you're actually right on this.
Brood, off lane. No, Brood safe lane. Nature's Prophet mid. Then the other.
And then some sort of aggro dual lane. And then is mid Sven? Or they match the Sven against the Brood, right?
You have to just match the Sven against the Brood.
Okay.
Almost certain that's what the game plan is. That's
Okay,
kind
so
of the
if it's
cool
safe
part.
lane Brood, then you put off lane Sven.
Yeah, which I think is a lot better for Fnatic to force that kind of movement, right? Because then it's just on off lane Sven and you're like, okay, that guy's screwed.
Yeah. All right, let's see. They are not going to be forcing that. You are basically right when it comes to what Fnatic are going to be running. It's a mid Furion. They're running an off-lane Broodmother, so that's basically just a swap. They chose not to go for the aggressive situation. MVP Phoenix are going to be running that off-lane Enchantress as expected. And QO, well, he's going to be mid because they want to keep the Sven against the Broodmother, so he's going to be playing a Stout Shield double Tango Spectre.
Okay, so MVP are definitely out of their comfort zone for this game. This is not what they expected to play against. But that's just what Broodmother can do to you sometimes.
Yeah.
She kind of just turns things really topsy-turvy.
Certainly quite the wild card that Fnatic threw us in the drafting phase with that Broodmother pickup, but we have our Bounty Rune spawning now. Looks like we are not going to have any sort of engagement. Just a pure split. Looks like Furion's actually going to be maybe blocking out the Enchantress camp to begin with if he gets another Nature's Call. These Treants aren't going to last long enough. I wonder if it would be worth it.
I do really like MVP's lineup, though, overall. I think they have a lot of team fight with the heroes that they have. A lot of single target stun. They've got AoE. They've got the Spectre Haunt for presence. Fnatic, they've probably got the better overall lanes out of this. Almost certainly do, actually, but what matters most, Cap, is can you actually turn that into teamfight wins? Because when it comes to that, Fnatic, they don't have a lot of disable. Brood is a hero that you have to fight around, and you're going to have to play 4v5 without any sort of huge control factors out of Fnatic. So this laning phase, they're relying pretty heavily on it.
MP is sitting in the mid lane as the Sven against the Furion. The funny thing is they kind of need the Sven in both lanes, right? They're going to get a cleave Sven that's going to be matched up against one of these minion heroes, Broodmother or the Furion, and they actually choose to run it mid here. The poor man's shield is going to help him out, but he's going to need a lot more regen than what he's got now. Meanwhile, in top lane, they've actually thrown down a counter ward, and they're zoning out Ohio really damn well. He hasn't gotten a single point of experience yet.
Yeah, and I guess it's the other side of things that you can do. You can just make sure that your Spectre...
Oh, not again. Satyr Tormentor misses its shockwave, so Sven is going to be able to get back away from that one, but now we lose some of his healing salve. Body blocked up as well. It doesn't get much worse for this poor Sven.
You can kind of tell who the Chinese fans want to win.
Oh, yeah.
Because every single time that Satyr throws that Hadouken out, they just cheer like it's the World Cup. Like, everybody's so excited.
I mean, considering this really is becoming one of the MVPs of the tournament. Oh, Jesus.
All right, then when it's this is the best. Just how they react to that.
Dubu is going to spot out Ohio here, who is finally getting some experience. Oh, there's the sound of the crowd going wild as another hit. MP's actually very low now. He's only down to 100 HP.
Like DJ in all the games that I see him most successful as Chen, he doesn't even play Chen. He's a Seder Tormentor.
Oh, you know the game with Ohio, apparently? Oh, he hits another one. MP, he's got to be careful. He could be body blocked up here. They're going to go for the dive, the Warcry.
He's got
he
another
will be
nuke,
able to get out, but the net comes in for the side. And DJ, he picks up the kill, and the crowd goes wild.
They're even zooming in on the Chinese stream on that Seder Tormentor.
They are super hyped. This is rapidly becoming one of the MVPs of the tournament. Meanwhile, we haven't talked about this bottom lane at all, really, but it is a lane that Forev has to be careful. He's facing up against an Ursa with a high disabler in the Lion. If the Lion is sitting in this bottom lane, Forev's just got to kind of keep his distance.
Yeah, the Broodlings are just kind of being annoying, and MVP, they're going to put a lot on this safe lane Spectre. He's getting pretty much free farm, but this mid-Sven experiment has not gone ideally.
No, it certainly has not. MP is just blowing through regen so quickly that he's not actually getting any progression in items, especially with the way that mid one is denying the hell out of him with his phase boots advantage. He's got 9 denies already.
Right now, DJ though.
Should they be rotating the Earth Spirit into mid lane? I know they're trying everything they can to shut out the Broodmother, but you've kind of reached a point where that's no longer possible.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to go for. Earth Spirit is not a hero that was meant to just sit in the lane. You want to try to get active with this guy as much as you possibly can. Your Sven desperately needs some help. This is what has allowed MVP to be so successful in this tournament, these mid-rotations, but...
That being said, with this kind of vision here, as well as just the presence of the Broodmother, Ohio's not seeing any of these supports. And you could see the way the mid one is playing really far to the right-hand side, expecting this to be a smoking from the supports. The reality is, though, MVP Phoenix, they're actually going to try and rotate behind Ohio. I guess they want the Spectre to push out the lane, and they're going to try and go for it. Oh, Dubu just got spotted.
Did he just get hit by the tower?
Oh, yeah, he really did. What an awkward situation. They are going to be able to get the dust as well as the kick onto Ohio. They're going to follow this up with a stun, and they will be able to finally kill the Broodmother, making it a 2 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, surprising that still worked out. And meanwhile at bottom, Forev is going to go down. Ursa being one of the best counters to that core Enchantress. He just rips through her really quickly. That combination too, Net plus Mushi, like Lion is so good against heroes like Enchantress.
Yeah, Fnatic, their draft is a little bit wonky. Not actually that much. It's more MVP Phoenix with their mid-spend, but they did everything they could in the draft to directly counter Fnatic. It's not like they were focusing on their own style that much.
Yeah, they're just
Enchantress countered by Ursa, the Broodmother, obviously. Oh, the jump in. They're actually going to try and go on mid one. Body blocked up. No, the phase boots allow mid one to be able to stay ahead. They're actually going to turn and kill Dubu as they thought they had the advantage. They get the tier 1 tower at least for MVP Phoenix, but losing their support.
Still overall,
oh god,
really good start from Fnatic as the double Saders now come out.
The Chinese,
this is
a little bit of a ooh and ah.
Yeah, everybody's so hype about the double Sader right now. I wish the English stream could see this.
Well, we'll see how effective it is. Forev actually rotated up to the top lane. Just maybe giving up on bottom. Perhaps it's too dangerous against the phase boots. Ursa, mid lane's going to be a bit of a dive here. Double Sader Blast comes out. A nice stun from MP, though. He threw it onto net to hit both mid one and DJ on the side. And the rotation from MVP Phoenix. They will successfully get net here as they should be able to combo up their stuns. Another right click. They get it. Dubu's deep inside the tower. Double Sader Blast. They're actually going to be able to block in Dubu a little bit. There's no way he's getting away from this one.
That Sven stun could not have possibly hit more things. Like it caught the entire creep wave, both the Saders, 2 heroes, which allowed him to get out, but still just a trade from MVP and Fnatic as they lose support for support. I think Fnatic are still going to be really satisfied with how the laning phase went, but that is what we expected out of them. Like we expected this laning phase to be really advantageous towards Fnatic, and they're just looking like the stronger team right now. As the Spectre's not going to match up well against this Ursa.
Oh, Jesus! 48 HP as out of nowhere, 320 damage hits the poor Enchantress. Bottom lane QO is going to be gone on. He does have the dagger out, needs to be able to stay away ahead of Mushi, but he's been hexed up. Mushi starts going for a QO. He realities around, trying to do this out, but he's going to be going down eventually. The stun hits Mushi. He's underneath the tier 1 tower still, but a nice stun comes out from Net. They'll lose their support. Mushi trying to juke back in for some sort of TP, but MP's locked on, and that is well worth the trade of the Spectre.
Still, the Spec is, I don't know, the Spec's the hero that you are trying to protect at all costs. He still manages to die, even with your entire team there. MVP have to get something out of this, as they're going to lose their mid tower if they're not careful. And this top tower is going to get pressured pretty heavily by Ohio. As Spec's not going to rotate up here, but he's going to have a hard time clearing all these creeps.
Yeah, just going to try and pull it off the tower as best as possible while MVP Phoenix take the bottom lane. We're actually going to have some sort of aggressive smoke scenario. Fnatic already TPing into the tier 2 tower. They're doing well behind to make sure they don't get scouted out by a ward like this.
Yeah, they're just trying to ruin Kyo's life because they know that, again, Kyo represents a lot of MVP's mid-game, late-game potential. So slowing him down, putting pressure, they know this is their way to victory, and they're going to
Tranquil Boots and
dive
Face
this pretty
Boots,
hard.
they've got a huge movement speed advantage to be able to catch QO. They've already hit him with the Hex, should be able to follow this up rather easily as QO's not making it out of here. What
Really
about
good
Roshan?
rotation.
What? All right.
Do they have the damage for this?
God Strength?
They don't even have that. This is a bit awkward, but I guess they think they can do it. They don't want to give it up to the Ursa, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, you've got to make some risky maneuvers, right? If you're MVP Phoenix, this game is not going well.
The laning phase went just way too poorly for them.
Oh God, Frev, get out of there, friends. MVP Phoenix.
They're going to know about this now because of the ward.
Oh God, this is so bad. MVP Phoenix, they've got to get out of here. The counter ward already being laid down. Lion's going to start leading the way, but Roshan slowed down these heroes. The tornado starts coming in, and MVP Phoenix back themselves away.
This makes it really convenient now. Fnatic are like, thank you. We really needed this.
They did. Ursa's going to make his way over, I think. Or not.
They really should take this themselves because they know that MVP are in no position to fight them. They do it quite quickly, but MVP are all gathered up. They just don't have levels, though.
Maybe it's the danger of the Spectre that, you know, because it's a 4 versus 4, but Spectre has Haunt, it would be a numbers advantage to
I feel like they deal with it pretty well. I think they should just go for it. Mushi, don't worry about it. I've seen Mushi do crazier things this tournament.
That's certainly true.
This half HP Roshan is definitely not. It's not even up there.
It's definitely not in the top 10 risks of Mushi.
Yeah.
Okay, well, them not going for it does lead an opportunity now for MVP Phoenix to actually get aggressive with the 3-man smoke. They have the Haunt ready to go as well. Or no, he's actually going back to base. He's got the mana now. It's coming in soon. They're going to pop the reality, jump in. Mushi's going to be the first target. He's not going to be able to get off and enrage. DJ is actually going to be caught by the dagger. They try and slow him down as Dupert rolls on in. They hit the 2-man stun, actually slowing down MP. That's going to help as DJ gets enough time to be able to get out. Net, he's got a TP out. He's going to go for it. The stun gets kicked out. Dupert's able to stop it, so it's a 2-man gank. But still, that was a lot committed from MVP Phoenix once again. And the Broodmother, she's just going to take the tier 2 tower at top lane.
Yeah, and mid one just continues to farm out. MP's going to TP up here, but MVP, they're going to go for Roshan again. They really want this. They've got the 3 levels of the Wave of Terror. Now that QO's here, they might actually have the damage to do it.
Yeah, seems like Sven is dealing with the top lane. He's got 2 levels of cleave, and he's tanky, so he can actually stop this Broodmother push.
Yeah, Fnatic, they really wanted this. MVP with a pretty fantastic fight. Fnatic, like we talked about, they wanted more than just this laning phase to go well.
Yeah.
Mushi got blown up in that fight, though. It did allow the rest of his teammates to get out, though, because they used so many stuns onto just him.
Mushi starts coming in. They're going to try and block up these supports. TP out from Febby. The damage, though, is just too fast for Mushi.
Mushi makes a Venge sandwich. She's going to go down. This is going to probably mean the tier 1 tower at bottom. The Sven is preoccupied with top. It's going to be hard for him to rotate out. He does need lifesteal if he's going to deal with this long term. And he's gotten 4 levels of the Warcry instead of the cleave.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're going to keep going for tier 2. It feels a bit dangerous with the Aegis up still on the Spectre. And yeah, it looks like they'll just back out, play for some farming time. QO will complete the drums of endurance. They've got plenty of time on Fnatic. They don't have to worry about the Radiance anytime soon with the way that that pressure has been put down from Ohio.
Yeah, they're still doing okay. The rest of their lanes are getting quite a bit. Even with the Roshan and the bottom tower being missing, they're still up 2,000 gold. They're getting quite a lot of farm on their Broodmother. It's more just a situation of you don't want to take another fight like that and allow the Spectre, who's already at the top of the net worth charts, to get another advantageous fight to him.
Yeah.
You want to try to get that Blink Dagger on Mushi and start to get aggressive all around the map. And you want to be the ones jumping in, most importantly.
So some farming time perhaps for Mushi to get another 1,000 gold, so we can have that kind of initiating item. Net setting up right now with the Invis rune on top of Forev. Mushi's going to start making his way over with this instant stun. They've got the Finger of Death too, actually.
Oh, Forev is just going to make his way out.
Ursa is just a bit too slow. They're going to try and wrap around, catch QO, but even if they did, he's got Aegis. I doubt they kill him twice.
They might be able to blow him up once, but they've got to get out immediately after, and Mushi just is like, we can't do this.
Ohio's having a lot of fun with these Spiderlings. It's just a pack roaming around this tier 2 tower. Anytime the supports push out, he starts attacking them.
Yeah, but they're going to lay down the sentry, make this a little bit more difficult for him, as MP is going to come in, clear things up as his teammates struggle to deal with the Broodlings.
I mean, if they're going to use so many heroes to address the Broodmother, this leaves an opening for Fnatic to pressure the tier 2 at bottom.
Yeah. QO is so lucky, though, that he has the Aegis. This is kind of what allows this to be okay, because MVP don't have to worry about their Spectre too much. Any other scenario, they probably just dive him and kill him.
They're going to go for him now, but he managed to get the dagger into the trees. He pops himself into this pathway on the side. Now he's going to commit the haunt. See if he can slow down the retreat of Fnatic. On the side, looks like they're going to be going for mid one. Just full committing for this kill. They hit the stun from Dubu, follow-up silence. And a decent pick off there from MVP Phoenix. But again, it's another 5-man rotation from them.
I'm really surprised that they decided to go for that. Like, they have to know that it's right next to a tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
That's almost never going to be cleaner for MVP to get into a fight with. And even then, it was an Aegis that lasted for a full 2 minutes after that. Like, I don't think they could kill him twice. All that represents to me is risk. They're going to create space for Ohio, but I don't even think that was worth it.
Oh, definitely not worth it if QO gets the deny like that.
Fnatic just have to kind of calm themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
They've been in this position before, one game away. Yesterday against OG when it was 1-1. This time they don't have that game to back them up, but still, their lanes put them in a really advantageous situation. Mushi just has to tell his squad, guys, relax. We're forcing things way too much right now. We can split the map up. We'll find opportunities once this Aegis is down, but that's the key here.
What about mid one's build here? It's a Nature's Prophet. What kind of game is this for Furion?
You could go for the Ags, but that shoves in the lanes pretty frequently.
Yeah, against a Sven and a Spectre, feels like that would just be too much extra farm for them.
Yeah, I see people like Mind Control and Universe often go for the Maelstrom route.
Okay, some more of a damage right-click build.
Yeah, but they also have like Drums mech to go with it too.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit different here with Chen already having that. I'm not... the Ags is okay from Nature's Prophet, I guess, in this game if you just want to keep applying pressure. But at some point you have to end the game and not just like feed Treants and Broodlings.
Yeah.
Like there's got to be a bigger plan to this, and Mushi's now going to complete the Blink Dagger on himself, but he is dropping behind in levels. And farm-wise, he's even behind the Sven right now.
Yeah, the Radiant Siders losing out on that first Roshan has really slowed down his farm quite a bit. They haven't been able to play the same kind of aggressive game that Fnatic were planning on.
He still does rip apart a lot of the heroes from MVP. Like this Enchantress is going to go down real quickly. Same with the Spectre before. Even after the Radiance, like the mischance, the Ursa hits so many times that it doesn't matter. And it is indeed going to be the Maelstrom from the Nature's Prophet, which is what we expected.
Part of the problem is going to be this maxed out Warcry build from MP. It's really going to help deal with the damage from all these heroes, actually. They're primarily physical damage from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is not going to be the stereotypical Sven that we see either.
Oh, jump in onto Forev, see if he can pop him. Mushi is sent back at the same time. They planned that out so they could quickly jump in. Nice TP out as well. So MVP Phoenix actually blow a lot. I think that was a really good read by Fnatic.
Oh, that was
like we've seen MVP Phoenix every single time there's any sort of aggression, they rotate 5 heroes. And it's somewhat worth it when they're able to get a kill from it, or 2. But this time around, they play really safe. They feint an attempted kill, force MVP Phoenix to do that 5-man rotation like they're prone to do, and they keep everyone safe.
No, that was a really cool attempt by them. Like the set Chen send back.
Oh, if they could get a lightning proc here from mid one, they could kill Dubu. Never mind. DJ comes in from the side, able to blow him up. Now Forev's going to be the next target. The inf is snagged by DJ. Not on your Nelly. They're going to be able to grab Forev, stun him up. Fnatic, they found the opening now to really take control of this game. And if they could get the next Roshan, they can complete some objectives.
Yeah. Fnatic have, they had such a good laning phase. After that, it became a little bit shaky after the Roche fight, but so far, Fnatic are just doing the right things that they need to. They're getting a little bit more patient. They're setting things up a little bit better without heavy committing anything, because that's what MVP wants them to do. Yeah. They want Fnatic to heavy commit. All Fnatic have to do is get map control, use that to take the Roshan, get the Aegis, and MVP are going to be hard-pressed to take down that Ursa twice.
MP, he's been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and he's finally in a position to go for it. And now the creep wave is in the wrong spot for him. He's still in a position where he can instantly get the stun, God Strength, and kill Net. He's going to go for it now, and yeah, he just chops down Net. That was a well worth the commitment. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Febi's going to go down. That's a twofer. Fnatic kill both the Spectre as well as the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of the map control right now. On MVP, they're just not really respecting Fnatic's ability to get around the map. Because you have a Broodmother and a Nature's Prophet, the lanes are going to be pushed in. It's going to be hard for MVP to get wards out. As a result, and without the vision, MVP, they've got to play a little bit further back. Q is being a little bit greedy, trying to get that Radiance at a decent time, but MP at bottom.
MP should still be able to get away from this one. Did he actually? No, yeah, brought the creeps in. MP just needs enough space to be able to get a blink out, and he can TP away. And he is successful.
Yeah, he's really hard to bring down with the Warcry and the Blink Dagger. He's got good move speed from the drums, too.
Take a look at some of our metrics here. 7K net worth lead for Fnatic, 2K experience.
Hey, they've done a really good job of controlling up the map right now, and they just have to continue to apply pressure to Kilo.
Oh, Ohio. Good spot out there from Febi. He scouted that one, they threw out the dust, and he also Wave of Terror to get the vision. Swap allows them to get the opening.
That actually cost them a lot, though. They had to use a Spec Hunt, which means the next Roshan fight is going to be impossible for them to take, I feel. Without any items on Q, he gets bursted down by the Ursa quickly. And that's all Fnatic are waiting for right now. The fact that they're getting kills on top of that cap and trading out around the map while they're waiting for this massive objective is great for them. Like, we're still accomplishing things while we're waiting for this Aegis to come up. But once it does come up, that's when we'll kind of strike. Looks like they want to go for this top or this bottom tier 2 at the same time.
So what did MVP Phoenix do in the meanwhile? If we're talking about Roshan, do they actually contest it?
No, I think you just delay.
Okay.
She's going to walk into the Roche pit, but without the haunt, I feel like this is a nearly impossible fight for them to take.
Perhaps just trying to deal with some of those neutrals. Finally, Roshan is up.
Kyo should just wait for the Relic before they even do anything.
Oh, Net and Nature's Prophet. They're going to go for MP. This time around, they should be able to pop him. They've got the Finger of Death available. Net's going to blow it out, and a couple more right clicks. There it is. The Sprout should be enough time. The blink, nope. Lane stops it. And MP, he'll finally go down. Double blinks from Fnatic. Make sure there's no escape. On the right-hand side, though, MVP Phoenix, they're dealing with the Broodmother. Be a great opportunity for them to try and get some sort of pick, but MVP Phoenix just don't have the counter vision out. Roshan, meanwhile, will be taken by Mushi with ease.
Yeah, the Sven is really starting to realize, I think even more importantly than Ron, he needs a Quelling Blade.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. With Roshan taken, this is going to mean the bottom tier 2 tower, most likely for MVP right after. They're pinging it already. Frev's going to pick up a gem of his own, saying we need to get some of our vision back, maybe even get free kills on the Broodmother where we can get them. But MVP are desperate now. They're just like, hold behind this Spectre. Maybe we can just high ground bait them into overextending, which we've seen teams do, especially out of Mushi. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities. But Fnatic are in firm control of this game right now.
You know how we were talking about how arcane boots are kind of necessary from your supports when you have an Ursa?
Yeah.
They only have one on the side of Fnatic, but Ursa's still having some mana problems. And what they're doing is oftentimes just sending Mushi back. He's been sent back to base, I think, like 5 or 6 times in this game. And he's got the movement speed that there's not that much downtime for him.
I see like CTY and Aggressive, they just vary themselves clarities even like 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
So it's not too surprising. If anything, it's probably more efficient, but MVP, they're just kind of stuck in their base. They've got to wait for passive creeps to come forward, which means Fnatic will always get further and further ahead. Because they have both the creeps that are being shoved back to them and the jungle to work with.
Completed Mjolnir is coming in soon from mid one. That's going to be super dangerous if they can actually put an Ursa, a lightning bear on the front lines. They're going to catch QO here. Febby needs a swap. He gets it off, but it's a short range swap. Still, it's enough for QO to be able to get away. Poor Febby, though, stuck in the jungle against a bear. He's not going to make it out alive. Mushi, meanwhile, is being chased away. He's actually going to lose his Aegis.
And that is not an Aegis that they wanted to lose. That was going to be their high ground advantage Aegis, but they might still decide to go for it anyways because they know that MVP are not quite at their item timings yet, but Spectre now does have the Haunt plus the Radiance, and that might prompt Fnatic to be a little bit more careful here.
Trying to deal with the Shen creeps. He managed to keep most of them alive. Oh, that wasn't the play. That's an awkward one. Mushi stuck inside the trees in front of the tier 3 tower. QO's going to take this opportunity to go for it. Mid one is going to be the first target, though, from MP as well as Juzo. They've already killed the Ursa as well. Jesus, MVP. They're just rolling through Fnatic. Oh, no. What happened? Mushi. He didn't pop his ultimate, right?
He didn't pop anything. Like, he just kind of got blown up there. Like, they were sending him back, and I think Fnatic were like, oh, this is fine. Like, our Ursa will pop his ulti, and
yeah,
you know, he'll get. The weird thing is they ignored him too. Like, the Sven had his stun, and he didn't even bother going for Mushi because he's like, oh, Mushi will just pop in rage. There's no point. But then the kick gets him on the way out, and then he just got bursted. You can see the frustration is, I think he knows like, that was not what they wanted to happen.
Plus,
like,
if Furion was a very high net worth hero, that by itself was a worthy kill for MVP Phoenix, but then they're going to get Mushi, they've got the Chen, and they're going to be able to get Net as well.
You can't afford to make these mistakes against a Spectre. Like, Fnatic are going to be so disappointed. They wasted the Aegis in the original attempt just picking up a Vengeful Spirit, and now in this attempt, they lose 3 heroes just because they were a little bit late. Like, the Ursa blinks in straight into the Sprout. That was like the worst possible thing that could have happened for them. There's no Force Staff or anything to speak of.
Yeah, Mushi's sitting there going, I really didn't think I had to get a Quelling Blade as well.
A little bit of miscommunication, and this is most likely going to be Net going down. They have swap on him.
How is he possibly going to escape?
Oh,
the Radiance is keeping the Blink Dagger from coming up.
Yeah. Do you notice Febby has the swap selected? So I think this means that he's going to swap the spec and try to get the stun off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But that actually could be bad. If somehow Net turns around... Oh, never mind. Net already blew our spike.
He's got the Hex, though.
Yeah.
It depends on the order that he does this.
So if he turns around, hits the Vengeful Spirit with the Hex...
Yeah, because even if MP blinks forward, he doesn't have a stun up. So Net might get away from this if he plays this correctly.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it damn perfectly. All right, see if the swap's going to go down, if Febby can hit that missile, and he will. Net throws down the Hex, but it's just too late. Plus QO is super fast. So. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Io, he's going to go down as well. That is a wipe. We thought it was just going to be a Furion, maybe a Chen as well, but Fnatic misplays turn into a complete wipe, and MVP Phoenix, there's some happy campers now.
That is so disappointing for them, especially with the advantage that they had built up. They worked so hard to get all of this map control, and just in one single team fight, a lot of it goes away. At one point, they were up 10K net worth, but experience, that's not the graph that you want to see.
Pummeling downwards when you're dealing with a Spectre
And a Sven.
Yeah. Oh, his keyboard isn't working. That might have been why he wasn't able to get the hex in response to the bench. Like, he probably had to click it, actually.
MVP Phoenix being the nice guys that they are. Not going to worry about time too much. So where does Fnatic go from this? Because obviously MVP Phoenix, they're very happy. They're willing to just stall for time, let this game draw out as much as possible with Spectre and Sven. They've got some really core items coming in, such as the BKB for the Sven. But Fnatic are much more in the awkward position. Draw me up a game plan. Blitz, how do they win?
Try to get some smoke ganks off. You do have one available on the line. Plus, the Ursa is quite good at dealing with the Spectre still. It's just these repeated attempts can't go wrong. Your best chance is probably Aegis, but just like get map control, try to get 1 or 2 ganks off on a cores, hem MVP in, get control of the jungle again, push them further and further into their base. For MVP, the game plan is simple. You know, just like creeps filter to you, wait for Fnatic to misplay going for the high ground. Because playing high ground against the Spectre is always scary. We saw that when they had to play against Alliance that first time around. Make one, just like drop the ball once, that 10k lead that you once had does not look that threatening anymore.
Yeah, especially with the way that MVP Phoenix are able to chase down heroes. You're never going to be able to fully escape from this team.
Yeah. You know what the crazy thing is? I think a lot of people were afraid of what the crowd would look like after a lot of the Chinese teams had been eliminated, but they have shown up in full force.
Yeah, they had to open up the top floor this morning just to be able to let some extra people in.
There are so many people, no exaggeration.
It's been a great crowd so far as well.
Yeah. You know, they react. It's like, okay, sometimes I'll see a Western audience react to like a good pick or an interesting pick. These guys get like pissed when maybe he's Razor.
yeah, the ooze. That
they
was
sounded
not a good
disappointed.
sound.
They're like, that
is
wasn't
not
the hero.
Nope. Bad call, bad call.
And I can
Meanwhile, Western audience is like, whatever you want, PPD.
Yeah, we trust. It's all on you, man.
PPD, we trust. Make America great again.
I feel the burn for me, man. All right, but you know what? I was gonna say that stage is like the best part about this entire event.
It does look very pretty.
It looks so cool from the top-down view when you're high up in the rafters. I was up there the other day. Like I went to the 4th floor. It looks majestic up there.
Why did you go all the way up there?
I just wanted to see what it was like.
Blitz, you've lost a lot of games in your time in competitive Dota.
Yes.
You're in a position like Fnatic, headspace-wise. What are you feeling?
You want to know, so you're asking as a former Zephyr player what it's like to be a loser?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking.
This is my wheelhouse. You know,
I knew I fit in. This is why I brought you on as a co-caster.
I've been waiting for somebody to ask me what it's like to be in a losing position. Fnatic, I think, it's almost always just a mental game at this point because they have to realize, okay, we still have map control. The net worth lead is still in our favor. We can still win this game. It's just, you have to reset yourself.
Jesus, and the crowd goes wild for Twan. You should hear them cheer for Mushi as well.
Yeah, they love him here.
They do.
No, but it's really hard. Like, you lose a fight like that, you have to kind of refocus up, collect yourselves and say, it's all right. I hear what Mushi said to his team, by the way. Did you hear about that? Like, in the interview? You remember we said, a lot of the analysts too, like, after that second game.
Oh, yeah.
Fnatic,
nobody expected Fnatic to come back from that.
Yeah, but apparently what Mushi told his team was, guys, it's actually them that should be worried. Like, they're the favorites here. We're the underdogs. Nobody thought that these games were going to be that hard. And the fact that we were able to get that close to beating them is going to put a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah.
And hearing those kinds of words, honestly, like from my competitive experience and my captain's telling me that kind of just makes me feel like I'm going to win this game for you. Like, I'm going to do this game. I can feel it. Mushi was kind of the reason they lost, but for him to be able to come back and say that, it's really heartening.
Yeah.
And I feel like that shows a lot of leadership. he's going to have to once again take this, unplanned pause time to collect himself and say, guys, let's relax a little bit. We're getting a little bit too overeager. We're smelling blood and we're just rushing headlong in without thinking about it. Let's take a little bit of time to reset, refocus up.
I see somebody in a pink jacket inside the Fnatic booth. I can only guess that's Bruno, as no other man would wear that.
Could be anybody.
could be anybody. Yeah, anybody rocks that kind of fashion. What about MVP Phoenix? What does a victory mean for them here?
I think a victory for them just kind of validates a lot. I know these guys pretty well from my experience. Like Zephyr, when we first got there, they also started playing competitive Dota as a group. And I know they don't get a lot of support like from Korea because Dota's not like the primary game there or anything like that, but I think it just means a lot for them individually. Like, we made this decision to get into a game, which is hard. A lot of people were ahead of us, but through dedication and hard work, we've been able to kind of keep up and actually catch up to a lot of these teams.
Even if you are in a disenfranchised region, it's all about just wanting it more than the other team.
I mean, they're just willing to put out a little bit more from that. I remember when we were on Zephyr, we'd play them in KDL, we'd beat them, and that night, like, we'd be celebrating and stuff like that, and they would be looking for scrims. We'd beaten them like not 2 hours ago. They'd just gotten home. Instead of just like yelling or getting frustrated, they're just like, let's play Dota. Like, that's what we're here for. We're not here to argue. We're here to get better. And eventually they did, and now look at the stage that they're on. Is the game is now going to resume once again.
So after a wipe, those of you who may have nodded off during that pause, recollection, it's 13-14 right now, 25 minutes in. MVP Phoenix are in a great position, despite the net worth advantage still being in the favor of Fnatic. The MVP Phoenix just won a great fight. They have the better late game, and they're going to be able to get even more objectives, it seems, than just winning a fight. They're going to try and push down this middle tier 1 tower, though Fnatic are coming up. It looks like it's about time for MVP Phoenix to retreat.
Yeah, as
Mushi's hungry. He's going to be able to catch Bevy.
They might even get MP over here.
Yeah, they are actually trying to control these heroes pretty nicely. Good kick down on the Sprout. He's going to be able to free up MP. A stun goes down. Brev, he's almost going to be blown up as they drop the gem. Dula's going to go down as well. Fnatic coming back in style. Is that going to be able to get a fourth one? Hello, Mushi! Fnatic get everything they wanted. We're talking about headspace. How do you get your head back into this game? Well, a fight like that is everything for Fnatic in Game 2 to make this a potential tie.
They have so much momentum on their side right now. They're going to push this so quickly. MVP, they're going to be kicking themselves. Where did it all go wrong? They fought so hard to get back into an even position, but Fnatic just thrust it away. They're going to take the first set of racks here in this game and apply even more pressure to them. And that was so puzzling as MVP, they didn't have the Haunt available. They were so spread out in that fight.
They just seemed too confident, wanting to be able to save their allies, save a friend syndrome. Strikes once again as they end up, result being they lose their melee racks.
Yeah, they've once again wrested control away from MVP as Fnatic are right after that pause. It really did look like they're just like, okay, here's what we have to do, immediately engage. They were ready for it, MVP wasn't. MVP was trying to like say, let's collect our losses. Try to save this one guy, maybe we can get a quick kill.
Yeah.
Haunt's gonna be popped.
No, they can't afford to lose. Oh, they are gonna be able to at least kill Net. They're gonna jump on Mushi here. Mushi turns and finds QO. The Suns come in though, just in time. QO turns around and finishes off Mushi.
As soon as any team gets any sort of advantage, they're just like, nope, gonna strike right back.
Ether Lens completes. What is that on the courier? We've got QO's completed Manta style, so rip supports, that is never fun. Fnatic are gonna have a hard time with both DJ as well as Net surviving through this. Fortunately, the line does have a Glimmer Cape, so that's probably one of the better items you could have against the Spectre at this point.
Yeah. And QO now has the Manta style completed, another item to
DJ.
Keep him alive.
Nice. They're going to be able to
TP.
spot out MP here. The follow-up. Oh, kick turnaround. Uh-oh. Mid one did not think this engagement was going to go this way. He gets taken out. DJ is probably going to fall as well until the sun comes out. Duba's actually going to lose his life. Is Net trying to right-click him down? They turn around. Duba's hoping to be able to get a kick off, but it's not in time. The heads get played out. MP, he's staying on top of DJ, who's trying desperately to be able to kite him around inside the trees. Duke away. Nope. He's not going to be able to do it. MP stays on top of him on the left-hand side. QO, he's already being gone on by Mushi, but Mushi now the turnaround at the end range runs out. QO battling up against Ohio, but he's not going to be able to get him. QO gets away. The buyback here from mid one is also going to be useless as QO TP's back to base. MVP Phoenix, another fight as the momentum of this game is incredibly back and forth.
Yeah, and I think they just got a lot of control back, especially if they can get this tier 2. Fnatic also had to commit the buyback of their top net worth hero. And mid one decided, he's like, maybe our team can hold for a little bit longer, and MVP are going to push this advantage because they have the haunt up. Kyo can get there in a moment's notice as mid one does a lot of damage. Kyo's got to be careful, but this bottom tower push is quite big. Fnatic, they don't have the buyback available on any of their heroes.
Net, he couldn't get off the Glimmer Cape in time, so MP's able to quickly kill him.
They lost their Inertia's Prophet too.
Oh, that was a buyback. This means a full lane of Rags. Mushi's going to be coming up in 5 more seconds, but I don't think he can fight without his disablers. They're going to try for it, though. The TP already forward. They're going to buy back on the line. They have to catch up, but MVP Phoenix, they've already made a clean escape.
Fnatic, they use the buyback on the Nature's Prophet. He goes down immediately, and then Net decides to buy back right before he's about to respawn, hoping that he can catch anybody, but MVP clean escape. And what was, again, a 10k lead that, you know, they had briefly given up after that top engagement swings all the way down. The XP is even more dire.
It's actually in the favor of MVP Phoenix by about 5k. Still, though, Fnatic do have a big opening. Roshan is coming up soon. They desperately need to be able to claim this Aegis.
Yeah, and MVP... Still, they have a lot to work with. Like, Kyo has the defusal plate now. It's going to kite the Ursa quite well. Doesn't have a BKB. That might actually be the next item that they have to wait for.
So unfortunate. Mushi was pretty close to that BKB after that mid-fight. They came back. He had so much gold racked in, but ended up losing a large share of it, especially with the buyback. A 4-staff Ether Lens for Febby. They're going to have an AC soon for MP. Yeah, Fnatic are just sitting back, waiting on BKB at this point, it seems.
Yeah. And Kyo's just going to farm out this jungle with his Manta Illusions. An even Rax trade for MVP is they don't get the melee or the ranged one, but that matters very little right now. So they're just happy to be in an even rack scenario against a team that features a Broodmother and a Chen. Ursa, though, is just power farming. He's like, I have to get this BKB or the next Aegis. And if you get the next Aegis, you have to really make it work for you.
MVP Phoenix have set up a lot of vision around this Roshan pit. I think they know that they can absolutely contest Fnatic for that prize. They see Mushi. He starts walking towards the pit.
They're immediately going to smoke up with 3, though. MP wants the initiation. They want to continue to get aggressive. They think this haunt is too much right now for Fnatic to deal with. And if they could get 1 or 2 core heroes, they can actually get Roshan on their own.
Let's see if they can actually get it here.
Mushi would be the big prize, but Net...
Net, he's going to be able to blink away just in time. Clipper Cape gets played out. Still, though, Q is going to stay on top of DJ. And Net turns around, managed to get it off the Hex, but he's not going to be able to save the Chen. The more important target is Mushi. Looks like swap! Long-range swap coming out from Febby. They're going to be able to take out Mushi. Everything MVP Phoenix wanted there was acquired. They'll be able to go straight to the Roshan pit and claim the Aegis.
That must have been like the absolute max. Febby's got to be so pleased with himself, as this is going to mean the Aegis for them, which is what Fnatic were essentially waiting for this next fight. And this delays the BKB even further from Mushi.
Obviously, they're not going to now, but do you think Fnatic should have bought back and committed to taking Roshan or contesting?
No, I think they were too far away. MVP are in such a good spot for vision and control. Aegis and cheese for MVP. And they just can, you know, they're not playing back in their base anymore. Like they're content to exit the map, look for these smoke engagements, fight around the haunt. They realize they're incredibly strong right now. The Ursa's effectiveness is starting to wear thin.
It certainly is with the way that he is stalling out on items. He is only sitting at 11K net worth. QO is almost 20K. And he's going to have a heart soon. We have the items about to be complete for Forev. The items are just rolling in. The AC is basically complete. They're trying to get buyback gold as well. But they could have a completed AC if they wanted.
MVP gonna force in this mid lane. It is being pushed in by the super melee creeps. As they've got Aegis, they can decide to do whatever they want as soon as they've got Haunt up. MP's almost got the full AC completed. You probably wait for that.
Meanwhile, Furion gets the BKB, but that's pretty much the only item you can talk about for Fnatic. And I don't think it really changes all that much. So now it's Fnatic's turn to be the ones trying to split push and slow down this game so they can get some recovery items. As you could see, Ohio, I think he's actually going to cut the creep wave here.
Yeah, trying to slow down this push. I believe that's a fully completed heart though from QO. He's going to shove in all the lanes. And Fnatic, they don't have enough to deal with this hero by themselves. And with the Haunt available, there's no way that they take this fight. Especially with the AC flying in from MP. They might just decide to go further with this too. They can protect this creep wave, which they don't. The creep almost immediately dies.
So that means MVP Phoenix are going to have to move back and get some control of their other lanes. Maybe they can gank up Mushi, but I bet he's going to back up now. Fnatic's movement is pretty good, but now they're actually going to try and catch something here with the Spectre. They're easily going to be able to get the Nature's Prophet. He jumps over to Mushi now, who's not going to be able to TP out. Mushi gets caught. That is 2 cores down. And now, finally, MVP Phoenix have the opportunity to truly go uphill.
Yeah, this Ursa has really started to lose its effectiveness for Fnatic. Like, the timing window of this hero is really kind of faded away. They couldn't afford to lose him this many times over. And MVP are just abusing him right now. He's not able to ever get his enrage. The Diffusal Blade before the BKB not paying off for him either. Fnatic are now being pushed inside their bases. He was most likely going to get the boost of travel and join the rest of his team. With both of these cores down, Fnatic, what do you really do in this position?
Yeah, you can't afford a buyback just because the Ursa has already been stalled up enough in his items, but do you really give MVP Phoenix the opportunity to take a full lane of Rex? Because they've got 10 seconds to do it with God's strength. They should be able to complete it, at least, at the very least, the melee Rex.
Yeah, I think they can get both. Yeah, with Ursa up in 5 seconds, they know that he's not going to commit the buyback for this. It's another set of racks down for Fnatic. And they're just steadily getting further and further behind.
Where's our Chen going? I wasn't sure about Aghanims, but I honestly didn't think that Chen would go any other item, but he's got an ultimate orb. Is Lincoln's better here, or is this Scythe of Ice?
I really don't even know. Maybe... probably a Hex? I can't imagine the Lincoln's being the best item.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what a Chen is supposed to do in a game like this. Like, they have so many heroes that just can't fight anymore. We talked about that being the weakness of Fnatic's lineup at the beginning of the game, where just like they're going to be really hard pressed if their laning phase doesn't transition into something else. Because MVP's lineup is just smooth all across the board. They've got team fight late game. And we're seeing that right now because they just don't have the lockdown for all of these cores.
Jump in, MP is going to be able to blow up DJ almost immediately. He does have some time to be able to get off his ultimate. He's not actually using it, and that means Brev's going to be able to get the kill instead. Mid-1 just sitting there trying to beat down MP, but he can't even do that much. Oh no, Mushi's trying to catch up, throws out the in-range. He's going to be stalled up. They can't kill this Sven. They're going to turn on to Vivi instead, but it's a pittance as MVP's Phoenix's core still goes strong, and they call it. MVP Phoenix will take it in a 2-0 as they come back in game number 2 to clean out the series.
And the C Dota boys are going to walk away with the top 4 berth. GG as Fnatic are knocked out of the tournament. I still think they can hold their heads up high as securing a top 6 in a tournament like this, knocking out the previous major champions is still a feat, but MVP's journey to continue on as they have to now face EG.
That is probably going to be the toughest opponent that they've faced so far. Of course, first we have a winner's bracket matchup, but our analysts, MVP Phoenix, have done it. I'm sure our analysts have a lot to say about it. Why?
Thank you so much, Captain Blitz. Back at the panel now. We have a new face, a new fresh face to join us. We got Mr. Charlie Yang. And if you don't know, of course, manager of Evil Geniuses, they're doing pretty good so far. Charlie, obviously you're watching a bit of the series. You now know the opponent that will await your team. Give us just your impressions about that series and MVP's triumphant victory 2-0.
I think us personally, we expected MVP to go through. I think I liked Fnatic's draft a lot. It had a really specific timing window. I thought MVP's draft was a little greedy. It had 3 farming cores against a lot of push from Fnatic. But, you know, Fnatic has one of those drafts where you make a mistake, especially against a Spectre or Sven. You're gonna have a lot of problems. You won't be able to break high ground.
Now, Winter, we saw, you know, it felt pretty good at the start for Fnatic. I mean, even the crowd was getting behind the Chen play on the mid lane, really being a nuisance for the Sven. So it felt like it was all going positive, but where did things begin to go a bit astray?
I think from the laning phase, I didn't expect the Brute to actually get nothing. She was like way too poor. She was level 1 for a few minutes, and when you pick Brute, you can't let that happen. The Brute has to be able to help you at least win the lanes or waste the support time. Like, he was just basically shut down from the start, and I felt that was a big problem because Brute Mother did not feel like she accomplished anything. Apart from just taking the towers, she wasn't contributing anything else for the team.
We heard from the professionals here. Now we'll throw it over to Cinderin. Cinderin, apologies if I have to.
That's the meme mallet right there.
I know.
Yeah,
I deserve
that's
that one.
Not okay. It's good.
Sorry if I have to interrupt you, of course, as we wait for the winner's interview. But Cinderin, I would love to hear your professional opinion about the match.
So I think that like the defining moment where the game turns around 100% is actually a mistake from Fnatic, which obviously sucks when you're playing an elimination match. But the Sprout from Ohio in the Dire base, he sprouts in the Ursa. They have the same idea, and it's a good idea.
It was mid-1, not Ohio.
Mid-1. Sorry, yeah, mid-1. I'm used to Ohio playing Prophet. It was mid-1. Yeah, let's blame the right guy. So they have the right call. They want to go in and jump on this target, and I think it is doable. But it's a quick reaction from MVP to get him out of there, and then they end up sprouting their Ursa in, and it sets up for a very easy team fight for MVP. Where, in my opinion, the flashiest play of the match actually happens from Dubu on the Earth Spirit, waiting out, rolling past the fight, and then getting a triple boulder smash downward in a line, hitting 3 heroes down there. Phenomenal play from him, and they got a 5-0 fight there when Fnatic were actually looking to maybe take their first lane of Rax.
Got to give, of course, some love to Fnatic with this loss. Unfortunately for them, they will be eliminated from the Shanghai Major, but they are going to be finishing in the top position. I expect we'll be seeing more from them in the near future. Winter, would you say that they should be at least trying to... they're a team, as we know, very serious about the competition, but should they at least hold their heads up high with the way they were able to make a showing here?
Definitely. I think their performance exceeded everyone's expectations, apart from like people who actually we are close to them, so I knew that their preparation this time was really solid, and I knew they were in good shape, so I kind of expected them to do better than everyone else. But at the same time, you know, everyone wants to win, so they might still be a bit disappointed.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are going to be sending it to the stage now where we have our winner's interview.
You guys play against Fnatic 2-0, and how do you feel right now?
We feel good, and then I don't know, like
我们感觉很好，就是感觉很
表达的很简单，但是从他脸上窃喜的表情，大家应该能够明白内心的那种激动啊。第二个问题，听说我们的 Dubu 会唱一首中文歌，这首中文歌的名字叫《甜蜜蜜》，是吗？如果是的话，可不可以在现场让我们所有的朋友听到
？So we've heard that you know a Chinese song and it's named 甜蜜蜜. It's like super sweet. And say, can you sing a little bit for us?
甜蜜蜜，你笑的甜蜜蜜。
哇哦，非常棒，对不对 ？OK， 我们已经感受到 Dubu 的这种音乐魅力了。第三道题，这次比赛呢，很多人把 MVP 称为了一匹黑马，对这样的一个称呼，你们自己怎么看待呢？
You guys are known to be the dark horse of this whole tournament. And what do you think about right now?
I think our team is strong and have good teamwork, so I don't know, we are doing fine.
我觉得我们队很强，合作的也很好。我也不知道，我觉得每个东西都很好吧。
那接下来要对战的就是 EG 和 Secret 了。虽然说现在已经保证肯定能进小组前4，但是这两个好像也不是很好对付，要怎么对待呢
？You're going to face Secret and EG, and they're known to be very strong teams. And what is your mindset right now? How confident you are in facing those two teams? And you are guaranteed to put 4th in this tournament.
Yeah, of course you have confidence. I think we can win against them. So, I mean, we are gonna our best. We are gonna do our best.
我觉得他们是很强，但是我们也有信心可以打败他们。我们会尽一切我们的努力的。
是我们感受到 MVP 的自信了，也希望接下来比赛可以越战越勇。Thank you。接下来把画面交还给分析台。
All right, Dubu, a man of few words, but Charlie, how would you rate his singing?
Dude, when they said that, me and Winter were both super surprised. It was not bad.
He sang more than he actually talked for the interview. So I mean, maybe one of those guys who'd rather leave his let his Dota play speak for himself. But
sure,
he should feel happy about that.
It was no Whole New World by Universe.
Maybe we could throw him in for the concert tomorrow instead. But before we cut to a break and get hyped up for our winner bracket final, Charlie, any kind of lingering thoughts about now your upcoming matchup against MVP? Do you expect them maybe to bring that kind of face rush style we've been seeing him, or do you expect MVP to maybe bring out something a bit new for EG?
I'm not really sure. I originally would have said that we would have expected some sort of face rush from them, but when they played up against Liquid, I feel like they changed that a little bit. They picked more greedy. They picked more farming intensive cores against a team that maybe they thought were favored against them. So I'm not really sure how they're going to change that up or not against us.
Well, PPD's a pretty smart guy. I'm sure he'll prepare for all possible scenarios. For you, Winter, are you looking forward to that matchup? And do you expect EG to kind of have their number, or do you think MVP can give them a run for their money?
I think that if they play against EG and they try to adapt too much, it might be actually a bad thing for them. I feel like MVP has to just play their own style, just whatever they feel they're confident and they are comfortable, and play fast. That's the key thing. Don't be too greedy against EG.
We have actually the MVP here, at least according to the spectators, so we'll show it up right now. And Cinder, and I want to know your opinion if you seem to agree or not. They seem to find that QO will be MVP by a 68% margin, followed up by, of course, MP and then Forev. What was your take on the match and who you thought was the most valuable player?
It seems like if you want to get the MVP vote, you pick Spectre, because
yeah,
then you get more than 50% of the votes. So I'm actually not sure if there's a clear-cut MVP in that game. QO was in a lot of kills and in some, I think he engaged very wisely and took some clever fights. For me, the biggest play of the game was Dubu, so I would have personally picked him for that, or you could say mid one for MVP, unfortunately. But I think the Earth Spirit of Dubu played pretty solid. It's between him and QO for me, probably. Depends if you want to look over the entire game or what was the defining play. Defining play was from Dubu. Across the game, QO, probably.
You know, and before we actually cut to it, and since you brought a little bit about Earth Spirit, I'm really curious to hear Charlie's thoughts, or if he happens to know EG, one of the teams that are kind of confident enough to let the other team even pick up Earth Spirit, or maybe even snipe it up for yourself. What is EG's take on the hero? Is it only very scary when it's in the right hands? Do you think you have an answer for it? I can understand if you don't want to put too much information out there, but I'm really curious.
I really don't think this is a question I should be answering.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. I had to ask. I had to tickle your mind a little bit, so we'll have to see if the play will... What are you shaking your head about?
Bad question.
I had to try. I'm sure many people out there would be just as curious, so thank you for shaming me.
Maybe
for everyone out there.
Maybe Peter will do a draft video blog after the tournament.
I hope so. I'm sure a lot of people would love to see that. So with that, we will cut to a break, but don't go too far. When we come back, it's going to be a hype matchup as we go into the winner bracket final. It's Secret versus Liquid. We'll see you then. Sorry.
Persevere. To keep training. Pushing forward. Every rep matters. Always staying fixed on that moment in the spotlight when all eyes are on you. Let it fuel you. Let it drive you. Keep pressing forward. Because in that moment, you need to be ready. You're not quick enough. Timing is off. Pull your weight. I've heard it all. The haters and discouragements. But you gotta block it out. Because in that moment, only you decide how the battle unfolds. 开战吧！
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major live here from the Mercedes-Benz Arena. We are back for the winners bracket finals. With me, LD, Charlie Yang, manager of Evil Geniuses, and Gods. Welcome to the panel, gentlemen, and what a match we have in front of us here. LD, what are you looking forward to most?
Being on a panel next to the legend himself, Mr. Charlie.
It's not the first time.
Won't be the last either, I hope.
We'll see.
It depends how well this panel goes if he agrees to come back.
We'll see what you have to say.
No, but it's an exciting match. Liquid versus Secret.
Yes.
Both of these teams have performed exceptionally well at this event, and you've got still MVP and EG lurking in the lower bracket, so who knows who's going to make it. I'm sure he's got his opinion, but I think any of these four teams have what it takes to win the event.
Yeah, we can actually take a quick look at the bracket to see what route these teams have taken to actually get to this point. And Charlie, I'm curious to hear from you what you found most surprising in the brackets, or if you maybe don't find them surprising at all. Mostly upper brackets.
I mean, I think everybody would say how well both Cole, MVP, and Fnatic have done up to this point. I don't think anybody saw that.
Yeah.
I think
Liquid?
Compendium predictions. I think a lot of people might have picked Liquid to go far. They've always been that team that's been on the cusp of that tier 1 / tier 1.5 team where if you're a big team going through the bracket, that's a team that you want to watch out for. You're not going to say, oh, this will be an easy game. This will be an easy 2-0 or 2-1. This is a team that could beat you, and you really have to bring your A game for. And I think they've really proven that this tournament, and I think the addition of Bulba coaching them has helped them a lot. I think it goes without saying. I'll say it. He's the best coach in Dota. The great thing about Sam is that he really understands how other teams think, how other teams work, and he, despite how clowny he is or how much people like to make fun of him, he is a really hard worker, and he'll really put in the hours to watch replays and to go over them with you. And I think we're really seeing that this tournament, that Liquid is drafting in a way that really works well against other teams, and sort of it almost seems like they have their number, and I think a lot of that probably does have to do with Sam.
Well, they always seem very prepared. Like, they're willing to give away some of the top flavor heroes. Like, at the start, Lone Druid's like, oh, you don't really give away Lone Druid, but they had the Phoenix and heroes that could just deal with it really well, defend high ground. So I think, like you say, Sam just understands what other teams are going to pick and do and play.
And it's really kind of not just a story for them, but for the tournament as a whole. Most of the teams that are doing well here have some element of additional assistance outside just the set 5. You look at Secret, they've had the help of Theben here.
Right.
You mentioned Bulba, Liquid having support there. Fnatic's had a coach as well as a mentality coach, an Extinct as well as Kenshi. So I think you look at most of the teams who've gone deep in this tournament, and either they have that or they have a really experienced veteran leader like PPD.
Hold on a sec. The teams who've had the coaches and had coaches the longest is the Chinese teams. I would love to hear your theory. Why do you think the Chinese teams have done so well? Everyone talks about preparation stuff, but you have full-time coaches on most of these top Chinese teams. You got Mikasa coaching, you have QQQ coaching VG Gaming, you have 7-1 coaching eHome, and all these teams collapse.
Are you asking him to call out coaches?
I mean, no, I'm not necessarily asking him to call them out. I'm more wondering, why did these teams do so badly and come here so unprepared?
I don't really want to generalize across the board. I think that's really hard to do, though, given the fact that every single Chinese team this tournament has not made it into the top 8, and their performance across the board has been so bad. But things like this, there are so many factors that always affect things like this, and from the outside, we can really only speculate. I would say there are a lot of systemic problems within their scene in terms of how their organizations are structured, or how they approach practice, or how they approach these tournaments. There might be something to say about how fast they adapt, or the leadership within their scene, but it's hard to say whether or not every single one of these teams has whether there's a general theme for every single one of these teams for why they've not succeeded.
So coming into this match, how much do you feel like it's the battle of the coaches? You do a 1-for-3-7 on one side, Bulba on the other side.
And these digital coaches are pretty good.
Yeah.
Should we just skip the Dota and just have them, you know, a little boxing match
DC's just a
beforehand?
training camp for coaches here.
I'm
They're
not
not
sure
actually
who'd
looking
win
to
that one.
compete in
I
any
mean,
big
to
tournaments.
be fair, they do have some of the smartest players in the scene. Aui's also on that team. We did maybe think about it, but I do think that what we've seen from both Theban and Sam so far has really complemented their teams. I was talking to I think Cap and Blitz earlier about how not every coach is suited for every team. If you put Theban or if you put Bulba on a different team, it wouldn't work
What if
out
they would
so
swap
well.
around?
I don't think it would work that well.
On which part?
For
both?
For both.
Okay,
For both, really. It really also comes down to how much your captain respects that coach, how much the other players on your team respect that coach, and how much, what kind of relationship and rapport you have between those players. I think the great thing about Bulba and Liquid in this tournament has been that Bulba's, I feel like he's found a way to really add to Liquid and add to their understanding of this metagame without changing too much about how they want to play. I think that's the real danger you have with coaches that come on like mid-season, where they bring in their own experiences, their own idea about how the game is played, and if they come in and they change the habits of a team or what the team is comfortable with sort of mid-season or mid-patch,
Disrupting the learning
it
curve.
can be very disruptive.
Yeah.
Well,
And
you
I
have to use the personnel you have. It's no different from, like, say, professional basketball. If you just don't have that really powerful center, you can't necessarily rely on the post game. Maybe you have to take more outside shots or play, you know, more of a spread the court style of play. So it's using the personnel that you have in the right way as well.
Sure.
Which defines a great
Yep.
coach.
Sure. Agreed.
Sure.
Agreed. Chief?
You two are like two of the tallest people in the scene, and you know nothing about basketball. Come on now.
Great.
Jesus.
Some good analysis.
You should have learned a little
heard some
basketball. We just had a Jeremy Lin video. What were you doing?
But he was learning Dota.
Yeah.
So
What were
apparently
you
he chose
doing?
a different
I already know Dota, so I don't need to learn it. I was watching the video like I'm supposed to.
So since you already know about Dota, you know, how's
All
this
right.
game going to play out, LD?
It's going to be a close, tight series. 2-1. The best team will win.
2-1.
Great
But
insight.
who is the best team?
I think it's really tight. I very slightly favor Liquid overall going in. I think they've been a little more stable this tournament than Secret. Secret was really tested when they faced at EG. I think if you play that series a couple of times, EG does come out on top more often than not, but you only play series once, so
Who knows?
we'll see.
Charlie, your team yesterday lost against Team.
Variety of heroes. There were points early in this event even where you could see them giving him extra help beyond what normally an offlaner would need just to try and get him off to a good start.
We are actually gonna witness the players getting on the stage as we get ready for our winner bracket finals.
Secret.
And as their players take their place to try and beat each other in this winners bracket finals, let's talk game, gentlemen. What are the weaknesses the teams are going to try to focus on? Pressure points. I want to hear them all. And maybe Charlie can try to give some insight without revealing too much inside information that his team has for.
That's going to be
teams.
really hard. For
Yes,
Charlie.
it's going to be really difficult. I realize that I'm putting you on the spot here, but let's just start with LD. LD, pressure point, most important factor to focus for. Let's start with Secret. What are they going to focus on to try and take down Team Liquid?
Well, both teams have a fantastic Earth Spirit player. I think it's more important for Team Secret because they rely so heavily on Weeha getting that tempo controller mid. The other main hero he can play is Invoker, but they feel a little limited in terms of draft, that they're always going for that. And the other big component that I really look at for Secret is the Puppy Enigma. Enigma's been fantastically successful this whole tournament. They were probably the team to use it the most, along with EG coming into the event and in the group stage. So if you're able to either take away that tempo controller, or you know they're going to go for one and then you're able to punish it, I think that's where you can get an edge as Liquid. I think Secret have been a little one-dimensional in that regard. So what I would love to see is for them to mix it up here or there, maybe not always going for the same style where it's very split push focused. I mean, as you mentioned, kind of like old Cloud9-esque with maybe better execution in the late game. So to me, that's probably the pressure point for them. I think Liquid is overall a bit more well-rounded.
We're going to find out what they're actually going to do in the draft, because we're in the draft of the first game of this best of 3 gods. What are your points that we have to look out for here when looking at these two teams go at each other?
I think for Team Secret, we kind of talked about how they play this very kind of split push heavy. I think it's going to be finding the right balance as far as having like a greedy jungler and kind of taking that approach versus contesting or having your jungle contest. So here's like Bounty Hunter, Mirana, they come into play as far as here's that can contest the jungle, apply pressure on mid lane. Tusk's kind of in the same boat. And then you have the Enigma, the Chen, which have been banned out here, something that Liquid decide they just don't want to have to deal with against Team Secret.
Yeah, we have not too surprising bans, I would imagine. Chen, Enigma.
Yeah.
Kind of blocking Poppy there, but it makes sense. What do we want to see Poppy on instead? Enchantress is still in the pool.
He can play Enchantress. I don't think they favor it quite as much.
I don't think his hero is too... Like, once you aren't getting the junglers, his hero becomes less like the key to Secret. I think more now it becomes about what hero you're going to put for Misery. Do you go for something like the OD, which has been very successful for them? The OD Dro Ranger we saw, and just having these strategies for Team Secret.
I think the key for Secret here will be how do they secure their early game? Because how do they get to a point where, you know, Envy can play his typical hard carries and be able to transition into that late game?
I mean, Liquid is going to run at you with the timing. Look at the heroes they're picking. They're picking Puck, Gyrocopter, Ursa, Nature's Prophet, Invoker. These are heroes that come online relatively early, and they like to seize control of the game once they have their key items and levels. So they go now for the Darkseer here. Both teams really trying to hide their hand as far as the overall game plan through phase 1. And it will be Liquid that takes the Invoker.
Liquid's turn to ban.
I feel like this Darkseer pick is very Bullet influenced. I think he values the hero a lot.
So you think they're denying it from Liquid? Because it was Secret who picked it.
Right. I think it's... I think because Theban and Sam are on the same team, I would imagine Theban also knows what Sam values. And it's probably like a shared mindset between the two that, you know, Darkseer creates a lot of space. He creates, or not so much space, but he requires a lot of attention in the offlane. You put him down there, and you know you need somebody to zone him out. Or
it also limits what options you can play for your safe lane farmer too, because there's some safe lane heroes you just don't want to pick and play against Darkseer.
How much focus do you feel like both of these teams have in terms of team fight? Obviously, we had a Tidehunter Enigma kind of combination going on for Team Secret mostly.
It's generally very heavy for both teams, I would say. Liquid, again, looking at a lot of their key heroes, Gyrocopter, Invoker, Nature's Prophet, Tusk, like OD, all of these heroes excel in team fights. They've run the Tidehunter a decent amount. I would say it's generally less prioritized for Secret unless they get the Enigma, at which point your team fight's always going to be really good. So more likely, I think Liquid's the team that's going to be looking for the team fight. But with that said, Secret have gone into Darkseer, so they have the option. Sven's still out there. It's a carry that these teams haven't really run as much, but has been extremely successful throughout the tournament. So
especially in combination with Darkseer.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if Secret are considering it at this stage. Bounty Hunter ban from Liquid. So wanting to protect the Invoker mid.
And just a great hero to pair with Darkseer and to just cause all kinds of problems. So
it's a great pipeline hero.
Yeah. Could it be a setup also for perhaps them going a little bit greedier and putting something in the jungle? I say something because we have seen also some unorthodox jungle picks.
They've done like Iron Talon Night Stalker for Puppey before. So if they want to do that, that's an option. I mean, Darkseer obviously can jungle quite early as well. Don't expect he'll start there though.
Oh, I mean a jungler for Liquid as well.
Yeah. Liquid don't do that quite as much unless, like, for Kuro, it's like he's playing the Chen or something. What they do is have mind control, fall back with the Iron Talon, and then just go kind of play that off-lane jungling role when he gets zoned out of his lane, though.
I think the Phoenix ban here out of Secret is really interesting. It's great against high ground defense. Maybe Secret is planning on picking a hero with high HP to
Might be the
siege.
Could be a lone druid pick still. Generally, they've run it for Misery in the offlane, which means someone else has to play the Darkseer. But if they want to run Darkseer more greedily,
pull out the safe lane farming Darkseer, a la eHome.
That
or super greedy jungle Darkseer.
Yeah.
Ooh, it is a Doom. You don't see it, but I do. Actually, LD sees it too, but I heard it. It says Doom.
Shiver, you're so good at predicting drafts.
Yeah, I give away why I heard it.
We don't need Winter
though,
anyway.
So. But it is going to be a Doom hero, so a Doom pick rather. Is that? What Doom is this?
He's a great hero to put Ion Shell on.
Envy used to love playing this hero. He ran a lot in the safe lane, but it seems more like typically the full position role. Like
I think it's the Puppey hero.
I think this is probably a Puppey hero. I would be really surprised if they picked an Envy Doom this early. I wouldn't be surprised.
And with Darkseer too.
Right,
it doesn't seem like a good partner.
They could pick it now and be leaving it open. That's the one way where maybe Envy ends up playing it.
We saw yesterday a team going for Darkseer as the 4 position.
Yeah, so either of them can jungle. That's the nice thing, is you really don't know the full lane.
Wasn't that also a disaster?
It lost.
Yes,
I
it was.
don't know if it was necessarily the plan as well.
But technically it's an option.
EGM Darkseer.
I mean, you can also have the Doom start in the jungle, and then you basically turn it into a dual lane. You throw an Ion Shell in both, and you just run at their safe lane. And it's pretty scary if you're squishy, so. Liquid yet to reveal their likely safe lane hero.
So we got Liquid, they picked up a Beastmaster. That means a lot of vision inbound for them. How is Team Secret going to do something about that? Can they, with the picks still available and the roles that they still need, do something about that?
I'm worried about Roshan here, because Secret don't have much Roche potential right now, but they are dire.
They're mid and they.
If that's an Envy Doom, they could do Puppey Night Stalker again. They did that against us to provide vision, but
that just sounds like
melee
a
heavy.
weak way to run the Doom.
Well, this is.
Is it an Envy Ember game?
This is a
they
really
always
interesting
love the
Secret
Ember.
draft. If you showed me these 3 heroes at the beginning, I wouldn't have guessed that this was Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, even the Darkseer pick, like you mentioned, it's not their bread and butter. Going into this match, I would have said more likely there they take the lone druid.
Oh.
All right, what's happening?
This is
a throwback.
Are we using the previous patch here?
Seems they picked Wind Ranger once earlier this tournament, and they did win that game.
Yeah. So definitely either Jungle Doom or Darkseer, more likely Doom. The Wii Ranger likely mid.
Yep, it's like an alright matchup versus Invoker typically.
Are they going to go for the Envy Ember? Are we going full 6.85 here?
I mean, you mentioned Roshan. That's like Wind Ranger, Ember, just zero Roche taking potential.
When they would do this strategy, it was normally with a Slardar or maybe a Magnus, which gives them a lot more physical damage.
I like the Sven a lot more than an Ember this game still.
How about a Drow Ranger?
Oh, of course.
I don't think you'll see a Drow out of either team at this point. Definitely not for Secret. I don't think they have enough.
A Wind Ranger alone not enough?
Drow feels risky for Secret because Liquid have really good catch and burst, and there's not much in the way of saves.
You can get on the Drow with both the Tusk and the BM.
Blink Punch, Snowball, Roar.
Right. I don't think Team Secret is like when you pick a Drow, you're really looking to snowball your lanes in your advantage in laning phase.
How about like Ursa or even Lycan here for Secret? Good Roche potential, more physical damage, goes well with the Darkseer for the Ursa especially. They have a lot of control for it though.
That's possible. I don't think Secret really knows for sure yet. And they wanted to see that last pick out of Liquid.
Yeah. So this is a great safe lane carry against the Darkseer. If he does end up going to the off lane, which I imagine is what Liquid's expecting right now. Also good versus Doom. A lot of kill potential there.
So last picks time. What do you feel like the teams are lacking right now? Some Disable, some team fight perhaps? I mean, team fight on Team Liquid looks pretty good compared to Team Secret.
Secret just needs an Envy hero.
They look pretty well-rounded so far. They've got some catch, some wave clear.
So what are we looking at here? Liquid needs probably the Kuroki hero. It should be a Jerax Tusk.
Right.
Rubik. Good with the Gyro versus Darkseer. Doom's a great, and Lion Spells are all great to steal. Secret are going to ban it.
out.
Secret also thought Rubik.
I think Rubik would have been ideal there for Liquid. And it's also like a Kuro classic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just some kind of set with the Gyro.
So how about Secret? What are they?
I think.
What's the Envy hero?
I think they're likely to pick Spectre personally.
Spectre's.
It's just a team fight here. It doesn't have to do amazing in lane. Once you just get Haunt up, you put an Iron Shell on the Spectre too. That just works really well.
They're going to have to go first. So let's say they pick Spectre. Can Liquid go aggressive tri-lane? They have Gyro Tusk already. Beastmaster does okay against Darkseer 1v1.
I don't think Liquid want to. It's not.
And they could have
something
Exort
they
support.
came in planning to do.
They still ban out the Drow Ranger. So maybe slightly worried. That
I mean, that's
Secret
a
has
pretty
something
weak
special.
tri-lane though, right? It's like Lion Spectre with Doom in the jungle. I guess
That
maybe
is-
run
that
the
is
safe lane
really weak.
Darkseer.
And I think that would get punished by Beastmaster very heavily. I don't know, but that is Secret's bread and butter.
Yeah, they don't mind Spectre having a slightly poor lane because you can catch up with Haunt.
Envy's caught back.
I would like
before.
to see Liquid pressure it though. I think if they're going to pick Spectre like that when they already have the greedy jungle Doom, that you don't just want to trade
The
farm with
Doom,
them.
he starts off greedy, but I feel like once you get level 3, 4, you just kind of rotate with the Lion to the off lane. You put an Iron Shell, a Surge on the Doom, he runs in with Scorch Earth, and you can apply a lot of pressure with the Doom, just not at the very start.
All right, we got it, guys.
All right.
It is the Envy Spectre.
Isn't Enchantress
Greed with a
Beastmaster
capital
lane an option
EE.
for Team Liquid?
What?
Enchantress Beastmaster on the off lane, go Gyro Tusk safe lane, Invoker mid? Or is that...
I think
that would not be bad.
What you could do as Liquid is you could run maybe Gyro Tusk in aggressive dual lane, have the Beastmaster jungle.
And then just go
Invoker mid and then
Easy way. Put the Iron Talon Beastmaster jungle.
Then who's your
I
self-sustaining?
I think it really depends on the approach Liquid has here, what their philosophy is. Do they want to go all in on, and really punish Team Secret, or do they feel like they can't here and they have to sort of, give them a cushion, give themselves a cushion for the late game and pick something greedier?
The other thing that Liquid can do, rather than pressure the Spectre, is they can just try to punish the Wind Ranger mid, because if you get a good shards with the Invoker going Quas Exort, that's a very likely kill. And Secret don't have the best save. So I think regardless of what this pick is, they will be applying a pressure, it's just a question of where they do it.
And probably they also use some of this time to already discuss their game plan.
It's going to be Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden?
Yeah. And CM's a losing pick. That here is not good.
He did win this
I don't
morning.
know.
We won with it.
Okay.
Legion Commander.
Oh, all right. So
Legion
agree.
Commander.
It is something greedier. So I imagine that will be a 4-position Beastmaster.
Offlane Legion. No,
Mind
Mind
Control
Control
no.
Beastmaster. Off Jungle Legion.
Jungle Legion.
Okay.
So
This is
Jungle
this
and
is a
jungle.
new look out of Liquid.
Well, tell us, what is going to happen this game? What do we look forward to seeing? What timings do the teams need to hit?
My eyes are entirely on Jerax. The man is sensational on Tusk, just like his Earth Spirit. I think he's the key for Liquid here. Can easily set up Sunstrike kills around the map, and then later on Mind Control can participate. I favor Liquid a bit here overall, but it does come down to the Tusk play, so I'm going to say Liquid for this one.
I think Secret have a really good lane. Like Darkseer, like what actually does well against the Darkseer lane? Like yeah, Gyro's the carry that can match up against Darkseer when you have a support with you. And what is that support really here? The Tusk
is going to have to roam.
offers a little, but
he's got to roam.
I think Secret's lanes are really strong. Even if Spectre does get pressured, you just catch up with Haunt.
So you favor Secret
We
then?
have
overall.
Yeah, we have a game. It is time for game 1 of Team Liquid versus Team Secret in our winners bracket finals. Odie Pixel and Draskell, take it away.
Indeed, thank you very much, and here we go. Liquid versus Secret. This is game 1 here of this best of 3 winner bracket final. I'm Odie Pixel, I'm here with Draskell. Andy, we've seen the drafts. We are seeing the Legion Commander, potentially jungle role here from Kuroki. Are you loving it as much as you love it in your pubs?
Dude, Legion's one of my favorite heroes, so I try not to fanboy too much, but as Kuro is playing possibly my top 3 favorite heroes, I kind of have to think Liquid had the better draft.
The crowd's going to love this one. Here comes Liquid. Oh,
He's
Envy.
fine. Just
All
walk
right.
it off, no big deal.
Walk it off, Envy knew. Envy knew. He was on top of it.
Yeah, but I do want to talk a little bit about the Legion pick because it's great for a strong dispel. Obviously, you can move things like Shackle. If you get hexed up or stunned by Impale from the Lion, you can just have a really solid way of saving, like your Gyro. You can save, your Invoker, and you also have Snowball on top of that. So I think it's more kind of just trying to dodge the Wind Ranger initiation in the Lion more than anything else. And I also feel like it is, like the panel was saying, a little bit on the greedy side, but as Secret had I think it was 3rd or 4th pick Doom, not really surprised him to go for something that has a little bit more late game in mind.
There we go. Puppy's 4th professional Doom game ever. Not played the hero since 2014, and what a time to bring it back in the winner bracket final here at the Shanghai Major. Let's see how it pans out. I mean, kind of look at the drafts overall. Do you feel anyone has a safer lineup here, considering the way that Liquid and Secret both play?
I think that Liquids might be what you would consider safer, just because I think that it's going to be really hard for them to shut down Kuro, and I also think that, Mind Control could be a bit of trouble here. Yeah. No, he's all right. Just going to walk it off. But this dual lane is actually very strong. Like, you get a couple of points into press the attack, and then your overwhelming odds you can use to spam out. If you get caught by a boar, the Spectre is not really going to be able to do much in the way of saving you. And I really think that this lane from Liquid is going to pressure immensely. And then, of course, you have the mid matchup, which is Exort and Invoker versus the Wind Ranger. This one is more, I think, based on the player more than anything else, maybe with a slight edge to the Invoker. But yeah, I do think that Liquid have the safer lineup.
We'll see if that certainly pans out that way. And I mean, talking about the mid matchup, the fact that we are bringing in this Wind Ranger, pretty much one of the very few players that still wish to do so in this current patch. You feel it's still got its strengths, the Wind Ranger?
I think that it's one of those picks that you want to put somebody on when you know that they're just very skilled at the hero. Like, this was a go-to for Wii in previous patches. So if you have somebody who's extremely confident, and I think that the hero still has some issues, the most glaring of which is only really, you're single target oriented, and most of the time you can't ask for a 2-hero Shackle. And not only that, but there are 2 methods of saves that we've already talked about on the side of Liquid, so I think that they have more than enough to deal with the hero. But I've also seen him go completely nuts and just land like 2-hero Shackle after 2-hero Shackle and just have a phenomenal game. So this is kind of one of those picks that can be very explosive or just fall flat.
I'm talking about being explosive. We are, of course, seeing Matuma Man Gyrocopter, and he, got to be honest, one of the better players in the scene. We can expect to see him come out with the rotations when he's 6 and be very active across the map, but at the same time keep up an insane amount of farm at the moment. Landing up against Mystery's Darkseer. We'll see how much the Darkseer can really do against the safe lane here of Liquid. But I mean, looking at the Tusk and looking at the Gyro, Matuma Man should have a final time in terms of farming.
There's not really going to be any pressure on the safe laner on the side of Liquid, which is obviously a good thing. But at the same time, this is not really the best of kill combos. The Tusk and the Gyrocopter have to go pretty high.
He's coming in here with the toss, and okay! That's why you picked this, the Wind Ranger, for the boy. And with that, Fade will pop the Fairy Fire, Puppy and Wee closing in, and they'll get first blood.
The classic China Doom.
My goodness. Level 2 out of the jungle into the lane, and Weehawk Wind Ranger says it all.
The funny part about that was they actually stacked their stuns pretty heavily, and it just didn't matter. Like, that boulder hit roughly, like, what, quarter of a second before the Shackle came through. But in those situations, you kind of have to take the Shackle when you get it, because it's the harder spell to hit. But still, very nicely done from the side of Secret, getting themselves on the board. And Wii is already winning the lane, even without the addition of the first blood, so Secret off to a great start.
Indeed, they'll be happy with this start here for Wii. And talked about Matuma Man looking, of course, at MV. He's struggling a little bit more there in the top lane. Did, of course, have the presence of Kuroki on the Legion up there earlier. And at the moment, Mind Control with the double boars. Just trying to do what he can to slow down MV's farm. But, of course, MV Spectre, me and yourself, we saw it yesterday. He had an absolutely abysmal start against the doomed Darkseer lane. And then he just came back into it with an incredible performance.
It was one of those really big team fights where the Spectre just lives through the engagement, and then you end up finishing an item. I think in that particular case, he got a Manta style from a one-team fight, and then after that point, it was just really difficult for the enemy team to deal with him just due to the sheer damage output that you can have when you isolate heroes. But I think that he's going to have a little bit more of a hard time this game, specifically because of what we're seeing right now. Is his support is very hard-pressed to do anything. Like, in this position as a Lion, you just don't have the damage output that you need. You can throw out a couple of random spells, maybe with a Doom rotation, however.
Puppy. He's coming around here. Let's see what he can do. He's got the crit passive. We'll see if he can get the big hits in. Got the Infernal Blade on Kuroki. Mind Control. They just fend off Puppy, stop the dive from happening. We'll see if Puppy what the plan is with this team. I mean, how do you expect to see Puppy play this team? Are we going to see him constantly go back and forth between lanes, or is he going to start to kind of cement himself somewhere?
I think they're just going to be vying for control of the runes, as we're seeing here. Kuro, though.
1v1 me.
Yeah, he's got the movement speed advantage.
Oh, he's still fine there with Jarex. He's not done, and he's bottling up, and Jarex could be in trouble. Weehaw. He's going to power shot it up. Jarex, 45 HP on the man.
Nice
He'll
block.
block the way off, yeah, with the shards.
He's got 3 seconds. Is he going to go for it? He might go for it.
Oh, no.
No, not quite.
Worth a shot, though. Yeah, literally.
Well, still, forcing the Tusk to go back to base. A little bit of relief on the map for the time being. I think he's just going to suicide to neutrals, actually. Yeah, he's just going to die. So, laning phase, still slightly favoring Liquid. The Gyrocopter's getting total free farm, whereas Envy's being pressured a little bit more. And Fata has managed to bring himself back into the lane a little bit on the back of the rotations from Jarex. So even though he himself got sent back to base, he's helping to create a little bit of room for Fata to make sure that he has a decent start. And we've seen Fata in the past. Like, this guy, in my opinion, is one of the most mechanically gifted mid players, maybe of all time in Dota. So when I see him on Invoker, I can't help but be a little bit excited.
Absolutely. We've been treated to a few Fata performances this LAN on the Invoker. And we'll see if this one does indeed scale up to be another. You got Puppy at the moment, eyes on the mid lane. Maybe seeing what he can find. Still walking around there with the aura. So he's got that extra damage if he can chase someone down. And oh, Puppy versus Kuroki. Kuroki to the left, Puppy to the right. And now, Pilot Eye coming in as well. Kuroki. Oh, see how close. Oh, Kuroki. You don't want to get that close. Now, Puppy turns up the heat.
My control's coming in.
We've got Jarex there as well. Puppy's just going to TP out straight in front of Kuroki. Look at the sharp block onto Pilot Eye. Jarex just closes in, and Pilot Eye just sitting there. It's a lovely ravage, but he accepts his fate. 4 heroes on Liquid just beating down on Pilot Eye. And that will be the kill credited to Fata.
That was an extremely heavy top room commitment coming in there from Liquid, but not only did they get the rune, they get the support kill. In that time, Envy's going to also be hard-pressed to find any CS in the situation. And can we just talk about the fact that this Gyrocopter has 25 denies right now?
Oh, and he might have himself a kill as well. He's going to lay down the homing missile, start to chase down. He has got the cooldown, and he's going to go for it. The slow's going to catch him. Envy comes in, the shackle won't latch as we try to double. Oh! Fata's there with the Sunstrike. Finishes off Matuma Man's job, and now Matuma Man's going to try and get himself out. Hex from Pilot Eye. Jarex trying to save him with the shards. Isn't going to be enough, though. Envy sticking around after haunting in. We'll get the return kill onto the Gyro. So, a fairly even trade there, really, at the end of the day.
Maybe, yeah, I don't even know if you can say one team got the advantage there. Maybe Liquid, in the sense that I think the mid matchup is a little bit more important in this particular game, given what heroes each team has. But still, a very, very close early game.
Puppy. Let's go for this one. The ball slow. It's doing a little bit, not quite enough. He's got the Scorch Heat, and now with the focus fire, mind control falling incredibly low. He's going to be fine, and now Matuma Man will be there. Maybe see if they can counter-initiate it. Indeed, the go time could be very soon. Puppy, no Scorched Earth. Jarex up at the top lane as well, level 3. Let's see what Matuma Man can find. Here he goes with the wraparound, eyeing up Puppy. The missile will get laid down, and Puppy is going to try for the TP out, but the Rocket Barrage, there's more than enough damage to bring down the Doom. Liquid find themselves the kill there, and they'll also pick themselves up a tier 1 on this top lane.
I think we have a really good showing of why so many teams ban Gyrocopter against this team. Matuma Man just rotates the second. He doesn't even wait for 7. He just goes at level 6. He has call down. He knows that they want to try to get map control away from that Spectre. Apply as much pressure as humanly possible to prevent Secret from hitting that really good mid-game stride. And as the panel was saying, Secret don't even have the greatest Roche team. So a lot that we've been seeing at Shanghai is teams pick at least one hero who can secure Roshan. So whether it be like Ursa, sometimes it's been Sven, just something to allow them to get that Aegis advantage and be able to pressure. But Secret, they have the Wind Ranger, which is alright, but given the way that Liquid are controlling the early game, they might be the ones to secure the Roshan first.
Puppy just backing off and clearing up the camps. Look to try and find this level 6 at the same time. Pi was given a bit of space in the mid to start to level up the Lion. Mid lane still, far to the top of the net worth, 3.5k here on the Invoker. And now they'll start to get a bit of pressure going in on this mid lane. Space for Beastmaster up top, and Jarex playing up around a little bit with Envy. Envy realising the safest place at the moment for him to farm is down on that bottom lane. With this TP though, let's try and go a bit weak. Can he set up the shackle? Yes, he does! Shackle onto 2. The follow-up though, not quite there. Pilot Eye couldn't get in range for a follow-up lockdown.
Yeah, it's only level 1, unfortunately, at the time that he threw it, so. If it was maybe level 2 or level 3, Pi might have been able to get close enough, but not quite enough levels right now on Wii. And I mean, we're talking about like this mid matchup and how important it's been. It's Jerax getting dove here. He's got Snowball.
Oh, indeed an Envy. Oh, he's not going to quite get it for the time being. Jerax is going to go forward. In fact, Envy is just going to haunt straight out of this one. He's got his eyes on the top lane where Pylai moving in onto Mind Control. The Sunstrike isn't going to catch the line. Mind Control goes for the rod. He goes for the TP, but the wall from Misery is dropped. He's been Donald Trump. Oh, Ply. Let's see if he can get away. Here comes the ball.
I think he's okay.
Yeah.
Born not that fast.
Sunstrike in 7 though. Okay, he's invoked away. He's not going to try for that one, Fata.
He should have kept moving the bird, I think. He had a bird in the trees up there that he could have given vision with. Maybe it would have been enough for Fata to feel confident in throwing a Sunstrike, but... Bottom lane, Puppy.
And that snowball in from Jerax, and here we go again. The aggression from Matuma. They're looking to dive close to the tier 2. Scorched Earth, not quite enough free chain to keep Puppy alive. Misery will TP in with the reaction. 2 heroes go. Oh! Oh my god! Are you for real, Wii? Double kill for Misery is a perfect shackle shot from Wii. They're going to find Kuroki as well. The heal isn't enough. 3 heroes down on Liquid. Weeha is in about so many 2-man shackles this game. We're only 10 minutes in.
And this is why we saw a lot of teams in the past just ban that hero against Wii, because that's the kind of thing that you have to expect when you're up against his Wind Ranger. But really nice turnaround. Still have yet to see the level 6 on Puppy. He's level 4 in an 11-minute game. He's been making his way around the map quite a bit, but he is extremely far behind in terms of overall farm. I think if Secret want to feel comfortable taking the next couple of engagements, you got to secure Pi level 6. He needs Finger of Death. You're definitely going to need Doom available as well. And once Secret have that, I feel, oh man, the Forged Spirits. The Forged Spirits.
And here we go, fight time for the boys on the side of Liquid. Jerax, Kuroki, Matsuma Man. Backing up Fado in the mid lane. Let's see if they can find an opening. Tusk will be the one to lead in. Kuroki hasn't quite got level 6, so no jewel here for the man, but they'll take a kill if they can find it. Pylai die with a Ravage! On to 3. Liquid, they'll still continue to move in, but Secret more than aware now.
What a stun.
I mean, Pylai die. We saw some performances from the man when they went up against DG yesterday, Secret, and now he's bringing his A game once more against Liquid.
I think he's probably been the best player on the team for quite a while in this tournament, at least. Like he doesn't really seem to have any bad moments, does he? It's just like every time we see him, he's always making a play, avoiding death, or giving vision to the team. It's just been a crazy performance out of him at Shanghai so far.
He's just always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he really is.
And there we go. Counter smoke for Secret. They're going to jump straight back in onto Liquid and looking for Fado, but he gets the cold snap onto Puppy, the Forged Spirits as well. Holding Secret back, they'll use the horn to try and close the gap onto someone. They'll get the vision to get the stun out to Matuma Man. Envy chasing forward, and now with Puppy looking for Kuroki. Matuma Man's going to draw the cooldown. They're going to turn around and try and fight back into the wall. Oh! That wall Misery! Double kill for Envy. Matuma Man, he's going to get taken down as well with the wall illusions. Triple kill for Envy. Charlie talks about how strong some people such as Bulba rate the Darks here, and we're seeing it here. Misery with the perfect wall in the center of the fight, and everything for Secret was there to follow through.
That is a terrifying combination. I believe the power shot actually hit on all 4 of them as well as soon as they got back forwards. So extremely nice coordination coming out of Secret, and that's the kind of stuff you have to expect, I suppose, when you're going up against the old Wombo combo. But Liquid, that's going to set them back quite a bit. The only thing they can take away from that is, again, Secret don't have the best Roshan lineup, so they're not going to be able to take too much away, and they did end up taking down the tier 2 in the top lane. So regardless of whether or not they lost a couple of heroes there, they did get an objective, and they know that they have a little bit of time to recover.
Talking about recovery, Spectre, EE, third on the net worth at the moment. He's 4-0-2. Had a bit of a trickier time at the start in terms of finding the last hits, but he's playing it safe, he's playing it smart, and he's really coming back into this game, and we've seen how terrifying the Envy Spectre can be. Sometimes for Secret themselves, but this time it's going to be Liquid that's scared of him.
They do have a lot of tools in terms of team fight. We're still waiting for level 6 on Jerax to get that extra disable. There is no duel here on Kuro. I believe this is a standard build, actually, when you play the support Legion. You don't get duel until quite a bit later on, at least until you max the press the attack and overwhelming odds. But Liquid going for a Roche here. They do have vision around the pit. It doesn't seem like Secret They might know about this, but as it stands right now, they are killing it so fast.
They've got Horn in 5 seconds, Secret, but it looks like they're just not in a position to.
This is so nice for Liquid.
Very nice indeed, Matuma Man. He's been in a fair few of these fights. He has died 3 times, but he's been doing what he can in terms of just keeping the pressure on, keeping the fights going. That last big fight, really, the first major blow to Liquid. The Secret at the 10 for 4 in terms of kills. But still, Invoker keeping it at the top. They're going to pop the horn here. MV looking to move in onto the bottom. They'll chase down Jerax. Jerax will took the shards back. Doesn't matter though. Power shot from We will find the kill. Looks like the rest of Liquid will be able to get themselves out of there. But again, Secret find themselves another pick-off. And pretty much every time the horn comes off cooldown, MV ready to fight.
That's one of the nice things about Spectre is I think that Secret abuse the vision that Haunt gives so well. Every time they see an opening, as soon as you pop Haunt, you know exactly where everybody is. It's like, oh yeah, we can go on this. We can surge forward with an Ion Shell. We can throw out a dagger and make sure we get a kill on Pi. The boars!
Oh.
Alright, I think he might be okay. Or they might ditch him.
Yeah, there we go, yeah. Pi, he'll be the sacrificial lamb here for Secret. Liquid clean it up. The Rod of Atos from Fada, they're helping them get that one. The Necro book now being leveled up here for mind control. So they are going to have a decent amount of push, Liquid. As we've seen already, they've cleared out the top 2 in the towers in the top lane. And mid lane and bottom lane now lacking a tier 1 on the side of the map of Secret. Looks like they're going to keep pushing.
The damage that Fata does to Alacrity, and it's for 300 because they got the Alpha Wolf, and they also have obviously the full points into Exort, or almost. He's 1 away from having it maxed out. They actually siege so quickly.
Jerax and Mind Control are going to look to join the rest of Liquid as they smoke up, but Timmerman, that's a lovely cooldown here onto 3 heroes. Puppey, he's just going to get blown up there by the Gyro's ult.
That was a 0 commitment kill. It was like Cold Snap, Forged Spirits, with a call down, and then
Oh, Pylite dies coming towards the ward, but he'll pay with his life. Liquid rolling in. And Liquid making the most of these mistakes the Secret are making with their positioning. And they'll look to take a tier 2 here. And as you said, anytime they find a kill or 2, Liquid, they'll be able to get the momentum going pretty heavily down these lanes.
And middle lane as well. Misery just juking around a little bit. Not going to go for any kill. Shackle.
Oh, I don't think he can go for that one. It's a bit cheeky. They'll use the horn on Envy. Now it's going to be the side of Secret jumping forward. Envy! 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 Oh no, the Forge Spirits! Hang on! Hang on! Envy. He's going to be fine for the time being, but Timmerman actually going to get left behind here. Puppey did drop a nice doom onto Kuroki. Infernal Blade power shot coming in front of the Timmerman. Misery's there to finish the deal. He's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Kuroki hiding in the trees, but Puppey sniffs him out, finds him there with a stun. They will take down Kuroki, the finger finishing off the Timmerman. And now can he get himself out alive? Looks like he will, so Puppey. Oh, holding on to it there. And Kazi loves... lads, come on. This is a bit romantic.
Get a room. Come on.
Get a room, guys. Get a room. Don't do it in the bushes. 13 for 7, though. Secret picking off 2 kills. And Liquid, they do get the tower, but it is a situation where Liquid are just staying around for too long. And Secret are there to jump on.
I think Liquid are just feeling the pressure a bit. They probably don't want to go ultra late against the potential for a Doom to get very farmed, a Spectre on top of that. Obviously, Wee's Wind Ranger has been very strong so far, landing a lot of clutch shackles. It's a very scary prospect when you have to go late against these types of heroes, when you know you can lose your base extremely fast. And they kind of have a lot of spread damage on the side of Liquid. Of course, with Alacrity and an Exort Invoker, you're going to have some decent single target as well, but I feel like Secret might have a slight edge if the game goes too far.
The Timberman, of course, just working towards his Yasha. Elsewhere, any more big items being worked towards? We'll look at Kuroki's got a buckler at the moment, and Fata working towards the Aghanim's point boosted dump. But I mean, if you're Liquid now at this point, you pretty much still have to continue to focus on just fighting as a 5-man and pushing down these lanes.
I think they wanted to accomplish a little bit more than they did with the Aegis, but yeah, I think they just want to continually pressure. When you have early Atos and you're going for the Atos into Aghanim's build, you constantly want to be pressuring because these are all mid-game centric items.
Secret. The smoke from the sidelines. All ults back online. They don't have the finger. That's the only one they're lacking. They do have Envy's Horn. Puppey with the wrap around here. Now the jump of Mind Control. He gets the Royal first onto Puppey. They'll bring him him down low, but not quite low enough. Puppy finally takes him into the face, but oh, Misery with a wall of vacuum. The stun for Pilot Die. They've lost 3. They're going to lose 4 as Fighter goes down again. We with a triple kill. Now Envy chasing Jarek, the last remaining survivor here on the side of Liquid, but he's going to go down as well. Ultra kill for Weeha, and again, the combo from Secret hits hard.
Man, I don't know who I want to give MVP to this game. Like Misery, Pi, they've all been playing phenomenal Dota. Those kind of combos, when you get hit by them and you don't have BKB and they don't have a mech completed, the amount of damage that you take in a short amount of time is just way too much to recover from. They had vision of Puppy coming out because they had the Hawk, so when the smoke broke, they just tried to drop all their spells on him and take him down, but he's just so tanky. He got the mech used on him by Misery, and then after that, you've already kind of expended your one real big lockdown because they don't have duel yet on a Legion Commander. And at that point, you've already kind of lost the fight once Doom comes out. So it's really rough for Liquid to take the engagements if they still have the vision advantage and can't make it work for them.
We are now, of course, with a blink. Something else that's going to allow him to hit these big shackles. 8, 1, and 5 on this Wind Ranger. As you said, the MVP decision is going to be a hard one at this point with the performances we're seeing from some of these players. And of course, it's going to be even harder if Liquid are able to get themselves back on top with a big team fight. It's going to be quite something. And at the moment, it's neither team really making mistakes. It's just each fight, Secret seem to have the stronger combo.
And they just need to make sure that the roar target dies. That's like the biggest issue that they're running into. And a lot of that, like I was saying earlier, is attributed to just the single target damage needs to come from the Invoker. So if Gyro drops call down and he uses Flak, sure, you're going to deal a good amount of spread DPS, but it's all about killing that hero in the stun duration to make sure that things like Doom don't go off, or maybe you kill like the Darkseer, or you kill Wii. A high priority target would be very good to be able to kill in that duration, because then we don't have to worry about wall, we don't have to worry about a 2-hero shackle, or potentially Focus Fire just ripping through our core. Because as far as the Gyrocopter versus Wind Ranger matchup goes, typically Wind Ranger has the advantage for a very long time, just because Gyro doesn't have any way of dealing with Windrun. And also Focus Fire is one of the highest potential single target damage abilities in the game. So, here we go, Puppy.
Oh, Puppy's eyes on to Kuroki. They'll lead in with the horn, and here we go. Infernal Blade continue to chase Envy, joining Puppy as well. They're looking for Kuro, and they're going to find it here. The heal, not enough. Another kill here for Secret. Top lane Mind Control is trying to get a bit of a push on here with the great units, but Misery is just going to clear up the gold here and say thank you very much. Try and get the Necro units out of there. Some of the Liquid still hanging around on the top lane. Envy making a beeline for them. And they will TP out. Let's talk about looking at Kuroki, as pointed out there by Statsman. Going for no points in duel at the moment by level 8.
I think he would probably skill it at 9, but I kind of have to ask is it really worth it to not get it? Because the worst case scenario is you have a 4-second disable and you might give a hero damage if you just duel and it's not, not an appropriate time. But you have Sunstrike, you have Cooldown, you have Snowball save as well. Like, you have so many ways for your team to protect you during that duel that I think that it is definitely not optimal to at least forego 1 point and to press the attack. Obviously, overwhelming odds is really nice, but I think in this scenario, having the extra disable, like what if he was able to duel Puppy before the roar duration wore off and they kill him before Doom comes out? That fight might have gone differently for them. You can't really say for sure, but I can say that not having duel at this point in the game is definitely hurting them.
Let's see what the next big play is going to be. I mean, in terms of Secret, do you feel that they need to start moving over to the Liquid side of the map, or can they just sit back, continue to farm Envy up, and wait for Liquid to come to them, as Liquid are feeling more of the pressure this game?
I think they can play however they want. Yeah. When I said that Liquid's lineup was safer, I just felt like their lanes were more stable, and they had the opportunity to take control of the game with their picks a lot earlier than what Secret could do. But the problem is, they're getting outplayed in the team fights, so every single time they lose an engagement and Secret have a little bit better of a late game team, it puts more pressure on them to make the next fight more successful, and then, we need to start worrying about Roche because it's going to be up really soon. We got to get some kind of control away from Secret.
We jumping in, Shackle, Forge Spirit to the Master, Fada getting caught down here. Got the cooldown to try and disrupt the fight. Puppy's moving in onto Mind Control, he drops the Doom onto the Beastmaster. Now Liquid trying to turn around, but the Greaves, they've been pilot out with the finger onto Fada. Now, the vacuum and the Shackle onto Fada, they've found 3. Derek's trying to snowball himself out of there, but Pilot dies there with the Hex. It's going to be a 4th hero down on Liquid, only Matumba Man surviving. They do lose Puppy, but again, Secret, they seem to be killing 4 heroes at minimum every fight.
That's the one thing about their lineup too, is they're so good at chasing. Like you have Blink Darkseer, you have Blink Wind Ranger, and then you're going to eventually have Blink on the Lion on top of that with a Haunt. If you start losing heroes, you need to try to TP away when other spells are on cooldown that obviously can stop you from getting out, but it just seems to be a little bit too much right now for Liquid because their team, by nature, it's really good in fights, but it's very bad at retreating. Like, they don't have any escape mechanisms whatsoever, so as soon as Secret get a little bit, and they say, okay, we're winning this fight, they can just go all in. And with this fight, they open up the opportunity for Roshan. This puts Liquid in a very, very tough spot. However, they have very good high ground defense. Gyrocopter is great. You can throw a call down on the ramp, you can take team fights that way. Sunstrike is going to be used there, but obviously Roche still going the way of Secret. I think Misery is building into pipe, which is going to make it even harder for Liquid to take the engagements, as if it already hasn't been a struggle from the last couple of fights that we have seen. And Radiance now on Envy.
I think, as you said, a lot of players are going to be on Matumba Man when it comes to high ground defense. He's been keeping a very level head, but you can see on the net worth, he's only just behind Misery's Darkseer. And considering how the fights are going, the fact that it's 22-10 for Secret, it just shows how smartly Matumba Man plays even when the pressure's turned up. He's able to keep farming, keep going at the same rate as the enemy carry. And now with 2.1k on top of the SMY, there's still definitely big fight potential for Liquid if they can find just the right scenarios. But every time it's Secret getting the jumps in, we're seeing the lockdown through the power of the Wind Ranger of the Lion, just destroying what Liquid can do as a team in these 5v5 engagements.
I think the two biggest factors in this game are, obviously Misery's been hitting huge vac walls. What is he, like 4 heroes 2 times at least? That pretty much just destroys you in a fight when your mech carrier didn't have mech completed. And heck, even to this point, it's 26 minutes in, and Kuro doesn't have his mech done. This is so unbelievably late in comparison to what the Darkseer was able to accomplish. And I also feel like when you're playing against Secret's lineup, and they have a mech carrier that early, and you don't, it just makes it incredibly difficult to get any kill. Because who's been the focus target in most of the fights for Liquid? They've been going for Puppey. And Puppey has Scorched Earth. He's obviously had a wand for quite some time. He's building tank, he has the drums, and he also has Guardian Greaves now to back him up, and soon a pipe on top of that. The damage output from Liquid, when it's all spread damage from the gyro, just isn't enough to turn the tides of the fight in their favor.
Well, it's quite an early purchase here for Envy, but 26 minutes in, he is going to pick up the gem for his team. I guess this is just Secret wanting to maintain control of the map and really just starve Liquid up, which is, that's the issue for them. As we've said at the moment, Matumba Man still being able to find farm out on the lanes, but it's going to be much scarier for him to go out if Secret can limit the vision game that Liquid's got going.
Well, it's not unwinnable for Liquid. They definitely have some ways of coming back, but I think a lot of it's going to be on the back of landing a nice roar, making sure that Fata lands its combo on the disabled target. Because unlike Liquid, Secret don't really have any saving mechanisms outside of Guardian Greaves. So if you land a roar, you land the Sunstrike, you duel, you just throw everything at one hero, hope to take it down. That needs to be the way that a fight starts for Liquid. If you don't start off 4v5, I think they're going to be hard-pressed to take a fight at all. And as you said with the gem, it's going to get even harder because all these aggressive wards that we've been seeing coming out, especially the one in the bottom lane, that's a great ward, it's going to fade soon. And so is the one in the middle. Weedle.
Okay, mind control with the setup for the Invis ring on Weehar. That is a big kill if he can get himself out, but no, of course. Puppey comes and cancels the TP. They'll punish the Beastmaster. But maybe, I'd say that's worth it there for the side of Liquid. If they could get Weehar just like that.
Absolutely worth. Look at the difference in gold and experience exchange. 700 gold for the Invoker just for throwing out a Sunstrike. I think, we'll take that.
I'll take that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is that's what should be happening in all the fights. Every single fight should be a roar into a Sunstrike into, a call down if need be. And then that hero dies. If Liquid don't meet that criteria in a 5 versus 5 situation against a team with a Darkseer, yeah, he wanted the gold, but he couldn't quite get it. But if they can do that, then they can win a fight for sure. Even as far behind as it seems to be that they are, there are opportunities for them to win.
Yeah, just looking at the net worth graph, it's only a 2k lead for Secret, which just goes to show how well Liquid are keeping up the farm game.
It's just the way that the game has been played out, and the fights Secret have been playing extremely well, and their team just carries gold a bit better than Liquid during the late game. So that's why, looking at the score, it seems a little bit overwhelming, but it's just because Secret are playing so damn well in the fights.
He's going to make his way up top. There is Matumba Man Gyro and a Kuroki Legion in the neighborhood. Weehar. Oh, look at this setup there. Clean kill onto Matuma Man. Kuroki will go for the TP and does escape.
They're going for Jerax, perhaps?
Let's chase it down. He has got a snowball there for 8 seconds. Does have a shards. And V, how much is he willing to commit? He's got the backup of his team. Yeah, Misery's there with the vacuum. These vacuums catching the Heroes of Liquid just on the tip every time. Absolutely no mercy here from the boys on Secret. 25 to 11. 30 seconds off the map for both Jerax and Matuma Man. They'll go for a push. We'll see how much they can get out of this.
Well, they should at the very least be able to get the tower. Maybe they go bottom afterwards. Because 20 seconds isn't really enough time to do much damage to the tier 3. They might rotate, they might fake back, but Roshan is not on the table for another 4 minutes. So it looks like they're going to try to make Mind Control go back to base here.
And Mind Control with 3k gold at this point. I mean, bots, Blink, what's he thinking about?
I think Blink is kind of too good to pass up. The higher threats in the team fight, as the game kind of stretches out, obviously Wee does an insane amount of damage. We saw how fast he killed Matuma Man with the help of Envy earlier when they landed that shackle. So I think he's a great target, and there's no way you're catching him unless you have Blink. I think that item is just too good to pass up, but he seems to be contemplating choices here. Bots are another common choice that we've been seeing out of the Beastmasters so far this tournament. And then I think it was Bulldog who goes like bots, Blink Dagger with the Necro 3, and then directly into Refresher, like foregoing AC, not getting the Vlads or anything like that. I think that could be a possible option here for Mind Control.
Oh, Fana now picking up the point booster, so I guess trying to work towards that Octarine on top of his Axe. He's still got quite a way to go. But I mean, if Liquid can kind of hold on to the game as they have been and keep this pace, there's certainly going to be the opportunity for it to get to the point where they do get those items out. Just the problem is, of course, Secret, they're going to be able to keep farming at the same rate. They've got more map control. They're finding more objectives. You see in the bottom lane now, Secret ready to try and take another tier 2. Liquid up at the top. I wonder if they're going to be able to try and force back Secret if they want to try and go all the way in on this.
I do think that Liquid push a tiny bit faster. Like, if they get to tier 3s, Secret are definitely going to have to go back.
Looks like, yeah, they're standing strong. Liquid.
Oh, BKB? Ooh. I don't think we've seen that before.
Especially not this early on a Beastmaster build.
I suppose it's one of those things where you just want to make sure that you're alive after the Roar's cast.
They're just seeing there just the power of Invoker's army. They just left it on the tower, and as you said, that's what they need to do. The damage of the Force Spirits and the Necro units, that's tier 3 is just melting, even when Secret's there trying to defend. So this is something that Secret have got to be careful of.
It's still anyone's game. Even with a 14 kill advantage. Hot
This is why they're still playing the Wind Ranger. Now Envy trying to move in for more. Mind Control turns around, realizes he should do that. At the same time, they've also lost Jerax. Highlight Eye was quick to catch him out. Nice BKB. So is he going to save him this time? It's godlike Envy. Matuma Man looking to Highlight Eye. Kuroki.
Like
He's walking in as well. Pops the neck, but the power shot from We Are takes him down. Matuma Man was able to kill Pylai Dai, but he's the only one left alive on his team. 29 to 12. Again, another series of events that leads Secret to finding a huge amount of kills in return for just losing one. And now here comes the push from Secret themselves. Bottom lane onto the tier 3.
The damage. Dear Lord.
With the Mantra on the Spectre, and We Are with his focus fire. They're going to make short work here at the ranks. And okay. Alright, came onto Matuma Man, getting dragged back in an Envy. Just chasing Matuma back to the base. There was, of course, his buyback on Kuroki. The Secret, they'll finish off the bottom racks here, and Liquid, there's no way of stopping that one.
You know, the crazy thing about this game, on top of the fact that Secret, they have had some phenomenal engagements, mostly on the back of Weeha's Wind Ranger. But Liquid managed to keep it this close in a game where almost every single engagement that we saw, they lost. Like, how is the game this close when they're losing every single team fight? It's actually crazy to think about how stable Liquid have been playing, even though the engagements haven't been going their way. I can't even imagine the state of the game if they manage to get like 1 or 2 things going in an actual engagement.
Got on his way out here. So he's got a Demon Edge. So now starting to kick a bit of damage out on the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, the MKB will be huge. It means that he can actually focus Wee during a team fight. Since he already has BKB available, if they throw out a roar onto him, regardless of whether or not that wind run is popped or not, Matuma Man should be able to take him down. And that's a really big power spike for Liquid as well. So even though Secret have been kind of dominating for the majority of the game in terms of fighting, these big item pickups coming in from Matuma Man and eventually, you know, Fata he's getting higher level, more points into Wex also makes the team fights a lot better for him because you'll have more control. Alacrity is going to be better. Tornado EMP you can start using as well. It's still a long way to go before Secret can secure this game.
And Secret just at the moment, seeing if they could catch anyone around Liquid on the top of the map, but not the case. Poppy's going to grab himself a smoke, so we'll see if they are ready to try and go for another movement very shortly. Roshan is back and available, so we will see if either side decides to head towards there, and it is, of course, the third one. There will be cheese up for grabs, and I mean, if Secret could get that, they could be in a very good position to try and push up.
I mean, given their position right now, they are not going to be scouted by anything. They did sentry before they smoked up. Liquid should anticipate this, though. They know that Roshan's going to be up soon. Yeah, they're circling around the pit.
Oh, the smoke on smoke. Let's see if anyone's just got, in fact, the horn, scouting it out straight away. The vacuum, the wall, the shackle onto mind control, and the Maelstrom approach. Oh, Secret just ripping through Liquid there. Envy. The perfect time to horn. They'll finish off Matumba Man as well. That horn there may have just sealed the deal here for this game.
Oh, man. That is probably the single best way to initiate when you know the enemy team is smoked. Is, oh, we know exactly where they are. Our Wind Ranger blinks in. There's no time to react. It was double blink initiation with a shackle into a back wall. And as soon as that comes out, the shackle lands. I think they put it onto the Beastmaster. You have no control. Pi.
He's looking for Pi. Pi just teasing the Invoker here. We'll go down to the flat cannon shots with Matumba Man, and now Liquid, they're going to try and formulate defense. Envy just running straight for Fada. He'll take down the Invoker. Now he's going to get himself out. There's going to be a cooldown connecting. The slow will reach him. Fada jumps forward. Definitely blast onto 2. Ice will lay down onto Envy. The snowball. Cancel the TP of Puppy. They'll look for Envy. They'll take down the Spectre. Now they'll turn towards the Doom as well, and they will find it. Liquid holding the base.
They lose top, though.
Oh, wait. TP's out of time. And as you said, the damage already done on the top lane, but Liquid keep themselves in the game here.
At what cost is really the question. There was a buyback from the Invoker. They walk away with some experience and some gold from that, but they can't be satisfied. They need to make sure that they can secure Roshan, and with that push and the smoke, they should be able to do just that. There's a double damage bottom rune. Should be quite easy for them to secure. And I don't think that Wii has any intention of trying to contest this. He's just going to chill, make sure that he's not going to get picked off, wait for the rest of his team to respawn. Even with the Aegis, it's still going to be an uphill battle for Liquid. But I believe, let's see, how close is Matumba Man to MKB? Oh, he's still quite a bit away. I think if he had MKB with the Aegis, there would be a pretty good shot that they could take a real fight. But without that item, the Wind Ranger is going to be a gigantic problem for them.
I mean, is this getting to the point where you look at the Demon Edge and say, guys, we're going to need a Rapier, or against Secret's lineup, is that just not the plan?
I mean, Gyro is a fantastic Rapier carrier, possibly the best in the game, up there with like Medusa, for example, but I don't know if it's good against Wind Ranger. That's the problem. Like, it doesn't matter how hard you hit if you can't hit the hero at all because you just have a 100% miss chance. It would kill the rest of the team very quickly. There's no doubt about that. He might go the route just because he has the Aegis, but I don't know if it's necessarily game-winning when he can die so easily to Wii at this point. And you also have to worry about Doom. Puppy managed to get himself a Blink Dagger after the engagement that we ended up seeing mid. So there's even more initiation power on the side of Secret. I really feel like the Wind Ranger and the Darkseer have been the two biggest problems for Liquid this entire game. And they have not been able to address Misery or Wii in the least. Like, between the two of them, they've died twice, and both of them are the Wind Ranger. And this guy's been, like, blinking aggressively as well, so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Liquid around the mid, and Envy's going to scout this out. Puppy jumping forward. He'll get the 2 mounted Kuroki, and now Envy coming into the illusion, and now with the defuse onto Matumba Man. Matumba Man will pop the BKB and retreat. Kuroki, he's not going to be able to get himself out of this one. Envy and Puppy sandwiching him in there. At the same time, they did manage to find the kill onto Mind Control in the river. And that's 2 heroes down. Mind Control does have a buyback available. It will be Kuroki off the map for 40 seconds. Looks like Secret, though, don't see that to be a big enough window to do too much at the moment. Let's see if they do group up and go, but it looks like they're just kind of putting things on a back burner for now.
Now, there's no real reason to go too hard here. You know you're fighting into 2 lives in the gyrocopter. No reason putting yourself at risk when you know that all 3 of your lanes are pushed. Like, look at Liquid's freaking vision right now. They can't do anything. They're sitting in their base. They can pretty much sit on the higher ground of the ramp and farm creep waves as they come in. That is the only option that they really have. And I'm fairly certain they used like 2 smokes back to back. So like they smoked, got caught by Secret, died, and then smoked again to go for Roshan. So they probably don't have any other way of starting a team fight than waiting for Secret to come to them. And Secret know that. So all they have to do is constrict the movement of Liquid, and they're just getting farther ahead.
It's going to be very interesting what Matumadan does with this money. And I'm telling you, he's sending that courier out to the Secret shop. He's got 3.6k.
No, it's probably going to be Rapier.
He's doing it.
Yeah. I mean, it is the game-winning item, but it's just such a hard game for a Gyro. Oh my! And there's even a Scotty on Envy now.
Oh boy.
This is going to be so tough. Even with the Rapier, this is going to be tough.
Here we have it. Oh, the crowd love it. The crowd love it. Last time, though, we saw Rapiers picked up against Secret. And we got a little bit angry and did end up taking them away from Artur. We'll see if that's going to be the same case against Matumbaman. And look, this he's just leading straight in. He doesn't need his team. The team
They
is
have like
smoked up
no
behind.
time. That's the thing. They know the Aegis is going to be gone soon, so
They've gotta go.
they have to start a fight.
If Liquid do this, this could be an absolutely huge play.
Oh, there's even a DD top. They need to like scout that somehow. That would be amazing for them.
This Rapier, is it going to be the game-winning item here for Liquid?
There's actually only 2 buybacks on Secret.
They could do it.
Yeah, I mean, with only 2
This could do
buybacks,
it.
this could actually work. But it's going to be so difficult.
Tension's got to be very high here for Liquid. They can't make any mistakes here. This high ground advance, that's going to be the fortification. Timberman just going in, chipping away at this tier 3. So Secret trying to work out the best way to jump. The Shackle won't quite latch here. Now Envy leading with a horn. Timberman is going to get finger popped. Oh, he popped the BKB before he died. I think this could be it for Liquid. That's going to be mind control falling, and they tried their best, but Matumbaman used the BKB before the Aegis, and that's Rapier on the deck. GG, well played is called. Liquid, they tried their best with the tools that they had at the end, but Secret, this game, and this tournament really just stepping it up, playing back at the level that we remember Secret for, and 41-16. What a solid performance, and I tell you what, for the viewers at home, good luck choosing an MVP out of that one.
It's definitely, for me, between Misery and Wii. Those guys both played completely insane games. I would probably give it to Wii if Misery had died at least one time, but the guy had a flawless game. He didn't die. He hit multiple vac walls on 4 heroes, or at least 3 or more. I don't even know what to say. Like, he just played a phenomenal game. And sometimes you can say you got outdrafted. Sometimes you can say you had bad decision making. But really, for me, this game just boiled down to Secret's execution in the fights and how they engaged was just insane. So well played.
Absolutely crazy stuff. And of course, game 2 will be around the corner. We'll see if Liquid can step it back up or if Secret are going to continue to play at this form that they're bringing to this LAN. But for the time being, we'll send you back over to the pan.
Very much OD and Draskel, and we are indeed back here on the panel. We have replaced Charlie with Blitz. Welcome back as well. And
we replaced? Oh yeah, we did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I didn't notice.
Got
anything.
slightly better looking, just a little bit. Raised the average attractiveness on the panel.
Raised the average MMR by a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
By a lot. So, Secret, they take the first game. I think most of the people on the panel and Blitz would probably have agreed as well that Secret was going to be slightly favorited coming into this matchup, even if by a very small amount. But they can't do it. Why can't they do it?
I didn't understand the Kuroki Legion commander. So generally when we see teams pick Legion as like a 4-position support, they play it like a greedy Iron Town style. They just roamed with the Legion. If you want to roam, let Jerax roam on his Tusk, and Jerax is an amazing roamer on Tusk, and pick a strong laning support for the bottom lane. Instead, Jerax just camp bottom, didn't really slow down the Darkseer at all. They didn't put pressure on Eternal Envy, who was just free farming effectively. He had like 70% of the CS of a Gyrocopter, so to me, like the entire game just hinged on... I don't think the Legion commander was necessarily a bad pick, but the way they used it, it just didn't make any sense.
I think I agree. I feel like if you're going to run it, you use it to like enable another hero. Like you're, what's the press the attack? Like you're mainly using it for the press the attack. It's definitely not for the duel.
it's definitely not for your third skill either.
And press attack wasn't that amazing this game. It was like there's a Lion Hex and stuff, but it's not like there was like a Beastmaster Roar, any huge spell to dispel with it.
And we've also seen Ehome use it kind of offensively on the Spirit Bear to make it like a super Spirit Bear, but they didn't have that hero either, so it just didn't really make sense. There was actually, he didn't even have Duel at like 26 minutes into the game. There was a point right before Envy got Radiance where if he had Duel, they probably kill him there and at least delay the Radiance, but Legion Commander was just like a total non-factor this game. I was surprised Liquid even had a chance with how little he got done.
So you feel like that game was completely...
I mean, obviously there's always more to it, but to me that was where they have to start. Like, either don't pick the Legion Commander there, or they needed to play him differently.
Something Charlie kind of mentioned very early in the draft, that Darkseer was kind of a key pick here, something that, I mean, both the coaches here, they both value very highly, Sam especially, and that's something that Thebun would kind of know. And the Darkseer, it kind of forces Matumbat into the direction where Gyrocopter is really good against the hero. It kind of also pressures them to pick strong lane supports, or if you don't, Darkseer goes ham, and that's exactly what happened. They're like, oh, we got a Gyrocopter, that's going to be enough. And then, I mean, Darkseer was like the top most farmed hero in the game. Misery played out of his mind. Like, that was just an insane Darkseer performance.
Yeah, I would agree. Weeha had some great shackles as well. Like, on top of that, you look at the first Envy haunt where he almost gets a kill with his haunt illusion while he's teleporting elsewhere on the map to get another kill. So he ended up not quite getting the first one, but he played. You know, Spectre's normally not a hero like, whoa, sick play, dude. You pressed R and right-click people.
He made a sick play where he dodged the snowball using the, like, he was getting ganked, the snowball was like about to hit him and he already haunted away and got a kill.
The game also began with a 5-man smoke. Envy reveals it, daggers into the trees. I mean, that's not that difficult of a play to execute, but great positioning. I felt like everyone in Secret played well, but to me, the biggest disparity is if you compare what Puppey did this game to what Kuroki did this game, both 4-position roaming jungling supports, one of them had an impact, one didn't, and then the rest of Secret also playing really well from there.
We can have a listen to what Team Liquid actually had to say before coming to the main event, as we had an interview with them during the group stages.
I feel tired and like even burned out from time to time. But at the end of the day, I just really love what I'm doing. I really love competing. I have a lot of fans. I want to give them something back too.
Format is still good for tournaments. I like the GSL format. The accommodation is still nice. I like the tournament so far. I like everything.
Team Liquid by talking to Kuro and Fada and making up the team. And basically it was an idea of creating just a new team from the old parts of the other teams. And
we try really hard. Each individual is trying really hard to improve at all times. I think that's we try to be really honest with each other about mistakes, and so we can improve together. And that's kind of like some principles we founded the team on, and it's working out really well for us, in my opinion.
There are a lot of new challenges I face. It's hard to point out the biggest one. It's like a mixture of like doing more analytical work and taking care of my teammates.
We are Liquid.
Yeah, they are Liquid, as they were not that solid in the previous game. I had to. I really had to. I'm so sorry.
I enjoyed it. I mean, these guys don't have a sense of
humor.
Man,
dude, because I've seen that joke like 15 times already on the subreddit.
I know.
I have the memory of a goldfish, so I can enjoy it every time. It's one of the few advantages.
I want to talk to you guys about team fight, because we talked before the match started that this would be a very important point for both teams, of course also in the draft as well as in the game. There were a lot of fights that were a team fight won by Team Secret, and I want to know why did Liquid seem to still want to take those team fights despite not really...
Because you're not going to
be better
you got
team
forced,
fighting.
and you got forced into them. Like, it was Secret always got a good initiation. Early on in the game, it was like the Doom coming in, catching someone out like in the mid lane where he ganks mid. Later on, it's like you set with like a Lion Stun into a Spectre Haunt. There's just so much happening. The Secret played fast-paced, and it was just constant pickoffs, really. I don't know.
Could they have drafted something better to try and, instead of Legion Commander, okay, you can swap out the Legion Commander, this is your time. Which hero are you going to give Kuroki that also maybe helps him a bit in a team fight?
I mean, I mentioned right before the Rubik was banned, I thought Rubik would have been like ideal for Kuroki. Goes great with the Gyrocopter. There were a ton of good spells to steal this game. That got banned, so I mean, really any support that has a disable, even like a disruptor wouldn't have been too bad. Can set up kills on the offlane Darkseer. If you want something with a little more control, maybe a Witch Doctor. Just a strong range laning support, really, to me. Either that, I still think the Legion Commander could have worked, but if you're going to pick him, you have to just play it the greedy way. Go for the Iron Talon, focus on jungling early. The hero needs a lot of levels and farm to have an impact in most games as a support.
Okay, so what if you would do that? If you would put the Legion Commander in the jungle, you'd still have a Tusk Gyro on the safe lane. You still have those who are trying to farm there. And I felt like Darkseer got a lot out of that lane, like maybe more than he should have. What do you think about that?
Okay. Well, Puppey helped the lane also,
Yes.
so let's not forget that. He came bottom a couple times early.
He was all over the place.
Did he go bottom? He went mid.
He made a
went
move
mid and
bottom.
top.
He was bottom early on with the Darkseer until I think he got like level 3 or 4.
Okay.
But he moved around a lot. He was basically all over the place. I don't think like the Tusk Gyro is the best dual lane by any means to completely shut down a Darkseer. It's decent. You can get a kill with a really good shard block, but that's where I like the idea of a strong laning support for Kuro in that lane, because then Jarex can do what he excels at. Like, Jarex is an amazing roaming Tusk, and even if he doesn't actually get kills, being off the map is a threat to these other heroes. But they always knew where the Tusk was, so they weren't afraid of getting ganked.
I think the Darkseer is just an inherent problem because even when you pick the Gyrocopter, it doesn't truly deal with the Darkseer because Gyrocopter as a hero, you want to play at that style where you get level 6, go to other lanes, get kills. And that's exactly what Matumba Man did. He went mid, they got the really nice kill on Wee's Wind Ranger where he leaps with the cooldown, the homing missile, and they finish him off with the Sunstrike behind the tier 1 tower. But as soon as he leaves the lane, Darkseer took his the tier 1 bottom tower. Then you, on the dire side, taking that tier 1 Radiant safe lane tower, that early on, you completely open up access into the jungle, you take control of the map completely. So it doesn't really, to me, the Gyrocopter just isn't necessarily a counter to Darkseer in the laning stage because of that. Because of the playstyle of Gyrocopter loses his tower too fast and Darkseer just takes control of the game.
What's your read on this, Blitz?
Sort of think that Team Secret had too many heroes that Liquid had to deal with. Like, you talk about the Gyrocopter rotates mid, which is the play if you don't want to go to the safe lane. Then he kills Weehaw, but at the same time, then you still have to deal with the Darkseer, who's a hero that just is not meant to ever be sacked. A lot of people think he can go to the jungle, but you almost never want to go to the jungle Darkseer. So when Misery gets a free lane in the offlane, he's incredibly happy. And it's kind of just like that whole eHome style. You gank one of us, somebody else on the team will get farm. And that's how eHome wanted to play coming into this tournament. Like, if you saw their recent results, they're just like, okay, we have 3 different cores at all times. We'll make them all really difficult to kill. Wind Ranger, Darkseer, Spectre. Those are like 3 of the hardest cores to kill. You have to be really precise. They just didn't have enough stuns, like LD said, because you have a Legion Commander support. So when the laning phase didn't shake up, you were going to have troubles in the team fights. And I agree. I think the Witch Doctor would have actually been a really sick pick for them. Like, the cast works really well. The heal can go through the Radiance Burn.
You can also push with they were going to go Exort Invoker and the Beastmaster. You already have a pretty heavy pushing lineup.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, the first round of Spectre items don't scare you. Usually when the Spectre first gets the Haunt with the Radiance up, you saw what MVP Phoenix did. They immediately went for the fight. But against a team that has maxed out Witch Doctor heal, they don't really care. They're just like, okay, well, we'll just take pressure on anyways. But because they had the Legion Commander, I feel like it messed up their lineup a little bit too much.
They also just weren't 5-manning as much as they wanted to. And when they started to 5-man, it was from a big disadvantage. But that's where Spectre can be weak. If you all stick together, he's not getting the extra Desolate damage. He is fairly squishy early on, but as soon as you all scatter and run, and there were like 4 or 5 times where heroes were just off on their own, like there was the pretty clowny Puppey versus Kuroki duel in the jungle. That to me was like a microcosm of the mid game where heroes were constantly getting picked off and just fighting in small little skirmishes, and that's like a feeding frenzy for Spectre.
So taking a step back, Liquid, they just lost game 1. They're in, of course, winners bracket final. So regardless, they are not out of the tournament still. They will have another chance if they would lose the second game here as well. But what's going through the minds of the team right now?
I think for Liquid, they've had issues in the past that pretty much everyone saw, right? When it comes to mentality, their players break down once they get into these 0-1 holes. I think even I heard Bulba talk about it as like the Liquid debacles. Like, you lose the first game in the series, you're almost just always done. But that's how it is for most of the teams here, that we thought Fnatic would run into that issue. Now's the time to kind of just say, you have to ignore that game. The pressure's off. Just get through this as a group. Because that's what I really appreciated about Mushi. I read in the interview, he told his team, we're the underdogs coming into this event. We're going to play well. And Fnatic did it. And so Liquid have to do the same thing. Crow has to go to his team and say, look, guys, relax. Like, that game, I might have been outdrafted. Let's just take a step back, play the other one the next, just play it, take it one game at a time.
And can they do that, you feel? Do they have the mental power to actually come in this next game refreshed and basically ready to take over the series?
I mean, I think they could run with Secret. Like, Secret had some really good individual plays, and I think overall executed better. Draskell brought it up a couple times. I think it's a fair assessment. Like, they did just get outplayed on top of everything else, but I think Liquid's fully capable of outplaying Secret. I don't think there's like just a pure skill element where Secret's just flat out better than them. It's if they get a solid draft and they have a decent start, Liquid can take a game and possibly the series off of Secret.
All these teams in the top 4 can beat each other. That's really, you're in the top 4 for a reason. So it's not like it's not so much a discussion about, oh, can Liquid come back? Are they good enough? Everyone here is good enough. It's just we're just going to come. It's more come down to like what the game plan and strategy is going to game 2.
Is there a different strategy, I guess, they could use then? Since they went for something a bit, it looked like it was going to be greedier, then it seemed like maybe Kuro was second guessing it or had a different plan for the Legion that wasn't greedy. Should they just focus on stronger lanes? Is there like should they be pulling out an IO or something?
I think the strategy hasn't changed. Maybe the picks changed, but the overall game plan is never going to be different. They may prioritize like a Darkseer higher, they may prioritize like a Faceless Void higher, but the strategy, like the overall game plan doesn't
And normally
change.
for Liquid, that's pretty heavy team fight aggression in the mid game, grouping up a lot, taking objectives. So any heroes that come to mind that they should prioritize more?
I don't really think so. I really feel like that lineup was kind of vintage Liquid if you look at it. It was just the Legion, like we said. I feel without that hero, you pick a stronger laning support so, like you said, Jurex can move around the map a little bit and get his own game going. Then I feel like things are okay. But the scary part is like Puppey has to feel so great. Him and his team have to feel amazing right now. They're in like the biggest momentum streak ever. They knocked EG down.
They beat OG. They beat EG.
They're up a game on Liquid. Puppey used to tell us.
Puppey won a brawl with Kuro's Legion Commander in the trees.
You know,
feels good.
If you're in there, Puppey is probably telling his team, "We're the best guys. There's no way we're losing this tournament anymore." Puppey's like, "There's nothing that's gonna stop us. We've beaten everybody that we have to." The mentality for this team must be sky high right now.
Do you agree with the MVP pick?
Well, good news for the Secret fans out there. I didn't see any BM at the end of the game, so they're not cursed to lose the series off of that. They have a shot here going into game 2.
They do.
I mean, all the cores, I think we and Misery were the 2 standouts. I would maybe split it 50-50 between the 2.
And you would give the MVP to a core rather than a support? I mean, we talk about this a lot, that mostly we see...
Puppey just kind of did his job on Doom. I don't think there was anything
was the first time he played Doom since 2 years in professional Dota 2. That was something.
Pilot had a solid game online. Yes. I don't think it was his most impressive game of the tournament, but he didn't really have to do a whole lot, to be honest. The cores set this game up and made it really easy.
I think the best part about this entire tournament so far is coming in, there was a lot of questions about Misery, especially as an offlaner, and whether or not he could adapt in time. And, you know, he did have some disappointing performances coming into this tournament, but for me, this was the biggest change in Team Secret, is that Misery's been playing like a Tier 1 offlaner. He's been performing game after game. At some point, even I thought that maybe he's just riding a hot streak, but this has been pretty consistent throughout the tournament so far.
And he's shown good diversity. We've seen the Lone Druid more farming-based offlane. We've seen tempo controllers. It's not like you know exactly what Misery's going to do every game.
And that's kind of always been a strong point. I think the one player Wee was also another player kind of talked about. Yep. He still looks quite one-dimensional. He needs to be in a comfort hero. The Earth Spirit, the Wind Ranger, Invoker, OG, I think another one, which is maybe a limitation for Secret's drafts. But he's played a lot better on some of those heroes, which like there were games where he played the Wind Ranger, which he's known for. It didn't look quite as impressive. So I think he's in a player, kind of to me, who was kind of in that same boat with Misery, where it's like they haven't been that great lately, getting a bit of flack, but they've showed up. They're playing great Dota now.
Let's see what the teams are going to change up in this game too, because it is time for the draft. It is on the way. I'm mostly curious about, the first phase. Bans and picks are very tailored towards each other.
This is very different. So
for Team Liquid, it's the same in terms of bans, but Team Secret definitely changed things.
So Secret saw the bans last game, and I guess banking on Liquid not wanting to give away a jungler. So they can Earth Spirit first.
And they're up 1-0. They're maybe expecting something, not that Ursa's a cheese strap, but something a bit more specific and niche. And one of the beauties of having first pick is you can do these very kind of niche bans because you have complete control over what you first pick and what you leave. Like, you'll often see a team with first pick kind of do these weird, unheard of bans like an Ursa.
Or if it's not unheard of, it's normally not something Liquid's going to grab right away in the draft. But it's something you can take it away, and it's something they might look to use later on.
I think what Team Secret have identified too is that when Liquid plays on the dire side, the heavy reliance on the Aegis, Ursa's one of those heroes, and they just did open up the draft for themselves. So like it was kind of like, okay, Liquid, you're either going to give us Earth Spirit, Chen. Like, are you really going to do that when we've got Puppey on our side? So no.
So they get the Earth Spirit. Normally they run a dual core with this, which would mean I think ideal candidate is the Misery Lone Druid if they want to go that route. Prophet's already gone. Anything else that comes to mind for you guys?
Tide has been a pretty heavy favorite for them, but I don't know if they go for that commitment that early. Invoker is still open into the pool, and talking about Weehaw comfort picks, that has been one of them.
For Team Spirit,
Well,
they
he plays-
they
he's
yeah they
normally
have
DOT.
Weehaw play the Earth Spirit.
That's
and
true.
Not 100%, but like 90%.
Have they ever run it not mid for him?
Pi's played
Pi
at
has
least
played
one
it
game,
once,
yeah.
Okay. But it's very unusual.
Yeah, that's probably going to be Pi's Heroes instead. So one thing that Secret has actually been doing quite frequently is they went together with the Earth Spirit, they went for the Lone Druid and the Spectre.
Yeah. Well, that's what the route I was suggesting, but I think this shows just Puppey being someone who knows that his opponents will look to adapt in the draft, so he's not going to just copy-paste the same draft they've done before. Gets Lion, which is a more open-ended support option, and doesn't really reveal much about the lanes or the overall strategy.
So interesting point about Spectre. Spectre overall in the tournament is 10-5, including the previous match. But the last 4 games he was picked in, or she rather, it was a win. How did Spectre develop, banned out here now as well? How did that hero develop in terms of meta? What changed for
I
the
kind of
teams?
view it like Slark, where it generally gets picked fairly late in the draft, and often when you know what your opponents are looking to do. So
yeah, teams
you're not just throwing it in like first 2 picks every game.
Yeah, the captains grew a better understanding of when and where to pick it. There's like, if it's a bad Spectre game, or if it's a game Spectre's not going to fit in well, you're going to be able to tell that from the draft, and you're not going to pick the hero. But you can tell the games where it's like, it's going to be a good hero for this game. Let's play Spectre.
So Secret ban Lycan. We're going to see now the Phoenix ban. This to me is a tell that there's a decent chance they still want the Misery Lone Druid. Lycan, normally a hero you'd ban either to limit the Roche potential or more often because you don't want to get pushed heavily early on. Liquid could go into a Drow still if they want to run a push strat, but that's not so much the Liquid way. It's just something we've seen other teams bringing out in this tournament.
I think they want to pick Matama Man, something that has a little bit more weight to it.
So
'Cause
what
Dro
are
just
Matama Man
gets
heroes? Like
killed.
Ursa's banned, there's Gyro, there's Ember, though we've seen a
Gyro,
bit less
Ember.
of
They went to the anti-mage a few
Slark.
times early on, yeah. Slark.
that. Slark could be decent in this game. Maybe a little greedy with the OD and the Prophet.
Team Secret could still take the Lone Druid. It's really strong now that they banned out the Phoenix too.
Yeah, I think that's what they want. So no Spectre to go with it. What would be? I guess the question is, what would be the envy hero at that point?
I really don't want to see them ultra greeded up like they did the first time. You saw Secret go for the Lone Druid anti-mage.
Yeah,
He had like no team fight presence whatsoever.
Yeah,
I feel like that
did
was
not
way
work
too
at all.
AM's not a good matchup versus OD as well. Like,
OD actually
it's
can
bad.
easily beat AM even
Yeah.
late game.
Very high multiple hero beats AM. I think, I mean, the Ember Spirit's always a classic envy hero, not the best hero against NPOD necessarily. Well, NP, depending on if you want to go the Orchid build, it kind of sometimes leans you that direction, but Ember's always a possibility for Team Secret in these kind of situations.
Seems like Secret's debating if they should go for the Lunger. Sigil, pretty annoying. They have just a lot of pure damage to kill it quickly with the OD. I don't feel like it's the best Lunger game. We've seen Prophet actually do well against them if they decide to mix up the lanes here, maybe run an aggressive tri-lane or a jungler and an off-lane 2-hero setup. So,
What do you think then, Tide? Just for the team fight?
if they go Tide, it's going to be an Envy's like hard carry, right?
Yeah, Tide Earth Spirit doesn't take objectives, doesn't have any really good scaling. Tide scales alright, but you still need some damage. And there we go, Pylai die Earth Spirit, it looks like.
Yeah, I figured
this actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, OD versus. I know Earth Spirit is Weeha's hero, but Earth Spirit versus OD is so miserable to play against.
And I think they've recognized that they prefer to play Misery less on these kind of carry offlaners now. They've in their very opening group stage match, they played Nature's Prophet. It was a disaster, and then they just stopped picking Nature's Prophet altogether. I think they prefer to have him on the Tide, the Darkseer, these more kind of initiated team fight type oriented heroes.
And Beastmaster's still on the pool as an interesting hero. I mean, that vision advantage that it gives.
The other thing that's nice about that is there's more options there. If you want to run a farming offlaner, it's basically Prophet or Lone Druid right now. Maybe Broodmother, but there's really not much else. So you have to get it earlier if that's the route you go.
This is the mid-winning combo too. Earth Spirit plus Invoker.
Yes.
It's really hard to fight into that, even as an OD.
Alright, so they get the Kuro Rubik here. Some decent spells to steal, but I think more just a a comfort hero than anything else.
How does that work with the Earth Spirit? You don't get the stones, right? So it's not nearly as effective.
Correct. Don't think so.
What a hero, Earth Spirit. You don't even get to steal.
I guess you have the aura, which can be nice later on for Earth Spirit. It's not the reason you pick the hero. It's kind of a side bonus.
Yeah, and you can get that at such a late time because getting to level 12 is just the biggest nightmare in the world for supports.
So Liquid are left now, just needing likely Matumba Man's hero for the safe lane. We'll see what that's going to be. As for Secret, they've got their support duo. They have their mid Weehaw hero. Lots of options for Misery. You guys ran over a bunch. And lots of options for Envy. It's just the Spectre band out. So I think Secret are in pretty good shape as far as what they pick going into these last two.
What do you feel Liquid is lacking right now that they have to make up for in the last pick for Matumba Man?
They're not that great at taking towers. They've okay Roshan with the OD.
Maybe
Prophet's okay at taking structures, but on his own he's not exceptional.
Yeah, I think they need something that can help establish tempo in the Radiant jungle.
10 seconds remaining.
It's some kind of fast-paced
call
like,
there,
fighting carry.
So Beastmaster Invoker, this is a very versatile duo. Good at pushing, decent at team fighting, great pickoff potential, good vision.
Team Secret actually have really scary team fight right now. Running into that lineup is going to be pretty difficult. Liquid, I think, are just going to have a lot more farm before they approach this fight. Probably get a BKB on your Outworld Devour before you take any fights.
With Liquid, do you think something they've done a few times? Do you think there's possibility they consider just running Matumba Man on the Nature's Prophet, picking up just an offlaner last for mind control?
It depends, just because it depends on how you value the matchups. Like, there are some scenarios where you might be able to go for Team Liquid and then pick something like Tide, because Tide destroys Beastmaster one-on-one, but I think it's a little bit too late into the draft to adjust like that. And plus, if you're Matumba Man, you probably want something that you know you're a lot more comfortable with, that you played in the tournament. I feel like this is where Team Liquid is going to go for something a little bit more standard for him.
So it's their turn to ban the pushing carry. They're going to remove the Drow Ranger.
With the well-rounded lineup that Secret says that you said Secret has here, how greedy can they be for Envy's carry?
Incredibly greedy, especially with the Beastmaster.
That
is what they thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
They have really strong lanes already.
Matumba Man's played a lot in Nature's Prophet. Yeah. More going back further, but
I think it does work if you can get the Tide against the Beast.
So then are you looking at like the Gyro tri-lane perhaps? Do you go aggressive here?
Gyro's pretty good in this position, but Liquid might be a
have
little
great
bit...
team fight around the... I mean, it's just the tusk with the Gyro. Yeah. Other than that, it's not...
I feel like they need... Yeah.
I think
they're light on the team fight control.
I think they need a team fight hero. Oh, that's a different direction. So
okay, so that is a...
Fata hero. OD for safe
so
lane.
Offlane Prophet for mind control. OD, safe lane, Death Prophet mid.
Yeah.
So Fata, Death Prophet.
That is a lot of team fight now.
Yeah.
DP even weaker than OD against Earth Spirit, though. That to me is a
Secret
big...
have such good catch and burst damage to kill something like Death Prophet quickly in a fight.
That is a weird pickup, because
it's a tougher Death Prophet game.
I think it's like you said, David, it looks like they need a little more team fight, but I also feel like they're lacking on the control, so it was tough to find a hero that can do both at this point.
5 seconds remaining.
Don't know if Death Prophet is the answer, though. No. A lot of green heroes, though.
Reserve time.
Gotta count for something. We have a lot of red and orange for Team Secret.
5 seconds.
And a Slark to round it out with. Not as greedy as they maybe could have gone for.
That's pretty greedy.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Not as greedy.
Well, they have our spirit, so it's fine. Let's be honest here.
If Ben was on this panel,
win all 3 lanes.
Yeah, if Ben was on this panel, he'd be telling me this game has been done from pick number 1.
Oh, okay, so Pie's playing the line. Earth Spirit for Puppy? All right.
Okay.
I think this is Puppy's first Earth Spirit game ever.
Might be.
Actually ever or competitive?
Competitive ever.
How sick would it be if he literally never played the hero and just like crushes
That's
all
like
the way?
Dendy at TI1. Like, I've never played Enigma. Just put me on this hero.
Dota, I mean, Puppy's a Dota savant.
No, sorry, not TI1. Not
that's
Dota 1.
that's
Yeah,
pushing it even further.
Yeah.
I mean, TI1 Milk got 4th or something. I'm sure you could do whatever you wanted.
Gentlemen, what do the fights in this game hinge on? What needs to go absolutely right for either of the teams for them to take fights against the other team?
Vision, using the Beastmaster roll into Sunstrike, take your hero out of the fight from the get-go, and for Liquid, trying to counterplay that, using the Snowball to save people, using the Astral, that's going to be kind of the plays to look out for to me.
Okay.
Liquid a little more volatile. Very important to anticipate the Earth Spirit's movements and be ready to counterplay it.
We're going to find out who is going to take this second game in the winners bracket finals. Team Secret versus Liquid. Odie, Pixel, and Draskell, take it away.
Indeed, and let's get ourselves straight away and stuck in. Secret, we're seeing some different stuff, Andy. How are you thinking about the EE Slark? And, well, for what seems to be one of the first times, at least for a while, I can't remember ever seeing this before, the Puppy Earth Spirit.
Well, we're definitely in for something a little bit different, but I suppose if you can win, having not played a hero for 2 years, then you can probably win for not having ever played a hero at all, right? I mean, it's kind of like the same thing. If you haven't played a hero in 2 years, it's probably not even the same hero. So,
I mean, it wasn't the Doom, to be fair. It's changed quite well over the 2 years.
Yeah, it's his professional Earth Spirit debut. There you go.
All right.
I am definitely, if I have to be honest, I am liking Secret's draft a little bit, but the Slark pick for me is something that I feel Liquid are going to be looking to punish here. Not really known as one of the strongest laners. They do have the Earth Spirit rotations, of course, to help that out, and a Lion too, but I think it actually helps the 5-mana Liquid to play against a hero like Slark because he has to commit so hard to the engagement that fighting into things like, you know, an OD, an Exorcism, you're relying pretty heavily on Beastmaster Roar and the control that it gives you to take down a hero. Very similar to what Liquid needed in game number 1. But this time around, you have Astral Imprisonment to save, you have Snowball to save, you also have a Rubik, he can go for steals and such, so I think Liquid have a pretty good shot too.
And we talked about MV Slark. Why the Slark this game?
I think it's the kind of hero where if you reach a certain stage in the game, and the kind of lineup that Liquid have, Rubik, Furion, Tusk, these heroes don't really have ways of dealing with Slark during the mid-late game. It's very hard for them, because he can just get in and out of the fight so fast, he's extremely mobile, and once he gets a certain threashhold to farm, as you see a roll here.
Oh, Puppy! He's got to be careful here. This is his first showing as the Earth Spirit. It might be the first death here for Secret, as it looks like it will be. First blood for Liquid. The first time Puppy dies in competitive there as Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that was it's a little bit strange. I'm pretty sure he had vision too, because it's daytime. We can see Envy still being pressured here in the safe lane as well. This is a really rough lane, actually, even in a 2v1.
Nice stun onto mind control. Envy, he's got the bounce. Let's see Puppy. Oh, misses the slow, and Envy misses the jump. The crowd are loving it. Secret, not so much, as mind control slips through their fingers.
It's his first game, guys. Give him a break. Come on. But this is the start that Liquid are going to be more than happy with. Free farm for the OD. Middle lane's going well. Jerax just being a nuisance here.
Misery's going to give this the right rundown here with the ball slow.
Yeah.
Jerax has a snowball. Misery's not going to continue to chase. But at the moment, in terms of the farm as well, things looking to be going Liquid's way here regarding the laning stage.
For sure. And if they can get that 5-man going, get that Death Prophet ulti, start pushing towers. They do have a team that is very capable of doing Roshan. You got Frozen Sigil, you have the Treants, of course. OD does an insane amount of damage as well because of the pure damage from that orb. I think Liquid are feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
In Jerax's position, he does not want Misery to find much from this side camp. The Iron Talon Bird's not going to be much use, so there's nothing to use it on Jerax. Each and every time coming in, needs to be a bit careful. Now Misery should find the space here to finish off the smasher. Jerax. Okay, now Puppy hits on point this time. Gets the slow there, and with that, oh, nice escape from Jerax. Tries to look to deny himself here, but he ends up killing the smasher. And off the back of that, Secret, they will kill him. Misery with the kill onto Jerax. And Puppy, he turns up and he's on point that time.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking to see. The rolls connecting, getting a kill on the board, going the way of Secret. I was going to mention that the static laning phase is kind of favoring Liquid in the sense that if you can harass the Beastmaster this much, I don't think Liquid are as reliant on the Tusk having levels as they are on the Beastmaster having levels, because they need that roar to be able to secure kills during the early mid game. So if they can keep pressuring like that, and if they can keep having mid and safe lane trade the way that they are, Liquid are still looking to be in a pretty good position, even that death withstanding.
Envy is getting the space to farm up now, though, relative to OD, also on the side of Liquid. Both heroes 22 for 4, 21 for 5. Very close between these two carries. I mean, in terms of that, who do you kind of expect to see starting to make the first rotations here on the Slark and the OD? Who's going to be the more active core towards the mid game?
It's kind of hard to say. If you look at the lanes individually, I would say that middle lane is probably quite quite easy for Liquid to kill. Like an Imprisonment probably just kills Wii once you get to a certain level. But you could also say the same thing for Mind Control. Like that hero is very easy to take down when you have a line because it's 2 stuns, which means you can start with a spike and then you can hex afterwards. So it's like we'll be seeing some movement mid.
Puppey is coming over with a haste rune. We'll see how far Liquid want to dive because they've got to be careful of Puppey. Puppey coming in with a stun. Vada's in the tower. He's getting the Siphon off onto Weehaw. Mind Control coming in as well, but Wii is going to get out. The slow from Puppey. He'll roll into Mind Control. He's still got the haste rune here. Puppey. Telekinesis from Kuroki pulls him in. There's 4 on Liquid, but they can't quite control Puppey. He's going to be fine, but Puppey does save Wee's life there.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out. Nice stun. He's going to get the bounty as well. All right. Oh, he might get sharp blocked here.
He might pay with his life here. Let's see what he can do. Can he get himself out of this one, Puppey? It doesn't look like it will. Yeah, there's a telekinesis. And he's going to be able to roll that, actually. Puppey. Oh, fade bolt to the back.
Thought they had a lot of confidence in his teammates there. He was just like, yeah, you guys are fine. You got this kill. I believe in you. I'm just going to chill here and keep hitting creeps.
But nonetheless, you can't argue. Puppey certainly catching the attention of Team Liquid and making space around the map for his team.
It does give a little bit of time for Misery to get a little bit of farm in. He did get that 1 kill.
Oh, they've spotted Kuroki coming around here for this one. A secret. They're ready to trap him in from all sides. Tried to come in for a bit of a warding mission, but he will pay with his life there. And that's very nice here for Weehaw, able to step away from the mid lane and pick himself up a kill on the Invoker.
Now we've seen the kind of performance we can have if you give him even a little bit of room when he gets a hero that he's comfortable on. I think the panel were also talking about that during the pre-game. But, you know, Mind Control, he's level 4.5 too. He's getting quite a bit out of his lane in comparison to what the Beastmaster has. I mean, this is 3 CS in 6 minutes. It's not really the most amount of farm that you can get, of course, but it's a very hard lane to be in as Beastmaster because if Imprisonment gets cast on you, of course, Matuma Man doesn't have it. But it's really hard to know that for sure without having, you know, checked yourself. Just means that one banish can just be your end, more or less, in this lane. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure OD like almost one-shots the summons at this point.
Jax, Kuroki, there are smokes available. Come back towards the mid lane. Also worth noting as well, we're 6 minutes in, and Mr. Eternal Envy just 100 gold away from his Midas, so he's going to have a very nice timing on the Midas this game. The Slark, and here's just smoke rotation. Kuroki and Jerax, see what they can achieve around towards the mid lane. It looks like they've got their eyes on Weehaw. Exorcism is up. They want to try and make a move and try and push the tower off the back of it. They can certainly go for it, but look how safe Wee's playing. He knows something's up.
Really nice movement from Wii. The other thing about this gank is that Liquid actually aren't carrying dust, so they need to kill him before he has a chance to use the spell.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, Puppey might tank the gank here.
Oh, Puppey.
Oh,
Jared's was down, yeah.
No, they pinged it. I think they saw him for sure.
Okay, maybe just aware that something more could be coming around as well.
Yeah.
As I believe Envy had left the lane, so they couldn't quite see him. And yeah, as I said, Envy with the Midas picked up at 6 minutes 46. And now level 8. It's getting past the point where we can really punish this Slark in lane. Now he's got this amount of levels. In terms of Liquid's lineup, do they have the kind of the control to deal with this Slark?
I think they have a decent amount. Like, if you lift in silence in between a Dark Pact use, you can definitely kill him. But it's going to be tough. I mean, this is probably one of the harder teams to lock down a Slark that I've seen. Typically, you want something like AoE lockdown, like Fissures or, you know, Earthshaker is a really prime example because you want stuff that can hit inside of the Shadow Dance. But Liquid really have only the mana drain that you're going to get and the damage from Sanity's Eclipse coming out from a Tomb Man, and then they have like a Death Prophet, and that's it. So there's no real like AoE lockdown. It's mostly just single target spells that they have to rely on, which aren't necessarily the greatest against a Slark.
Mid lane, we're pushing that lane. Envy's going to pick himself up a haste and maybe look towards top, but it looks like tower's already gone here. Liquid will be able to claim that one. Envy just backing up towards mid. It looks like he's not going to be able to join the forces up top. He needs to just continue with the farm game. Talking about the farm game, Matuma Man, 4.5k on this OD. Talking about uninterrupted safe lane, as he is certainly having a great time in terms of that. And starting to work towards the drums over the treads. And may even see if they can get this tier 2. At the same time, there's a fight kicking off mid. Vada with the Crypt Swarm, and the right click Sweet's going to get taken down. Outplaying the mid lane. The Death Prophet too strong for the Invoker to deal with. And at the same time, Liquid doing a significant amount of damage to the tier 2.
That's super bad. Like, dying in a 1v1 situation like that. They didn't even use Nature's Wrath. Like, or Wrath of Nature, excuse me. That is very unexpected. Thankfully, Misery is able to deny the tower, so it kind of lessens the blow a bit. But like you were saying, nice TP cancel there from Puppey. But they just lose 2 towers, and their mid dies 1v1. That is a really big swing of momentum for Liquid.
Jax is going to get a nice deep ward down here. He's eyeing up Puppey, but the rest of his team have left. Jax is going to be fine. Beastmaster Misery coming round. He's got his level 6 out as well. If you can get a Primal Roar onto someone, maybe Matumba Man, that would be a lovely hero to catch out for Secret. Let's see if they could do it. It's on the retreat up the lane. Puppey's trying to close in, get out to the range off, and he will find the initial stun Misery. He's not going to commit there with the Roar. They don't really have any follow-up. We are just a little bit too far away to commit to that kill.
Yeah, there's a lot of trying to pressure right now from Liquid. They want to make sure that they're getting the most that they feasibly can out of this early game. They have Death Prophet ult available too for this bottom tier push. No Glyph. Liquid just seem to be rolling on all cylinders here in game number 2. They are just not stopping when it comes to the aggression. If they get this tower without deep healed, I think they can even go Roshan if they wanted to. If they see that Puppey's not level 6, no Magnetize means that it's a lot easier for Liquid to take these full engagements, and they might take that opportunity to take even more away from Secret.
In the jungle, there's Roar. It's a finger Sunstrike. Matumba Man blown up there by Secret. Not a chance for the OD, and a very, very nice rotation from the boys on Secret.
They do get the safe lane tower though in that time, so Liquid not just going to lose a hero for no reason. I'd say in terms of what they've done in the early game, they still have a little bit of a way to go before they're going to feel super comfortable, but they're definitely having a much better start to this game, I feel, than game number 1.
See in the bottom lane, Puppey trying to find his level 6, as you said. It's going to be something very key for competing against Liquid, especially in these engagements around the Roche pit. And as you suggested, Liquid are going to use this opportunity to go in. Secret. They do have that ward out. I think they are aware that's going on, especially with the Sunshine. They know what's going down here.
They're way too far away.
Yeah, they realize they just can't contest it, and they're just trying to find a trade. And the trade will be by the looks of it, the tier 1 top if we can get this.
Yeah, this is fine, honestly, for Secret at this point, because they needed Puppey to be level 6 for this.
And they want to fight top Liquid. They'll get the Roshan. Kuroki, if he can catch up with his telekinesis, maybe they can do something. Farno's coming in with the cover of smoke. Starts to siphon off onto the Invoker. Mind Control's TP'd in as well. He's going to lose the TP out, but the shards come through. He makes it out here. He makes it out. But they will lose Misery there on the Beastmaster, but we surviving only just.
That was damn close. Very nice movement though from Liquid, securing their safe lane tier 1 as well. And there's Blink Dagger on Matumba Man too, so he's got drums, got Blink, Aegis available.
Dire's middle tower is under
Amidst this all,
he could be in trouble here.
That Blink reveal from Matumba Man if he comes in, and he will.
Oh, he hit the creep.
Matumba Man.
All right, I think that was a kill if he didn't hit the creep there.
Incredibly close. Especially with the sanities, he might have had to pop the ult. But
wait, he could have also banished because he was mid-roll. That was weird. A little bit of a mechanical mistake there.
One thing we've got to note though, Envy is still finding a really good progression on the slot.
Yeah, he is farming.
He's having a grand old time.
I wonder if he goes for Blink this game or if he just opts for Shadow Blade. It's kind of hard, I think, in these types of games to go for an initiation item when the enemy team has such overwhelming team fight.
Envy. There's more moving in as well. Farta and Jarax around the corner. Plays it cool.
He just knows that it's very hard for Liquid to actually catch him. So he's playing it as greedy as possible to force Liquid to react to his movement. I think it's definitely the right way to play in this scenario.
They catch out Jarax. He rolls up, gets the slow onto Jarax, kicks him back towards the rest of his team. Finger from Pilot over the tree line. The stunter follow through as well, and a very clean kill for Secret.
Can we, just for a second, talk about the fact that the Pilot Die almost has Blink Dagger? That's kind of crazy, right? Like, Envy's been taking a tremendous amount of farm. Puppey took the lane bottom when Envy was farming in the jungle just so he could hit level 6. So it's not as if Pi has had a tremendous amount of space. I suppose he does have a little bit more CS than Puppey right now, but Secret almost getting all the items they need and all the levels as well to start looking to take team fights of their own accord. And like you were saying, Envy just farming away level 11. I think if they have all these abilities available and a Blink Dagger on Pi, he might just go Blink for the added benefit of being able to take a team fight and just take a hero out straight away. Because a Blink Pounce with Shadow Dance up and a Lion Initiation with a Sunstrike, that hero should die almost no matter what, unless there's like a very fast imprisonment or a snowball save that is just instant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be interesting to see what Timmerman does after these drums. On the safe lane, OD, what's he going to be thinking about next here?
A lot of the ODs we've been seeing like to go for the Atos, but I kind of am siding. I think it was Will who said he needed early BKB this game. I think that early BKB is really nice because you have a Death Prophet to help you with the team fight damage. You don't need to be like that position 1 carry where you're doing everything on your own, like all the heavy lifting. I think he could play it a little bit more defensive and just ensure the fact that he's not going to be taken down too easily, and just make sure that he gets his guaranteed damage out, as opposed to going for an item that could potentially get him killed.
At the moment, both teams just looking to trade sides here. Liquid for the tier 2 bottom, Secret onto the tier 2 top. Necro Book's now done on Misery, so their push is going to become even faster. We have TP into the lane from the Timberman. Misery and Envy will bail. They don't want to stick around and fight that for the time being. Maybe Envy want to go try for something mid lane. He's eyeing up mind control by looks of on the slot. Just going to cut the lane here. Keep the pressure on the mid. Needs to be careful because it is forcing Liquid to send a fair few heroes towards this area.
It's so annoying for Liquid. Like, this is the big reason why Liquid were so focused on trying to get the tier 1s down and make sure that they were the ones who were going to get Roshan. Because if Envy is allowed to do this for the entire game, there will reach a point where he has too many items to actually deal with. And even though they're having a hard time killing him now, it's not going to get any easier.
Here we go. They're going to try for it. Everyone's coming in. He just shadow dances and TP's out of there. 4 heroes coming back for the... All right. That would have been a real kicker there.
Yeah. I don't know if Liquid are even going to get a chance to use the Aegis, though. That's really one of the other problems that they're having. It is obviously good to take it away from Secret, but at the same time, they need to be objective gamers. They need to abuse the fact that there's level 2 Exorcism up on Fata. They need to make use of this before it fades.
Looking now to see what they can achieve on the mid lane. As you said, level 11 Exorcism for Prada. Mind control has been left behind to clear out the top. Paladin still hanging around. He's level 8. Has that blink and the finger off cooldown. He's going to use it straight in with the Sunstrike into the finger. Mind control deleted. Smooth moves there from Pi. Prada pops the drums and how Pi die. He says, I'm out of it, son. Off you go. And again, this man, just give him line every time. That's what you got to do.
Secret are just playing incredibly well this series. Every hero knows exactly what it's supposed to do. Their communication has been on point. Their team fighting has been on point. Envy is doing pretty much everything that he can to be the biggest possible nuisance to Liquid, and just realizing the limits of his character very well.
And with the Shadow Blade pickup, Liquid have got to be even more careful about the positions that they put themselves into in there. Eyeing up mid, Mind Control's going to be there as well to drop a sentry. Envy, what's the plan here? That's just to jump out the igloo and escape. There's a lot of heroes coming through here. We'll get the Shadow Dance off. TP is available. He can't use it at the moment. The Sanity's going to get dropped incredibly early, but they'll punch him up and they will bring him down. A lot of hate for the slug there, but it is absolutely required from Liquid.
I think he actually still had time to TP if he did it immediately after the snowball hit, but okay, in the lane.
See, yeah, Fada after cancelling the roll, Puppy's going to try and go for the TP out, but it's not going to be in time. Too much damage with the Spirit Siphon to the right clicks.
Yeah. It was a really nice Sanity's Eclipse, by the way, from Entomb Man. It wasn't really for the damage as much as it was to just remove all of Slark's mana. Because if you do that, then he has no escape mechanism left. You can't Dark Pact, you can't pounce away, you can't TP. You're pretty much just dead to rights at that point if you can't abuse Fog.
So much Liquid can do with this exorcism. They'll find the tier 2. See if they can do anything as they go up to the high ground. Top lane Misery. That has been caught out by Liquid. The Timmerman and Jerex are there. It was over a little bit of a split push, but he pays with his life. They'll take down the Beastmaster and do a significant amount of damage here to the tier 3 mid. We are coming in with the defense, moving on to Mind Control. Nice silence from Fire onto Pi. And Envy. Envy moving in with the Shadow Blade. Jumps straight onto the Death Prophet. They will lose Pi on the Lion though. But Secret looking for the clean up here. They'll find Death Prophet. Mind Control will be able to TP out. Losing the line, but getting that very, very valuable Death Prophet kill.
Still a very close early game here. I think as the game kind of stretches on, Liquid are probably going to be able to secure Roshan's as long as they don't take an unfavorable engagement before it spawns. Because it's very difficult for Secret to get inside of the pit without having to commit into things like Exorcism. Obviously, you have to worry about the Tusk initiation as well and the ability to save from a Tumba Man, not to mention just the sheer amount of damage that he does at this point. So if Liquid play it steady, I think they still have a good shot, but that Slark is going to be such a huge issue for them soon. Like, Envy died that one time. I still feel like in that situation you can live on Slark because he's just that kind of hero. But if he gets, you know, 1 or 2 more items on top of what he already has, good luck ever killing him. And at that point, your Rubik is going to be food. Your Nature's Prophet could potentially be food, depending on if he wants to go Basher or not and just chase you down. Liquid are going all in on the team fighting items as well. Like, Mind Control has gone for drums and the mech. Obviously, you have drums and the Death Prophet as well. Like, Liquid are basically team drums, so they realize that they need to control the tempo of the game.
And as you said, Envy Slark certainly seems to have been the pick for him this game. He's playing it very nicely at this point. See Puppy working towards the Veil of Discord. Indeed, as you suggested, Matuma Man looking for the BKB in very close indeed. Just a few hundred away from the Mithril Hammer.
It's possibly the biggest power spike that they can get for the hero at this stage in the game.
Oh, Envy on to Kuroki, and Kuroki no chance.
Oh, Envy doesn't have enough mana.
He's only got mana for Shadow Dance, no mana for TP on top of that. They'll silence him up, and they'll take that. Losing a Rubik, getting a Slark. Liquid will have that trade any day of the week.
Maybe he just wasn't expecting as many heroes to be in the area. Rubik for Slark, not the trade, definitely not. But it does buy a little bit of space for the rest of his team. Pi was chilling out bottom with a Invis and just making sure nobody was going to be rotating on the Puppy. And with the BKB done, I would really like to see Liquid start to move. Roshan's going to be up less than 2 minutes, so this is around the best timing Liquid could look for to take an engagement.
Let's see what the plan is here with Jarex and Kuroki. Things are coming out onto Puppy. They can catch him and lock him down with Mind Control as well. They should certainly be able to. Jarex rolls in, gets the punch off, and there's Kuroki with the lift up. Puppy, not a chance for him to escape. Same time mid lane, Timmerman blinks in. They're looking to keep the pressure on. See if they can find something here. Weaves around the corner, drops the cold snap. Pilot gets the Hex off. Sunshine's going to be off point here, but it's enough to hold back the OD from the Lion. Timmerman and Fada coming in full force down the mid. Envy is there, and Fada, he's going to drop the Exorcism. Forcing Envy back there with the Siphon, and they're going to break the base there in terms of the tier 3. Rax now exposed in the mid lane. There's still 10 seconds without Puppy on the defense. Let's see how much that they can do here, Liquid. Necro 3 now picked up by Misery. Secret needs to find a big opening to jump in. You can see Envy trying to wrap around the back. But they've already dropped a sentry here, Liquid, on the high ground, so it's going to be hard for Envy to catch them out if he comes too close. Stun from Puppy on the side. They'll follow it up onto the Superman figure as well, and Envy trying to pick up the weak at the back. Go for Kuroki. Definitely Glass goes through here. They're going to find one. They'll find the Superman. Looking for Kuroki. Trapped up in the trees defensively, but it doesn't matter. Envy still closes in, takes it down. They'll lose Puppy though. The Magnetize, he gets it down. Time is doing a hell of a lot against Liquid. Fada falls as well. 3 dead on the side of the Liquid. Jarex pops back the shards, trying to get himself out of this one, but Envy will chase this down by the looks of it. Looking to see if he can find a 4th pick off for Secret, really secure the success of this team fight. And it looks like he will. The snowball coming forward, but the Dark Pack timing is there, and Envy turns around, takes down the Tusk. Double kill for Slark. Suddenly now sitting on 3.6k gold. They'll lose the range racks, melee racks still stand, and that's exactly what Secret needed.
And Matuma Man just gets annihilated before he can even pop BKB. At that stage, Liquid have already lost a team fight. Like, they can't win without their OD. It's just not the initiation that they needed at all. They did get the melee racks down to about half HP, got the ranged. Roshan is available, but Secret don't have the greatest team for killing it right now, and they also don't really have that much time either. So Liquid could take this opportunity to get Roshan themselves, as long as they don't get anybody extra picked off. They'll have Nature's Prophet TP, they'll have everyone up. The only ultimate that they're really missing that matters too much is the Death Prophet ult, and that's going to be up in about 40, so I wouldn't be too shocked to see Liquid go for that play, and then go straight back down mid to try to finish that Rax.
This slot very much got the potential to get insanely out of control. And I guess you look towards heroes like the Death Prophet and you ask yourself, how well is that going to scale as it goes on? I mean, there's going to be a point really where you're Liquid, and a lot of pressure is going to be on the Timberman's OD to carry through against the slot.
Well, the problem with the OD Slark matchup is your ability to hit the hero. when Slark gets low or is ever in a situation where he's in danger of dying, he just uses Shadow Dance, resets the fight, heals a tremendous amount, and OD with a Blink Dagger can maybe chase him a little bit, but the mobility is definitely in Slark's favor. And with that in mind, OD's biggest strength is being able to hit heroes who are either disabled or don't have any escape mechanisms of their own, because his sheer damage output is ridiculous. So if he gets the ult off, he mana drains the Slark, he gets a couple of hits on him. I could very easily see Envy dying, but if the former is true and he's able to get his ult off and get a couple of quick picks, then I can easily see Secret taking the team fight. But Roshan being done here by Liquid, no real surprises. They're just taking the time right now, Secret, to split push the lanes to make sure that when this Roshan does die, Liquid are going to have to go back and set up pressure right away.
Matumba, man. Oh, misery.
So close.
And Matumba, man, able to keep the Aegis intact. Gets himself back out there. Puppey and Envy on the high ground. It's just Scardy now picked up by the Slark. So he is very ready to fight.
This is getting to really scary territory. Even with the use of the Aegis, it's going to be an uphill struggle for Liquid, I think. The other issue that they're having is the burst damage on Secret is crazy high, and they now have the Veil completed on the Earth Spirit in conjunction with that. So, Vanish here.
And Pi, no way of getting out of this one, Matumba, man. He's not messing around there. Envy? He'll try and pick something up off the back of this. He's going to look for Kuro. A lot of hate on the Rubik this game. Kuroki, Sunstrike on point. They'll get that now. Puppey rolling up to Matumba, man. The opening's there. You use your BKB to kill Pi. I'll turn around and kill you as soon as it comes back off. And here we have it. Envy moving in. They take down the Aegis. Matumba, man, will Astral himself here, but it looks like Secret should be able to stick around, finish off the OD. The mech comes out, not quite enough. The Sanity Eclipse not doing much at all. And maybe with Fada they can clean up. Silence onto 2. Spirit Siphon as well. Envy falling low, pounces away, will get himself to safety. Weehawk won't be able to do the same. He goes down on the Invoker. Envy hiding around in the tree here. On control, and they're not going to be able to trap him out here. Envy with the pounce does escape. So they get themselves the kill onto Matumba, man, but they do end up losing Weehar on the Invoker for that.
Misery could be in trouble here too.
Oh, he's got the Raw, holding in place Jerax. As you said, Fada still with the remainder of the time on the exorcism. TP's down to bottom. He's got Jerax's back. And now with that pickup as well, Liquid are going to be very happy with that turn of events.
Well, they do lose the tower, and they also use exorcism for a fight that I suppose killing 2 cores is alright. At the end of the day, you lost the Aegis on the OD. He dies 2 times. And you know that you can't pressure anymore because you lost your second life advantage on the biggest core in terms of damage dealers on your team. So I don't know if they're super happy about that, but
it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, well, everything can always be worse. So
that's true.
It's just not exactly what they were looking for, is all I'm saying.
Let's see. Now 13 to 15. Look at the difference in terms of the overall team net worth. It's only 1k favouring Secret. It's still an incredibly close match in terms of the numbers.
Yeah.
It's just, as you said, just looking back at the drafts and how this is going to scale as the game goes on, and the fact that the majority of that net worth for Secret is on Envy's hero. Slark, 15,000 at the moment. That's the real scary thing here for the side of Liquid.
A lot of it just boils down to what the supports can accomplish at every stage in the game. So if you look at Secret supports, I think that Lion is much more useful and also maybe a little bit easier to utilize in fights than a late game Rubik, especially when you're playing against a hero like Slark. Slark is like the anti-Rubik. Your one disable against him pretty much does nothing. And then if you get caught by a pounce, even with the Force Staff, he's just dead. Like, his team can't help him. Look at what happened to, top lane 2 times now. He just gets killed, even with his teammates just standing idly by going, well, we wish we could do something, but we just can't. Because Slark's mobility is a little bit too high. And the Tusk is pretty much the same story. This hero is meant to be very aggressive, control the tempo of the game. As it stretches on, having a Blink Dagger is going to be nice for saves, but they're also kind of lacking in the damage category. You look at heroes like Earth Spirit, well, I think everyone knows what this hero is capable of, more or less. He does a ridiculous amount of damage, can hit multi-hero stuns, easier than probably anyone else in the game. Good silence, good mobility. Liquid, though, with the smoke, looking for some action.
They can get a jump onto Wheat.
They're going to spot him with the ward here.
It'll be a big kill. Fada's going to make sure he gets that silence in time, and well, with the stun to set up, they'll follow through with the silence, and now with the Siphon, they'll chase that down. No escape for the Invoker. And that's going to be down for 60 seconds. Does have buyback here, and I'm sure Liquid I'd be very happy if they're able to try and force that out from the side of Secret. Envy now. They can lead it from the back. They do have a sentry down, so they will see him coming in, but in fact, it's going to be Envy jumping straight away onto Matuma Man. He'll kill himself defensively. Jarek's trying to come in and force him back. He's got the dust. Envy silenced up. Can't get the shadow dance out. Envy could be in trouble, and he is. Gets taken down. That sentry there ready and waiting for him to look for that greedy wraparound. Massive thing for their side of Liquid. And now they might even be able to force out two. Fingers straight out to Fada, but he pops the BKB. Exorcism still up. Puppy's been silenced. Punched up into the air and brought straight down. They'll get a triple kill as well as Matuma Man pummels onto Pilot Eye on the side. And Liquid suddenly finding all the momentum they need. They break the tier 3 here in the top lane. Now Secret, they do have a buyback on Envy. They're holding on to the buyback on Weeha. He'll be up in 10 seconds anyway. But they're going to need to surmount a huge base defense because there's not going to be much of it left. They've already lost the top melee racks. They're going to lose the mid ones by the looks of it as well. Ranged are already gone in both of the lanes. And Liquid, just like that.
I don't know what that was. That was so bizarre. Like, okay, Envy dies, but he has buyback. All right, here we go.
Let's see what they can do at the back of this one. Jax is going to stumble himself up. Envy jumping in with the dart pad, the shadow dance as well, but he's been sprouted up. It's too much. He's trapped in the trees. Matuma Man drops his hand as he tips the buyback on Misery. They've caught out Envy. Envy is going to get himself out of it, and he will. Now Puppy jumps in with a huge magnetize into 3. Jarek silenced up the takedown to Jarek's tusk. Mind Control being chased down as well with the right click. The punches, the axes from Misery. He's trying to juke it out in Mind Control, but he won't be able to get himself away. Oh, he's going to live for a bit of time here at the moment. Father goes down in the trees. They do still get the kill onto Mind Control, so they'll lose 4 on the side of Liquid. But Secret, 2 sets of racks down. That is not a situation that they saw themselves being in a couple of minutes ago.
I don't understand how that just unfolded so quickly. It's like one hero gets picked, your core has buyback, Envy pulled pretty much the entirety of Liquid back away from the base, and if he dies, has buyback, okay, whatever. We still have, you know, everyone available for the base defense. That's fine. But then they lose another hero, and then another hero, and they're all outside of the base pretty much, except for Pi, I think, who was standing high ground top lane. But as soon as that happens, and 1 or 2 heroes are missing buyback, Exorcism will kill your base for sure, and mid is already exposed. That was probably about the fastest I've seen a team going from being probably advantaged in a game to just straight up losing. That was like less than 2 minutes.
Thanks to the defense, though, they're holding themselves in. Puppy, the roll off. Hiroki won't be able to try to chase that, and Misery is there to back up the Spirits. They want to try and go back in the front. Stun Pollard, I blinking forward, but Matuma Man just puts the he turns around with the Wrath of Nature, blows him up, onto Matuma Man, holding in place. Envy starting to steal the stats up, but he gets picked up by the snowball there, moving straight across onto Misery. Envy's still alive though, and this could be the fight that Envy's looking for. He's found himself 2 at the moment. Exorcism coming out, he's trapped in the trees again. Sprout, proving to be such an effective spell against these melee cores. Now will force Envy to get himself out. Wee gets taken out by the Spirit Siphon, and again, Liquid. Now that's the big one. That's going to be Misery down for 60. They take down Wee. He does still have the buyback. But this is going back and forth, and now it's the momentum that's just slowly being raised by Liquid and being held by themselves.
Well, you get a huge influx of gold, and also the experience that they got from winning the team fight that pretty much made them able to take the Raxes in the first place. So Liquid are looking super solid right now. And it's like we were saying, it's not necessarily that Secret had a huge golden experience advantage in the first place. Oh, the Hex!
That's a big Hex. But I guess the silence as well. I don't think they got the damage between these two to do anything about this. They'll hold him in place with the Yules. Have another silence here in a second. No. Envy bouncing on to Fada, but he gets silenced up to get the Shadow Dance off in time. He's going to go for the TP here, and they'll get it. They'll get the telekinesis off after the Shadow Dance comes out, and Envy jumps forward, but Mind Control blocks him, and Envy's down. 90 seconds on the sidelines for Slark. And that could be the kill that Liquid needed to take this game. It slowly fell apart for Secret, and with no Envy for 75 seconds, they're going to need some magic. They do have We Are on the Invoker, but he's going to need a few combos and a half if Liquid come in hard hitting. But it looks like Liquid, they're not going to try and push this one out. And Secret, they will be given another chance.
Well, Roshan's up real soon. Secret are going to be scouting this out. I don't know who it was in the panel who said it was Cloud9 3.0, but that's really what it felt like to me when I just watched what happened in the last like 5 to 10 minutes of this game. And there's now a full Hex up on this
hexes. OD and NP.
Yep. I gotta say, if you asked me 10 minutes ago who I thought was gonna win the game, I would have undoubtedly said Secret. It's actually insane that Liquid have put themselves in this dominant a position so quickly.
And he's still holding his 3.7k. Yet to spend his god. I mean, what does he need to buy against this lineup? Does he need to go defensive as something like a BKB as well, or can he afford to go for something aggressive? Does he just need to be killing these heroes quicker?
I mean, BKB is a safe choice. So basically what you do is you use Dark Pact to stop any incoming disables, then you BKB. If you need to, then you Shadow Dance afterwards to recover some health. Yeah, and then after your BKB wears off, you're probably going to have your Dark Pact again. So it's just about making sure that you're timing everything properly. But I don't know, I sensed a little bit of panic there in Envy when he got caught. Like, a lot of the TPs that he was doing later on in the game felt a little bit delayed. Like, he should have been able to live in that situation as well if he just TP'd instantly. Like, Liquid don't have any way of stopping Shadow Dance TP unless something is near it, or like some enemy creep is near to either snowball through or telekinesis on top of. So I'm a little bit unsure as to how he even puts himself in that situation, but it is costing Secret big here.
All eyes on the Roche pit now. Secret smoked up. At the same time, Liquid, their position, ready to jump in on anyone that reveals themselves. Let's see, Envy. Okay, Liquid are now away from the area, so Secret are going to be fine. Mind Control just keep the pressure on across the map. 2.1k gold on this man.
Yep.
60,000 Mind Control. I mentioned on the panel before, this man's been having a great tournament. He's having a great game again here as well. Really holding his own on the Natures.
As item progression is also kind of completely scaled to what it needs to be. That Hex, of course, being crucial in getting that kill on Envy when he was inside of the river. And Secret now just looking for any opportunity they can get. They know they cannot give Liquid this Roshan. If Roshan goes Liquid's way, this is definitely going to be a next set of racks. It's too hard to fight into, given how much they've been allowed to get in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So.
Buyback still on cooldown for a minute here for Envy, and now Envy jumps in onto Mind Control. He's got to play this smartly. We'll get the Shadow Dance off in time. The BKB on the Tumor Man, he turns around, drops the Sanity, they'll lose Misery, they'll lose Pilot Die as well here. Puppy and Weehan, Envy in the middle of it all. BKB being popped by Envy, jumps forward, can't get the latch onto the Tumor Man. He's trying to chase down the OD, will get a touch on, but the defensive Astral here, buy Tumor Man some time. The Sunstrike, the timing, oh, not quite there. He'll get himself out here. The OD, there's a buyback here from Mind Control on the Fury. Nice tornado coming down through the midst of the wall, but they get the stun. The snowball onto Envy, Dark packs up, continues to run. Will get silenced. Envy on the retreat, looks like he will be able to get himself out of there. But a bit of a messy fight, and we can see on the recap a few buybacks exposed there. Mind Controls and Pilot Dies coming through. But off the back of it, the worst thing that the Secret wanted there, they may lose Roshan, and as you said, this is going to be massive for Liquid. Envy, okay, that's a freebie. That's a freebie, and it's a big one. 50 seconds, no tusk.
They can go on this.
Oh, Kuroki getting shot forward. Puppy's there coming in as well. They call Kuroki out on the side, and he's going to go down. That's the Rubik dead. Now let's see if Envy gets it back in. There's a huge stun for Pi. Onto Matuma Man. Fighters pot the BKB, but Envy sealing up the stats. He gets psyched up. The silence is one with the meteor. The deafening blast from We Are. There's two down. Mind Control. Sunstrike up. Envy lives. The boy who lived. Eternal Envy. And We Are at his back just at the time it was needed. Fantastic combo from the Evoker coming down that choke point. And Secret do it. They'll move into Roche. They'll finish it off. They'll get themselves to the Aegis. And what a game 2 we've got here, Andy.
Pi and we played that so well. They say, Envy, you might be position 1, but let me carry that for you. Let me just get that. Pi blinks, disjoints an auto attack, but doesn't blink so far away that he can't still cast Hex because it was 1 second on cooldown when the auto was in midair. So he hexes the OD, sets up the combo for Wii to drop a Meteor Deafening on him, and just completely annihilates Liquid. Brilliant re-engage. Nice pick off by Envy as well when they killed Jarex to ensure that they could take that fight in the first place. Just phenomenal teamwork from Secret.
Now, I know it's Envy, but there's no chance that's a Rapier.
Nah,
this is your
that's
Abyssal.
Abyssal Blade.
It's
For
your
sure.
Abyssal.
Yeah, that is definitely an Abyssal Blade.
Envy.
Not like this, Envy. Just,
Come on.
just walk by. Keep walking. My heart can't handle that.
I don't think my heart can handle that.
Okay.
Okay.
We are in... oh, God.
Oh.
I was like positive he wasn't buying a Rapier. I was so sure that was going to be an Abyssal Blade. But hey, you know what? You got BKB.
Hey.
You got the defensive items that you need.
Ayla, Jackie Mayo.
I
you can see why this guy's got the fan base he does.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's if this pays off.
Oh, and there's a double damage.
Oh, Envy. All right, here we go. 700 a pop there with the right auras. The first arc to buy Rapier. I'm not surprised about that in this patch.
You can hear the audience every time Envy gets close to somebody.
You can hear Puppy as well. Like, oh, Envy. Be careful. My goodness. Things have settled down at this point, though. Liquid, I think they're assessing the situation. They've got an Envy Rapier Slark on their hands. They've got to go around this smart, and with the items, with the two sides that they've got, they've certainly got control to deal with him. If Envy makes one slip up, they have got the potential to catch out and bring that Slark down.
Yeah, but with the Rapier, he's so terrifying. Like, if he gets a Shadow Dance off and he's able to hit Matumba Man for even a few seconds and there's no save from either a snowball or, you know, obviously he's not going to be able to imprison himself if he gets stunned, but this is an extremely high-risk, high-reward build here for obvious reasons. And Liquid are just sticking together right now. They realize that it's past the 40-minute mark. Any team fight that goes wrong can just be total disaster at this point.
I think both teams realize that. No one making any brash movements to do anything at this point. 2 minutes still before the Aegis is reclaimed. This could be one of the timings that's being waited upon.
Well, they definitely know he has Rapier now. He showed it on the map. You can, like, feel the tension in the arena, by the way. It's, like, palpable.
This is one of those situations that only seems to come up in a secret game, where you almost want to look away, but you can't. You just can't. I'm sure there's thousands of people at home at the moment glued to their screens, ready for Envy to make the plays, or, of course, the side of Liquid to do so.
This is a very tense situation for both teams. Very well understanding what's at risk here as the bottom set of racks are getting sieged here by some trees. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mind Control go back for something like Aghanims, because in these types of situations, when you have the racks advantage, and you haven't even lost a tier 3, you can just idly pressure by spamming ult, forcing treants down the lane, and then you have to always have a hero
There
down
might be a
there.
clash here. They're moving close to it. Oh, he's gone! Straight in and a couple of swipes from Envy.
And a gem as well. Matt, Kai's reaction time is so good. Like, obviously at high ground vision, but getting that Hex before a snowball can even come out.
I think if anything, that would be a bit of a wake-up call to Liquid. They've got to be very careful about sending people out across the map.
I don't know if there's going to be anything happening until the next Roche spawns. I mean, the Aegis is going to get reclaimed very soon. And I don't think that Secret want to risk fighting with a Rapier and not having the second life on Envy. So it could just be positioning, abusing the Beastmaster vision, trying to keep Mind Control out of bottom lane for as long as they can, and just open up an opportunity to get that next Roche, because it's going to be up in around 3 minutes. It's probably the safest way to play, but heck, I didn't think that was going to be a Rapier, so maybe they just go for it anyway. Oh god.
Oh, Envy. Envy, okay. Oh no, he misses the jump. His Shadow dances up straight away. They're all onto Fada. They're looking to take down the Death Prophet. But no, the stolen roll from Kuroki comes through onto his head on Envy. But Puppy's there with the stun of the 3. Oh, the We Are Deafening Blast. The massive Hadoukens coming through. 3 dead on the side of Liquid. They're fighting through this one, and Envy stays strong. 4 down. Kuro, the last to fall, dancing around with Puppy in the ring. But a Sunstrike brings Kuro down before Puppy's eyes. They're all dead on Liquid. There's a buyback from Mind Control, but you've got to look at the buyback statuses, and it's not good. No buyback available for Kuroki, no buyback available for Jerax, and no buyback available for Matumba Man. That Rapier.
Oh, Moonshard as well. They're going for the base
Oh,
here.
it's going to make short work of the base.
This is backdoor protected. Look at the damage.
Liquid. They might have time for one more fight in this.
My God.
But it's going to have to be a huge one. Look at that. That damage. Incredible.
They got 20 seconds. I think they can get this and get out.
Oh,
they definitely can.
Pylai die. This man with the setup, the fingers and everything coming out to... Oh,
that's a die back.
I like my shot. No, okay. Secret just pulling out the moves this game.
I really think at some point you kind of have to just give credit to Eternal Envy and say, if nothing else, he always puts on a show.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy played extremely well the entire game.
And Puppy, he's just starting up a hedge fund there. 5.7k.
Well, he's got to have money for an extra rapier in case Envy loses his, right?
Okay, talking about Envy. He's going in past the BKB. Turns towards Kroki. Kroki's got the Go Scepter. Envy, what's the plan? Weas come through as well. Drops the ice down the middle of it. Opens from a man with the stun as he clears pretty much.
Oh my
but
God!
Envy eating through the sun. Look at 1-2 double kill as he takes down Jackson. Now chasing down far as well. They get the Hex off the stun from Puppy. Envy comes in. GG is called. 2-0 to Secret, and Envy does it with the boys with the rapier slug. Look at the emotions there in the booth. They can't quite, but Secret, I don't think a lot of people would have believed this coming into this tournament. People talked about potential of disbanding, but no, Secret, they've come back as strong as ever. 2-0 against Liquid, a team that was really starting to get their form this tournament, and a team that they very might well meet again in the grand finals, because that is where Secret is going to be going. They will be your first confirmed grand finalists here at the Shanghai Major, and Liquid feeling a little bit battered and shaken up after that event.
I mean, they made it close. You got to give them that. In the second game, there was a point in which Liquid had a gigantic comeback. They played well, but I think Secret just took it to another level in this series.
Absolutely, and of course, before going into this, both teams with a huge fan base, and Secret, I think they may have just won over the crowd a little bit more. Look at the man, Envy. That's how he's playing all game. He was just playing with one hand in, one hand out, and how we have it. Secret 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. That is it from me and Andy, the casting panel. We'll fire you straight back over to the panel. Wow.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Draskell. What a game that was. To help us break that game down, we called in the pro. We called in Moo. Archon Moo, welcome joining the panel. Thank you for joining the panel. And I hope you can shine some more light on some of the plays we saw in that game that might not have been all that logical.
Oh, that last fight was insane. There was well, I think both sides made a lot of mistakes. Like Liquid left the base without a gem because they lost it, like getting picked off. Like Jarex died early, lost his gem. They all just like trained out of the base. I mean, it was like a desperation play at that point.
Yeah.
They kill Envy, we win the game. Like that's all they had to do. But then DP gets caught out in the front of like the Pact. Could not get gets stun locked. She had a Yules and a Ghost Scepter. She couldn't use either of them because the Beastmaster, who was it?
Misery.
Yeah. Misery just comes in, like bots in, roars the right target, DP, and they just blow her up. Like
I think he had Astral too. They didn't defensively Astral him.
I think Fada made a mistake because he BKB'd to like try to get out of the slow, and then they can't get Astral anymore. Yep. Like
look at those smiles. That game were they supposed to win that game? Because at some point we were already sitting ready, thinking, okay, Liquid got this.
Liquid,
right?
When they went for that top push, and they got both sets of racks. At that point, it's like you can play it safe, and reasonably you should be able to win. You have a Nature's Prophet on your team. You dire side, so going for the next Roshan pretty much secures it. But they just made the mistake of underestimating Select Plus Invoker as a core. I feel like they lost focus for like half a second, and
that's all
Secret.
it takes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they could have just waited for Roche and then just ran down the lane. Like,
was the rapier needed? Was the rapier the knife?
It wasn't needed. I think Envy's a player that's like, we shouldn't win this game, but this is how we win it. Like, he's willing to go the extra mile. I think we can all agree to that one. He's like, he's willing to take the extreme risk, and that was like, let's win now.
Yes.
And you're down 4 racks, so chances are if Envy dies, the game may likely be lost anyways. Because even if he dies in his buyback, if it's at his own base, the DP exorcism is getting Megas, and Megas is pretty much game over.
Yeah,
so.
there's no way they defend against Megas.
The logic is kind of there. There is some logic to back it up.
I like that kind of logic too. Play to win, not to not lose.
Yeah.
Just holding on repeatedly. I feel like a lot of teams do that where they get pushed into a position where there's like, oh, well, just hold on and hope for the other team to make a mistake.
Yes.
I do like that Secret, they have a team where they're just like, let's go out, see what happens.
And when you say Secret, I think you mostly mean Jackie almost.
That is eternal.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is that top play where there was a sentry down, they kill him, and you're just like, oh boy. And then he just wins the game for you.
And I think this is one of the kind of key points with Envy. And we talked a bit about going back to the group stages. Envy was kind of a topic of conversation. And one of the things that I kind of said, this is like the make or break play. If Secret are going to win this line, it's going to be Envy just doing some insane stuff. He has his off games, he has his plays, which make you kind of scratch your head. But then he does stuff like that, and
he pulls through.
Yeah,
he really
absolutely. Like yes. It was because Liquid made the mistakes and gave them the opportunity to turn the game around, but ultimately, like, Envy is hands down MVP for this game.
What made Secret not be able to do it, win the game early on? What made Liquid be so ahead at that point where Secret was able to turn it around?
They just fought and used the Death Prophet really well. It just felt like Liquid had most of their comfort picks as far as outside of maybe doing a safe lane OD, but even that just seemed to fit them. Like going from tower to tower, they took objectives really well, and the Slack didn't come online very. Like it's a hero that needs a lot of space and time before it's ready to fight, and that's something that Liquid exploited, I feel.
Is there anything that Secret could have done differently, maybe during the mid game, to stop Liquid from getting the advantages that they got?
I can't really. I don't really know because Liquid Puppy felt like really rusty on Earth Spear. That's a hero like you win the lanes, but he didn't win them hard enough. You know, like if you don't own everyone.
And something you said, Earth Spirit is overrated.
Oh, I think Earth Spirit's very overrated.
Okay, talk to us about that.
Like, if you reveal the Earth Spirit really early on, which a lot of teams get like first pick it or like it's banned, the team can just pick lanes that can't die to Earth Spirit anymore, and then it's just like you can get an Iron Town on Earth Spirit, but it's like why? Like you don't scale very well. So like if you don't kill every lane or like help win hard, it's like your hero just plummets.
Okay,
like,
well, we are going to listen to, hopefully, the Earth Spirit player himself, but we'll find out when we talk to the winner of the previous game, Team Secret.
Hello.
Hello.
感受到现场的热情了。其实我们都知道，在前面的对抗当中，特别是第二局，其实一开始是处于劣势的，但是自从出了把圣剑之后，好像一下子就扳回了这个局面。心情怎么样？
You guys lost the racks and they won over two lines, but you got a divine rapier and turned the whole game around. And how did that make you feel?
It makes me feel pretty good. I mean, I didn't expect us to win that game when we got down to Rexes, but the Roshan fight kind of made me believe again. And yeah, then Eternal Envy says, I'm gonna buy a divine rapier, guys, and then we did it. So feels good.
感觉很不错。其实一开始我没有想过我们会赢，但是后来我们赢了那个肉山的那个团战以后，我就重新开始相信这一场比赛我们其实是会赢的。然后我现在感觉非常好。
是我现在站在 Misery 旁边，我可以看到他头上还在微微盛汗，皮肤白里透红的，可见刚刚有多紧张。想问到 Misery， 既然已经打到现在了，你们队伍对于夺冠的信念有多少
？How confident you are in winning this tournament?
I'm very confident. After winning that game, I feel like we can't lose, so it's a good feeling.
我现在非常自信，打到今天，我觉得我们都不会输了，所以非常非常自信。
哇哦！我相信大家也是这么想的，对不对？那就一起为他们加油吧！谢谢 ，Thank you，Thank you。接下来把画面交还给分析台。
Yeah, very confident Misery on stage, and having that confidence even when they were that far behind in the second game there, that must have a big impact in the way you play and the way you approach a game. Can you talk to us about that move, about a level of confidence and how that impacts your gameplay?
Man, that game was like, I'm pretty sure they like, after they lost 2 racks, they're just like, let's just play, see what happens. And then they ended up winning. Like, that's just, they expected to lose, I'm pretty sure. And when you win a game like that, you're just like, God, we're unstoppable, guys. No one can stop, like, no one can beat us. We've beaten every team in the tournament. Like,
it must be a kind of fun position to be. Not maybe not fun's the right word, but like you can just play recklessly almost. You're down 4 racks. It's like, let's take some chances. Like, I mean, that's like the perfect position for Envy to be in. Down 4 racks is great. I can buy a rapier, and my captain won't look at me like, what are you doing, Envy?
I think
that's a bad idea.
Inherently, though, you have to let your carry player do what he wants. Like, if you try to control your carry player a little bit too much, like he starts to second doubt, like, guess his decisions. And I think with Envy, he's just like, let me do what I do best. It either works or it doesn't, but let's just ride or die with this decision. And it's paid off. Secret are now back-to-back finalists for majors, which is pretty absurd. Like that alone it speaks to the fact that it works.
And I don't think a lot of people were expecting to see them here, so something is going really right in that team right now. Now they are in the top 2, and we still have other teams remaining, of course. We're going to look at Evil Geniuses and MVP very soon, but out of those 3 still remaining, so we have Liquid, EG, and MVP Phoenix. Who do you feel is going to join Secret in those finals?
Personally, for EG, I just think they're the best team in the world right now. Even though they do find themselves in the lower bracket, I just think they're that good.
Yeah, I think EG match up well with the other 2 teams. They've got a lot of veteran presence. I feel like that's the one team that if they lose, the reason why they come up from the lower bracket is because they learned from their losses. I think in all likelihood it's EG.
Yeah, I agree. EG is just, even when they lost to Secret, it was like...
Come on, MVP!
I mean,
I hope
MVP is really good.
I hope for his sake, the team's sake, like, these guys are legit. But
I'm all down for Korean Dota, but you asked us for realistic answers.
Okay. It would be better for the storyline. It would be MVP. I'd like that. Have Liquid and EG actually faced each other at this tournament? Maybe in the group stages?
No, they were in different groups.
So they have not faced each other at all during this.
They were in the same group.
Oh, they were, but they didn't play
each other. Yeah, they were in the same group
because they went 2-0 almost immediately.
Yeah, and EG
didn't. No, EG did.
EG went 2-1 versus Complexity.
Oh no, Liquid lost against Virtus Pro in the first series.
Yeah,
so they went
Liquid
and EG went through the
so they beat Liquid beat VP the second time around.
Yeah.
So they dodged EG, but they were in the same group.
Yeah.
Okay, now that is the series that we might have tomorrow, but first it is Evil Geniuses that has to beat MVP Phoenix in order to get to that lower bracket finals, if you will. We're going to continue here with one more match today, though. Evil Geniuses, MVP Phoenix, and we're going to go continue with that after a small break, so we'll see you soon. Soon. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back to the Shanghai Major live here from the Mercedes-Benz Arena. And we are ready for what is to be our last best of 3 of the day and our elimination match to decide which team is not going to make it to the top 3 here. And therefore is going to be a spectator tomorrow and doesn't have to play, or is not allowed to play. And we have got a full panel. Okay, they can play if they brought their laptops.
No! You can no longer play Dota if you lose. Uninstall the game.
Your account is banned.
So we have Capitalist who is still with us, and of course Draskell here as well. Gentlemen, this series, what do you look forward to most? We have, of course, MVP Phoenix versus Evil Geniuses, in case you forgot, which I hope you didn't.
Can we just like ride the MVP hype train to the end of days? Is
Let's
that
go.
what we're gonna do?
I think that's what we should do.
Okay, well, Moo said ban Nature's Prophet.
Oh yeah.
I'm inclined to agree.
That's the hero.
But if they do that, you think they're gonna go something as clowny as what they did earlier when they picked like the PA Doom?
I think no matter what happens, I think this matchup will just be a bloodbath. Like,
okay,
it'll just be like, because EG's not afraid to pick those cores like Earth, like the supports like Earth Spirit, like Nyx, Sumails on like a mid Ember, and MVP has shown that they will just bounty hunter, Nature's Prophet, hunt you down wherever you go, like kill everyone. Like, I think that's the exciting part. There won't be a long pause in these games. It'll just be nonstop battle.
How many kills do we have at the end of the game?
How many
combined? Let's do a bet here.
Depends on how long the game is, right? But
Yeah.
I think no matter what, it's going to be a fast game because MVP like to play tempo, and I don't think the EG are going to be scared by that. I think it's going to be like 50 kills first game, 50 kills
like
plus.
30 minutes maybe?
Yeah, easily.
I'm very much
higher or lower. You have to. It's not a bet if everybody says the same.
What are we turning this into? Like the price is right. He's gonna go like 51. He's gonna go 49.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna be sad because I'm gonna be screwed no matter what.
Yes. Basically. Okay. Well, we just said what we had, so you're screwed. But let's see which one of you two is.
All right, sounds good. Over 50 is a bit much. I feel like EG won't be that bloodthirsty. They're disciplined. So I'm gonna go under.
And you're gonna go over because it's the only one remaining.
Yeah.
Yes?
As long as I'm here to screw Draskell over. Actually, no. Can I change my bet?
To what?
48.
That's not.
Oh.
This
come
way
on.
you're the higher one, so you have a chance again.
I have a chance.
There you go, Draskell.
I'm just
So
stuck
you're
at
saying
49.
there's a chance.
So which hero do we want to see in order to make those kills happen? Because I'm gonna imagine that there's gonna be 1 or 2 picks that are very, very kill heavy.
I think it's
Prophet.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Apart
like
from
Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet's gonna get banned.
I think Earth Spirit might actually end up going through because in the past EG have shown a tendency to not be afraid to play against that hero. Although it is Dubu's Earth Spirit, and that guy's a monster. The last time we saw that.
I'm not a fan of the Dubu Earth Spirit myself.
Really?
I'm really not.
Why not?
Maybe I didn't.
You're not a fan of Earth Spirit.
No, just I would say Dubu's in general.
What do you think that Dubu does wrong on Earth Spirit?
Ooh, well, I played a pub with him, you see.
Okay, here we go.
And then
This is how it starts.
just laning mid, and he forgets to put the rock down when he rolls, and then he walked away with embarrassment and never came back.
But it was a pub.
Maybe his keyboard was broken or something, man.
That doesn't. I think I was watching you.
That
play
doesn't
that
happen.
Game.
Like,
I remember us talking about it. He was just like, nope. He just walked away, and then Moo was left to solo that mid for
I'm
the
just
rest
like,
of the time.
we lost that game, man.
So that's all you get is one shot. It's like, all right, you get. If you don't drop your rock here, it's over.
It's.
Did you report him?
To be fair,
I didn't report him.
It was
Okay.
the fact that he couldn't man up, right? He was just like he made that one mistake, and then he didn't come back to help. Like,
The walk
you
of
could
shame.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
he walked
gone.
away. It was just like.
All right.
Okay, so if we're talking about high kills in a game, QO comes to mind. Playmaker, Killmaker. What do you like to see him on?
Ooh. I think whenever you give QO, he's gonna just like he's gonna be the shining star of MVP. Like
You could give him mid Crystal Maiden. I'm pretty sure QO would still find
Oh,
a way
I would
to
like to see that actually.
8,000 matchmaking rating. He hit it apparently during the event as well.
In China.
Yeah.
That is impressive.
I think
On
they
itself.
haven't picked here or anything like that, have they? Because I remember watching him play TA, and that was like the hero that I saw him on that kind of sold me on him as a mid player, like the impact that he was able to have. And I think there is actually room to pick that hero in the current meta right now.
yeah, I think that's like a 5th pick.
Yeah, and if you're dire side especially.
Oh yeah, that's the pick.
I think it's really strong.
The highest win rate hero of this tournament so far is Enigma. Enigma has been picked up a lot by EG. Are we going to see that? Does it fit in the playstyle that they want to play against MVP, you think?
I think you consider banning either probably Enigma. Maybe consider like it's gonna be some of the big team fight ult heroes that are gonna be, I think, scariest for MVP Phoenix. I don't know. In a way, like their really fast tempo does abuse those cooldowns at the same time.
Yeah,
Their
that's what I was
aggression
thinking
can go into those team fights badly, but MVP Phoenix will just be like, all right, let's go again.
Yeah,
it's all good.
I don't know. It's hard to say because I think that there's obviously EG won't ban it because I don't think MVP. It's not fast enough for them, right? Like they want to just continue to fight. So maybe MVP ban it in the first two. I think they would be more than okay letting like an Ench through. They can play that. You know, they have a lot of tempo control in the early game that they can pick from. So I think it's actually more stressful on EG because I think that MVP are okay also thinking outside of the box. And in a best of 3, if you get like shell shocked one game, and EG are trying to adapt, MVP can do something completely different in the next match, and they showed that in the previous best of 3 that they played. So I think it's a bit of a wild card.
Okay, so we know that MVP, they play very fast-paced games. What other than that truly identifies MVP?
Nature's Prophet.
Okay, yes, yeah, we talked about Nature's Prophet, but it's gonna get banned. They're banning Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it will probably get banned. I in the back of my mind, I always ask myself, like, is Peter the guy who would let that hero through just to say that we can beat it?
Maybe in the second game.
If they're up one.
Game 1.
Yeah, I agree.
You gotta test the waters.
Complexity beat the Bulldog Prophet twice. You know,
that's true. That's impressive.
It's something that could happen. And they just let it through one game. You know, like Peter's the type of guy to like develop a strategy around one hero. Like they're gonna, I know they like this hero. I'm gonna let them have it. And I'm gonna just completely counter it, and they're gonna get like destroyed. You know, I think that might actually happen. Like, but I don't know. MVP's type of team to me. Whenever I've seen them play.
We are gonna go to the players coming onto the stage.
Nothing is impossible. We are the flame.
Nothing is impossible, in the words of MVP Phoenix. Now, they come into this match as the underdog. I'm sure you would agree. Do you agree, first of all?
Oh, yeah.
Just in case someone has, like, saying, you know.
I've seen so many surprises, though, so far. That it's
I was about to say, this whole tournament is, at least the lower bracket, is topsy-turvy. So it's like, once you get into the lower bracket, the underdogs actually, in a way, become the favorite all of a sudden, just because of the way this tournament's going.
So do you want to say that MVP is going to take this?
I'm not going to go that far, Sheever.
They have a chance. I won't say they're completely boned, you know. They can do it, honestly.
The dream is alive.
Yeah.
Okay, how are they going to do it? What do we need to focus on? If we're going to look at this series, we're going to look at this first match, and we have to find out what's going to work for them. What do we look for that's going to make their lineup work or their game work? Which player is supposed to be delivering their A game?
Well, that's QO for sure.
How is he going to do that? Because he needs some help?
MVP is like one of the best teams. I think how they won this is they snowball games.
Yes.
As soon as they get a lead, they never stop battling. They just run at you. They keep going, and they just destroy everyone when they get that lead. Like, I think that's their strength, and that's their game plan probably going into game 1 is just let's fight all the time.
How are we going to see some heavy support rotations to help QO out?
I was going to add that Febby is actually really important to their squad in this regard, in that he is oftentimes able to find a small opening where they're able to get like the smallest lead in the beginning. That's why he's so good on the roaming heroes. But at the same time, that can also be a potential MVP weakness, because Febby sometimes does Febby things, and also just the nature of roaming around does, if you're up against a team that well coordinated and plays very safe and passively, you can end up just kind of stalling out if you never find that kind of opening.
Yeah, I remember as people saying before this tournament, EG is one of those teams that doesn't really care too much about laning stage, as in they're okay with just having their own space, but not necessarily pressuring their enemy team. And when it's time for them to go forward, they actually have the tools, and they have been able to be greedy enough to actually go and kill the enemy
The thing
team.
is, against MVP Phoenix, you should care about the laning phase, more so than any other team. Because I think most other teams are not willing to, say at 16 minutes, they have a lead, push high ground with it. Most teams would be like, no, let's sit back, farm, wait for the second Aegis, right? That kind of like high risk, high reward scenario, most other teams wouldn't really adopt because they're already ahead. They'll play the safer route. They'll sit back, they'll wait for Roshan, which leaves EG the openings, right? That's why they're not scared of necessarily losing the laning phase, because they know when teams end up, playing more passively at some point in time because they're ahead, EG will find the opening to be able to force a fight, turn things to their favor, and then be able to maybe get Roshans for themselves. But MVP will give you that kind of opening just because they're like, YOLO, let's go. And then you're forced into a high ground defense where, if you lose, then that could be straight up the game.
What do you feel is the most important thing that MVP might have taken from the series that we saw yesterday, where Evil Genius was knocked down to the lower bracket by Team Secret? What did Team Secret do that that MVP can copy in this series?
I think Secret are kind of similar to MVP in the sense that I feel like their team coordination is really good. Like when they take fights and they have the momentum going for them, their execution in the 5 versus 5 or even the small skirmishes is insane. So in that regard, they're similar to C to EC back at TI5 finals when they were playing against EG. And I was going to make reference to that matchup because I feel that the draft is going to play more into this particular match because it feels very reminiscent of that game. And in the end, PPD ended up figuring out a hero that just completely blew the matchup open for them. So maybe we could look to see something like that happen as well.
You agree, Moo?
Oh, yeah, I agree. They like to fight. That's what they're good at.
There's battle. Let's go.
But Evil Genius likes to fight as well. More so, they like to team fight a lot.
Yeah.
And they're ready for it. They're normally getting those heroes to do so with it as well.
I think we could be seeing a lot of offlane priority from EG. Like, I would like to see a Universe Darkseer, personally. I think that Tidehunter, in a lot of cases, against MVP in particular, might be a little bit too slow-paced. And I want to see something that he can get that's going to make him active in the early game. So Darkseer, in my opinion, is probably one of the best heroes for that. You can maybe go back for the Tide or something like that if you feel like it's one of your only options, but give him team fight and give him the ability to pressure his lane.
Now let's focus on the first phase. What do you raise your hand for?
I actually would take a different route to this game.
Okay.
In my head, it's actually more about the mid lane because QO is such a momentum-based player. If I'm either team, I'm actually trying to facilitate that, right? So I'm trying to make sure that QO gets that momentum, and I'm also trying to tilt Samael because I don't know how you guys agree with this, but I really feel like Samael's having an off tournament. Like I don't.
They
think
gave him Pugna, man. Give him a break.
Yeah, but that was that. Yes,
please.
But maybe that tilted him in some of the rest of the games because I feel like he hasn't performed nearly to the rest of some of these other teammates. Like I think Fear stepped up at one point in time, right? And I feel like Samael is just kind of a little bit lackluster in this current meta. So.
Yeah, you could actually be right about that. I mean, I've seen a lot of mids that I feel like have eclipsed him in terms of what they've brought to the game. Like Fata, for example, I think Wii has also stepped up his game tremendously since, even he had that bit of phase where he was faltering a bit. But I think when you try to favor a specific lane, it's usually the one that you want to draw the most support attention to. And that's kind of why I said, for me personally, Universe is the guy that you have to look to create that space. Because if your supports keep rotating on mid, then your offlaner can get so much done. And Universe is that guy who can make the clutch plays, who can hit, if they give him Void or if they give him Darkseer, they can have that opportunity to have him just have a standout game where he can win it for his team.
Well, we're going to find out what these two teams are going to do with the draft, and it is a very important draft. We are in the elimination best of 3 last series of the day. Game 1, MVP Phoenix taking on Evil Geniuses.
Dang it.
And Darkseer.
I was just like, I would really like this band. All right.
Yeah. Well, MVP Phoenix agreed with you, so kudos for that. Nature's Prophet, I mean, we're not really surprised by these bans so far. I think the next round of bans might be a little bit more telling with Bad Rider removed, which I guess is a bit of a disruptor for the tempo.
Yeah, they give the 2-male Batrider first pick pretty early.
Phoenixes.
I like the OD ban as well. The MVP is a type of team that'll when they're first pick like this, they'll pick Enchantress, and if EG reveals 2 heroes that are bad versus OD, they'll just snap it up and then ban the counters. So that's a pretty good ban by EG, I think.
So now we have the Enchantress first pick up by MVP Phoenix. What do we want to see from... Enigma is still in the pool. Enigma Tide opening?
I think when seeing an Ench first pick, you kind of have to wait on the tide a bit. I think it's like third or fourth pick material for EG this game. If you show it like right now, MVP are not scared to just send the Ench aggressive, just harass the Enigma, or bully another lane to a point where it could backfire really hard.
It's gonna be the Earth Spirit and the Ursa Bear.
Alright, yeah. So I was thinking EG will go two ways with this draft. They'll either play to their strengths and see what MVP is going to give them, like adjust later, or they'll just going to pull out something random they've never done before. But this is pretty standard. The Ursa's not only good versus Enchantress, but pretty good versus the meta of the tournament, which is like the Savannah and stuff.
And a very early Roshan, if you want to fight and you have that extra Aegis already at 9 minutes or so,
yeah,
you might have a gigantic impact.
Ooh, a good point is EG actually picks Dire over first pick. And then they play around Roche, so that makes the Ursa even better.
Does that mean that MVP Phoenix is now going to get forced into also trying to get a lineup that is maybe even better at Roshan? Vengeful Spirit would come to mind, of course, with minus armor a bit. But
It's not about having the team that's better at Roshan. It's just being able to contest it.
Yeah.
If you have the heroes who can fight early, then you can stop a team from doing Roshan. It's not necessarily about can we kill it, but can we stop
kill
EG
them?
from killing it? Or kill them instead. That's also a good alternative. And sometimes, because MVP like to play the game so quickly, they'll push, they'll get a couple of tier 1s. That Roshan becomes much harder for EG to go to without having MVP actually know about it. And I think in this type of scenario, when you open up and you show your hand of saying, okay, Ursa is going to be our carry, I mean, depending on who's playing the Ench, because I think that they can actually change this up, maybe go back for something like a Beastmaster. I think it's really solid against Ursa in most games, but they have a lot of options here to deal with that Ursa.
Yeah, I was thinking that Beastmaster would actually be a pretty high-value pick for either team in this series, just because the way that EG can run it, and I think that in a way Beastmaster is a really good tempo controller for.
Yeah, and with having picked Avenge already, it makes the Beastmaster pick even stronger because you can't have the defensive swap pick, and EG obviously do like their Venge. PPD's played that quite a few times so far.
I actually don't really like the Beastmaster for MVP. I think they're a team that likes the lanes. Like every one of their cores likes to just sit solo in the lanes, and the supports all rotate to the vulnerable one. And when you're Beastmaster versus Ursa, like 1v1, there's like RTD doesn't need help, and Beastmaster like just can't even lane versus Ursa at all. So he would have to have the Enchantress help him, which make the other lanes a little bit weaker. Dedicating that.
Well, I'll take your word for it because you play off lane. So.
And then also when you roar Ursa, he just buys Ags and then pushes R, and then it's a depressing time. But I mean, it's still good for the game. You're a Beastmaster.
I just like the idea of double aura. Beastmaster vision is great.
Yeah,
you can pick and choose your fights, and I think most teams that we've been seeing play pick at least one vision hero. Sometimes it's Beastmaster, sometimes it's Zeus or Nightstalker.
I would say if this wasn't an MVP, they'd pick Beastmaster.
Yeah.
But they like to win and win hard early.
So if it's not the Beastmaster, if it's not the Void, what's Forev gonna play?
Ooh. That is a tough one. He's actually someone that is a pretty diverse kind of pool, I think. At least in the terms of the
heroes like Phoenix are pretty bad. Ench is not the offlane you want against Ursa, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a support. But then again, Ench isn't the worst offlaner versus Ursa.
It's okay. I guess it's more like if you get ganked,
yeah,
Ursa is like gonna slaughter you.
And they already got their spirit.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. I think EG actually might go for the Tide now, third pick, because it just guarantees Roche.
Yeah, there's no.
Oh, they did that before, didn't they?
Yeah.
They had the level 6 Tide just sit with the Ursa in the pit. And
You can't like you either take the fight and lose, and then they get Roche anyways, or you just let them take Roche. There's not much you can do, especially with those two heroes.
And then there's so much incentive because you have ancient stacking as well.
Yeah.
There's so much incentive for you just to control that half of the map. That
EG is statistically the one that gets most farm out of the ancients, actually.
Oh yeah,
well, they like that a lot.
That's like their specialty.
Yeah, Universe spends so much time off map that in order to keep up his farm, he has to use the offlane and ancient camps quite a lot.
Phoenix
This is actually pretty classic counter to Enchantress. Just freeze the creep.
Yeah.
They did it this morning. Worked out for them.
It's like that on Witch Doctor. I think were the two most common heroes that we've seen against it.
Would you have preferred the Witch Doctor though?
I think you would want Witch Doctor if you didn't have another hero that could kill Ench. Because like Witch Doctor Ward is good against Enchantress, and plus Malik can be pretty strong too.
Yeah, but that's a PPD hero. He's like, I want the aura, For my mana. He's an Ursa. He's gonna be.
Peter, give me mana.
I feel like I was gonna say that mobility is probably the keyest factor here for MVP Phoenix. When you show an Ursa really early on, it's a hero that you can focus on kiting. Like, he's got max movement speed, but if you have some of these heroes that have innate blinks, you can just try and play the kiting game as much as possible. So I think that I was thinking like, would the Phantom Lancer be a good pick, but you already have Earth Spirit picked up.
That's QO, I think, no matter what lane he goes.
Yeah, exactly. So instead, it's the Ember Spirit QO.
It could be.
Makes more sense.
Well, it doesn't have to be, right? It could still be safe lane.
I think he'll play it even if it's safe lane.
He likes to play it mid, though. I mean, this turn he's actually only playing mid, I think. Yes.
And I think that's necessary against an Ursa who is naturally going to be that kind of snowballing tempo where you're talking about Roshan over and over again. You want to be able to get control of the game before that. The mid Ember Spirit is about that. The safe lane Ember Spirit is not.
I kind of like the idea of Peel, though, because I think that Peel, either mid or safe lane, like, obviously Ember and Peel would be interchangeable. And okay, that's...
The problem for me is that I feel like the Earth Spirit, and then you don't know what mid you're up against. If you combine the two, it's like...
I'm a fan of Death Prophet myself.
That is an OS frog hero if I've ever seen one.
I think they will put it mid for sure on EG. Yeah, that's.
Doesn't that make Ember like not so hot? Like I feel.
Oh yeah, Ember. The siphon's pure damage, so it just goes right through his shield.
Oh, I made a pun. I didn't even mean to.
Oh man.
It was an accident. I apologize.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
presence of Bruno.
So now all that's left
It really is.
Universe Hero for EG. It's like they could even get the Beastmaster.
Beastmaster or Tide. I feel like if you have Tide in this matchup, you can literally walk up to a tower with Exorcism.
Oh yeah.
And MVP are gonna stand there and be like, what do we do right now? Like, how do we fight?
Yeah, you can't fight into that. And they take tower so fast, so you are gonna have. If you're planning on having a fast game anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those lineups where there's like 2 ways to play Tide: counter initiation Tide or don't come near me Tide. And that would pretty much be the latter on EG's lineup.
The don't come near me Tide is kind of the flavor of the tournament right now too, where we're seeing like mechs and drums.
The drums mech. That's the build.
Are you a fan of the drums?
I'm
by the way?
a fan of the drums mech.
Yeah.
You go mech first, and you don't have the bongos to play. It's not as fun.
You're actually just so fast with drums too.
Oh yeah, it's great. You just do the backstroke right in. It's so fun, man.
If you are MVP Phoenix, would you pick up the offlane now, or would you keep that hidden? Which one would you go for? The MP hero or the Forever hero?
I think they would a better mid matchup, because, well, they might just like have both supports roam to mid with Ember, which is it's okay for Death Prophet. It can work and get kills, but.
Yeah, we talked
wow. Okay, so now it's either mid line, or which is pretty unlikely, or it's carry Venge.
Give me like
or
2010 Dota back. Let's
offlane?
see a mid line.
Yeah.
Enge offlane.
Enge offlane as well.
I guess, yeah.
There's a lot of options actually. I didn't think about that one. I kind of counted that one out.
Enge offlane against CM though.
CM Ursa.
Oh god, he would actually just die instantly.
5 seconds remaining.
Could they go aggressive trial and safe lane? I mean, I'm just throwing out options here.
They could.
I guess everything.
I don't know how
good
it is.
A farmed Enchantress is really strong against Death Prophet because you're able to lay down that pure damage into a single target, right? You want to be able to have that kind of burst damage, which is why Lion is a smart pickup, right? You have to threaten the Death Prophet as fast as possible. And if you look at Vengeful Spirit and Ember Spirit, they're not the kind of heroes to do that, especially Ember Spirit. I actually think that the Death Prophet was such a solid pick when you see Ember on the field. You want to be able to pressure the enemy, plus the fact that he's not able to lay good single target damage into you. It's like a win-win for a DP pick. So I don't think that's actually out of the realm of possibility. I think that is something, but that still leaves like, what is our offlane for MVP Phoenix? Because there's so few good heroes left.
Well, they definitely think it's Enge offlane. Otherwise, you don't ban Slark, right?
I'm honestly scared. Like,
unless Ember, they figure is safe lane, or they just know QO plays Slark pretty much anywhere.
If you would have an aggressive trial lane, by the way, you would kind of not have a bit of support coming out for QO in the mid lane that they do need, which we talked about.
Yeah.
That would be a downside to it.
And they banned the Tide. That's like they're obviously scared of it. It's I'm scared for MVP though. So oh my.
Okay.
The Lone Druid was left out there for so long because MVP Phoenix obviously couldn't get it really against Ursa or.
This is so greedy though.
Can they kill the lanes with VG though, with their heroes? I don't know if they can gank enough to shut down all 3 cores.
Yeah, that's kind of
very hard cores to kill too.
I'm like thinking about it in my head, and like EG is just gonna walk to the Roche pit with everyone and let RTZ do Roche.
They need like a gyro or something to fight, like just battle hero.
Yeah, they're also squishy. How do they? No one on MVP can just run in and like start the fight.
Is the PL that you mentioned still an option, or?
PL's okay. Like I think in the late game, PL is fine actually against all these heroes because you have such a hard time killing him.
But how do you get to the late game?
Yeah, that's why I figured that they would just go for something like gyro instead. But
or a hero that can kite Ursa better, perhaps.
Ursa's probably the least of your worries right now.
Yeah, I'm more scared of the Death Prophet Lone Druid.
What?
Okay. All right, that is.
They're
ballsy.
playing to win. I give them that.
Yeah. Okay.
Give it. Who's gonna take this first game?
I kind of like this. They have a lot of gank on MVP, and then the Spectre kind of ratchets the team. They can be 5 whenever they want.
You're on the MVP train?
I give them hope.
Who's gonna hop on?
I'm wearing blue. I'm gonna say the boys in blue, so EG.
MVP's
I'll join Moo.
Yeah, hop on that
I'll
train.
get on this. I'll get on this MVP fun ride. I like it.
They have
Okay, what needs to happen for them to win? Give us like one
They
thing
have to
look forward
kill. They have to kill everyone all the time.
They have to kill and not die, by
Yeah.
the way, because we also have to talk about the Earth Spirit and his impact in these lanes.
I think the audience would like to see them kill. I think that's what they're here for. They want to see a slaughter. They want to see a bloodbath. It is time for Evil Geniuses taking on MVP Phoenix with LD and Gods.
Oh, sorry about that, folks. Welcome. We're live at the Mercedes-Benz Arena getting ready for opening match. Well, I was already going to say, if you speak Chinese, you should be watching the Chinese broadcast because, I mean, we can't compete. It's Lanham, it's Xiaowei. The crowd probably going more nuts for their cast than they are for the game. Should be an exciting match.
I was watching the draft LD, and I just like look over to my right. I see an EFM jersey. I'm like, oh, it's Lanham. He's casting that. Kind of turn my neck. I'm like, oh, he's with Xiaowei. Lanham looks at me, smiles, and like gives me the eyebrows, and he's just like, yeah, we're casting. And I'm just like, it was like this. It's like a tone. Like this is what I imagine like what versing Lanham on like the playing arenas like. And I'm intimidated right now. Like my casting game is off.
I blame that for forgetting to turn my mic on. I was just blown away off the bat. But all right, here we go. EG versus MVP, best of 3. Both teams fighting for their playoff lives. Winner will move on to face Liquid tomorrow, and the winner of that into the best of 5 grand finals. So, God's thoughts on the draft here. MVP sticking to their guns, spread the map, find the pick-offs, very mobile style draft. EG, much more of a team fight draft, a lot more stable. Thoughts on this game as well as the overall series?
Well, EG right now is thinking, damn, we should have level 1 Roche. They're not coming. They're not checking it. Why did we level 1 Roche, guys? They'll come now. MP.
Oh, hello. Hey, guys. Beautiful.
Get out of there, boys. It's a trap.
You know, you don't really look at this MVP draft and say like, oh, they're so great at scouting at level 1, but cheeky use of the dagger there. MVP. Gonna not fall for EG's trick.
Yeah, it's funny because MVP definitely want to be, in general, fighting a lot this game, using the Spectre Haunt to kind of have that global 5-man presence, but early on, EG looking to kind of run one by MVP and get off to an early lead, but
So the laning setup here, very standard from EG. They're going to run the Lone Druid in the off lane. Looks like he'll pull the creep wave back in his way through the trees as he goes. It will put Sumail in the mid lane on the Death Prophet. Fear as the roaming Earth Spirit with a smoke and an Orb of Venom. Already you can see him setting up mid. There's a Hill Ward, but didn't actually scout him. QO dodging back from that first roll attempt. And then over to the top for EG Arteezy, getting the free farm. Here's the Ursa. And as the analyst discussed at length, this is not a great matchup for Enchantress. One of the few safe lane carries that does physical damage who can still kill her early.
yeah, CM Ursa just sounds like a pretty sad time. There is the Satyr creep, the dream creep to have, but that's where the CM comes into play. Frostbite already at the ready. PPD is going to be hunting for this Satyr.
Yeah, he wants that delicious gold, and meanwhile, Fear coming around from behind. It looks like EG are setting up for a first blood attempt here. They're going to hold him in position out. They do have the extra move speed, but he whiffs on the first roll.
That's not a typical Fear play. He's been so on point with Mirana arrows, Earth Spirit rolling boulders. If he hits that, it's a first blood, even with Forev having the boots.
And for Forev, there is no real vision here of that rotation, so it's purely just a misplay from Fear now.
Round 2, though.
Of course, there will be more shots. And we can see Forev now throwing out the nuke. He does see Fear with his ward, or at least he did a second ago, but he's going to get caught out now. The Frostbite coming through might be enough for the kill. He's going to send the creep to try and body block Arteezy away. PPD looks for the auto attacks to try and finish him off, but it's just so slow. Can't do it. So now we look towards the ruin. There's going to be another rolling boulder momentarily.
2-minute rune about to spawn, so Fear gets that as a freebie. It's the bounty for him, and it is going to be an Arcane Rune bottom. That goes to Febby. There's dire vision of this, though, so he will be scouted if he tries to move on mid.
Fear kind of took a gamble and went for a rolling boulder.
They smoked inside the pit, but I think EG should be wise to this. But will they expect the direction of the gank? They're actually rotating on mid. Even going for a courier snipe, maybe? No, back to the bottom lane.
And Savage Roar is the big problem here. You've got to try and play and maneuver around it.
And while this is happening, again, Fear's looking to make a move on mid. He's trying to set up. He's going to roll in simultaneously. They converge on Universe. They get the Hex off. It looks like 2 potential kills. QO very low in the mid lane. 1 more auto attack. Oh, he lives! Barely! The boy that lived. The poor man Shield saving his life. Didn't pop the Fairy Fire there. But that was damn close.
Okay. QO knows what he's doing. If he doesn't have to use his Fairy Fire, he won't. But nice little wraparound for MVP, securing the kill on Universe's Lone Druid, and gets him off to a good start here with a free farming Spectre, a first blood going the way of Lion, and
it's really been the story of the tournament for MVP. They just seem to excel in the laning stage. Almost every single matchup, I would say, they have won heavily in the lanes, and it's often with what appear to be very greedy drafts. Late game carries, heroes that scale extremely hard, but their supports do such a good job of setting them up for success.
And even sometimes bad matchups. Like we're seeing QN in this terrible Ember versus DP matchup. He's actually getting crushed in CS. There's 8 CS to the 22 CS, 9 denies of Sumail. He's off to a terrible start, but Q has proven time and time again he can catch up just through brawling, ganking, fighting. He'll find openings back into this game despite the level deficit if EG aren't careful.
And Fear, he'll have another crack at the mid lane. He's got to be getting frustrated. QO, no Flame Guard though. That is currently on cooldown for 20 seconds. And he will have an angle, but Febby's there. His smoke will break. Fear's too, and the pings come out in a flurry. So the roaming squad of MVP heroes are going to clear out that potential gank opportunity.
Is still smoked though. That's kind of a surprise factor that EG may not be ready for here in this mid lane.
And there's nobody laning bottom right now, so perhaps EG won't realize it. Universe just farming the jungle, and they do make their way on Sumail, but we can see that Spirit Siphon really slowing things down. A big kick from Fear will usher back the supports of MVP. While Forev, meanwhile, doing a bit of jungle time. His lane's going to push in, though. The Wild can holding the lane, the Centaur trying to work on the stack. Rotations all over the map. Good job there down at the rune. So MVP getting a slight edge. They'll grab the early regen rune here for Febby, and they're going to make another play in the bottom lane, but at the same time in the mid lane, QO's going to get caught out. Pops the Fairy Fire. This time EG will get the kill, and it looks like Universe is going to scout out MVP's rotation. So back the other way we go.
Have got down a very deep ward here in the bottom lane. Not a ward you'd expect at this stage of the game, so unlikely to be dewarded unless it's revealed through a surprise gank.
Dire's bottom tower.
MVP really want to up the aggression. MP rushing the phase boots, not trying to get the earn anytime soon. He just wants that extra bit of mobility and kill potential down here. Even has maxed out, well, got 3 points in the Spectral Dagger by level 5.
They do see Universe, but the real question is, do they have any chance of killing him? Spectre has Haunt now. They can go for this. It looks like they're going to. They just got level 6 in MP. They move in. Surprise! But not quite enough to get the kill. They want to get the Spirit Bear and the hero.
Tried to get
MP was going for the greed play, and it might have worked, but he decides to be safe. Gets the hero instead. Meanwhile, mid lane, roll forward. QO again dodging away from these. The Siphon comes through. They do manage with the kick to bring QO low. He's got the bottle charges though, but he can't juke Sumail. Another death here. Not having his customary hot start. Yeah. The Ember has been squelched.
And just taking advantage of the fact that Sumail had phase boots when the Ember didn't even have regular brown boots, and that is just such a big edge to have. You got Exorcism at level 6, something you don't typically see.
They're going on bottom again. Universe, if he dies here, he's going to lose his bear for a very long time. There's phase boots on MP, but the TP comes in. Febby dropping low to this. TP ends up getting cancelled, and now the rotation. Fear all over the place this time. It is a connection. Angry Hirsa will chew up that deer, killing off Forever on the Enchantress, making the score 3-2. And when you combine that with the farming advantage that EG are accruing, they're convincingly winning this mid lane, very convincingly. And as a result, you can see already up 1,500 gold and nearly 1,000 experience.
It is a slight concern how poorly Universe is doing here in the early game start. He's going to have to rotate and spend a lot of time catching up in the jungle, which means for EG, they're going to have to be very reliant on Death Prophet as well as Ursa to kind of control the tempo of the game.
Well, we saw the first taunt. QO now cracks level 6, so although he's really struggling mid to find his farm, he's still getting his levels.
And you got to watch out for MVP when they get the next haunt with an urn. That's when they're right
Spirit Siphon. Sumail, very cute. Does force out a Remnant back.
MVP just... They're just playing fast tempo here. You see a hero like Spectre and you're kind of thinking, this hero kind of wants to farm a bit, but not the way MVP are going to play it. They're ready to just take towers, take objectives, the next Haunt's up, the Urn of Shadows is coming out for Spectre. This is an item that really helps you snowball as a Spectre. Once you get a kill or two, you get those Urn charges, your next Haunt, you have more kill potential because you can use them offensively, and you have to be very careful about not giving up too many kills here.
Last hit to that tower does go the way of Febby. MP now, with the Urn complete, he'll be looking to fight early, as you said. They might have picked hard carries, but they're not going to play him that way. Now moving forward onto the bottom lane, PPD trying to slow this down with the Crystal Nova. Just a little bit of nuke damage, but MVP, because of that hill ground ward, or high ground ward on the hill, they knew that EG weren't defending this in force. Now it's been dewarded by PPD. I imagine Universe called it out after the death. And so it will be a little bit scary to continue the siege. They back off, rotating Dubu to the top lane. And Forev perhaps going to head to the jungle, but in mid lane again, it's the roll in from Fear. Just time though, Zippity Doodah. QO makes it out to the top room.
Yeah, it gets a lot harder now that he's hit level 6. They don't have the best lockdown, just the level 1 silence on the Earth Spirit.
No
Sumail,
silence on Sumail just yet.
Yeah, and you wouldn't really expect it. Perhaps he could have, perhaps it would have been a kill with the level 1 silence there, but typically this is your Death Prophet build.
Weakens your laning to get it early though, so yeah. Very understandable.
The one kind of limitation of EG's lineup right now is often when you see MVP go for that tier 1 tower push, you want to be looking to trade for the top tier 1 tower, but Ursa not really knowing or not really able to go for that tower trade. So as a result, MVP take a tower and don't even give up one in exchange.
Goldilocks and the 3 little bears are working together for once. Into the pit they go. RTZ, Universe, and PPD. They'll look to take the Roshan down.
Spotted.
There is a Haunt available, but can they fight into this pit?
MVP have 2 heroes top.
Sumail's here with Exorcism. This is very risky. Maybe MVP just trying to snipe somebody. They do get a silence off on the QO, and he drops quickly in the river with the Exorcism. It's enough for a kill. EG also claiming the Aegis. They put it on RTZ.
QO not having a good game here. Something kind of that's always highlighted with MVP. Like QO needs to kind of go big. When they're playing, when they have these big important matches, it's QO who's not necessarily carrying his team, but he's the superstar of this team who is going to look good, make the flashy plays, and kind of set his team up for success. And that's just not what we're seeing here with MVP.
EG are just piling up the advantage at this point, a 3,000 gold lead. And what's more concerning, over a 3,000 experience lead. The supports of MVP feeling very underleveled. A level 5 Venge, a level 4 Lion. Meanwhile, PPD level 6 and change, and Fears Earth Spirit also 5, and that's not even counting the core lead.
And that's a gold lead with 2 towers taken by MVP.
Oh, MVP, they just TP top and they smoke, but it was under a dire ward. More things just not going their way.
Yes, PPD smoked up, ready himself near the mid lane. May actually get caught out here, although not the biggest loss for them.
This could still end up being a kill. PPD, I think he's trying to break the smoke here. He does drop a ward, but he doesn't know that QO has the invis rune. They're going to get a wave of terror off. They bait out a TP rotation from an angry Ursa, who pops the Mask of Madness, activates the phase boots, sprints forward towards MVP. Forev's going to try to kite him, but so much for kiting. Just dies. QO tries to assist, does what little damage he can to PPD, but now he gets controlled. He is going to pop the magic stick, keeps him alive a bit longer, jumps back up to the high ground, but it's just MVP running for their lives. There is a Haunt available from MP. He's trying to find a good time to use it, but EG stick together, leaving the Spectre with no real way in.
Yeah, I can only imagine MVP saying, like, no, this is not a fight we can take. Hold on to that Haunt. Wait till we can find ourselves a more clean pick-off.
And, you know, so much for Universe struggling. There's your 11-minute Midas.
Yep.
After the start he had, this is pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's going to be satisfied with this, and he's going to be completely just AFK farming the jungle, the lanes, maybe tries to split push a bit while his team take fights, but he's not really the player hero that needs to be getting involved right now. He's the insurance policy for the late game, he's the plan B, and he's the one who's going to give EG a timing window where they get the Radiance, and that's when they're ready to break down all the towers on the map, even potentially threaten high ground.
So looking across the way, obviously this is not what MVP had in mind when the game started. Oh, hold that thought, might have action mid. There's the kick, QO zipping out, dodging away from the boulder at the last second. But looking at MVP's draft, the laning stage has gone quite poorly. What is their plan B at this point?
Get kills with Spectre Haunt. They need to play the pick-off game, try and get Febby level 6 on Lion, since the finger from him is going to be the other burst damage tool, and they need the burst damage to be able to defend or take fights, because otherwise they just die straight up to a Death Prophet Exorcism. So For MVP, it's get the level 6 on your line and then go play the pickoff game.
You can see the call being made here by Dubu. Let's get this top lane pushing. EG, 2 minutes to go on the Aegis, perhaps expecting an offensive on the bottom side of the map. And in fact, there are 4 EG heroes moseying that way. Just Universe up farming the jungle on the Dire side.
They are wary of Arteezy's blink, so he didn't get any kind of surprise insta-kills with that, but even if they're wary of it, there's no way they can fight into the blink Mask of Madness. Level 11 Ursa with Aegis. Arteezy's just in prime fighting condition right now.
Seems like the ideal situation here for MVP. Just avoid fights and try to split push. But PPD looks to slow it down. There's a Remnant forward. They are going to catch out the Crystal Maiden chains. Securing the last hit. QO will grab it. MP now using the dagger to get down low. And Arteezy stunned and controlled. He might lose his Aegis early. And not for much here. Just one more imp would finish him off, but they don't find it. Meanwhile, QO, Remnant down. Actually didn't quite go to the low ground, so EG can easily catch him out, but he doesn't jump to it. Continues into the trees. We'll go for the TP out. And Universe says, screw it, man. Time to use that Midas.
Not a bad trade, and the entire time that's going on, Thebi's actually been sitting top, getting level 6, and even getting some farm. He's suddenly sitting on 19 CS. Probably almost all of that, or at least the majority of it, claimed in the last 3 to 4 minutes, so.
Looks like we're going to see an early Aether Lens from him.
Yeah, wow, very early Aether Lens. He's ready to go.
I bet he was building towards it, but yeah, he's already got it.
Yeah, I
That's
saw
a
the
quick
Arcane
one.
Boots, and I saw him on like 1k plus gold, and I was like, okay, could just be going Arcane Boots into Blink, but nope, straight out Aether Lens.
We'll see if it pays off here. Arteezy looks to go bottom. He's setting up a QO. Should probably have a Remnant back, and indeed will jump away, dodging.
Oh, sick reflexes from QO.
The big roll in, and you can see he doesn't have a ward. So like you said, purely reflexes, game sense. QO showing the mechanics of a top-level player.
MVP are pressuring this top lane while this is going on.
They're really playing the keep-away game well. Like, sure, EG's still pulling ahead, but considering how the game began, this is about as good as it gets. They'll get drums down the Enchantress. Roshan, the age is finally going to expire. Might slow down EG's offensive by a little bit.
Now it's time for MVP to maybe use a smoke with the Lion Finger. Pretend like Lion, Venge, and Enchantress on
Bottom
a smoke
lane.
adventure.
Again, they try to make the jump on Q, and again he dodges away. He is wasting a lot of EG's time and resources here. Fast fingers.
So Aether Lens online, apparently pretty damn good. Very much.
Having a farmed Lion is good. That's kind of what that stat says to me.
It looks like MP is going to start farming up to make the jump to the Radiant.
PPD's in finger range. Get the taser.
Oh, yeah.
And they're also looking to make a move on mid. Arteezy preparing to blink in at any moment. The pings come out, though. He has been scouted.
MP's just farming by this tier 2 top Dire tower. EG know it's such a dangerous place to go. MVP have set up vision, and they've also already got like 3 to 4 heroes positioned. EG don't want to send their heroes to the top lane because they're not applying pressure. It's just the kind of hard support who's up here trying to just keep this tower alive, but MP's getting farm, and PPD very likely to go down soon. Question is if that's what EG wants.
Is it even worth the use of the finger to kill PPD?
Probably not, because I think EG's actually going to look to engage on them.
They do manage to get that beautiful entangle into Savage Roar combo, so Dubu just sits there taking the punishment, tries for the swap out. It ain't going to happen, but ensures the core doesn't die.
Yeah. And blinking, TPing in mid lane, Debbie ready to set up around the Ursa if possible. But
Cute play there by Arteezy, just using the minimal range blink to dodge away from an impetus. But it does mean he can't make a move here bottom. So, how do you feel if you're MVP? Really bad start. You know EG's very likely to get the next Roche, but you haven't been feeding.
Yep.
Well, until now, maybe. For Spirit Siphon. There's the stun, though. Maybe they get turned. The Spectre Haunt comes in for it. It's not dead, just hit the urn. Just enough to take him down. Sumail, though, keeps himself alive, throwing himself up in the air, but they get the kill. They end the exorcism. They could look for more MVP. Dagger onto PPD and diving for this. Arteezy just TP'd bottom, so they know he can't come to the fight. That's their biggest damage dealer, not participating. MVP, great decision making there.
Yeah.
Make it 5-7.
So many teams in that position would just let their Enchantress die and then just backed off and just said, okay, let's farm elsewhere on the map. But MVP recognizing that Ursa can't rotate in, and on top of that, the burst damage from the Lion, the level 4 Earth Spike into Finger gets amplified as well by the Aether Lens to set them up to take a great counter initiation there mid. And EG just weren't ready for that. Sumail's trying to itemize to tank up. He even picked up the Vit booster very early on to build into the Rod of Atos, but he can't stand up to that burst damage of MVP.
Yeah, great decision making. Showing MVP has really matured a lot since they first burst onto the scene.
And MP, oh my gosh, he's fun. He's suddenly got 3.2k gold. And that's with going for drums as well as Zone on Spectre.
Quickly turns your... Oh, tower mid might get denied here. Universe, or rather Fear rolling in. Trying to secure that. Does get the kick on 4F, but the Wildkin's going to prevent RTZ from getting a blink forward off.
So it's going to be keep away until Spectre has haunted bare minimum, I feel, for MVP, which is back in 30 seconds, so it's not really much of a window for EG to get much done. That's the tier 1 tower at mid, and from there they perhaps poke forward towards this bottom lane, try and take over some of the Radiant jungle, but QO's got boots of travel now, so it's going to kind of turn into more of a split-pushing gank style.
Alright, easy. Oh, he's going to be careful here. Pops the early enrage. He does have a basher now. If he gets that lucky bash, can probably solo kill QO. But meanwhile, top lane, Dubu's about to get caught out. EG smoke for this. They roll in onto the bench. Silence. That's a mate, and he'll try, but he ain't getting out.
He's playing that kind of Pilot Diet role that we used to see him on, where it's like you're just up there, soaking up the gank. You're kind of getting the vision for your team. Something MVP actually kind of are lacking is like that vision here. They've got some great deep wards up, but that's to get these wards up, Dubu's often putting himself in these positions, and that death there is not really all too costly for MVP. If anything, it's EG bringing 3 heroes top where they may not want to be.
Oh, RTZ gets the bash bottom, almost enough for the kill. He popped the enrage a bit late. I think with the instant enrage before blinking, maybe he gets that, but you can never really assume you're going to get the first hit bash. Close call there.
That's a item that caught Q a bit by surprise, but
well, he had seen it,
okay,
but you know, if he doesn't get first hit bash, I guess he's fine.
Yeah, you can't just not split push because you're afraid of a first hit bash. QO's mechanics are so fast that he's going to be able to get the Fire Remnant away after like 1 right click, 9 times out of 10.
RTZ's got to be a little frustrated with that. Just can't catch this Ember. 2 and 3, but all those kills came in the very early laning stage. And he's catching up in terms of last hits, in terms of net worth. And the Relic you mentioned, it's online. They leave MP top, but he's available to join as they've smoked and headed towards mid.
Yeah, it's this 3-man smoke. Well, the Ember has some global presence with the travels, the Spectre is the haunt. Unfortunately, MVP, their smoke pops in a very awkward position.
They might
so
have to sacrifice Dubu again. Kick comes through. Fear, not going to rolling boulder on that.
Rod of 8 also.
Still, Dubu slowed down. I don't know if there's a please in there. It's like, all right, you can have me. I ain't going anywhere anyway.
We're talking about the good stuff for MVP coming. Universe has just quietly been farming away in the jungle. He's 1 and 2, but has Relic online himself, so he's on par with Spectre in terms of farm. At least as far as the Radiance timings go, and actually going to get there before the Spectre, so he's had a great recovery after that early game.
Yeah, they don't have the Radiance. Without that, it just doesn't seem there's any chance MVP go for the Roche. So maybe the last hit steal from QO, but no Sleight of Fist ready.
This is the timing kind of for EG in a lot of ways. They've yet to really impose themselves on the map, take towers, take objectives, but with a Radiant spare, Exorcism, Aegis, they're going to be ready to fight and take MVP head on. MVP will be much more inclined to kind of split the map, have QO on one of the side lanes pushing lanes out, even have the Spectre in the other side lane pushing things out, and then kind of try and see what pickoffs can come their way, because they don't really want to fight EG head on at this stage of the game.
RTZ's posting up here in the mid lane, looking for his next victim, but meanwhile top MVP about to get caught out. It looks like MP so close to his Radiance. He's going to get silenced. MP also silenced, can't save the Spectre. That will delay it by 300 gold, plus the lost farming time. Febby also going to go down here. A big grab for EG. 2 crucial kills, and while that was happening in the mid lane, RTZ found a third.
That's almost just like high ground time in some ways. EG can keep on going through this mid lane. Universe has a second barrier. He's going to resummon now.
That's devastating. And if they don't get those kills, you're looking at the Radiance coming up, EG not having the dead heroes to feel confident about a push, but it goes entirely the other way.
MVP do not want to have to buy back on Spectre, not at this stage of the game, and QO is actually TP back and stop split pushing because of that, just looking to delay with the Searing Chains, and so far doing a decent enough job that they should at most lose a tier 3 tower, and that's only if EG commit for
And
it.
even he's close to his next item. The Battle Fury is only 700 out, but
yeah.
Well, EG take full advantage. They won't fully crack down the mid lane, but they do severe and almost critical damage to this tower, bringing it down to about 300 HP. So then they'll back off. We can see to go with the Radiant Sphere is completing the Veil of Discord now, so amplifying the magic damage he brings to the table, as well as his own Lone Druid.
And Spectre's going to hit this Radiance timing, but it's really like just the Radiance where you're scary. You've got the drum, so you're at least a little bit tanky with 1200 HP, but having a Radiance taunt is not going to just necessarily allow you to fight into EG. They've got huge damage output with the Exorcism from Sumail. They've got a Radiance and soon to be a Vlad's on Universe as well. The Ursa has tremendous single target DPS, so Spectre's still going to struggle to fight into EG, even with the Radiance, because EG just have farm across the board. All three of their core heroes topping the net worth chart. It's EG still with a very big lead here in game number 1.
And to put some numbers on that lead, it's a 10,000 gold advantage, 14,000 experience. Not completely over, but it's pretty massive, the advantage they've piled up.
Very hard game for 4F to do much. He's 0-4 on Enchantress, and that's just because of how much EG's
They're
lineup.
going to fight here. They're moving in. They haunt and engage. They want to surprise EG. Fear rolls away. MP jumping in the middle of the EG lines, and onto Universe he's going to go, but Big Daddy Ursa's coming. They lock down MP. There's the swap out. Keep him in fighting shape. Can they find the kills? Blink forward. They do get the Hex, and to try to lock Arteezy down, control him for now. QO strikes first, killing off the Crystal Maiden, but 4M locked in position, clawed apart by Arteezy. And with the buyback, it's going to be a power play now for EG. 5-on-4. Haunt is down, crucially. And they're going in.
I think MVP did that because they knew there was no Exorcism. It was 15 seconds away from coming up, and MVP, I think they timed it to the very second, which was a really impressive thing about that engagement, because they knew if EG reached their base with Exorcism, they're going to lose a Rax. And now that's what's going to happen, because the fight, unfortunately for MVP, they didn't get the kills. They couldn't bring down Sumail. He's just too tanky at this stage with the Soul Booster on top of the Yule's Atos.
Oh, they do at least have the Battle Fury here, though, so you can see the chip damage. Slowly but surely, QO trying to work these backline heroes down and force them out. They catch Arteezy. They're going to look to lock him down, but he manages to get off the ultimate. Starts going to work with the bashes. They'll crack the Aegis, but they've lost 3. The other 2 scramble back towards the well, and this leaves EG to just beat the crap out of Arax. They'll grab the melee. They look now onto the ranged. MVP playing from a massive deficit.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not done yet, though. 4F.
Just the one bear, but MVP don't have the tools to really easily bring it down unless they hard commit, and that's something QO's playing without buyback. He can't afford to do. That's the problem. You buy this Battle Fury, you buy this Radiant, you're like, all right, we've got the high ground defend items, but you're up against Exorcism. You have Aegis on the EG side, and you've got no buybacks. The only way you can try and defend is to throw your lives away, and then EG just come right back at you.
Arteezy completed Abyssal Blade, and looks like he wants to come back if MVP
QO
continue pursuit.
I mean, QO at this stage of the game is just going to get shut down hard by Artur.
At some point, you're going to be that 10th of a second late. He gets off the Abyssal, you die. Even if you're good 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times, you still give up that one crucial death, and that may just lead to the EG
smoke
push.
From MVP. They know they've taken out the Aegis. There's, I think, just the one bear from the Universe. They want to fight now because if they give time for EG to reset, get another Exorcism up, it's just game over. They've got to fight when Exorcism is down, and they've got to play hyper-aggressive around that cooldown, and just, because they're so far behind, they've just got to take this big risk.
They have the Haunt, and QO moves in. He's seen the Crystal Maiden, but he wants someone else. The chains don't connect, but they still commit the Haunt. Driving onto PPD. This could be a dieback on the Crystal Maiden for whatever that's worth. But everybody else making it back. They now Savage Roar.
He knows how important
drawing MVP away from this, and QO is going to get silenced. They're going to swap in the Spirit Bear of all things just so Dubu can get off a stun. Forever almost dying instantly to Arteezy. Already used this Abyssal Blade, but now they've got them on the run. No buyback on the Ember Spirit. He's down and out for the count. And frantically, they beam themselves back to safety. But now they've blown the Haunt. They failed here on the gank.
Unfortunately, QO just couldn't quite land the Searing Chains with that Sleight of Fist, and you could even see how kind of desperate MVP were and how important they realized that smoke gank was. That was their last play in this game, in my mind. QO was like on the low ground by the Tier 3 tower, and he even knew, like, do I need a Remnant High Ground? Like, you could tell he wanted to chase them into EG's base. And this is when you're down 10 plus kills. You're down a lane of racks, but the only way MVP can kind of turn this one around is by playing super aggressive, and unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. EG once again have Exorcism, once again have multiple Spirit Bears on Universe, and this is going to be probably a second lane of racks and probably just straight up GG following that failed aggression from MVP.
Yeah, not only did he know they needed to go all in on the fight, but they couldn't just settle for a Crystal Maiden kill. He didn't even bother going for PPD. Had vision, but went for the bigger, higher priority targets. Didn't work out, and now MVP are absolutely up against it as Arteezy jumps in again. Dubu there with the swap. Arteezy lets out his frustration on the Vengeful Spirit, and she won't stand against it long. Now a second melee rack, almost guaranteed to drop here for the side. A dagger coming in, but do they follow this up? PPD's low. MP being forced back though, and MP trying to get to work here, and Artur might be able to kill off the Ursa. That could be pretty nice for them. They silence QO though, preventing the Sleight of Fist, and he will in the end drop, but already the melee has fallen. They need more kills. Justin Ursa is not enough for 2 lanes of wreck, but the ghosts are returning, bringing Sumail back.
Ursa's the distraction. He's not even the
pool.
important hero. It's the Lone Druid and the DP who are the key heroes right now for EG.
They're chasing. Remnant forward. He's going to find 2 here. QO with the big catch, and MP rejoining the fight.
What a TP.
They're looking for
Sumail's
more,
out.
but he gets away. Only Fear going down.
Great Savage Raw TP and
got the silence off there as well. Just great teamwork from EG, and even though they lose a hero or 2, one of them a core, it's already 2 lanes of rack, Scott. We're not even 30 minutes in.
And unfortunately, LD for MVP. Once Exism is back up, rinse, repeat. EG will just keep on coming. They don't even have to wait for Aegis. They can if they want to, because you've got Ursa. If you don't wait for Aegis, the Ursa may die again, but I reckon they take... basically, the plan is Ursa blinks in, gets a kill or 2, he dies, but meanwhile, the Lone Druid and Death Prophet take racks. If you want to wait for Aegis, the same plan happens, except Ursa doesn't die because he's got an Aegis.
Well,
it depends how much Arteezy cares about his stats right now.
There might be a little less Peter if they wait for the Aegis. So.
Peter, help me, grave me. Oh wait, you're CM. That's not working. He's got a glimmer.
Help. He's got a glimmer cave.
There we go. He's going to have a 4-star maybe soon.
Then he can shove Arteezy into the enemy well.
Archer's like, Peter, save me. Get some items. Help me out, buddy.
But on a serious note, EG, they're very close now. In fact, just have enough for an Assault Caress for Universe. So that's a big item they're about to grab. Aside from that, Sumail completed an Octarine a couple of minutes ago on Arteezy. We see him moving in now. This could be the killing blow if he finds a pickoff. And at that moment, MVP's suffering will be extended by a quick pause. Lag and a PC crash. Haven't heard of those happening before. So MVP, almost certain to lose at this stage. It's going to take like 4 or 5 ridiculous fights in a row just to have a chance in this game.
There's a certain website for EG that may get updated should they lose this game.
I wonder if that guy still is around. Did we ever figure out who's behind that magical website?
I do not know.
Well, whoever
Ice
he
Rock,
is.
maybe. Just as mysterious.
How great would it be if it was Ice Rock?
I mean, he loves the memes.
You know what's funny? Ever since Bruno went to work for Valve, that certain website hasn't been getting updated very often. I'm just saying maybe there's a connection. Wouldn't surprise me. Bruno's always been a secret fan anyway.
Well,
Arteezy's hunting though.
I mean, Sumail picks up a 4th item, Aether Lens, at 29 minutes in. Not something you'd normally expect, but I think he's just like, yeah, we kind of got this game. What can I buy that's going to just give me something for this next fight?
So I imagine if you're QO as well, you're thinking like maybe even straight Rapier here.
Yep, Rapier, absolutely.
Not even a risky play, probably the only play. But, well, no plays for QO. TP's out on the high ground and just gets ripped to bits.
Unfortunately, MVP, they were kind of laying a trap at top lane, waiting for EG to come push top. They're expecting them to go for a push with Exism. And that top lane, the last lane of racks, are like, okay, let's just set up and jump them really far away from our base. So even if the fight goes 50-50, EG, if you take a 50-50 fight in your own base, you're losing racks because Exism, Lone Druid are just hitting the buildings. So they want to try to take the fight outside of their base, but EG have other ideas. They want to wait for Roshan. And
EG, they're pretty much happy to take the fight anywhere and everywhere at this point. They're going to get an Aegis. This time it'll come with the cheese. MVP, a small effort to get some gold before the last rumble.
Not really any item or level that's going to save MVP at this stage of the game.
And they, they've done a decent job at kiting the Ursa with the swap, the double Ghost Scepter, but one of those is no longer going to be effective. Arteezy now has the Diffusal Blades, so Febi and Forev not safe anymore from the Angry Bear. So, as you said, push out the mid and bottom lanes, rotate on top.
Interestingly, is like it doesn't
seems like the EG plan.
It seems EG maybe recognize what MVP are up to, trying to just camp all their heroes at top lane, waiting for a gank, and EG are kind of hovering around mid. They're not just straight rolling down this top lane, pushing it out.
It almost seems like MVP want to ambush them as they arrive at the top lane, which is
they've
where
set out wards.
They're expecting the push to start around here, and they want to catch them out. But They will see Fear first.
Okay.
This could be big. They're going to BOT in the Ember Spirit looking for their first pickoff, but Fear gets the kickoff and it connects on 3. Huge one there from the old man. Gets the silence off, dropping the Magnetize into Mail. Starts to press forward. 4 heroes affected by it. Afflicted even, and QO having just BOT'd in. Doesn't have a great way out. Down he goes. No buyback there in the Ember Spirit. In the trees as well. Your Ben has been entangled, thrown up in the air, pounded back down onto the earth. 2 more crucial deaths with no buybacks. And meanwhile, Mid's getting shoved in by Arteezy. He steals the cheese, a little midnight snack here for the Ursa. And it looks like any second now, we'll see another kill. A big jump in, lying down. 4M trying to get work done. He's going to double defuse him just before the Ghost Scepter, and then pops a second, securing the kill. An immediate buyback from 4M. But it's just too much. The damage is overwhelming. The advantage, ridiculous. Arteezy pops the cheese. He laughs at MP's face. He'll make short work of him here. This Korean squad has come a long way, but EG get the best of them in game 1. One last buyback for whatever it's worth. Very little in the end. EG had their number from start to finish. And MVP find themselves trailing 0-1 in the best of 3.
EG just had such a scary timing in this game. When you hit that Lone Druid Radiance with Death Prophet Exism and you just go break the base, Ursa, while he's terrible at pushing himself as a hero, he's great for breaking high ground when you have other heroes that kill the buildings, because he's a hero not afraid to blink past the tier 3 towers, blink deep in the enemy base because of what Enrage gives him, and because he often has an Aegis. You put an Aegis on him, he creates space for your push, and the Exism, the Lone Druid, they get the job done. They break the buildings, and EG just couldn't be stopped.
So in this game, we saw a fundamental clash in styles. On the one side, MVP playing their kill-centric, slightly greedy, multiple core ganking lineup. EG, just very safe, stable 5-man. Can the MVP style work against EG, or do they need to change it up?
They just need to do better lanes. Kuro just got 2 shut down mid, and that really just made it impossible for them to stand a chance in the mid game.
Maybe taking Earth Spirit off the table is an option here. We'll see. But with that, the analysts, they're going to break it down further as we get ready for game number 2.
Thank you very much, LD and Gods, and indeed we're back at the panel. We have a switched move for Scant. Welcome back, Scant. First of all, there were 38 kills that game. That means Capitalist, you won. But, I mean, it didn't go the way that we were expecting it to go. It wasn't as explosive of the early game as we were hoping it would be, as we knew it should be if MVP Phoenix would have had a chance against Evil Geniuses. How come they couldn't make that aggression possible? Was it...
They had Ember Spirit versus a Death Prophet mid.
Yeah, there was that.
And that didn't go well at all. And Universe died 2 times, transitioned into having his Radiance before the safe laner of MVP. And their Enchantress also didn't do that well. So, I mean, there was a lot.
Was it a draft issue then only? Because it feels like
I think
Death Prophet was 4th pick.
Just the last pick. Just the last pick was what the problem was. Because Spectre is kind of the hero where they want to cover more bases, right? Say, okay, we can transition into a later stage in the game. Moo was talking about the synergy of saying, okay, we can go gank, we can haunt in, we can go for these kills, which is fine. But then you're putting a matchup for QO, who Cap was talking about is the guy that you want to have a breakout performance, in an unwinnable matchup. And then they pressure Universe, who's playing Lone Druid of all heroes, when QO is the guy who actually needs help.
Yeah.
So I think the MVP, the last pick kind of screwed them, and also the way that they decided to go about pressuring the offlaner so much instead of helping mid also was a problem.
I really thought they were going to be like smoking up with their supports. Maybe they move the Enchantress from the off lane, go gank that mid. Like, nah, they're like, you'll be fine, QO. No, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. We're killing Universe. It's all good. No, that was never going to work out. They required their Ember Spirit to control the game, and they were just like, yeah, you can have the crappiest laning phase in the world. You'll still control tempo just fine.
I know it's pretty late in the tournament, but I want to just go straight against the narrative that MVP is all about fight, that's all they do. I think that this is a team that likes to be aggressive. For me, the defining factor about MVP for over a year now has been that what's impressive about this team is that they will take a fight on its merits and nothing else. So it doesn't matter if they lost the last fight, it doesn't matter if they're behind, it doesn't matter if they're supposed to be behind, they're supposed to be the team farming. If they think they can win a fight, they're going to take a fight. Now, in this tournament, that's turned out meaning that they're fighting all the time. But like all of the best teams in the world, they can play whatever style they need to. And I think that they went into this game thinking, I don't think their plan was just fight. Honestly, if you look at the draft, I think...
Okay, but what was their plan? Because it did not work.
I think definitely part of their plan was to represent that they could fight, and you see at the end with that last pick Spectre, what that suggests to me is that they think EG's expecting them to just go all in fights. They pick heroes such that they can be part of those fights, but winning the game does not depend on just going fight, fight, fight. So for them, they're actually happy with a reasonable trade, kills here and there, the game goes later. The problem in that game is how, I agree with what everyone else said, how much Kyo gets shut down. It's not that they didn't make the kills they wanted to, it's that he himself gets shut down. And actually, I was talking before we started the panel about how about a year ago, a slightly different MVP team did take a game off a slightly different EG team. And that was where they completely shut Sumail out of the game. So actually a complete reverse in this game where Kyo gets shut out of the game versus Sumail getting shut out of the game. And I think for me, going into the next game, that's the kind of reversal that MVP will look for. They want to be the one shutting down a key player, not having a key player shut down.
What do you think about that, Draskell?
I would agree. I mean, the thing about this game that was really odd is it was a CM on EG, who EG have run in the past. It's a little bit of a hero can do everything. You can be greedy with it, you can jungle. And for the most part of the game, it was pretty much just Fear rotating around, which obviously leaves two supports who could easily just go towards mid on the side of MVP, maybe get a kill. It's a Death Prophet. That hero is very gankable. It's like playing against a Zeus, for example. You go there, no escape, you get a Searing Chains on him, you get the follow-up disable or any kind of nuke, the hero just dies. I feel like MVP had the options, they just made the wrong calls.
We can actually hear what MVP had to say before the main event started. So during the group stages, as we have an interview with MVP Phoenix.
Hello, I'm Kyo and I'm the mid laner for the MVP Phoenix and the captain. Nice to meet you guys.
I came to China 3 times. I've been to China 2 times. Once it was for WCA and the other time was for a trip. There's nothing different from Korea, except for the weather maybe.
All 4 of them except for Dubu have good experience. I think they have like some of them have like better experience or more experience than me, but Dubu as a drafter, like he's the new one and I think he has pretty talented skills of like drafting and like reading the game.
Because of TI, video of TI3 made me like focus on DOTA. I don't know how to say.
Nothing is impossible. We are the flame.
2 years ago was when Dubu stepped into competitive Dota 2. He saw free-to-play. He's like, hey, I can do that. I can do that at top level, easy. And he has proven, I mean, he's top 4 here at the Shanghai Major, so that is really impressive. Back to that game that we just saw, though. Cap, what do you still have to say for MVP Phoenix? How did their plan fall apart? The laning stage behind us, you know, Kyo couldn't farm, Kyo couldn't define the tempo of the game. Could they have done anything to fix it in the mid game?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, that's just the way it is. I'm going to disagree with Scant. They picked up Ember Spirit. They picked up Spectre. Those are 2 fighting cores. I really think that we've seen the narrative of MVP Phoenix set up about fighting over and over again. If you don't have a strong laning phase with those kind of cores, you're not going to transition that into anything that's really tangible. So if your plan is going into it going to be actually fighting occasionally, actually more than occasionally, because you have Spectre and Ember Spirit who rely on kills to be able to be like actual carries. In that case, you have to have a strong laning phase for the Ember Spirit. Once that went wrong, like once they didn't facilitate like something to happen for QO, that was never going to go right for them, because QO can't, like, as good as he did, and we were talking about Draskell, like the fact that QO actually was close to net worth to the Spectre was really impressive, given how bad his laning phase was. But it still doesn't change the fact that he was naturally just going to be approaching fights constantly behind, and there was no way he was going to be able to actually change the momentum of that game.
Arteezy deserves to be MVP, or
I mean,
is that just
he
because
played well.
it's Arteezy?
I mean,
I think Fear might have been an MVP there.
Fear and Sumail, actually, I think. We were talking about Sumail like a little bit shaky. Of course, he had a very favorable matchup, so it's expected that he would have a good game, but I feel like he had his bearings today more so than what we've seen in the past, so I think that also helped quite a bit.
I'd say PPD for the draft. I mean, it's interesting. Draskell was hinting at this point earlier, but there's something about the lane stage other than just Cure, which is the fact that Fear's roaming on Earth Spirits and Peter's playing CM in the jungle, and usually you don't get away with one support roaming and the other one farming the jungle. Usually one needs to be sitting on a lane. And they're actually getting too much done with those two supports without needing to actually sit on RTZ, partially because he's playing the Ursa, and so he has that much power in the lane, doesn't need their help as much. But I think that's a subtle way in which PPD put them ahead in the draft by putting them in a position where their supports can do pretty much whatever they want, and that gives them a lot of freedom early on.
I think MVP also put themselves in that spot, though. Like, if they pick anything else besides Spectre last pick, or, like, you know, avoid something like AM, just anything that can actually stay in the lane. Like, I don't know if MVP play it, but I know EG in the past, they pick stuff like Clinks. They pick a self-sufficient laning hero.
Okay.
Like, the hero itself, as long as it can stay against the Lone Druid and not just get completely demolished, it's fine. Because then you can actually gank for mid, you give Q a good start, all of a sudden the Death Prophet doesn't have, like, what was it, like 13, 14 minute Atos or something like that, and then that hero suddenly becomes, instead of burstable with your Lion, you can no longer kill it fast enough. And then Exorcism wins them the team fights, they secure Roshans because they have an Ursa, and you didn't pressure the safe lane. It's just everything kind of collapses when the mid player who is on a tempo controlling hero gets wrecked that hard. And the other thing too is, it's a tri-core, or what EG are running. Universe died twice in lane, had a 19-minute Radiance Midas. Like, you shutting him down didn't shut him down. It doesn't matter if you kill the Lone Druid, you have to actually dictate the pace of the game.
See, this is the thing, like, if I had to construct what I'd guess was the thinking of MVP there, I think the plan for Ember versus DP is they're going to gank into the lane, and Ember lanes usually, even if it's not favorable, you make some kills, the lane becomes fine. So they're worried about the Earth Spirit protecting the lane. Then they pick a threat for the safe lane, hoping the Earth Spirit's going to actually move down. They spend a lot of time with the Lone Druid, but Fear didn't seem to really need to do that much, and so you saw they tried once or twice to gank into the mid lane. I think the first time the Venge came in to stun with the Ember Spirit, and Samel just stood his ground, used the Spirit Siphon, and Cure had to run away. And at that point, if they start making 1 or 2 kills in the Death Prophet, actually the laning stage is okay. But I think EG is just too experienced a team. The players have a better understanding of where they need to be, and they realized, you know, if Samel just plays the lane, well, he's not going to die, and there isn't that pressure. I do think there was an adjustment in the draft. Even just look at the fact that Cure's the player has been playing Spectre all the time, and this was MP. Cure was playing Ember Spirit. So I think there was some kind of adjustment at some point where MVP changed their mind in the draft, and definitely they ended up in a weaker spot for it.
I could agree with that.
Anything to add about the previous game before we look towards the next game that we're going to have very soon?
I think that we haven't seen the best MVP that we can see. And I think moving forward, we're probably going to see a bit of a stronger draft.
And I think most important in that is probably mindset. Cap, you just come off a loss. You're MVP.
Whatever. They're top 4. Do you really at this point in time be like,
yes?
Oh God, I'll worry about it. We're gonna get knocked
They're up
out of
against
this tournament.
evil geniuses.
They're up against the TI
come on,
champions.
they're not here to get top 4.
It's
they're here to win this
They're
thing.
okay with losing game 1. I think. I'm sure they're mentally perfectly acceptable place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hope for them that we see that in the draft of the game too as well. We don't have that yet, but I do want to hear from you guys. What would you like to see change? Which bands, for example, would you want to see different?
I think that in terms of MVP, the Darkseer ban was good. I was talking about how much I wanted to see Universe on a hero, so obviously I'm going to be on the side of MVP with that. So
and
I don't think...
they bent Batrider as well.
Yeah, I think that they're focusing Universe a lot. I think you could probably let the bat through, only because of the fact that if you do that, it lets you secure something like perhaps the Earth Spirit, because we were saying how EG do prioritize picking the bat very early on. And if you open yourselves up to something that's a little bit more mobile during the laning phase, and you can actually dictate the early lanes a little bit better, control your safe lane, control mid simultaneously, then I think that puts MVP in a spot where they can snowball, like Moose said, and that's kind of what they are specialized in. I think that sometimes they kind of are at a loss as to what to do when they're behind. Like we saw, like towards the end of the game, they're just literally going for smokes that have very little success chance because they realize that they've drafted themselves and played into such a position where you have to go for some kind of play. I think if they're behind, it's going to be really hard for them. Like some teams can make the play in the clutch and say, okay, this is the move that brings us back. But I think MVP struggle in that situation.
Yeah, okay. I'd really like to see them setting up better to convincingly put pressure on Sumail early on. It's what I said at the start of the panel, and I really feel like the whole let's hope that the Crystal Maiden and Earth Spirit are somewhere else and we'll gank Sumail thing, I don't really buy it, and I feel like that's the key for MVP in this game. I think that Artesia and Universe often coming out of the lane stage are still catching up on certain key items. They have to finish those items before they get as involved in the game. But if Sumail gets the lane stage he wants, then EG are set up already from the end of the lane stage to take the fight. So if they shut down Sumail, then they can come out rolling with the momentum as the lane stage ends and get the game they want.
Do you feel like they need to try and focus on a long game? You know Evil Genius is always going to be greedy. They're always going to get something out of the laning stage. if you want to try to fight and end early, you probably have to make sure that you are able to get more out of that purely by lanes, because you're not going to get it by trying to out-farm them, I feel, like on your own turf.
I think that's a fair assessment. The experienced team is usually the team you don't want to go late game against.
Yes.
Like, people talk about Alliance all the time. EG are pretty much the same. They have very good decision-making when it comes to mid-late game. If you go to that stage with them, there's a good chance that you're going to lose because of one bad play. And that's really all it takes. And also, just as a side question, what is the average game length of MVP? Because I can't imagine it's that long. Most of the drafts that they pick have a tendency to either win or lose.
I'm pretty sure they still don't have a 35-minute game. Did they have one? Unless they had one this morning.
I mean, that's just insane, right?
Game yet. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah. So I mean, if I'm looking at that statistic alone, and I'm going up against EG, I'm going, I don't want to go past 35 minutes if I don't have to, because it feels like that's where they are more comfortable playing.
How are you going to stop them from being greedy? They seem to be able to do it in every single game.
Well, this is the thing. Remember how MVP lost against Liquid in the upper brackets? I think that they expect EG, or even if they were to go up against Alliance or go up against Secret, to play similarly. The top Western, most experienced teams. Liquid beat them by picking Tusk and Treant Protector and then just punishing their aggression. And so even though I agree that MVP want to take fights, I think that they're a smart enough team to recognize that their experienced opponents know that if they go all out aggression early on, they know how to punish them. So they're going to set themselves up in a way that can fight, and they definitely, the way that they usually get ahead in the game is fire fights. But I think it's more nuanced than that in this case. I think that they don't expect EG to just fold and roll over if they run at them. So they need to drop the can fight, but they need to also be able to pick the right timings. And that's you saying what other than the lane stage, but honestly, I think the lane stage is the key factor.
Yeah, but that's why. Like, how are you going to make sure that they don't get that much in the laning stage? That's the point, right? And
you
it almost feels like you have to try and bait Evil Geniuses into thinking you're going late game, but then you're not.
I don't think you can.
But you can't do that.
You can't trick a team. Like, they're gonna see your heroes and they're gonna understand your timing very well.
No, but
That's just.
How are you gonna do that? Like, explain this. This is the question that MVP is struggling with.
I don't know. There were two tricks already in this tournament, which were very noticeable, and they both failed. I don't know if you're the eHome where they went for the CTY Darkseer surprise.
I thought that was a misclick, though. I read that.
No. They actually tweeted afterwards saying it was a pocket strat, and they actually did scrim it.
So he played that hero before.
Yep. Yeah. They had practiced that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That goes to show how really bad eHome were.
And I remember, I don't know which team they scrimmed it against, but I remember that the team that was scrimming them said, well, we thought they were, just playing with us, because you never know how serious a team is in a scrim, right? They can just, they can just play you, and pretend to be doing
It's like you approach that if you're scrimming and you're in that position, and they're like CTY Darkseer. They're like. They're not taking this scrim seriously. Yes. Like they're just sandbagging this. This is unacceptable, But
you know what's funny? The other standout for me surprise secret pick was Alliance themselves. So they beat eHome when CTY Darkseer, and then when Alliance got knocked out, they did the EGM Darkseer. They started with the Darkseer and ended up having a Nature's Prophet for Bulldog.
Mind game, see?
So what we learned from these two games is if you're gonna pick Darkseer, just put it in the off lane.
Don't do anything crazy. I mean, I'm okay with like a 1v1 in the safe lane too, if you're gonna go aggro. Like, just give him a lane where
if you're not CDY.
Yeah, if you're, he actually got wrecked in that lane. I was so sad when I watched that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Bulldog won that game.
I'm pretty sure Bulldog was very happy when he watched that.
I mean, it's one thing to I try not to be biased when I talk about teams, right? But so you watch a 1v1 matchup, and sometimes you just can't make an excuse. It's just like he got wrecked, and that actually kind of lost him the game. So it was unfortunate.
Absolutely. Everyone said on the panel after that match that it wasn't actually that close, and I felt like the match was close. I think Admiral Bulldog kept Alliance in that game. I honestly think that if he didn't have such a good game, if CTY did better, eHome might have. A lot of people, I think, have been in the tournament till now. I mean, probably not because of other performances, but.
We're going to find out what's going to happen in the second game, though, for MVP Phoenix taking on Evil Geniuses, as we are in the draft of game number 2. We're going to have Dire side for MVP Phoenix this time, with first pick for Evil Geniuses. So they did swap this around. We can only guess of who chose what, if maybe MVP Phoenix tried to deny pick Dire for them, or Evil Geniuses just wanted to get that first pick. Earthspear is still in the pool, by the way.
Yeah, but did MVP just ban Earthspirit here?
Last time they banned Batrider here.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
But I think in this situation, Fear did so much work last game.
And if we're talking about how important the laning phase is,
Earthspirit is a hero.
Earthspirit is the hero to ban at that point.
Yep, and if you give away an Earthspirit and you plan to win the lane phase, it's usually not actually by out. It's by just avoiding them killing you and farming. And certainly that's not the way that MVP usually get advantage.
No,
anyway.
they go for the bad again. Does Evil Geniuses actually pass up on the opportunity of going for a Spirit here?
This is
There's
when...
almost no way. Is there?
Yeah, this is when you just, your first pick Earth Spirit, and then... Are they just going to go Ench 2 games in a row? Yep.
You just pick Earth Spirit and then give them the all chat question mark.
This time it's Invoker. I think that's a very big difference. I mean, if it was an Invoker in the last game against the Death Prophet instead of the Ember Spirits, it changes the dynamics substantially.
Yeah, same opening from
Why
EG,
Fix
even
was
at
not
Radio.
broken, right?
Well, it's funny you say that because PPD has famously said more than once that he doesn't think people should do the same thing twice in a row because we're not going to lose to the same thing twice in a row, but obviously he thinks his opponents can still lose to the same thing twice in a row.
Well, it's only 2 heroes so far. And you can't really... I mean, Ursa is a comfort zone hero, I think, for EG at this point. Like, Artur has played it more than a few times.
Yeah, it's his 4th time this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that Earth Spirit itself is just so good as a hero that it warrants first picking.
Maybe picking the same thing twice in a row would force your enemy to think about that they gotta ban out the heroes that you picked last time rather than banning out the heroes that they banned last time. In this case, it would have been Puck and Invoker that MVP actually banned out, but Puck would have still been in the pool.
Well, they've picked the Invoker themselves, so why need to ban that?
But this time, maybe MVP Phoenix is gonna ban out Lone Druid, Death Prophet. You know?
I mean, you don't have to ban the hero if you have the tools to actually deal with it. Having an extra Invoker on your team can set up ganks for even a weak lane, so...
They still ban the Puck.
With an Ursa, I think Puck is just too strong of a hero to live through the pool.
Yeah.
I also think, to be honest, in a best-of-3 series, if a team adjusts their bans too wildly after losing the first game, to me that's always a worrying sign. Like, they're reacting far too much to one game. So I think it's a positive sign that they have a similar approach to the game, MVP that is.
Also that the opening from EG is the exact same.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, so what do we expect to see different then? Like, if MVP Phoenix is going to face the exact same draft?
Like I said, in the previous
Is
game...
Invoker enough?
I think Invoker is a gigantic difference between putting an Ember Spirit against a Death Prophet. That is huge. So I am more than happy, as somebody who enjoys watching MVP, to see that. Because then I know that, you know, QO is not just going to get completely decimated in his lane.
And it's MP who plays Invoker, as far as I'm pretty sure he's
played
exclusively this tournament, so... The QO can be back to the safe lane where he has been most of this tournament, actually. Because, like I said, the fact that they ended up putting QO on the Ember in mid and MP on the Spectre in safe lane was already some kind of adjustment to... I mean, they do mix around, but QO's been the main farm hero for most of this event.
Wonder if they'll go for the MVP Slark at some point.
The MVP Slark was scary in the group stage.
It really was. It's kind of hard to pick early, though. I think it has to be like 4th or 5th pick. I mean,
I like the 4th pick Slark here. Just.
Oh, they do ban the LD. Okay. Securing some Roche potential with Avenge as well.
I think it's a decent hero versus Arsa.
The Venge is actually one of their favorite picks. I think we saw in the group stage the heroes they picked the most were the Venge, the Disruptor, and the Nature's Prophet. And we've talked a lot about Nature's Prophet, but the supports are actually quite telling of the way that they like to play as well. Very sort of active, mobile, can be involved in small skirmishes supports.
You know, it's just funny to me that their Evil Genius is still rocking the Crystal Maiden against the Enchantress. Let's not forget about this big dynamic change where they are Radiant side this time with the Ursa.
There we go.
The Slark.
Evil Genius.
Seems like a good game for Slark.
Oh yeah,
it is so far.
I mean, Earth Spirit's a little bit troublesome, but that's all you worry about.
The one thing that Slark kind of is bad against is like those... We talked about last game, the walk into you Tidehunter and stuff like that, where you have like a Death Prophet and something to support it with the big AoE teamfight ultimate.
Death Prophet's still in the pool?
Yeah, Death Prophet's still in the pool. However, Death Prophet is pretty gankable, especially with an Invoker mid. A Cold Snap and one stun and that hero pretty much just explodes.
Yeah, and MVP are very good with roaming their Avenge early on in the game, getting the right rotations at whichever lane they need to, so I definitely think that that's something EG will be thinking about.
I like Tide. I think that's... You have to consider fighting Roshan, and you have to make sure that that one team fight is capable of being won.
I wouldn't even mind Queen for EG, to be honest. Like, the pace of this game and the ability to push for MVP is not that good, so I feel like the tempo actually fits Queen very well, and if you land like a nice Earth Spirit stun into Sonic Wave, it can be absolutely devastating. Plus, it's nice against Slark, because as a core, you can actually hit him even in Shadow Dance, where a lot of other heroes can't do that. But
oh god!
We're about to get... We're gonna get brooded, boys.
So what if team
scratching his head. Perfect time for that, really.
What if teams this tournament? I feel like the main responsible has been Sven. Actually, that's what most teams have been doing.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a possibility here? Can you go with Sven, Slark, dual cores?
Sven, Slark, Invoker? I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's.
I think you panic and like pick Tide or something and hope for the
you
best.
pick Tide. You go like.
Or wait, MVP play Axe too, right?
Actually, they funny you bring that up. They had the Axe was key in the win that they got over EG a year ago. I mean,
Yeah.
it is a year ago, but
I think we haven't seen Axe at all, right?
Correct.
And this was actually a different. It was when they still had KP. He was the one who played it. So I don't know if this MVP plays Axe.
Well, it could be like support Eng, pick like Tide or pick Axe, something that's like decent against Brood.
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
Tide's probably
EG
safer.
banned Tide though, because I think that's the best one left. Because the other Broodmother heroes are not particularly favorable. I mean, Axe is actually fine here. It's just Axe is still.
And then I assume
bad
you
hero.
just. Oh, they're gonna ban the DP. Okay.
And then what else you get? You can get Legion Commander.
I mean, you could actually go Legion.
Technically, you can. Just watch out for the Ursa.
Yeah.
I guess it's not
the
that
Blade
bad,
Mills.
actually.
I mean, if you get Blade Mill, it's actually not that bad against Ursa.
Unless you duel him when he enrages and then you just die and then you're sad.
Yeah, that's very, very bad, obviously.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Tide ban. Okay.
All right, I'm down for Legion. You can.
I just like the
dispel
hero, but
off
every time I see
CM
it,
or
it
Spirit.
loses. And then I get depressed.
Yeah.
Because that hero's legit.
There's been some strange things going on with the Legions that have come up in this tournament.
Yeah.
What about Earthshaker? You need a tempo hero, I think. And while Earthshaker doesn't immediately establish that,
He needs a lot, though, with the lineup that already has 2 heroes that soak a ton of farm. I feel like that's too greedy.
You know what I think they're going to do? I actually think a lot of teams, historically at least, instead of having a hero that just lanes against Brood, their plan is to just give it a lot of attention and kill it lots of times. And I think Slark is one of the better cores for that. So if you do well with sentries and dust, you can just sit on the Brood, and anytime you hit the Pants, usually that's a kill. So they don't necessarily have to pick a dedicated, this is the hero that goes against Brood all game hero.
It's an Earthshaker. Well played. Well called.
All right, that's a good call. I still think it's probably not gonna just sit on the lane. I think. Do you think that they're gonna lane the?
No. It's not going to be a matchup against a Broodmother. I think they just needed a strong initiating offlaner because you do have Invoker and Slark. Like as Draskell mentioned, the problem is Earthshaker. Like you may be getting a little bit greedy about your choice essentially. Because you do need that.
If they get the time, though, it's really good.
Yeah, once you get that Blink Dagger, once you get over that hump, it's going to be a great offlaner for them. But Draskell is right about the problems that it poses.
But so you agree with me that they plan for the Brood is just to kill it, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't.
Reserve time.
So they put Venge, Slark with Dust and Sentries.
Yeah. Which, when a team succeeds like that and they kill 3 or 4 times in the Brood, that can be game winning actually.
Yeah.
I don't expect Universe's Brood to do that badly.
He's a player.
Yeah.
We'll say that much. And the other part of it too is you have those early all-ins where you try to go for the Brood kill and you don't get it. You're committing a ton of resources. One of your supports isn't roaming.
10 seconds
Leaves a
remaining.
potentially EG saved their mid pick for last, so they're trying to get a good pick here, and it's going to be TA.
I was with you on the Quap, but unfortunately the Earthshaker was picked up. And
Yeah, and then it becomes
the best pickup at that point would be TA. I don't think there's any other mid that was left.
Okay, which draft do you favor then?
I'm gonna
Gotta be
stick
quick
with
because
EG.
the teams are quick. EG.
I'm going for MVP actually. I think they look good. I think EG don't have that much team fight control, so if MVP start well, they can actually run away with it, and I have a feeling they might.
Cap, deciding vote?
I just have fun staying on this MVP hype train.
Okay. Choo-choo! Let's see if they can force out a game 3 or if Evil Geniuses is going to secure their top 3 slot here at the Shanghai Major. It is over to our commentators, LD and Gods.
Thank you very much, Eva. That's right. We are live here at the Mercedes-Benz Arena for what could be the last hope from the SCA region. MVP Phoenix up against the boys in blue. EG, they've been here many a time before on the biggest stages. And more often than not, Gods, they do come out on top. So I'll ask you, the panel, seem not the most confident, but it's slightly favor MVP. Do you favor MVP here, or is this going to be a 2-0?
I believe in the MVP hype, but I also believe that EG are the best team in the world right now. So it's just scary what EG can do. Yes, they lost the one best of 3, but this is a team who just thrives after a loss. They've won all their games today convincingly. They put Complexity away in 2-0 convincing fashion. Game 1 was a one-sided affair, and it's hard to see this series going any way except EG's. In this game, I feel, again, Universe Brood, he's going to be the linchpin for EG, but I believe in Universe.
If you're going to
what
make
he
a
can
player on EG the linchpin, is there anyone more stable and solid than Universe? Maybe Fear. But outside of that, like, this guy doesn't have many bad games.
I'm happy with that being in Universe's hands, so.
So he is going to start here in the offlane. He's got 2 sentries of his own to play the D-ward battle. They've actually allocated 0 sentries for elsewhere on the map. Meanwhile, there are 3 on the Venge, but no dust. I'd say more often we see a pair of sentries and a set of dust.
Yeah, that means you've got to be able to see the Brood and then make sure you can kind of chain send him and bring him down during the stun plus pounce, which level 1, not the easiest thing to do.
Well, if they're able to lock him down, maybe MP will have that Sunstrike. For now, though, he has skilled up Quas early on. An old school matchup here, the TA versus the Invoker. Thoughts on the matchup? It used to be very TA favored for a while. Is that still the case with the new and improved Invoker?
Yeah, for Quas Wex Invoker, TA should have the last hit advantage.
Speaking of which,
and, well, it's
God.
not a 1v1 LD.
MP, it's never a fair fight. Oh, he's got the cold snap, but not even going to get it off. Fear bludgeons him down with that big old staff. And already, Earth Spirit, well, in fact, even quicker than game 1, off to the races.
Yeah, and even Universe getting safe experience in the offlane. He's already de-warded 1 sentry and has his still standing to protect the lane, so all the lanes looking pretty strong and solid.
The beauty of the Earth Spirit Broodmother duo this game is you can't just protect your Invoker because you have to deal with the Brood. So one support's got to be top. The other support is a jungler and Enchantress. Thus, Sumail's always going to have the +1 threat, and if Fear's not scouted, he's going to be able to continue to fight those kills.
And even Universe has the +1 threat as well. A hero like Earth Spirit is really happy to play with a Brood because Brood, you build up a couple Spiderlings, there's these supports who want to try and go on the Brood and zone him out. Suddenly, a rolling boulder in, Dubu gets hit, Universe has Spiderlings, and you've killed off the Vengeful Spirit. So it's a very hard lane for MVP to play because of that.
As you mentioned it, Fear has made his way up towards top. Perhaps looking for a go, simultaneously 4Ev with an Invis creeping on mid. That might be a potential kill, and even a Tornado joining the fray here as the Enchantress hero itself, Febby, actually wandered towards top, but didn't find Universe. He's going to hang back. Fear, though, looking to move forward. He waltzes into the lane. The Spiderlings, the forward host, but it will be scouted out and doesn't end up going for it.
Gotcha.
At least not yet. He's sticking around, though.
Febby's coming in from behind here with a couple of creeps, though, so not the safest place for Fear to be, although he will scout this out, which is important since he won't die to the solo Enchantress. And both teams kind of getting knowledge of where the 2 roamers are. This Fear versus Febby matchup, the 2 kind of roaming supports for the two teams is going to be very crucial to dictate how the lanes go.
Well, the good news for MVP is QO is having a good start in the safe lane. He is your leader in terms of net worth, leader in terms of CS, maybe a couple of them Spiderlings, but still overall topping the chart. So QO is having a much better game. And MP, despite the death, he's still 9-5, getting his levels here mid, and actually doing pretty well against Sumail, all things considered.
Yeah, Sumail did not get the last hit on the first blood, which would have made this lane perhaps a bit easier for him. And we have seen Enchantress offer assistance. And this is, again, it's not just a straight up 1v1 between Invoker and TA. You've got the Earth Spirit roaming around, and you've got the Enchantress creeps coming to take part in this lane as well, which has kind of helped MP out after that slow start.
Some much needed assistance. Fear again. The man to keep an eye on has made his way in towards mid, just looking for an opportunity to go. Tornado EMP crashing through onto Sumail. He's going to pop all his mana. Maybe the Satyr can get the kill here. Kicks to try and stun it. He's slightly off the mark. We'll have to pop the Fairy Fire, but it will be enough to keep Sumail alive. The neutral creep expires, and, well, although they don't quite get the kill, they force Sumail back to the base, so well played by MP.
Yeah,
this will be taken over by Fear. But still, TA not having that explosive start.
I mean, that's just some good mechanical play. MP using the Tornado EMP when Refraction was like 3 seconds away from coming back up. And that burns his mana, so then he can't use the Refraction when it comes back up. So, becoming a fairly difficult lane for Sumail, and MP is going to have a fairly decent timing on his phase boots, which is where the lane suddenly gets a lot more manageable for you. Not to mention, you've got a nice tool to try and get away from those Earth Spirit ganks.
Yeah, no real support for Arteezy bottom, so very unlikely he gets a 4F kill unless he's way out of position. Always has that Fidger to disengage, and when not, will likely sit far back. But mid lane, there's a smoke, a move forward onto MP. He's going to dodge. Oh, just barely gets caught by the rolling boulder. And then they move forward. The Tornado EMP is going to connect on 3, but they hold him in position with the Crystal Maiden, finding the counter kill there. In the end, not able to do anything to stop the aggression. Febby tried with a Hadouken, but it wasn't enough. But top lane, Universe also flexing his muscles. And it's going to start peeling apart the MVP onion.
3-0 now the score.
And this is where the lanes can just snowball out of control. All it takes is that one kill, and suddenly you're like, oh, Invoker's in trouble. Let's kind of rotate and try and help him out. And then suddenly you've got this Venge who finds herself exposed in the top lane, and you've got to be very careful about what your next moves are if you're MVP. I think the Enchantress needs to find a successful rotation at this stage of the game. You can't just be poking and harassing and helping the last hitting in lane. You need to find an actual kill on someone like the Brood. I mean, the Brood to me is like the kill that they need to get sometime soon.
Well, EG perhaps expecting that exact move. Are burning 2 top. QO's here, not yet level 6. A good time to go for the Slark before he has access to the Shadow Dance, as they don't have a silence or any sort of instant initiation like a Hex to secure a kill. And well, you wanted a move from the Enchantress gods. You're going to get it. Febby and Dubu tag teaming here. They drop down an Observer Ward up on the high ground. They're going to creep forward. It could be the perfect time to strike. There's nobody to protect this mid lane, but you can already see that Templar Assassin back in the jungle. Sumail playing it safe, and they are continuing to close the gap here top. Just nuking down the Slark, but the smoke is going to wear off. EG not scouted yet, but also pretty far back. The roll forward will connect on QO, but he gets the leap off. They kick, and they still manage to get the stun. That puts PPD in range. But while that was happening, they got the kill mid on the TA, so it's a 1-for-1 here. Core for core. Not too shabby if you're MVP.
Yeah.
But it might lose them the tier 1 top.
It's the play they need to be making with the Enchantress, but EG just fighting the kind of ganking aggression of MVP with some of their own. I mean, it's not even like they're using it to combat. That's their early game strategy. Use Earth Spirit, find kills around the map. And there's just so many lanes where you can get kills with the Earth Spirit.
Oh, from the high ground, the old man comes. The MP getting dropped. It's on 2. MP very low, nearly dead, and Nova coming through, and that secures the kill. PPD active on the Crystal Maiden. Just perfect movements from EG, putting them up 5-1, which means about 2,000 gold, 2,000 experience. Feels like the same story in a lot of ways from game number 1. And this is without the tower going down top, but it's going to be dropping soon. Universe has a large swarm of Spiderlings, and now they can't really help that Slark to deal with the Brood. They're too busy dealing with the mid bleeding. And they're going to move 4 Ev in, but there's a Radiant Sentry Ward here. If he creeps forward too much, he might get scouted out. Dubu and Febby hiding in the trees.
And just such good sustain in all these lanes because of the CM aura.
A quick poke. He'll get the D ward. He gets out safely. Tier 1 does drop. And the last hit going to the Radiant.
Yeah. Having the CM aura, like Ursa often has mana problems early on. He wants to use his just spells to zone out enemy offlaners. Similar story with a Brood in offlane. Ursa as a roaming hero, his spells cost a lot of mana and doesn't actually have much to support them, particularly the Boulder Smash. So 3 points already in the aura, and EG are just using that to kind of snowball in terms of aggression right now.
Now Sumail now hitting level 6 in the mid lane. MVP, it's choose your poison, really. They've given RTZ basically free reign in the bottom lane. The Brood no longer being contested whatsoever, and that's allowed EG to really dominate this middle lane. Despite MVP's rotations, they've broken even there, and they are going to take over the Dire Woods now. You see Universe starting to extend his network of webs down towards the middle lane. Looks like he wants to get involved in the fights.
Yeah, I think he wants to go for a tier 1 tower dive, and then you can transition and take. If you take this tier 1 mid tower this early on the game.
Oh, they're rolling. This time it's a miss, but the kick's ahead. He's going to pull back the boulder, locking down MP and finishing him off.
Wow. What a rotation.
Converted to the swarm.
Like, doesn't even have enough web, so he still just comes in for a nuke, and you just set your team up for success here. Being able to punish the early game of the Invoker and also pressure this mid tier 1 tower gives EG such an edge here.
It's kind of the new way to play the Brood Mother that we saw Vega pioneer going back to ESO1, where she comes to fight. She doesn't just split push. She takes over the enemy jungle, joins the mid or even Roshan engagements depending on what side of the map you're on. And meanwhile, bottom lane, Arteezy trying to fight it out here. Fear again with the kick. There's the Fissure to counterplay it, but Arteezy locks onto Dubu. He's going to find one. He claps Febby. Might be getting a second here momentarily. Tornado EMP can turn the tides of this fight, though. Arteezy low. Gets off a couple of last swipes, but will end up dropping MVP. They need to snowball this one. They will bring down the refraction of Sumail, but can they dive further?
Heroes. Like, this is not even
Brood
a good
still
exchange
top.
for them. Yes, you killed the EG safe lane carry, but the way kind of Ursa fits into this draft is it's much more about the other core heroes. Similar to last game, Ursa, I mean, he's farming well for one thing, so one death is not going to slow him down, but big picture-wise, you're losing your top tower, you're losing your mid tower. You're not farming well on the MVP side. Your Invoker's died 4 times. One kill in Ursa is not going to solve your problems here. And MVP still have a lot of work to do.
Maybe QO can solve their problems. He's certainly done it before. He is the leader in CS. He's picked up a Midas. If you ignore the tower gold, he would be the highest net worth in the game.
And EG smoking for Roche, it looks like. They will run into some MVP heroes, however.
Smoking for Roche, or maybe just looking for a fight. We'll find out soon. Arteezy will creep down towards the river. They have a trap, and it gets eyes on Febby. PPD inching forward. Fear's also there. They've got the long-range initiation, and even walks into the pit. He goes for a bit of a scout, and it's a scout that will result in his untimely demise. And with that, EG going to finish off the Dark Troll Summoner as well. Fissure. And then we'll see if they want to jump into the pit. It looks like they don't want to yet. Up against the Quaswex Invoker. Can be tricky, but mid lane Universe, he's looking for a Courier Snipe or maybe an MP kill. What's it going to be? Oh, he's close. One more poke. No, a perfect tornado from MP will save the Courier in the day. But QO joins this fight. He gets a pounce off on Universe. They need follow-up damage. They need detection. They have a dust on Febby. Not going to pop it. Well, at least they don't hemorrhage more gold.
God, the Universe is just creating tons of space. It's not even just Universe, it's everyone. It's Fear roaming around on the Earth Spirit. So far involved in 7 of the 8 kills. Universe just taking the top tier 1 tower, coming mid after that.
I feel so bad for QO right about now. He's going to get a bruising from the old man. Right on top of him, gets off the silence, but the Dark Pack does come through. He does manage to pop the ultimate, leaps away into the trees, but a roll forward finds him out. Can he survive this? Another web gets deployed. He heads to the south. QO, time to pull out your fancy footwork. The old man still wanting to chase, but QO barely trickles away. The creeps are scouting him out. He needs that regen to take it now. And one solitary range creep will isolate him and prevent him from healing up, but he does manage to worm his way through the trees, down into the river. Still keeps it going, while elsewhere, Sumail fairly close, but farming Ancients. Maybe too low. They're going to try to cut him off. Universe says no. The journey around the world ends in death, and now Febby, who wanted to save him, could be next. It's going to be slow going here through a level 2 untouchable, pops the dust, just looking for that little bit of move speed slow. Well, they'll limit the bleeding.
Like seeing QO juke the hell out of them, and then he could have just TP'd right by the T1 tower, but he's like, nah, no way they let me like TP in plain vision. It was daytime, the T1 tower even sees him. And that was like the one hero who's having a good game on the side of MVP, at least as far as his farm goes. Had a good time on his Midas.
Febby, he's been found out again. Universe, maybe not going to kill him, but it's not letting this Enchantress have her way in the jungle.
And an Ench with Arcane Boots, really odd pickup, and a pickup you don't want to go, but I'm just not entirely sure what Febby's thinking with this. It does give you just your lineup as a whole a lot more sustain, but not going to really help you too much as far as fighting and into EG or even going for ganks and pickoffs here. It just kind of boosts up your mana pool once you do hit level 6.
Well, and then you look at where's the damage going to come from, and it's really just going to be the Slark. It's a Quaswex Invoker. MP's not going for the Exort build, so he doesn't bring too much damage to the table. So it does feel like pretty much all your eggs in the QO basket, which means he really can't be dying.
Absolutely. Well, EG, the Blink Dagger for Ursa are going to be the next big item timing for them. Haven't gone for Roche yet. I imagine Arteezy probably wants to max a Fury Swipe by level 10 just so he can have that faster Roche taking potential. Since you may only get a small window where you can get in the pit while MVP are dealing with a Brood or something, and you've got to imagine that Roche is happening soon. It's taking a bit longer because EG are on Radiant, but all it's going to take is for 2 or 3 heroes to go top to fight the Brood, and then suddenly Arteezy's like, okay, now I'll take Roche. And there's just no rush to take Roche is all for EG.
Well, they do have a trap here in the woods. They've seen a couple of MVP heroes moving forward. Arteezy going to get scouted out, but they pounce onto Sumail. Oh, he actually looks like he latched there, but Sumail just able to blink away.
He took 5 ticks from the Dark Pack because he's still got 1 of his 6
refractions
left.
It looked like he wouldn't be able to escape, but just barely blinking away in time. That would have been huge.
Playing.
And given the position of EG, I think they get that kill too. But luck is not on MVP's side here, as EG continue to clinically spread the map.
Man, Universe is big. Lads, treads, level 11.
Roll forward, bottom lane, go for the kick, will get caught by a tornado, but PPD's there with the deny, EMP coming through, and then Sumail with an aggressive blink, working on MP. 4F does have an Echo Slam, doesn't want to use it yet, wants to break through this refraction first. This leaves Dubu in a bad position, slowed down by the Crystal Maiden. Shredded by Arteezy, another kill for EG, and now they see their opening. They want to Roche. Ursa TA, this is about as fast as it gets at this stage of the game. It's already a level 3 meld. Roche won't last long, but 4F is going to cut them apart, separating the 2 cores. As QO thinks about a bold move. Can he leap in? Can he turn the tides of this game? It feels like they have to contest this Roche. A tornado spins through. Arteezy continuing to stack up the Fury swipes. It's a very difficult engage. Another fissure, but that allows Sumail to blink onto Forev. Even the golem's being turned against him, and now Universe arrives. Where did he come from? From top to bottom, he runs, and Forev will TP away, just make it out in the end, but still the Aegis going to Arteezy. EG hunting back Dubu with an army of spiderlings. A clean Roshan take, though it looked like it could get messy for a moment there.
After a day of close 2-1 neck-and-neck series yesterday, we may be in for our fourth 2-0 in a row here.
He's been caught in the mid lane, and speaking about quick.
QO, speaking of getting caught out, he's out of mana here.
The man that can't afford to die is the man that will. EG 12-2, just slaughtering MVP, and you can search for a silver lining, guys, but really...
Oh, Arturo gets the Midas.
It feels like there is none.
Well, it's easy with his classic.
The old adage. When you're ahead, get farther ahead with the Midas, and when you're behind, the only way to catch up, get a Midas.
Is this a BM Midas? Can we put it in that category?
But the thing is, I think it's... Let's say we do. It's game 2. He saved the BM for game 2, and it looks secure. Well, they might find Universe here. Swap back in, into an Echo Slam. Big pick for MVP.
I know, seriously, Midas is good against the Enchantress creeps, of course, but I mean, not having a blink. He's going to have a blink so incredibly fast is the really funny thing. He's got Midas and he'll have blink right after this tier 1 bottom tower if he wants it.
It does secure... Ursa's not really the best farming hero. Generally farms heroes, not creeps.
Yep.
It's pretty level dependent, I would say.
This Enchantress does not stand a chance with all this attack speed.
That's true. Every little bit will help there. As Arteezy TPing into the top lane, gets stunned by a Centaur. He'll take out his anger on it. PPD supporting that.
Speaking of which, here's Enchantress, Febby.
Oh.
I don't think that's... Oh, okay,
Arteezy gets you wrong with the juke, so no chance of the kill. But MVP, even with that one Universe kill, it still maintains a big lead for the Geniuses side. Yep. Over 10,000 gold, 8,000 experience, map control advantage, Aegis their way. MVP have a Mount Everest to climb.
I think the biggest reason why I just don't think Midas is a good item on Ursa is because you're so item slot limited. You often are carrying Aegis, you have to get a blink. Mask of Madness is a very, it's a very efficient item you want to have, but it fills up a slot quickly. So you get maxed out as Ursa very quickly with these small items. So
and then generally you either get a Basher or maybe a Hex. You're going to have one damage item. We often see the Aghanim Scepter. At that point, you're pretty much done.
Which is where, I mean, I don't think it's like it's totally bad mattering, but I don't think this is like a very serious item pickup necessarily for Arteezy.
It's some late game insurance.
Yes.
If things go south, I suppose he'll be a bigger factor later on.
I don't see him going that way right now, Dave. But
well, they are going south, technically speaking here. MVP plunging into the Radiant Woods. But not the south that we're thinking.
Well, EG heading the exact opposite direction, straight down the mid lane. They'd actually love to take a fight right now.
Man, how good would it be for MVP if there's no tier 1 mid? Then they could actually execute a backstab, but it would be scouted out.
It sounds good, but I don't know if they could actually find into this Ursa.
They could backstab, but EG will just rip the knife out of their hands and plunge it back the other way.
So they'll trade tier 2 towers, but EG can force high ground. Desolated TA means the EG push with the Vlads as well on Brood is going to be just that much faster, and there's no real way for MVP to pose a threat to the high ground racks. EG can get racks before MVP take. Maybe they get a tier 3 tower at most, and I think MVP recognizing that will TP back to defend.
Arteezy, Fissure coming through, slowing him down. It's up to MP to hold the line. The Tornado not offering much. EMP not too great either. And now Arteezy blinks onto Febby, tries to go to work on him as the ult. The kick comes through. Fear drills him. And that means a likely tower dropping as well. Silencing MP. They are going to jump in with QO. He engages. He's desperate to hold the line here, but they magnetized him. Then Forev going to reveal his Blink Dagger. Just managed to pick it up. They're going to swap away to safety, so they've killed off the Earth Spirit. That's the Aegis cracked. Sumail, though, has a double damage rune. Tread carefully if you're MVP. Forev's thinking about a Fissure.
EG just going to back off, not wanting to potentially engage into a losing fight. Slark, if he can manage to find a way to somehow clean up. Quaswex Invoker also, once you get your Tornado EMP back up, you're always looking good as well, so be a little bit careful.
Important to mention, Febby did have to buy back there, so not in, it's relatively early, but still, they have to expend an extra life to hold that.
So they hold high ground, they take out the Aegis. EG are going to have to wait for their next level of items / Aegis before they kind of make another go, or they're going to have to get some big pickoffs, but next time around, like looking at next Roshan, there's going to be likely a BKB on Sumail's Templar Assassin. Brood already pretty much has a BKB. Ursa's got 2.5k gold, so Arteezy's next item pickup will be well online. So
speaking of Arteezy, MP, oh, he has a fish with the tornado. They
sure.
actually had backup coming.
It was very far away. I think it was going to be too far away to get a kill there, but
yeah, maybe a swap forward into a stun could have been tricky. He's actually got no teleport cooldown, and he scouted out, but he blinks away. Wave of Terror off the mark. Arteezy is going to dodge some bullets. So QO on the side of MVP, continuing his farm progression. He's still in the running when it comes to net worth.
Yes.
If he can get really, really farm, like we're talking 4 or 5 slotted Slark, is it a good enough Slark game that he can just take over and dominate EG?
Yeah, Slark matches up well against all the EG cores for the most part. And still a lot of stats. Brood's not really too big of a threat. Ursa, like when you're fighting around your Shadow, when you have Shadow Dance, like you can match up decently against Ursa as well, but Ursa's just ahead of him from now, and that means Ursa can kind of go for the Sheep Stick, go for a Abyssal Blade, and it will make it very hard for QO until he does get those 4 or 5 big items, which we're looking at much further down into the late game.
Yeah, and as for EG, they're going for items that help them win earlier, help them win before he comes online. Sumail working on a BKB universe, his nearly complete, only about 300 gold short. Will, I imagine, see Fear building towards that Veil, or even some utility item, but he's got quite a bit banked up.
Yeah, Aether Lens, it looks like, for now.
Okay. Yeah, it does just now purchase 3 of health, and another Midas for MVP. It's a late one on MP.
I think it's fine. I think the MVP Midas pickups make a lot of sense here. You're just so far behind, you know the late game is where and how you're going to win this game. So as an Invoker, you're like, well, what item can I get that's going to help us out that's not a Midas? Like a 4-star maybe saves a life here or there, but you're going to not transition well at all. If you go 4-star, your late game is non-existent as an Invoker.
So seeing this double Midas, and especially the late Invoker Midas, does that change your game plan at EG? Do you feel more urgency to end it, or are you still pretty comfortable?
Nope, you're still just, it doesn't affect your strategy. You're still going to try and end it with the next Aegis, I want to say, or at least push high ground with the next Aegis.
Get a lane of Rax, yeah.
I don't think you feel like you're in a rush because of this. You still have map control. You're still getting more farm out of the map overall. You've got Midases as well. Arteezy went Midas, so you're matching up Midas for Midas right now.
Where's the PPD Midas?
Yeah.
Misery would not be pleased.
Midas? Holy crap, this Radiant Courier stack. BKBs, Ags or whatever. I don't even know what's going on in this.
Looks like Arteezy Ags under construction. So the Ursa Ags.
Very good.
It pretty much counters all of MVP's lockdown.
Yep. You try and stun him as an Earthshake and he's just going to get... I mean, you've got 3 stuns at least to work around, but Arteezy can always...
And it even removes the Cold Snap, right? So
yes.
Probably the most annoying spell that MVP have for the Ursa will be dealt with by that. Good pickup for sure.
Yeah, very... I don't want to say underrated because most Ursa players, like your top Ursa players, are all going it now, but
it was a little underrated for a while.
The cooldown gives you even higher uptime of the spell. It gets down to 18 seconds when you have level 3 Enrage with Aghanim Scepter. So
well, we all have based CTY to thank for the proliferation of the Aghanim Ursa, as well as the Mask of Madness. It's become the de facto build. Universe moving in. They are smoked up here on the EG cores, and it looks like they want to jump. Dubu's going to walk right into it. He will be a quick snack for Arteezy. The question is, do they get more QO? Counter-initiating. He blinks forward, then pounces away, deciding this is not the fight for him. Universe with the BKB, looking for the backstab, engages with the Insatiable Hunger. Everyone retreating, but QO, oh, he's been forced to ult. Arteezy forces that cooldown out. A minute where he won't have it available.
I think it's okay. EG probably don't want to force high ground into Blink Echo Slam, even with the Shadow Dance.
Are you sure? Sumail's got a double damage rune. And a BKB.
DD. Okay, DD maybe changes things, but MVP have Blink Echo, they've got Glyph, so...
It comes down to the timing here.
I mean, Tornado EMP, like this is just all so frustrating to try and push into.
Arteezy very early on in this one is going to pop the Enrage.
I mean, EG quickly realized, like, holy crap, ending this game is incredibly difficult. But they're still in a good position. It's just going to be a few more items, another Aegis, maybe even an Aegis of Cheese.
Is this where you just wait for the Fear Aghanim Scepter? Get that guaranteed pick-off from the Enchant Remnant and Aether Lens, then you go.
The nerf range on the cast for the Enchant Remnant makes it a lot harder to rely on, but...
Yeah, still pretty good defensively.
Yeah. It's not good at like using on a Slack because a Slack has so many. Like if you kick him in, he can always Shadow Dance, pounce, blink away. So you have to try and find someone like an Invoker.
Here comes MVP on the prowl, moving out into their jungle.
This MVP team just has balls of steel. Like they'll go for these aggressive smoke plays where they try and fight at like the most kind of unexpected times. Like last game it was like, oh, let's just go to the other side of the map right after losing a rack. This time around it's like right after the other team gets a Roshan and Aegis. They're looking for a pick-off, and they just really mess with the other team's kind of tempo because they do such unexpected movements.
Let's see if the geniuses see it coming.
Universe
farming Ancients for now. Smoke about to expire, and it will break, and they dust Universe. They get the Echo off. They lock down the Broodmother. They get the kill, MVP.
Fast play from 4F there. Very fast fingers.
He's got BKB. That could have gone completely south if he popped it in time.
And EG even quickly looked to
They're
rotate
hunting
towards
QO in the mid lane. Arteezy's going to have a blink soon. He latches onto him a bit. Fear, though, with the pullback off the mark. The kick will hit, though. This could be bad for QO. No ultimate, has to pounce away. But Arteezy has the move speed to try and chase. Continues pursuit. He's got one more blink, but he'll let it go there. And top lane is pushing, so EG may be drawn back.
MVP are holding on. They're kind of just, again, they're looking to play and scale into that late game. MP, we're seeing a Yules on a Quaswex Invoker just because they want to have stalling defensive tools, just so they just don't get overrun by this Ursa. And MVP still yet to lose a rack. I'd love to see, MP really needs, I think level 13 he's about to get it, he needs that exalt point. You just open up, right now he's only got 4 spells and...
He's trying to set up, Fissure, not quite timed perfectly, so Arteezy just limps out.
What's he gonna go?
And the Enchantress that died earlier is coming.
Ooh, level 13, that's a late exalt point, but...
Well, could be just in the nick of time. Arteezy, though, still holding the Aegis here. Kyo is going to engage, pouncing forward. Or rather, blinking forward, then pouncing back. And now roll in from Fear, a big commitment into the middle of MVP.
That's a bit YOLO.
Will he get punished for this one? Looks like he's going to drop. The old man, well, you mentioned balls of steel. I think that qualifies as well, but those balls get crushed anyway. Now QO on the chase, he wants to find more here. Latching onto PPD with the blink forward from the pounce. Universe on the backside going to work with the BKB. Ignoring the untouchable of Bevy, working his way down onto the Enchantress. Arteezy and Sumail combine onto 4F. They're going to kill off the Shaker, has the buyback, may need to use it. QO, well, not able to find the Crystal Maiden kill in the end. He has to back away and they jump onto him. They've baited out Arteezy a little bit, but Arteezy's still in the Aegis. The hero they can't afford to lose is Sumail. Tornado crashing through. Can they lock him down? Icewall getting dropped once more into the breach from QO. Not enough to finish the job, but Arteezy's Aegis is going to pop now. He had about 2 minutes left, so it's a pretty big pickoff. Can they kill him again? They want to try. 4F's there. Arteezy popping the ultimate, immediately getting restunned, but then pushed back. Looks like he's still going to survive for now. MP laying into him, plink by plink, auto-tech by auto-tech. They will try to bring him down. Universe looking for the side swipe here. They might lose Arteezy. This is huge! 4F! Massive echo! Brings down Arteezy, destroys the Crystal Maiden, and sends EG packing. MVP, hang on.
The teamwork,
they have not lost a Rex.
They just... frustrating EG so much with this high ground defense of theirs. They're using the Fissures spam constantly, the Tornado EMPs, everything. Slack just keeps blinking in with a Dark Pact and then pouncing out and delaying the push. EG are just getting kited around for days, and that's where PPD gets forced to go into this 4-star item, but it's still not enough to keep Arteezy alive. He kind of had to die to keep to save Sumail and the Templar Assassin. And
speaking of Sumail, BKB and Hyperstone ready to go, and he's coming from the side. It looks like EG want to fight. Fear's in position in the trees, but he's about to be found by Dubu. Scouts him out. The Venge is going to ambush the old man, and instead of getting the jump, he goes down. What a play from the support. Swamps Bevy out, runs back in, but QO gets to work now. PPD going to fall. MVP turning this game stack by stack, bit by bit. QO
100 GLD!
104! 3 down! All day MVP! It's a miracle!
Well, this is why you give QO a lane where he can farm.
They're not done yet. They see Arteezy.
Oh, very close to canceling that blink. Arteezy almost losing his life there as well. And he had no buyback.
Look at this Slark. 87 stolen agility. And hammering at tier 2s. Do MVP push it further?
Oh, they want kills. I think he's actually going to go for the kill.
They're going to make the move onto Arteezy. Fissure coming through. He pops the ult, but the damage damage is pretty damn enormous. Alacrity chewing through him. QO fairly low, though. He's carrying the gem. He can't afford to go down now. He needs to back himself away.
TZ 20 HP!
Oh, QO does make it out.
Oh, I think Enchantress's last right click wasn't an impetus. It was just a normal right click there, unfortunately.
Maybe didn't have the mana. It was close, it looks like.
Very neck and neck stuff. And now you can see kind of the justification for Febby getting the arcane boots. He transitions into the Guardian Greaves for the team.
EG still leading when it comes to numbers, but it feels like their control over this game is just gone.
They are just showing incredible tenacity here. They refuse to say die. They refuse to be beaten. And they're ready to keep on fighting. They're just poised on the high ground here. They want EG to push out of their base. They're like, come on, EG, let's go for another round.
RTZ might cooperate. He's just sprinting at them. Dubu waiting on the high ground. There's the Fissure to start. And then 4F says, let's not do that. But Dubu, oh, maybe the sacrifice. The clap kills him. A bit overeager. They will forfeit the Venge.
Just a Venge kill, guys. Just a Venge kill.
But this is all part of the plan. They want to lull EG into that false sense of security. And then they'll strike.
QO has 5k gold with the Skadi. He's up there as found as the TA, and it's going to be the much harder to deal with late game carry. Picks up an Eagle Song. Ursa, a hero who just does not deal well with evasion. You don't have... Talked about how his item slot limited. At this stage, he needs an MKB. He maybe wants to get like a Diffusal to deal with Ghost Scepters. There's a Ghost Scepter on Venge.
And the same for Sumail, who's going into what looks to be an Assault Cuirass now.
I mean, he can... slightly better as far as he can replace the bottle with an MKB, and when he seizes, I think he almost has to stop building AC and just go right into the MKB. But very useful item for QO to have, not to mention just the extra damage and right clicks together. The thing with the Ursa is, when you're enraged, you're super tanky, you don't die, but if Slurk's hitting you during that, he's getting that 100+ Agi stolen. Even though he's not getting kills right away, once that enrage ends, then he finishes off the Ursa, he finds a new target, and he's just snowballing through these fights.
And let's remember, if we look at the overall drafts here, EG have some heroes that don't contribute as much later on. You've got a Broodmother who hasn't itemized for hard carry Brood. This is very much like end the game early, mid-game style Broodmother items. You've got Crystal Maiden, who generally just becomes food later on, has the 4-staff, PPD can maybe save an ally. All of MVP's cores, and even their supports remain relevant into the late game, but we're not quite there yet, and EG are on the move. Up to the top lane they go, kick forward, and QO actually pounces into this one. He could be in danger, he's gonna need help, Magnetize coming through, they are gonna swap away to safety, but RTZ locks on, he just barely gets off the Shadow Dance, sprints backwards, the old man locks onto 4M though, there's the Echo 1-2, QO wants to come back in, he's found the Earth Spear from the rear, pokes him down with that dagger, now Universe BKB and wants to retreat, it's 3 down for MVP, the man that can't afford to die is Mr. QO, he carries a gem, he carries a lot of gold, the hopes and dreams of his team, but die he will. It all started with one big kick and an unfortunate time to pounce forward.
Pouncing into the enemy team while stunned. Didn't get off the dark back. Oh, that's so heartbreaking for QO.
He has buyback, but the rest of the team doesn't, and the waves are pushing.
That fight could not have started worse for MVP, unfortunately. And
he buys back. It seems that's enough to deter EG. Oh, boy.
Very, very costly. That was
basically a butterfly. He had a butterfly, if not for the buyback.
Well, MVP going to have to look to just settle themselves down here a bit.
So, next Roshan is up. Can MVP possibly sneak this?
They haven't got a good Roche lineup. Not with a Quaswex Invoker. They have maxed out the Wave of Terror on Venge, but Roche has kind of gotten to a point where it's not the easiest thing to bring down, and EG have TA, so they always have vision into the pit. They see QO in here now, and this is not a play I feel is a very safe play for QO to make. But hey, they're going to go for it. They feel like they have to go for something big. EG are going to make a move to counter this, I can only imagine. Here they come.
Even if they don't fully see it, they know, and in fact, they have vision here into the pit, so they know exactly what's happening. Fear's going to roll into starting. QO, this could be a dieback. It is. Dead for 100, and with that, MVP are going to get routed. Febby's next. Well, EG have salvaged this one, and they say, screw the Roche. We're going to take the racks.
You live by QO, you die by QO. It's always been the way with this guy. He puts his team on his back sometimes, has these jaw-dropping performances, but then he makes a mistake like that 2 in a row, and MVP may be done for on the back of that.
A lot of pressure on the young player's shoulders. And speaking of a young player, Sumail, he's a veteran at this point, confidently struts forward. They're going to kill off 4 and straight onto the throne. EG have a date now with Liquid. And Secret is sitting back and waiting to see who they're going to play tomorrow. The boys in blue, they just never fail to disappoint on the big stage.
Yeah, a heartbreaking way for MVP to end. And for us, the fans, the viewers, it felt like MVP were going to claw their way back in and make a match of this, but then unfortunate mistakes. It wasn't even, like, in some ways, EG played a hell of a game, but QO just kind of giving them a couple of gifts, and it's EG victorious here, going through to the top 3 of the Shanghai Major.
They've still got a lot of work yet to do. Even should they beat Liquid, it's going to be a long day for them. But for now, all we can do is take our hats off to EG, as well as MVP, who had an incredible run here. Not just them, but also Fnatic from the Southeast Asian region, going deep in this tournament and showing that there's life. It's revitalized. Yeah. SEA, even in defeat, is back.
And unlike some of the other teams, like you see Secret after their win, just ecstatic in the grand finals. EG, calm, composed, quiet. They know this is somewhere they've been before. They're expecting to be top 3. They're expecting to be in the grand finals. For this team, it's champions or they didn't do well enough. They're just looking forward now. They're not even like, they don't even feel like that happy that they won. It's all business for EG right now.
Yeah, maybe if they go on to win tomorrow, then they'll smile, they'll celebrate. But like you said, business as usual. So with that, it wraps up the cast for today. But to break down this final match, get ready for Championship Sunday. It's back to Shiver in the panel.
Thank you very much, LD and Gods. 4th place for MVP Phoenix. I mean, who was expecting that when we started Shanghai Major? Only a bit over a week ago, they of course wanted to come further, but not able to do so against EG. They were so close this game, though.
I said they could top 8 before the tournament.
Yes, as one of the few that actually did that. There were a few that said, but almost fooled at some point that they could actually still do it.
They had that 5-minute run.
That 5-minute run!
Where, to me, and I think this is MVP showing their true character. Honestly, I gotta say, I was talking...
But this game, they actually had me
past this team so many times, maybe more than anyone else. And the thing that stands out the most to me about MVP is this is a team that takes every fight on its merits. They're constantly thinking, how do we win the next fight? And you see them time and time again come from positions where they're really far behind, win fights, come back into games. They don't end up winning this game, but if this game lets us remember them from the tournament, not just as all-in fight team, but as the team that has the composure and discipline and strength of will to fight back from any position, I think that'll be a good thing for them.
Okay, well, how did they get in the situation at first to be so far behind that they, had to fight from that deficit?
Spirit. Sorry. No, but seriously, Fear had another phenomenal game. Like, he made rotations on mid, and like every single time, first 10-15 minutes of the game, it was the Earth Spirit, basically. I mean, it's kind of hard to attribute the game to just one thing in particular. There was also the fact that they went Quaswex Invoker. I feel like that time there was a kill involved, and probably, I mean, I understand that you want to have a way of like deep pushing in that lineup, like being able to delay the game when you have Slark and you want to make that mid to late game transition. That makes sense to me. But I feel like they were really missing Sunstrike in some of the situations, like being able to pressure Universe and the Brood more. I think that matchup, Exer Invoker versus TA, also might be more favorable than Quaswex. And I think that Sumail also had a really good performance, and of course that was in the back of Fear.
So. Yeah. What do you make of this game, Cap?
I have to agree with Andy. It really comes down to Earth Spirit and just the failure to really be able to lock down your lanes. I mean, the fact that Broodmother did quite well at the top lane, like actually not quite well, like absurdly well. Kill the Vengeful Spirit was like level 6 by 5 minutes or something like that. Insane. Mid lane was obviously being constantly ganked by the Earth Spirit, so you're not going to have a good time there either. There was just, we talked about how important it was during our whole entire analysis of MVP about being able to win the laning phase for them and transition that into something greater in the mid game, and ultimately EG just put a lot of pressure on that point.
Yeah, do you feel like MVP, looking back at this entire tournament, any regrets? Like, do you feel like, I mean, obviously they would rather have been in the finals tomorrow and actually won that one, but any regrets looking back in terms of coming forth? What if we did this? Will there be what if
we banned Earth Spirit?
you think? Yeah.
I think that's literally the only regret.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think that they focused again.
I have to interrupt you for a second. Sorry, we're having a winners interview right now, so let's go there.
PG Universe,
决赛的比拼了，将会狭路相逢遇到 Liquid 战队。而在我们本赛季当中，好像还没有跟 Liquid 交手过，想问一问对他们有没有了解，然后感觉怎么样呢
？You're going to play against Liquid tomorrow, but you have not played with them in this tournament. So how do you feel about that, and what do you think?
Well, Liquid's a really aggressive team, and they're usually pretty hard to play against. But I feel confident. I think we're on a good roll here in the loser bracket, and we're the kings of the loser bracket, so I think we'll be fine.
Liquid 是一个非常有激进性的，那么打得非常有进攻性的那么一个战队。然后他们一般来说其实都挺难打，但是我现在很有信心，因为你看我们现在在那个败者组，我们又是败者组之王，所以
感受到了这样的一种气势。第二个问题就是在刚刚上一轮采访当中哈，我们 Secret 的这个 Misery 小哥他告诉我们说，接下来的比赛应该不会再输了。对此你作何感想呢？
And during the last interview with Misery, he told us he didn't think he's gonna be losing any more games. And what do you think about that, like the games tomorrow?
That's a pretty cocky statement. I guess we'll have to find out tomorrow if that holds true.
他这个算是比较自大的一个说法吧。那我们明天看看到底这是不是真的。
嘴角边有一抹神秘的微笑，暗示了内心的这种骄傲和自信哈。也希望明天的比赛一定会非常的精彩，让我们拭目以待。好了，感谢接受我们的采访 ，Thank you。同时把我们的画面交还给分析台。
Yeah, and that was a Universe, and he is ready to take down Liquid by the looks of it. He wants to prove Misery's words earlier today wrong, and today we've had probably the shortest day of the tournament. 2-0s all the way. We were not expecting as many 2-0s. I think most people were expecting at least 1 or 2 2-1s coming out here. Secret Liquid comes to mind as one of those series. We can take a look at the brackets. What was your favorite moment of today? Cap, go.
Secret, actually not even Secret. Misery and Weehaw stepping up and performing. I have to say, like, I was a Secret doubter, like, very much so going into this tournament. I was like, they'll get like 5th, 6th.
That's where I actually had them play. This, by the way.
No, I definitely wasn't. Many teams felt like Secret going into this tournament was very weak. Like, just scrim-wise, they were like, I don't know if it's even worth scrimming Secret. That's the kind of attitude. But Secret have just been like, every single series, like if you just look at their official performances as well, in the group stage, even when they won, it was like they had some plays that were like super questionable in my head. And then every single series that they played out and they won, I felt like they were just getting better and better and better. And one of the things was Weehaw and Misery. I love them. They're my friends. But they, for the longest time, have been underperforming in Secret. They have actually been some of the weakest members for a while. And I feel like at this tournament, they're really stepping it up. And that was my favorite part of the day.
Okay.
My favorite part of the day was a play by QO's Spectre in one of the games against Fnatic earlier on, where, I don't know if you guys recall, he haunted and reality'd to an illusion, and then after the second or two, reality'd back to the original place, and he managed to escape because the people who were originally trying to kill him, including an OD, I think, had left, because they're like, oh, he jumped to somewhere else on the map, let's back off, and then he just jumps back, and the illusion's on its own with one hero. And that's the kind of play that we see so rarely, even though it got introduced a long time ago that Spectre could jump back and forth. And I think I like to see a new innovation in a technical play. I think that's really cool.
I'm going to piggyback on what Cap said, not at least in terms of the team, not the people. But I want to say Pilot Die for me has been like probably the absolute standout player for like in the whole tournament. As far as I'm concerned. Like that play that he made earlier against Liquid, when he blinks, disjoints, auto attack with like 1 second with blink and hex on cooldown, gets a hex that pretty much sets up a meteor for Weehaw, a deafening that turns the game around. And prior to that, Envy trying to throw that game, Pilot Die, and we bring him back.
Envy still?
It's still MVP for Envy, even though he almost like lost the game for his team, but they still managed to 2-0. I don't know, it's been a crazy day.
Yeah, and talking about MVP actually, we can take a look at the MVP of this match to see. I mean, I don't think it comes as a surprise. People are going to pick the cores.
He bought a Midas.
It's like a popularity contest.
He bought a Midas. Did anyone else buy a Midas?
Of course it's a popularity contest.
Yeah, but it's like a shame, Why don't people just actually, think hard? Like, if I was an analyst
I'm sorry,
on the panel,
Shiver. Have you ever played Dota?
I was going to say, I was literally going to ask that.
I'm sorry. I know you stream it, but do you actually interact with Dota players at all?
Don't you play support quite a bit?
I try. Yes, I'm the MVP.
And how many people have thanked you in a game? And how many times have you been flamed for not buying wards or something, even though you did buy wards?
A lot, and that
Like,
gets me really pissed off, actually.
See, there you go.
But I'm a really nice Dota 2 player, generally.
Generally.
Yes,
Dota players are idiots. We should know that by now. So it's not a surprise that MVPs are always going to be pretty much terrible.
Guys, I just figured something out actually. The only non-core that won an MVP popular vote this tournament so far was DJ's Enigma. I'm pretty sure.
And Fear's Enigma.
And Fear's Enigma.
But that's,
this is
that's unfair.
holes,
That's
man.
Enigma.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
Enigma.
black
But this
holes.
is my point. So is the reason Enigma has become a big pick this tournament that they knew they'd be voted MVP? No other way.
How does Fear not just hands down win MVP for that game? Like, Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
If nothing else, it's like, okay, you like black holes. Every single ability that Earth Spirit uses is like a black hole.
Yep.
He just 4 black holes. That's Earth Spirit.
And he does more damage with it too than a black hole.
Yes, much more.
Yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna have 3 teams left, and there's only one champion to be chosen. And we're gonna kick the day off with Team Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses tomorrow morning. And I want to hear quick previews from you guys. We heard some talk from Universe is very confident. Misery is very confident. This tournament, everything you thought before the Shanghai Major in terms of how the teams are going to perform, basically you can throw it out of the window because that's proven not to be entirely true.
Yeah,
Who's
okay.
going to take it?
I wanna just say that on paper, if Liquid, I think EG are probably going to win the whole thing.
Okay,
That's
okay.
my opinion.
Lower
first
bracket
off.
beast strike again.
First off, they're going to do the
Okay.
typical EG through the lower bracket win. That's what I think. If Liquid lose to Secret, and Secret are going to lose to EG, then Liquid will definitely lose to EG. And then I think the series will be close. I think it'll be a 3-2, but I think EG will edge it out. That's my prediction.
Okay, I missed half of that.
Yeah,
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Okay, so for me, I think personally, and this is why MVP don't have to have any regrets, I think EG are the best team in the world. I think they've been the team to beat at all of the big events for maybe 2 years now, for a really long time. I think even if EG do not win this tournament, they will still be the best team in the world.
But what about the Frankfurt Major?
Well, at the Frankfurt Major, they were adjusting to the Sumail Arteezy thing, right? Which is, it doesn't challenge the argument that overall, for the longest period, they've been like the Titanic team to beat. But more interesting point.
Okay.
The difference between the 3 teams left in the tournament, Liquid has 2 coaches and a manager. Secret have a coach and a manager. EG just have 2 managers. So, what do you think matters? The coaching staff, the managerial staff?
They just don't want to disappoint Charlie. Have you met him?
I think
you don't want to make Charlie
You
sad,
really
right?
don't. You really don't.
That's really the big motivation.
Well, I just want to say that they won TR after they got Phil. They only got, what was it, 3rd or 4th with Charlie? They got 3rd. They
You're saying Charlie's holding them back.
They added Phil and then they won TR.
The added bonus Phil gets him, the extra mile.
Yeah, that's true. Oh,
I mean, he carries bananas.
It's I was about to say, it's the potassium and the bananas. That's really the...
Nutrition is very important.
Mhm.
Yeah. What do you think, Cap, tomorrow?
I mean, given this display, what am I supposed to say?
Just
You know
hop
what?
on the
Okay.
train. Let's go.
No, I'm not going to hop on the train,
the
actually.
MVP train crashed. You
No.
can always transfer.
Yeah. I mean, I hop trains. I was only, let's be real, I was only on there for the choo-choo train.
Okay.
That was fun. But I'm going to say that I think Liquid are going to be... I feel like EG is a scary team. And I think Liquid's, like, the moment that they got knocked down in a series, plus they're facing up against EG, I think that they're going to have a really hard time overcoming that. And I think that's actually going to just play into them. And I think EG will beat Liquid. That being said, I think that EG has looked a bit questionable. It really pains me because I actually had EG winning this whole entire thing in my compendium. But
Okay.
I actually think that Secret are just ramping up. I think that they look a lot better through and through. And that EG, like, Sumail's just going to really have to stand out tomorrow. Like, he has to have a good day. Because otherwise, from some of the performance I've seen from this tournament, I don't think he's playing at a good enough level at this point for them to be able to win this tournament. So I'm leaning towards Secret, actually.
Okay, you know what's really important to having a good day? Nutrition. So see if Phil can bring the bananas and have EG make that a day coming, because they have a tough day ahead. Because not only if they beat Liquid, which most of you agree they will do, they will still have to go in the best 5. There's a potential they play 8 matches in a row tomorrow. There is, however, between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, there is a break for the concert. So keep that in mind, guys.
Any
Don't laugh, Cap.
Any teaser of what
actually-
to expect? What kind of concert is this? What?
It's J.
I don't know who it is. Don't look at me.
I don't know who it is either.
I'm like, I had no idea. Is it? I didn't even know there was a concert until you just said that.
Will they be dancing, singing?
I don't
What
know.
is it? Acting?
Is it karaoke?
I mean,
Can we
I'm
go
ready to
upstairs?
break
not
it down on the
karaoke.
dance floor. Let's go.
It's not karaoke. But
Why
you
not?
can always request it. You can try.
10,000 fans assemble just for Draskell to take the stage and sing "We Will Rock You" by Queen.
I can
It is
totally
a
do it.
surprise.
I want Universe
I
to
have
sing
been
his...
told it is a surprise.
Oh
And it
boy.
might be Draskell singing and dancing on stage.
Is the surprise somebody I know, or is it just gonna be one of those surprises that's just like, who's this person?
How do I know it's a surprise?
All right.
It's not Linkin Park, is it?
You will be surprised.
Because that's what they played in one of the videos.
That's true.
That would be
Feel
nice.
like I was 16 again or something.
It wouldn't be bad.
Draskell, he's onto something.
Yeah.
He's found the clue.
I might casually not be here for that. I'm not a Linkin Park fan.
No, that's not even when you were 16. Huh?
Tomorrow, 10 a.m., we continue. It is going to be Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses with our lower bracket finals then. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Don't be late.
I'm always too late with my work.